Chapter 261, The Life of Zhuang Pu. Wu Zong said, I have been practicing calligraphy since I was young. And I have achieved what I have today. Junior sister is smart. I think she will make progress after practicing for a while. I can give you some advice then. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Zhao Rushi nodded vigorously. She really wanted to ask why Wu Zong's calligraphy was not as good as Xiao Ruotong's. But it was not easy to ask the person involved. It would have been best to ask the system. But this guy got angry. So she didn't dare to ask. I'll ask master later. Wu Zong was also worried about letting the people in Zhuangzi make the plaque. There are many styles of plaques. And people who are engaged in art can't tolerate their words with ugly and tacky styles. People in Zhuangzi can't read a single word. So what good style can they choose? In the end, they might choose the cheapest one. Or even make it golden. Which is unbearable. So he gave the words to Wuan and told him, do it well. There's no rush for time. If you can't pick it up immediately, it's okay to pick it up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Zhao Rushi told Ma Sheng, you go with Wuan. The plaque of their own family should be paid for by themselves. So there is no reason to ask the senior brother to pay for it. Also, let someone take down the original plaque first. Wait until the new plaque is ready. And then hang it up. She told Qian Duoduo again. Qian Duoduo bowed and responded. And felt a little more at ease. The girl told him to do something. Which meant that she treated him as the head of the village. I don't think she would replace him. After Wuan and Ma Sheng left. They left the yard. Went down the slope along the road with flourishing flowers and trees. And walked a distance away to see the house of the servants. These houses are built with mud walls made of bamboo strips and covered with thatch. They are short and small. Completely different from the rural houses Zhao Rushi saw on TV. There are about 50 or 60 households here, built close together, forming a village. There is a road running north and south in the middle of the village. Unlike the stone road on the main house. The road in this village is a dirt road. Although it is not raining now, you can still see the mud formed when it rains. The farm servants probably all went to the fields. And only the children were running around in the village. The children were small and thin. And their clothes were very ragged. Zhao Rushi had been in ancient times for so long. But he had never seen a family living like this. Even in Shirong village. People could not afford to build brick houses. But they would use mud bricks to build high and large houses. And the yards were very spacious. Although very poor families would wear patched clothes, they were still clean and tidy. And the children in the village seemed to live much better than these children. However, she had heard from Su Yongyi that Shirong village was close to the county town, and the land was fertile. Most of the villagers had their own fields. Those who did not have fields would do some small business or go to the county town to work. So life was not bad. If you go to the mountains, some villages are very poor, and many people do not have enough food. She walked to the door of a house and looked inside. It was too dark in the house. She could only see someone in the house. But she did not know what they were doing. Qian Duoduo saw Zhao Rushi was about to go in. Hesitated for a moment and said hurriedly, Girl, it's too dirty inside. I'm afraid it will dirty your clothes and shoes. No problem. Zhao Rushi waved her hand and walked in. The door was too short. Zhao Rushi was only 1.6 meters tall. So she had to bend down to get in. Not to mention big men like Wu Zong. There was only one window made of wooden strips inside, which was very small. The room was also short, and the light was very dim. Zhao Rushi took a while to adjust to the situation before she could see the person inside clearly. This was a woman in her 60s. Hunchbacked and hunched over. Sitting in the room trying to weave a bamboo basket. She seemed to be invisible. Hearing the voice, she turned her body and asked, Who is it? Because the house is short. After Zhao Rushi and Wu Zong went in, Qian Duoduo did not dare to go in again, for fear of touching Zhao Rushi and offending the owner. He shouted outside, Lipa. It's the new owner Miss Zhao, and the master of the Dali Temple. Master Wu. Lipa fumbled to put down the bamboo basket and prepared to stand up and salute. Grandma. Please sit down. Zhao Rushi said hurriedly. She looked around the house and found 2 low beds with wooden boards piled directly on mud bricks, covered with straw. In addition, there was an earthen stove in the corner, with 2 pottery jars in the stove, which seemed to be cooking utensils. She did not see the iron pot. There were also a few large earthenware bowls on the stove. In addition to these, there were 2 low stools. Nothing else. It can be said that the house was bare. The room was too dark and damp, with an indescribable smell. Zhao Rushi also saw a small mushroom growing from the corner between the wall and the ground. Wu Zong seemed to be shocked by this situation. He stood there for a long time before muffledly saying, "Let's go. Let's go out." "Wait." Zhao Rushi looked at the bamboo basket woven by Lipa. Although it was not delicate, it was small. She asked, "Grandma, what did you weave this bamboo basket for?" Lipa said nervously, "I weave it for my granddaughter to play with." Zhao Rushi saw 2 more bamboo baskets in the corner, picked them up and looked at them, and said to Lipa, "Can you sell these 3 bamboo baskets to me?" "Miss, just take it." Seeing Zhao Rushi's friendly attitude, Lipa was not so nervous anymore. She smiled with her toothless mouth and said, "Miss, if you like it, I will weave it for you again." Zhao Rushi didn't say anything. She took out a silver coin from her bosom and put it into Lipa's hand. Then she followed Wu Zong out. Qin Feng followed with a basket behind her. After going outside, Zhao Rushi took a few breaths of air and felt better. She asked Qian Duoduo, "Are all the families in front the same?" Qian Duoduo nodded and said, "They are all similar." "How many people are there in Lipo's family?" "4 people. Qian Duoduo said. "Her son died, leaving her daughter-in-law, a 13-year-old grandson, and a 7-year-old granddaughter. The 3 of them went to the fields." Zhao Rushi first told Qin Feng, "You don't have to follow me anymore. Go to the place where we just went with Ma Sheng to pick some flowers, trees and wild grass. I will put them in the bamboo basket later." With Wu Zong accompanying her, Qin Feng and Ma Sheng were relieved about her safety and agreed to leave. Zhao Rushi then looked at Qian Duoduo. "Let's go to your house." As the head of the village, Qian Duoduo's residence should be the best in the village. From the situation of his family, compared with Lipa, we can see how the life of the servants is. Yes. Qian Duoduo showed no guilty conscience and walked forward with Zhao Rushi and Wu Zongqiao. Not long after they walked, he pointed to a house and said, "This is my home." His house also had mud walls. Zhao Rushi walked in and saw that it was almost the same as Lipo's house in terms of darkness and dampness. His house was just a little bigger. Chapter 262, Creating Greater Benefits. In addition to the larger and more solid bed, the furniture in the room also has 2 wooden boxes and some low stools. And there is also a pottery pot and several coarse pottery bowls for eating. Qian Duoduo took the initiative to say, "My sons are all grown up and have separated from the family. They have built their own houses. The eldest son has many children, so his 2 sons came to live with us." Zhao Rushi nodded, got out of the house, looked at the low and damp house and said, "Why build such a house? Mud walls can only be built like this. If they are higher or wider, they will collapse easily." Zhao Rushi still had many questions in her mind, but she was not a native, and her understanding of the rural areas of this era was limited to Shirong village. There were some things she couldn't ask Qian Duoduo, and she had to wait until Wu Zong and Zhu Shi learned about the situation before making a decision. She looked into the distance. There were fields all around, and the terrain was relatively flat. There were paddy fields planted with rice, and you could see people working in the fields. "Weeding now?" Qian Duoduo took the initiative to explain. "After a while, the rice can be harvested." Zhao Rushi knew that the rice here is only planted for 1 season. After harvesting the rice, "Will you plant winter wheat?" she asked. Qian Duoduo shook her head, looking a little nervous. "It's not that we are lazy. It's just that the soil is not fertile enough. If we plant winter wheat, the yield of rice per mu will be very low." Zhao Rushi frowned, but she didn't understand it very well. So she changed the subject and asked, "Isn't it said that there are more than 1,000 acres of forest? Where is it?" Zhao Rushi looked around and saw mountains in the distance, some far and some near, but she didn't know which direction the mountain of the village was in. "Over there." Qian Duoduo pointed to 2 not very high mountains connected to the east. "Those 2 mountains are ours. This side of the mountain is ours, and the other side of the mountain belongs to someone else. There is a stone tablet on the mountain as a boundary." Zhao Rushi looked at the distance of the mountain. It would take at least 2 or 3/4 of an hour to walk to the foot of the mountain, so she gave up the idea of going up the mountain to have a look. Anyway, there is no rush. The farm is hers. She can come and visit whenever she wants. "What are you planting on the mountain?" she asked. "All trees. All kinds of trees." "Does this farm grow rice besides trees?" she asked again. "Yes. We also raise some chickens." ducks and pigs, which will be sent to your house at the end of the year. Qian Duoduo said. There are accounts in the house, and I will give them to you later. Zhao Rushi nodded, not expecting much from the farm's profits. With a single product, how much can this farm have? She asked again, do you know how to read? Yes. Qian Duoduo became excited. My father taught me. My father used to be the head of the village. How many people in the village can read? Qian Duoduo shook his head. I taught my 2 sons and grandson a few words every night before going to bed. And no one else learned. Zhao Rushi didn't say anything else, took the account book, and left the village with Wu Zong. Qi Feng and Ma Sheng had picked a lot of flowers and trees, and there was only room for 2 people to sit in the carriage. Seeing this, Zhao Rushi's mouth twitched. After getting on the carriage and sitting down, she asked Wu Zong through the window, Brother, are all farms like this? Do all the farm servants live like this? Wu Zong himself did not take care of the household affairs. The Wu family was a large family, and there were uncles and cousins without official positions to take care of it. But he had been to many farms when investigating cases. He said, it's almost like this, because houses need wood. If so many families were allowed to build houses, half of the trees on the hill would be cut down. It is easy to cut down trees, but it is difficult to grow them again. If the owner wants to use the trees to build houses and furniture, there will be no more. Even if they don't build houses or furniture, the wood can be sold for money, so the owner doesn't let them cut down trees. These farms look very large, but they don't make much in a year. They work all year round, and apart from the food and livestock they give to the owner, they can only live a half-starved life. How can they have extra money to buy trees and build houses? They can only use some bamboo strips and mud to build houses. The roof is also made of bamboo, and it has to be replaced every 2 or 3 years. Otherwise the whole roof will collapse. He shook his head. Some owners are harsh, or there is no bamboo on the farm, so they can only dig out the ground and then put thatch on it, with half of the house on the ground and half underground. Zhao Rushi felt heavy in her heart after hearing this, but she cheered up soon, as long as she started ecological cycle breeding and increased the income of the farm. Not only her own income, but also the income of the farm servants would increase. Their life will definitely get better. It's not that she can't be kind and allow them to cut down trees on the mountain to build houses, but the farm servants also have interactions. If she does this, what will happen if the servants of other families make trouble? What if the farm servants on the farm of Swaping Bo's mansion also ask for the same treatment? And if she does this, will she not be appreciated? But someone will think she is kind and ask for more from her. So the best way is to win together. She comes up with ideas. The farm servants work hard, and everyone creates more benefits together. With money, the lives of the servants will naturally improve. And these things cannot be done in a short time. At least 1 or 2 years will be effective. There is no point worrying now. The season is not here yet. She should start arranging flowers. Just now, when she saw the 3 bamboo baskets, although they were not particularly exquisite, they had a kind of ancient beauty. She remembered that she hadn't seen Xiao Ruodong for a long time. She didn't know if she had recovered from her illness, and how her relationship with the Duke of England was going. She planned to visit her when she returned to the city later. It's not good to visit a patient empty-handed. The people of Jinan Wangjin don't eat food sold in small shops outside, and there is no way to arrange other things for the time being. Xiao Ruodong doesn't like these vulgar things, so she simply makes a flower arrangement for Xiao Ruodong. The master and senior brothers are busy for her, and since she wants to give a flower arrangement to Xiao Ruodong, she simply makes one for the master and senior brothers. Maybe they don't like this kind of thing, and this thing is not valuable, but it can be regarded as a token of affection. There are scissors, knives and other tools that Qi Feng usually uses for sewing when waiting for her in the carriage. Zhao Rushi used the time when the carriage returned to make 2 bamboo baskets of flower arrangements. Qi Feng saw her daughter arranging flowers here and there, the ordinary roadside grass, after her hands, combined with flowers and trees, actually showed a wonderful harmony and beauty. She was very impressed. Her daughter really deserved to be accepted as an apprentice by the Deadwood monk. Not only was she good at painting, but she could also arrange a few flowers into a pattern. When they returned to the painting academy, it was already dinner time, but the group of people who were obsessed with painting had not left yet. Zhao Rushi took out the flower arrangement and gave it to Kong Sherlin and Wu Zong respectively. Chapter 263 Flower Arrangement Art. She felt that the reason why her master named her Mr. Deadwood was not only to show her own old age state, but more because she liked that kind of artistic conception. She could also feel it from his paintings. So when she asked Qin Feng and Ma Sheng to collect materials, she specifically told them to pick up some moss and small stones. Li Po's last bamboo basket had not yet been equipped with the handle for carrying. She flattened the bamboo basket a little to make it less round, put stones and moss on it, and inserted some dead branches. And it suddenly became like a Japanese benzine. The Zen meaning of dried landscape is highlighted. The flower arrangement she made for Wuzong was also extremely wild, mostly using trees, weeds and stones. After all the trees and grasses were arranged, she used 2 or 3 purple wild chrysanthemums to embellish the space. This was also the result of her observation of Wuzong's preferences. She felt that he liked this style. It turned out that giving gifts that cater to someone's preferences is the most fatal. This kind of thing may not be liked by ordinary ancient people. After all, it is just plants and flowers. And they are not precious flowers. To put it bluntly, they are worthless and can be found by just going to any roadside. In the eyes of those who don't know how to appreciate this kind of art, it's not too shabby to give this thing as a gift. Even 2 white pine trees are better than this. But Kong Shilin and Wuzong are both artists. As soon as these 2 flower arrangements were taken out, they immediately struck the hearts of Kong Shilin and Wuzong. And they couldn't put down the flower arrangements they got. Not only the 2 of them, but also everyone in the painting academy. Everyone has a very rich cultural heritage and aesthetic awareness. And they can see at a glance the beauty and meaning that Zhao Rushi embodied in the flower arrangement. I didn't expect that a few stones, a handful of weeds, and 2 dead branches could be arranged so beautifully. How did you come up with this idea, Master Jiwei? Everyone gathered around Zhao Rushi and asked. Zhao Rushi was also inspired by Li Po's bamboo basket. She didn't know that there was no art of flower arrangement at that time. And she accidentally led the trend. Maybe we girls like flowers, plants and trees. And I am a painter. She smiled. As expected, Master Jiwei is amazing. Everyone learned a new painting method from Zhao Rushi. Although they were given 3,000 taels of silver, this amount of silver was just a number for them as rich people. They were grateful to Zhao Rushi, but they couldn't show it because of their feelings. Now they got the chance and threw rainbow farts at Zhao Rushi like they didn't care about money. After praising her a few times, everyone was eager to try and wanted to put some flowers in their own hands. After obtaining Kong Shilin's consent, they immediately ran to the garden to pick some flowers and trees. Sin Song was the youngest among the group, and none of them were married yet. Perhaps because he was looking for something new. He was most interested in the art of flower arrangement. Looking at the 2 bamboo baskets held by Zhao Rushi, he asked, Master Jiwei, where did you get these bamboo baskets? They are very special. Are they sold on the street? I will ask the servants to buy them right away. They were made by a mother-in-law in my farm. And there are only 3. I plan to put flowers in the other one when I go to visit Master Xiao later. So I can't give it to you. Zhao Rushi refused mercilessly. Sin Song was frustrated after hearing this. You can use bamboo tubes, vases, pottery jars and other containers as the base. Not necessarily a bamboo basket, Zhao Rushi said. She directly took the white porcelain vase used as a painting model, broke off a dead branch in the garden, and inserted it into the vase. The shape of the vase is similar to that of a plum vase. The dead tree she broke off was a bit strong and crooked. When it was inserted like this and placed on the table, it immediately showed a Zen meaning of a dead tree on a Sangshan mountain. Kong Shilin liked this artistic conception. As soon as Zhao Rushi came out with this flower arrangement, he was so happy that he took the white porcelain vase in his hand and said, I want this one. I will take it back tonight and put it in the house. Tomorrow I will bring another white porcelain vase to draw for everyone. Naturally, everyone did not dare to compete with him. And they could not compete with him. They all ran to the house or kitchen to find various containers to arrange flowers. It's getting late. Aren't you going home? Zhao Rushi asked. I'm not going back, Sin Song said while arranging flowers. I'm staying here. Others also said they would not go back. Anyway, Kong Shilin's villa has many houses. And there is another house of the same size next door, which belongs to Wuzong, with more rooms. Everyone can stay and stay. And if they need anything, they can just ask the servants to go home and get it. Not to mention that several people have villas in Baining. Zhao Rushi wanted to visit Xiao Ruodong. So she said hello to Kong Shilin and prepared to leave. Wait, girl. Kong Shilin finally remembered the gift Xiao he gave Zhao Rushi. He waved his hand and asked the servant to take out a beautiful small box and handed it to Zhao Rushi. This is the emperor's gift to you. And also a reward for you to teach the officials of the Dali Temple to paint. Ah? Zhao Rushi was surprised. He opened the small box, and the house deed inside was revealed. I sent someone to check it out. This is a 2-story shop in a good location in the capital. If you don't do business, rent it out. Kong Shilin stared at the vase in his hand and said absent-mindedly, Thank you, Master. Zhao Rushi bowed to Kong Shilin. If it weren't for Master, I wouldn't have received this gift. Seeing that his apprentice understood, Kong Shilin nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you know. Listen to Master's words in the future and don't be naughty. Zhao Rushi smiled. And that smile looked very naughty. She said goodbye and took a carriage to the capital. On the way, she arranged the flowers and asked Lu Bo to drive directly to the Zhenan Palace. When they arrived at the door, the maid went in to report and came out after a while, saying to Zhao Rushi, Miss Zhao, please. Zhao Rushi led Qingfeng, who was carrying a flower arrangement, inside, and felt something was wrong as she walked. She had a good sense of direction, although she had only been to the Zhenan Palace once. The place she went to last time was definitely different from this time. If she had not gone to the main courtyard on the central axis instead of the remote garden or other accident-prone areas, she might have suspected that the maid had deliberately harmed her. There was no way. She had seen too many palace fights and house fights in her previous life. So she couldn't help but think of the worst. Now, is it the Princess of Zhenan who wants to see her? The maid led her up the steps to the main courtyard and stood in front of the door with a gesture. The maid of Princess Zhenan, whom Zhao Rushi had met that day, was already waiting at the door. When she saw her coming, she smiled politely. Miss Zhao, please come in. Our princess is waiting for you inside. As expected, when she stepped over the threshold, she saw Princess Zhenan sitting at the top, smiling at her. Rushi greets the princess. Zhao Rushi bowed. Child, sit down quickly. Princess Zhenan's attitude seemed to be more intimate than that day, and she insisted that Zhao Rushi sit next to her. Chapter 264. Don't force me to go on a blind date. Otherwise, Zhao Rushi politely declined and sat over. I spoiled Ruodong. She is a lonely girl, doesn't like to talk to people, and has never had any good girlfriends since she was a child. I didn't expect to meet a little friend like you when I went to teach at the academy. Zhao Rushi didn't know what the Princess of Zhenan meant, so she just smiled and didn't say anything. Ruodong said that when we meet next time, she will ask you not to call her master. It's too formal, and it makes her look old and vain. Just let you call her sister. Then, Princess Zhenan sighed. She is a few years older than you, but she is not as sensible as you. Zhao Rushi always felt something was wrong when she heard this, and she couldn't keep silent. She asked in confusion, next time we meet? Master. Oh, no. She covered her mouth. Sister Ruodong is not at home? Princess Zhenan laughed. She went back to the Duke of Ying's mansion. Last time you persuaded her. She thought it through, and said she wanted to go back and try. In fact, it will be fine after this hurdle. The days ahead will surely be smoother. Yes, Sister Ruodong's life will surely be smoother and smoother. Zhao Rushi agreed casually, and was not too surprised that Xiao Ruodong went back. Looking at Xiao Ruodong's appearance, it can be seen that she has deep feelings for the Prince of England. And this is not something that can be let go. Since this is the case, it is better to go back and try. Since Xiao Ruodong is not here, she doesn't want to stay any longer. She waved to Qingfeng, took the flower basket from Qingfeng's hand, and said, Sister Ruodong doesn't lack anything, and I don't have anything to give her. So I personally put this basket of flowers. Just ordinary flowers. Just for the wild fun. If it is convenient for the princess, please ask someone to pass it to Sister Ruodong. If it is not convenient, forget it. It is not a valuable thing. I will give her another one next time. Oh, it is beautiful. Princess Zhenan took the flower basket and looked at it, handed it to the maid behind her, and smiled at Zhao Rushi. I will ask someone to give it to her. Thank you very much. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Zhao Rushi stood up. Wait. Princess Zhenan gestured to the maid next to her, and the maid immediately stepped forward, opened a beautiful small box, and held it in front of Zhao Rushi. There are 4 invitations to the birthday banquet of the old princess of our mansion. The date is the day after tomorrow. If you are free, please come with your grandmother, parents and parents. Thank you, princess. Zhao Rushi took it and bowed to the princess of Jinan. So, I will take my leave. After returning home, Zhao Rushi paid her respects to the old lady as usual and placed the box in front of the old lady. Grandma, this is the invitation to the birthday banquet of the old princess of the Jinan Palace. Do you want to attend the banquet? The old lady was shocked, reached out to take the invitation and took a look. Her eyes were wet, and she said with emotion, "Our family has not received such an invitation for several years." Yes. Mrs. Yu was also very emotional. When my eldest and second sisters wanted to discuss marriage, I asked the wife of Duke Weigua and my sister-in-law from my mother's family to help me get a few invitations. And I took them to the banquet. And only then did I get those 2 good marriages. To put it bluntly, this kind of banquet is a place for noble ladies to look at their children. Everyone eats, drinks, talks and laughs. And the personality, temper, and ability of some young girls can be seen through some small details. And the behavior of each mother-in-law will also be carefully evaluated by the families with daughters. If someone is mean, even if the husband is of high status, the mother who loves her daughter will not want to marry her to a wicked mother-in-law. If there is a family that they like, they will let their daughters make friends with the girl they like, and invite each other to their homes. The same is true for boys. After a period of dating, they will really understand the other party's temper and details. And then they will bring the marriage to the table. Although there are official matchmakers in the capital, they only serve as a communication bridge when discussing marriages, getting engaged, and getting married. But because of the decline of Swaping Marquis' mansion, no one in the upper circle has taken the initiative to send them invitations. Swaping Marquis Mansion wants to marry its daughter to a prominent family, so it has lost a very important channel. Now the princess of Jinan sent an invitation to Zhao Rushi. To put it bluntly, to give her a good marriage. When the time comes, with her support, Zhao Rushi will perform better and be noticed by the noble ladies, and her chances of becoming a candidate for daughter-in-law will increase greatly. Zhao Rushi figured out all this and directly refused. No. I don't need to discuss marriage now. I am still young and have just returned to my grandmother and mother. I want to stay at home for a few more years. Let's consider this issue when I am 17 or 18 years old. Nonsense. Mrs. Yu laughed and scolded. 17 or 18 years old will make you an old maid. If you discuss marriage at that time, what good family can you find? You can only be someone's concubine. No. Zhao Rushi felt sad for the young women of Dajin. A girl is 18 years old, and she is the most youthful and beautiful. But in Dajin, she is already despised. Generally, they look for a husband when they are 14 or 15 years old. After a year or so of looking for a good husband, they are 15 or 16 years old. At this time, they have to go through the procedures of Natsai, Wenming, and Naji. After the procedures, the girl is 17 or 18 years old. Just right to get married. The old lady nodded and responded to her daughter-in-law. That's right. Which daughter of a good family doesn't choose a husband carefully? If everything goes well, it's fine. If not, if you can't find a husband you like after 1 or 2 years, wouldn't you miss the flower sign? The same is true for boys. Good boys are basically settled at the age of 16 or 17. Those who are still unengaged at the age of 17 or 18 have some problems. Zhao Rushi has a single dog who was nearly 30 years old and had no intention of getting married in her previous life. She felt very complicated when she heard these words. I don't want to get married. She stated her position. My good life has just begun, and I have to serve someone else's family. Set rules to serve my mother-in-law. Look at the man's face. And compete with concubines for men. Is it that the food at our house is not delicious? Or that the house is not big enough? Do I have to go to such trouble to humiliate myself? Before the 2 of them could scold her, she said another harsh word in front of the old lady and Ju's dark faces. If you force me to go on a blind date and get married, I will buy a house and move out. This shocked the old lady and Ju. No way. Ju slapped Zhao Rushi on the arm. You silly child. What nonsense are you talking about? Which girl is as outspoken as you? Move out. Are you too independent? Ju said, winking at her daughter. Zhao Rushi seemed not to understand what she meant, pouted and ignored her, humming, I'm not talking nonsense. That's what I plan to do. Chapter 265 House Deed and IOU. The old lady frowned and looked at Zhao Rushi for a long time before she said to Zhu, now that the family has been separated, there are not many things at home for you to worry about. You should spend more time on your daughter. Zhu showed Zhao Rushi a helpless look. She knew that if Zhao Rushi said this, she would be scolded. The old lady would definitely blame her for not teaching her daughter well. Zhao Rushi did not intend to fool the old lady. Although she could not anger the old lady, she had to follow her wishes to be filial. But if I keep it secret now, the old lady will be so angry that she will have a stroke when she finds out the truth. It is better to tell her slowly, so that she can be mentally prepared. Grandma, this has nothing to do with my mother. You also know my temper. I have my own ideas. I am straightforward. And I say what I think. She picked up her straightforward personality again. This was when she just returned to the mansion. She almost forgot it while pretending to be obedient during this period. Her words immediately awakened the old lady's memory. Yes, this child is not just having ideas, but being very opinionated. Because of her temper, she had a quarrel with Wei and moved out of the second house. Now, if she doesn't get her way, can she move out of Swaping Marquis's house? The old lady was stunned by this guess, because she found that this child really has this ability. Look at her ability to make money. Look at her powerful master and senior brother. If she really moves out to live alone, buys some servants, and associates with some literati, she may really be able to make a good living. In the past, it felt good to see her go against Wei, but now she is going against me. Xu saw that the old lady was not in a good mood, so she patted Zhao Rushi lightly. It's a good thing that the princess of Jinan sent this invitation. Why are you saying these things? Shijie? She smiled at the old lady again. Don't think she is stubborn now. She talks very well. When she meets someone she likes, if we don't let her marry, she will resent us. Which girl didn't go through this? The old lady's face was slightly relieved. But you can't threaten your parents to move out at any time. It's not a threat. It's the truth. Zhao Rushi quickly replied. You? The old lady was so angry that she was half dead. Before Zhu Shi could stop her, Zhao Rushi got the better of her. After failing to smooth things over, she was helpless and simply sat aside to drink tea. Forget it. Forget it. I'm fine. I don't care about these things. Let your mother worry about it. Go. 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 Don't stay here. Go out. I want to eat alone today. I'm tired of looking at you. The old lady started to drive people out. Seeing that her mother-in-law had a temper like a child, Zhu had to stand up and say goodbye, leading her rebellious daughter out. When she got outside, she complained to her daughter, "Can't you coax her? Why do you have to do this? Didn't I let her get used to it first?" Zhao Rushi knew that the old lady was in good health and would not get sick from anger, so she dared to do this. "Mother, I'm telling the truth. I really don't want to get married," she said to Zhu seriously. Zhu sighed, not wanting to argue with this naive child, and asked, "You have to go to the birthday party of the old princess of Jinan King, right?" "Of course I have to go," Zhao Rushi said. "I have to give face to our master Xiao." "That's fine." Zhu was relieved. She added, "By the way, the boy from the Su family has entered the clan school. I sent someone to see him today, and he has adapted well. Mrs. Su came with him this morning, and she has already agreed with Mrs. Zhao Shi to pay a little money every day and live in his house. I will wait until their whole family moves in before I go back home to eat. Thank you for worrying about me, Mother." Zhao Rushi took Zhu's arm and said affectionately, "Today is another busy day. Knowing that Su Chongwen will come to the clan school today, she can't spare time to see him. But she asked Yuan Ma to go and take care of him for her. Now that Zhu is taking care of him, there will definitely be no problems." Zhu was a little unaccustomed to Zhao Rushi's intimacy, and her body stiffened. But she quickly adapted and reached out to touch Zhao Rushi's cheek lovingly. "Mother and daughter, why are you talking about this? Alright, let's go back and eat." After eating in the main room and returning to her own courtyard, Zhao Rushi asked Nani Yuan and found out that Su Chongwen was indeed well settled as Zhu said. So she felt relieved. "Miss, come here for a moment." Qin Feng suddenly pulled Zhao Rushi into the room mysteriously and asked Yinjiang to wait outside. "What's wrong?" Zhao Rushi was a little surprised. Except in the academy, she was with Qin Feng all day. What secrets did Qin Feng have to tell her? Mississippi Qin Feng took out a purse and handed it to Zhao Rushi. Today, when I and Uncle Ma came out of the academy, a man stopped Uncle Ma and handed him this purse, saying that the fifth master wanted to give it to you. At that time, Uncle Ma opened it and took a look. He found that it was a house deed in Jiangnan and an IOU. So he accepted it. As she spoke, she looked at Zhao Rushi nervously. She had met Xiaolingyan in the Dali Temple and Zibozai. So of course she knew who the fifth master was. The fifth prince had talked to his own girl behind closed doors twice. And now he handed the house deed to the girl again. She didn't know what was going on. And she always felt trembling. Their sweeping marquise mansion has been far away from the political center for many years. And they are not close to other prominent families, let alone the prince. Qi Feng really couldn't understand how her daughter could be related to the prince. She and Ma Sheng were worried that if something happened to their daughter, she and Ma Sheng would not be able to bear the responsibility. But the lord and the madam gave them to Zhao Rushi. And their master was Zhao Rushi. If they betrayed their master and told the lord and the madam about this behind Zhao Rushi's back, not only would they not get any good things from the daughter, but the lord and the madam would also have ideas about them, and might sell them out. If they don't tell him, if the young lady is fooled by the prince and does something serious, they will be blamed. So both of them are under great psychological pressure. Zhao Rushi opened her purse, which contained a house deed in Jiangnan and an IOU written by Xiaoke, owing 20,000 taels of silver. After thinking for a while, she put the deed into the small box Kong Sherling gave her, and put the purse and the IOU on the lamp to light it. Young lady? Qi Feng was shocked. This purse is very exquisite. So exquisite that Qi Feng has never seen it before. She even thought about borrowing this purse from the girl to take a look and learn the embroidery method on it. What's more, there is an IOU for 20,000 taels of silver. That's 20,000 taels. This is for the imperial palace. It's not good for others to see it. The handwriting of the fifth master cannot be seen by others. Zhao Rushi said. Chapter 266. Let's cooperate. Anyway, Xiaoke owed her something. Even if there was no IOU. If he was willing to give it, she would always get it. If he was unwilling to give it, and sincerely wanted to default on the debt, the IOU would be useless. She would not argue with him about this. Just pretend that she had never met this person. So the IOU was completely meaningless to her. The IOU was paper. And it burned up in an instant, but the silk purse was a bit difficult. Zhao Rushi saw that her hand was about to be burned. So she quickly threw the purse on the ground, took out the gold hairpin from the jewelry box, and let it burn until the original appearance could no longer be seen. And then let Qi Feng take it out and bury it. After Qi Feng entered the house, she said, if he has something to give you in the future, you will take it. But you must not let anyone see it, let alone tell others. Lord, the same goes for madam. Do you understand? Yes. Qi Feng replied hurriedly. Zhao Rushi was relieved about Qi Feng. She was not so relieved about Ma Sheng. After all, Ma Sheng was the guard of the mansion, and had followed Zhao Yuanxuan for many years. He must be more loyal to Zhao Yuanxuan than to her. Moreover, he was responsible for her safety. If he felt that he could not bear the consequences, he would probably tell Zhao Yuanxuan about it. But Zhao Rushi didn't care. She wanted to see if Ma Sheng kept his mouth shut. Zhao Yuanxuan was a good father, and knew his limits. If he knew that she was in contact with Xiaolingyan, he would definitely come to ask her. She could just make up an excuse, and it wouldn't be a big deal. It was also good to test Ma Sheng's loyalty. After all, she was a person with many secrets, and she would have to contact Xiaolingyan in the future. If the people around her were not loyal enough, she would be in danger. Danger often comes from around us. The next day, Zhao Rushi went to school as usual. After school at noon, she had just left the academy and got on the carriage. And Qi Feng came over and said to Zhao Rushi, Miss, the fifth master asked you to go to a house in Donghuan Lane. Zhao Rushi raised her eyebrows slightly. Not surprised. She ordered, you let Lu Bo go directly. She was very satisfied with Xiaoke's decision to change the place. Lu Bo had been very familiar with the roads and binding during this period of time. He quickly drove the carriage to Donghuan Lane and finally stopped in front of a black gate. Because it was autumn, and it was a bit chilly in the morning and evening, Qi Feng had been preparing a cloak for Zhao Rushi in the car. She put it on before getting off the car, and also put on a hat and covered her face with a scarf. This outfit was exactly the same as Xiaolingyan's yesterday. Ma Sheng went forward and knocked on the door, and it opened quickly. The one who opened the door was the imperial guard named Wang Tong. Miss Zhao. Please. He made way. Zhao Rushi nodded slightly at him, stepped over the threshold and walked in. This house was an ordinary house with only a small courtyard. And some trees, flowers and plants were planted in the courtyard. The main house has about 5 rooms, and corridors are built in front of the side rooms on both sides. Zhao Rushi did not go through the corridor, but went in directly from the middle corridor. Xiao Lingyan was already waiting for her in the main hall. When Xiao Liuzi saw Zhao Rushi coming in, he bowed and retreated to the main door with Wang Tong. Qin Feng and Ma Sheng saw this and quickly retreated outside with them, consciously staying away from the main hall. Zhao Rushi went in and sat down, and glanced at Xiao Lingyan. Didn't I say that since yesterday? We won't know each other after we leave this door? Why did you call me over again? Xiao Lingyan said seriously, I want to do business with you. How about it? No. I refuse. Zhao Rushi said. There are many profitable businesses in the world. Which one can she do? The money she makes cannot be separated from his. Why must she get involved with Xiao Lingyan and increase the danger? Don't worry. Listen to me, Xiao Lingyan said. You started designing jewelry as soon as you came. I know that you have a purpose in everything you do. I checked your approach and ideas and found that people nowadays do not value jade. He looked at Zhao Rushi and said seriously, do you want to get the jade out? But you lack manpower? We can form a partnership. I won't show up. And it's not convenient for me to show up. We can form a partnership. You are in the open. I am in the dark. I will help you when you need anything. How about it? Zhao Rushi looked at him, without saying a word, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Sushi. I know you can take your family away, but this is only a temporary solution. If the third brother insists on making things difficult for you, you will not be able to live a peaceful life even if you escape to the ends of the earth. Besides, can you really bear to see your grandmother and your master running around at such an old age? Let's not talk about Wu Huixi and Gong Cheng for now. Are Mr. Kong and Wu Zong good enough to you? Can you really bear to see them survive with only one person and their family destroyed? Zhao Rushi sighed. The one who knows you best is your enemy. She and Xiaoke have been rivals for several years, and Xiaoke really knows her well, knowing that she never wants to disappoint those who treat her well. He can always find loopholes in her defense to make her surrender. She knew she couldn't avoid being involved with Xiaoke, and Xiaoke knew that too. This guy is also responsible. She had said that. If he didn't have a certain approval of her character, he wouldn't come to her again today. When Xiao Lingyan saw her like this, he knew that she was moved, and continued, you also know my character. Although we fight and become opponents. In fact, it's just to make the 2 old men happy. With my character, I think I am still worthy of your trust. When the second prince takes the throne, I will be here with you. You can do whatever you want here, and you can walk sideways in the capital. Besides, I will be very careful, and will not put you in danger. This is not good for me. Right? Worried that there are ears on the other side. He was reluctant to say sensitive words such as the second prince or Xiao Lingpu, and simply called Xiao Lingpu and Xiao Linghing the second and third princes. How do you want to cooperate? Zhao Rushi asked. I will send some people to the south, buy mines, hire locals to mine raw stones, and transport them to the capital after opening windows. After you receive them, you can polish some of them and design them into jewelry, he said. At this point, Xiao Lingyan and Zhao Rushi frowned at the same time. In fact, in order to prevent people from discovering that this is Xiao Lingyan's business, Xiao Lingyan should buy the mine, cooperate with the locals to mine, and then let the locals sell it. Zhao Rushi's people went to the south, pretending to purchase, bought these raw stones with windows, and then transported them back to the capital. This is the reasonable approach. But Zhao Rushi had no one to use. Although Kong Shilin and Wu Zong should have people in their hands, they have families. It is okay to let them invest. But once they have control over the raw materials, their family members will find that the benefits are huge and will definitely jump out to grab this business and kick Zhao Rushi out. Chapter 267 continue to discuss. Even if Kong Shilin and Wu Zong can protect her, they will inevitably have to confront their clansmen and even relatives. At that time, not only did she not help them make money, but she also let them be hurt by their relatives, which is not advisable. Therefore, Kong Shilin and Wu Zong's people cannot be used. And because of poverty, The Swaping Marquis mansion cannot afford to support too many people. And the family only has the necessary servants and guards. Even if Zhao Yuanxuan has people who can be used, there are only 2 or 3. And whether these people can be trusted is still unclear, having been poor in Swaping Marquis mansion for so long. If someone bribes them, they will be sold out, and they will have to help them count the money. Zhao Rushi asked, "You actually have someone available?" Xiao Lingyan, and she came here at the same time. She didn't have time to cultivate her own confidence. So how could Xiao Lingyan? You know, trust is something that can't be cultivated overnight. It takes a long time to cultivate and then be tested through a series of accidents. Even if the original 5th prince had a group of people under him, these people couldn't be entrusted with important tasks by Xiao Lingyan. Right? Xiao Lingpu is a very competent brother. When he was training his own people, since he was 12 years old, he also bought a group of assassins for the original owner. In order to avoid suspicion, he never came into contact with these people. He taught the original owner how to train people, and let the original owner train them himself. I have seen that these people were orphans before they were bought. They have no ties, and are very loyal after long-term brainwashing. He spread his hands. And do we have any other choice now? There is no other way except to try it. But we definitely can't put all our eggs in one basket. Because jade is not valued. It's not too expensive to buy a mine. The trouble is mining. But if we get some machines, mining won't be difficult. Therefore, the investment in this area won't be too big. We have to do other industries. This is also Zhao Rushi's idea. Other businesses can be done. I have this idea myself, she said. But if you put all the business in my hands, will the risk be too great? The foundation of Swaping Marquis mansion is too shallow. If the business gets bigger, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect it. I don't care. I will definitely keep some cards for myself and leave a way out. At worst, I will cut off my tail and survive, and retreat to Jiangnan. But your loss will be great. In this world, you are the only one I can trust wholeheartedly, Xiao Lingyan said seriously. Although he knew that what this guy meant by saying this was very clear, because they were from the same hometown, and their outlook on life and values were the same. In modern times, they knew each other's roots and knew each other's nature. But seeing Xiao Lingyan's serious and somewhat solemn expression, Zhao Rushi still felt very useful. It feels good to be trusted wholeheartedly. She curled her lips and was in a good mood. You have good taste. Xiao Lingyan looked at her deeply and didn't speak for a while. After a pause, he said, I will do my best to protect you. Just do it with confidence. Besides, with your IQ, it is not difficult to avoid being coveted. Zhao Rushi smiled confidently and didn't speak. She would naturally use many means to distract others and spread the risk. Why didn't these noble families in ancient times become merchants when they had big businesses? There are tricks for that. Not only can she copy others, but she can also come up with many ways to reduce risks. If other forces dare to stretch their claws to her, they should cut off a finger first. Okay then. Except for the jadeite. You don't need to intervene in other things. You just need to give me the silver. In addition, you can check the things invented by Queen Shengyao and the blank points to see which ones can still make us money. Time waits for no one. We have to start our business as soon as possible. After you check, ask someone to pass the message to me. We can't always meet here or in Zibozai in the future. We have to change places. Zhao Rushi said. She trusts Xiao Ruodong very much. But she doesn't trust the king of Jinan. Xiao Ruodong treats her as a good friend, so she can meet people in Zibozai. But the king of Jinan and the princess of Jinan know about this, and they will definitely check the 5th master in front of them. The king of Jinan currently has no factional inclinations. He seems to be a faction of his own, loyal only to Xiao He, and looks like a typical royalist. But who knows what's going on inside? For example, she has no connection with anyone. But now she is in the faction of the 2nd and 5th prince. She is Xiao Lingyan's trump card, and their relationship must not be discovered by others. Okay. Let's move to another place after we have done it, Xiao Lingyan said. I will have someone rent some houses, and I will have someone notify you where we will meet. The underground party has so many secret codes for contact. It's not a big deal if we don't want to be discovered. Zhao Rushi laughed. Then, there is no need to do anything like putting a flower pot on the windowsill and letting the vendors meet. You can just ask someone to get Qin Feng the meeting place. The person I trust the most now is her. Because of trust, she always takes Qin Feng with her when she goes out. and does not take other maids and women with her. For this reason, she would buy some small jewelry for Qi Feng from Zibozai from time to time, as a reward for her hard work. Of course, she would also ask Qi Feng to give some silver money to Ma Sheng and Lu Bo from time to time. The bonus they received in a month was more than twice the monthly allowance. So they followed her around all day without complaint. That's how people's hearts were won. Xiaolingyan saw her sitting opposite him, talking and laughing, and his heart was warm. He suddenly thanked God for giving him a new place. Otherwise, he would have to work hard for a long time before he could sit down with Su Shi to discuss things so calmly. Right. I will send someone to the south tomorrow. You should also be prepared in the capital. I will go to the Ministry of Industry tomorrow to do some work. And I will build a good relationship with the craftsmen there. When they have good apprentices, I tell you, you can hire them to your workshop with high salary to prepare for the return of the jadeite. Okay. Zhao Rushi nodded. Don't worry. I will be ready. Take a look at the degree of steel smelting yourself. Whether you want to make weapons, vehicles for transporting supplies, or some machines, you can't do without steel. And rubber. I don't know if there is any in this world. If not, Yukamiya Ulman's glue will work. I can't get in touch with these things now. You will have no problem once you enter the Ministry of Industry. Xiaolingyan nodded. Don't worry. This is also the purpose of his joining the Ministry of Industry. With my current status, I can only be a turtle, not a bird that stands out. At least I have to lie dormant for 3 years. I will find out as soon as possible about the blank spots that can make money, or what Queen Shengyao has invented. When the time comes, you can invent whatever you can, and then let your master negotiate with the person above to let you obtain the right to sell to the people. Chapter 268. There is a guy who wants to propose to you. Zhao Rushi was happy when she heard it. Thank you very much. Let me tell you, I have invented so many things, and will make such great contributions to you. When your brother comes to power, you must confer a title on me. Marquis, Earl are all fine. Xiaolingyan looked at her strangely. What do you want these for? I want to tell the people of the world, and those aristocratic families, not to always treat women as goods. Their only purpose is to form marriage alliances. Women are also very capable. No worse than men. Women can not only take the imperial examinations, but also make a lot of money, and be granted a title. Su Shi, you are not planning to marry someone, but to marry a son-in-law. Right? What kind of good man is willing to be a son-in-law in this world? You have to have children after you get married. Right? Are you not afraid of lowering your IQ and giving birth to a bunch of idiots if you marry such a man? Are you still the Su Shi I know? The Su Shi I know is not so stupid. Who are you calling stupid? Zhao Rushi gave him a pair of sanitary balls. Do you think you can marry a smart woman? Don't you men choose wives based on appearance instead of brains? You are so proud and complacent if you marry a beautiful, silly and innocent girl who looks at you with admiration every day. People say that if the father is stupid, the mother will be stupid too. So your final outcome is to give birth to a bunch of idiots, both legitimate and illegitimate. The father is stupid. The mother will be stupid too. Xiaolingyan touched his chin, looking thoughtful. What you said makes sense. Zhao Rushi looked at him strangely, with alert eyes. She had been fighting with this guy in front of her for several years, but he never agreed with her. Even if he agreed in his heart, he would always refute her. Whatever reason he said would become distorted, and his purpose was to refute her to satisfy his twisted and strange psychology. But today he actually agreed with her. There must be a conspiracy. In my opinion, you might as well marry me. With our IQ, we can definitely give birth to a bunch of genius babies and dominate the world. What do you think? Xiaolingyan said seriously. I know what you care about. Don't worry. I will never take a concubine. We will be a couple for the rest of our lives. You big-headed ghost. Zhao Rushi stood up, put her hands on her waist, and glared at Xiaolingyan fiercely. Okay, Xiao Ku, you have only been here for a short time, and you dare to flirt with me. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? The prince is great, but without my help, you will die in 2 years. She pointed at Xiaolingyan angrily. Apologize. Xiaolingyan was also a flexible person, and was ready for Zhao Rushi to get angry. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay. I apologize. I apologize sincerely. Sorry. I won't dare to do it again. Zhao Rushi's eyes became more and more strange. This is so un-Xiaoke. This guy actually apologized obediently. Could it be that someone traveled through time again? She thought for a while and asked, "What place did you get in the student concept design competition in 2018? Xiao Lingyan was calm and composed. Even when he was forced to apologize, he didn't look embarrassed at all. But when he heard what Zhao Rushi said, his face changed. And he said angrily, "Su Shi, can you not mention this? You are always poking at other people's scars. You can't be so unkind." He usually competed with Su Shi in the competition. I don't know what went wrong in that competition. He was directly eliminated, and Su Shi won the first place. The gap between the two was too big, so he didn't dare to appear in front of Su Shi for a long time, for fear of being ridiculed by this woman. Later, when the two met, Su Shi didn't mention this matter. He thought Su Shi had started to learn to be a decent person. What happened? This became Su Shi's trump card. Every time when the two were arguing, and Su Shi was about to lose, he would bring up this matter, which made Xiaoku so angry that his head was about to smoke. This woman is so vicious. Zhao Rushi laughed, ha ha ha. Her eyebrows curved. You just gave in front of me. I thought you were exposed again, so I asked a question to verify it. Xiao Lingyan. He was really going to be defeated by this woman. Zhao Rushi stood up. It's okay. I'm leaving first. If I don't go to the painting academy, my master will send someone to look for me. As she said that, she was ready to leave. Wait. Xiao Lingyan called her. Zhao Rushi sighed and turned around. I say, you are not reluctant to let me go, are you? Who is reluctant to let you go? Can you stop being so conceited? Xiao Lingyan rolled his eyes at her. I just have something very important to remind you. If I don't tell you, you will definitely scold me for being disloyal and for making you fall into a trap. So I am going to tell you reluctantly. But if you don't want to listen, forget it. Zhao Rushi looked at her suspiciously and asked after a while, what's the matter? Xiao Lingyan sat down leisurely. You apologized to me first. Zhao Rushi glanced at him lightly and pretended to leave. Okay. I'll tell you. Xiao Lingyan had to surrender. Do you know that Fu Yunkai wants to propose to you? Speaking of this, he also admired Fu Yunkai. That day, when his brother Xiao Lingpu called Fu Yunkai over, he was not there. But he heard that his brother had broken the matter down to pieces with him and analyzed it all over, telling him that Miss Zhao Wu was not suitable for him. Fu Yunkai didn't know whether he was really persuaded or just perfunctory to his brother. He was silent for a long time and said, let me think about it carefully. Then he said goodbye and left. This morning, he asked someone to pass a message to Xiao Lingpu, saying that he still wanted to marry into the sweeping marquise mansion. This really made Xiao Lingyan lose his temper. So he quickly informed Zhao Rushi today. Otherwise, if this woman knew that he knew about this matter a long time ago but didn't mention it to her, he might get angry. As a fellow villager, he had the responsibility and obligation to remind her not to fall into the trap. Although she knew the trap very well, he also knew that she was smart and would not jump into it. But what if? Right? He had to fulfill his friendship as a fellow villager. Right? Zhao Rushi stopped and looked at Xiao Lingyan in astonishment. What did you just say? Say it again? Xiao Lingyan finally calmed down now. He leaned back on the chair, smiled, and repeated what he had just said slowly. He almost crossed his legs. No. Zhao Rushi really found it puzzling. Why? Why did he propose to me? Because he doesn't like girls from aristocratic families. He thinks they are pretentious. He doesn't want to marry a girl from an ordinary family. He thinks she has no talent, no ability, no knowledge. Just like his biological mother. Easy to make a fool of herself. He went to the Dali temple that day and knew that you could paint. And you were accepted as a disciple by Mr. Kumu, Wu Huixi, Gong Chung, and Wu Zong became your senior brothers. So after some consideration, he decided to propose to you. Chapter 269 Brother. Give up. He saw Zhao Rushi frowning, and the smile on his face deepened, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the armrest. Su Shi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Ancient men are different from modern men. You have to be careful. Modern men like you because of you, but ancient men want to marry you for the interests behind you. Parents in this era will not ask their daughters for their opinions. If someone comes to propose marriage, and you feel good about it, you might just agree to it. Don't wait until you are about to get married to find out about this. It will be too late to refuse then. Zhao Rushi walked back to her original position and sat down, silently looking at Xiao Lingyan without saying anything. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaolingyan touched his face. After traveling through time, what he was most satisfied with was this handsome face. He was barely a little handsome in modern times. In ancient times, this face was even more handsome than his modern one. And he became a big handsome guy. The optimization of the emperors of all dynasties is no joke. Since he traveled through time, he has been awakened by his own handsomeness every morning. Why? Are you stunned by my handsomeness? He said complacently. No. I am stunned by your big face. Zhao Rushi said very seriously. In the world, you can only see your mouth. Do you think your face is big? Xiaolingyan waved his hand. I know I am handsome. You don't need to remind me. But you need me to remind you. Otherwise you will be sold by your family, and happily help count the money. Zhao Rushi glanced at him. No. I am considering the possibility of agreeing to this marriage. I feel it is a good marriage. Xiaolingyan sat up straight. What did you say? I said. He was speechless. Even if you want to fight with me, you must be determined to be a tough guy. But you don't have to joke about your lifelong event. Right? Is it that serious? No. I am serious. Zhao Rushi said seriously. Xiaolingyan looked at her suspiciously, feeling that she was teasing him. Why? Because I found him to be a good match for me. Xiaolingyan frowned. He looked at Zhao Rushi silently for a while, and found that she was thinking seriously, as if she was really considering this matter. He felt uneasy and said quickly, he is cannon fodder. He will die faster than me. What are you trying to do? Just like him. If he didn't survive in 2 years, there would be nothing to say. Because he is cannon fodder. He is considered as a candidate. Zhao Rushi touched her chin and frowned, thinking, you see, as a woman in ancient times, it is impossible for me not to get married. As for getting married, firstly, I don't want to. And secondly, the disadvantages are too great. A man has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not to mention that he has to look after the faces of the 3 aunts and 6 grandmas. The word filial piety can crush a person. Since I want to get married, there is no better husband than a cannon fodder. He died not long after the marriage. And I didn't have the opportunity to take concubines, have mistresses, and have illegitimate children. In addition, from Fu Yunkai's personal conditions, he looks good, tall and handsome, brave and good at fighting, and has made many military achievements at a young age. I think his IQ is not a problem. Having a child with him would be great. I can live with my son, without being urged to get married or criticized. It would be so cool. She originally wanted to tease Xiaolingyan. After analyzing it this way, she actually thought it was feasible. Xiaolingyan was almost stunned by her logic. I say, do you want to be so stupid? Do you think it's so easy to be a widow? Have you heard that there are many gossips about widows? When the time comes, the wife of Ping Nanho will sell you out, and you will be kicked out. In ancient times, there were so many cases of people being sold or forced to death by their mothers-in-law. Aren't there enough? Zhao Rushi rolled her eyes at him. Can I be forced to death? You didn't force me to death. And the wife of Ping Marquis is more powerful than you. Sell me? Ha! Xiaolingyan ignored her, stood up and turned around excitedly in the room, and finally stood in front of Zhao Rushi, saying with a tragic face, if you must marry a cannon fodder, you might as well marry me. Zhao Rushi looked at him, sighed heavily, stood up, patted his shoulder and said, brother, with your status as a prince, don't even think about it. I want to marry you. Even if you die, my son and I will be killed. Royal family. Identity is original sin. I know you are loyal, but you don't need to sacrifice yourself like this. Besides, we are from the same hometown. If I marry you, it would be unkind to hope that you will die, but if you don't die, how can I live? I have to be mad at you every other day. I might as well die. So, you should take a rest, she said, and walked out the door. Xiaolingyan almost suffocated to death, and shouted at her back, what's wrong with the prince? You look down on the prince. When he said this, his tone was aggrieved, but he still had reason, and didn't dare to shout loudly, for fear that the neighbors would hear. Zhao Rushi walked fast again, and didn't hear what he said at all, which made Xiaolingyan so angry that he almost vomited blood. After thinking about it, he raised his foot and walked out of the door. No. Let's quickly give food to a woman. The toad wants to eat swan meat. He is beautiful. In the afternoon, Zhao Rushi stayed in the art academy honestly, in addition to teaching everyone to paint. He also took time to learn his painting method from Con Sherlin. After checking her background, she stopped using her points. She also took time to practice calligraphy every day and earn points every day. But she still wanted to open up a point to earn points and quickly accumulate 20,000 points to buy the agility pill. After buying the agility pill, she also wanted to buy the power pill. She didn't know what she would face in the future. If people found out that she was in the same group with Xiao Lingyan, she might be targeted by the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. With agility and brute force, she was still very safe in this era of cold weapons. At least, she wouldn't be killed by a single blow. If she really creates a new painting method, she will probably get a lot of points. Among all the ways to earn points, it should be the most cost-effective. Before that, she had to learn the painting method taught by Con Sherlin, so that she could combine the two and create her own unique painting skills. Not bad. Not bad. You should study hard. In time, you will definitely be better than your 3 senior brothers. Con Sherlin was very satisfied with Zhao Rushi's painting talent. He explained the basic painting method to Zhao Rushi, and Zhao Rushi learned it immediately. Although she was a little awkward when she started to paint, and she couldn't draw the desired effect, it can be seen that she has fully understood it in terms of brushwork and ink, and her painting has improved every time, and the progress is very obvious. I think if she practices more, she will be able to fully master the painting method he taught and draw excellent paintings. This talent is better than the 3 apprentices he accepted before. This was heard by Wu Zong, who came to ask Zhao Rushi for advice on sketching. Chapter 270. Am I a charmer? He said sourly. Master, you despise the old disciple now that you have a new disciple. You broke my heart. Do you know that? Get lost. Con Sherlin didn't even look at him. If you are stupid, you should know yourself. Your brain is far worse than your junior sister's. No matter how I taught you, you couldn't learn it. Why don't you hide aside, and don't let people see you? You come out to get in my way. You are asking for trouble. Zhao Rushi, puff, laughed out loud, gave his senior brother a sympathetic look, and added, It's okay. Senior brother, I don't dislike you. Wu Zong took 2 steps back, holding his wounded heart, his face full of despair. After Con Sherlin finished giving Zhao Rushi instructions, he asked Zhao Rushi about the problems he encountered in sketching, and said, The conditions you told Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang told me, and asked me to find a suitable house for you. He pointed to the house on the left. I happen to buy a separate courtyard with my master, right next door. There are many houses. Otherwise you can teach those people to paint in my house. And then the Dali Temple will give me some rent. This way, it will be convenient for you to give instructions back and forth. You don't have to wait for us to learn. You can directly call people to teach. Really? That's great. Zhao Rushi said in surprise. She was very grateful. Thank you, senior brother. There are so many places in the capital. But Wu Zong provided such a place to Zhang Chanshan, just for her convenience, compared to letting people live there and messing up the house. The rent is nothing to Wu Zong, and it is even not worth it. He did this all for her good. Wu Zong waved his hand. You don't need to thank me. Just thank Master. I do this to please Master, so that he won't despise us and forget about us. Isn't that right, Master? He came to Con Sherlin with a cheeky face to show off. Con Sherlin didn't scold him this time, but reached out and touched his head kindly, praising him in cooperation. You did a good job. When Master is free, I will buy you a good inkstone. Hee. Thank you, Master. Wu Zong narrowed his eyes in a smile. Zhao Rushi watched the Master and apprentice singing in unison, covering her mouth and laughing. Why are you grinning? Hurry up and paint. Con Sherlin slapped her on the head. Zhao Rushi hurriedly concentrated on painting. That day, she spent an afternoon in the painting academy. After everyone went back, she followed Con Sherlin and Wu Zong to see the courtyard next door, and found that the layout inside was different from Con Sherlin's. Con Sherlin's courtyard was particular about style, so there were not many houses, all of which were gardens, pavilions, terraces, ponds and other scenery. Wu Zong's place looks like a home, divided into courtyards, and there is no garden. In fact, when my master and I bought the house, his place was similar to mine. Later, he came to Bac Ninh to give a lecture and wanted to rest here. When he was too lazy to run around, he might even stay here for a while. So he cleaned it up, asked people to demolish the house, build a garden, and made it what it is now. Wu Zong explained. Alas, being rich makes you so willful. Zhao Rushi sighed. It would be nice if she was that rich. Wu Zong smiled and said, Little junior sister, you are not poor now. Right? You have farms and shops. And you have 20,000 to 30,000 taels of silver. When the painting class at the Dali Temple is established, you will have a lot of money. My master and I have accumulated it for many years. You have made so much money in just a short time. It's amazing. That's right. Kong Sherlin came back from a walk in the yard and happened to hear what Wu Zong said. Girl, your father is not as rich as you. Right? Your sweeping marquis's mansion has a house, some shops, and land, but not much. And you have to support the people in the mansion. Girl, you must manage the money well. Don't be silly, and use it to support the servants in your mansion. It is your father's job to support the family, and you don't need it. Hearing this, Wu Zong couldn't help but look at Zhao Rushi. His master was very protective of his shortcomings, always afraid that they would suffer losses in the family. But estrangement does not separate relatives. If Zhao Rushi didn't understand the love of his master, he might complain. Fortunately, the little sister smiled when she heard this, and ran over to the master and said affectionately, Master, don't worry. I know everything. You let my brother set up the shop and the farm in my name, and I will keep the banknotes. I plan to open a silver shop in a while. She sighed. I am not short of money now, but I am short of manpower. There are not many servants in our mansion who can do things, and I don't want to mix my own business with the mansion. If Kong Sherlin hadn't shown his protection, she wouldn't have said this to him. In ancient times, filial piety was the way to rule the world. So people in this era are somewhat foolishly filial. Even if they are not foolishly filial in their hearts, they cannot show the slightest disrespect to their parents in their words and deeds, because it does not conform to the three views of this era. Do not own private property while your parents are still alive. This is the most basic respect for your parents. What is rare is that Kong Sherlin protects these disciples like chicks. So she dared to tell her inner thoughts to her master. Kong Sherlin touched his beard. There is no other way. You could only ask someone to find it for you slowly. Oh right. Wu Zong interrupted. Sun Jiaowang? Do you still remember him? Zhao Rushi was stunned, not understanding why his senior brother mentioned him, and nodded. I remember. His case hasn't been solved yet. Right? The portrait has been sent to Yangzhou by express horse, but there is no reply yet. It will take some time to find someone. Wu Zong said. When the case is closed, do you want to buy Sun Jiaowang? Sun Jiaowang knew that I was your senior brother, and secretly asked me what he would do after the case was closed, when he learned that the Dali Temple was going to sell him to a middleman. He said he wanted to follow you. Why? Zhao Rushi said, touching her face. Could it be that the idiot gave her beauty pills while she was asleep? She went to the Dali Temple, and not only charmed Fu Yunkai, but also Sun Jiaowang. So, she now has a charming face? The system immediately popped up to complain. I didn't see the charming face. I only saw a big face. The kind that only has a mouth left in the world. Zhao Rushi. This guy actually learned to cook and sell on the spot? Wu Zong was also confused, shook his head, and said uncertainly, Maybe, you look very kind? Brother, what's with that confused look in your eyes? Zhao Rushi ignored the system, and yelled at Wu Zong in dissatisfaction. Isn't this the truth? He must have seen that I have a kind face, and wanted to find a good master. She nodded affirmatively, yes. That's it. Wu Zong was stunned by her shamelessness, and couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 271 Don't Want to Go. Kong Sherlin stroked his beard on the side. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly. If you think Sun Jiaowang is reliable, and has no bad intentions, then help me buy him. Zhao Rushi said. She is in need of people now. If someone is impressed by her personality charm, and offers himself to her, she will naturally not refuse. After looking at the house, the master and his apprentice walked out. Wu Zong said, I know a few reliable middlemen. When are you free? I'll ask them to meet you. Zhao Rushi scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. I have to go to the academy in the morning and paint in the afternoon, which means I have some free time at noon. Is it convenient for them to come to Binding? Then I'll ask them to come tomorrow before noon. Let's meet at this house. I'll give you the key to the house now. After several people left the house, Wu Zong locked the door and handed the key to Zhao Rushi. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Rushi was very moved. Her luckiest thing was to meet her master, who also gave her such a good senior brother. After returning to the beau's house and having dinner, she was teaching Zhao Jingtai to draw when she saw Zhu leading several maids over. The maids were holding boxes in their hands. Behind the maids were two unfamiliar women. Zhao Rushi looked at Zhu, then at the box, and asked, "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhao Jingtai, who was drawing, raised his fat face and looked over. Zhao Rushi slapped him down. "Draw carefully. Don't be distracted." Zhu was very happy to see her son being suppressed by her daughter and dared not move. She first gave her daughter an admiring look, then said, "Aren't you going to the banquet tomorrow? I asked the embroiderer in the mansion to make 2 sets of clothes for you. You can try them. If you need jewelry, you can also go to the silver shop tomorrow. I will give you how much money you need." Zhao Rushi got a headache when she heard this. "Mother, can I not go tomorrow?" She was so busy that she really didn't have time to attend any banquet. That kind of banquet was highly anticipated by the ladies in Beijing. But in Zhao Rushi's eyes, it was really pathetic and boring. The ladies were looking forward to it because they could show off their beauty, talent and character like a peacock spreading its tail. But in Zhao Rushi's view, this behavior was like the goods on the stall, which were first wiped clean and bright, then packed in boxes, waiting for the favor and selection of customers. If a family took a fancy to them, they would then estimate what kind of family the other party was, and what price they could afford. Finally, after a series of bargaining and selling, they finally got married. After arriving at the husband's house, they had to live according to their husband's mood, do housework for him, give birth to children, and also take care of his concubines and illegitimate children, and compete with the concubines for the pitiful love of their husbands. If the husband's family is not well off, she has to use her dowry to support her husband and his concubines and illegitimate children. In the original novel, Zhao Rui was particularly looking forward to, and liked this kind of banquet. At the banquet, she stepped on the original owner to highlight her beauty, temperament, and talent, and won the praise of the ladies. Finally, she won the favor of the wife of Ping and Ho, who always looked up to the sky, and let her marry her good-for-nothing son Fu Yunlang. After the death of Ping and Ho and Fu Yunkai, Fu Yunlang finally counterattacked and took over. Because of her status, Zhao Ryu was often verbally bullied by her mother-in-law. If the original novel author hadn't made the male protagonist devoted to her, and Wei Qiu hadn't been her strong support, she wouldn't have known what would have happened. Zhao Rushi was thinking about all these things when she heard Zhu Shi say, "The princess of Jinan sent you a letter specifically. Do you dare to say you won't go?" Zhao Rushi. She didn't dare. She wasn't afraid that the princess of Jinan would be unhappy, but she was afraid of her mother, who was glaring at her. The inattentive little fat boy next to her couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh secretly when he saw his wise and brave sister cowering in front of his mother, who was about to get angry. After going into the house to change clothes, Zhao Rushi was criticized by a group of women and forced to take out her jewelry box and insert pearls and jade. She looked like she had no desire to live. She would rather go to the Dali temple to paint a portrait for a long time than be tormented by women like this. Take the skirt back to be altered, and the jewelry is set. Zhu finally nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Rushi drew the design for Zibozai. Both Xiao Ruodong and Wang, the shopkeeper of Zibozai, were very generous. They gave her one piece of jewelry she designed that was not very valuable, and sold her the valuable ones at the cost price. Zhao Rushi thought that since these jewelry were designed by herself, it would be a good deal if she bought them. If she needed to give them as gifts in the future, she could put them in a box and give them to others, which would be very cost-effective. Therefore, most of the money she earned from drawing jewelry designs was exchanged for jewelry. During this period, she also gave 1 or 2 pieces of jewelry to the old lady and Zhu, and the total value of each gift was between 300 and 400 taels of silver. Considering the self-esteem of Xie and Su Shui, the jewelry she brought when she went to Su's house yesterday was not very valuable, but it was worth dozens of taels of silver. For this, Xie was still very uneasy. Tomorrow is the banquet at the beginning of the month. After you come out of the academy, go to the painting academy and come back. Explain to your master and others. They should understand. Zhu explained. Zhao Rushi frowned. Shinchu is going to go in for tea and chat. Right? When will the banquet start? Don't you want to go when the meal starts? Who are we to act so arrogantly? We might be accused of being ungrateful. Zhu said sternly. You must come back by then. or I will send a letter to your master tomorrow morning and ask him for mercy. Zhao Rushi turned around and looked at Zhu, saying seriously, it's really not possible. This is official business. And the emperor has issued an order. Although this is not a class organized by the Dali Temple, Mr. Kumu is taking it. And the emperor knows it. Dali Temple Master Zhang is waiting for my class to finish early, so that he can start his class there. How many murders are involved in the painting class held by Dali Temple? If I ask for leave just to attend a banquet, what will the emperor and Master Zhang think of me? What will my master and senior brothers think of me? This kind of banquet may be a big deal in your eyes, but in the eyes of the emperor and the masters, it is just a pastime for the women in the inner house to kill time. Zhu opened her mouth, unable to refute. This is indeed the case. She felt that receiving the invitation from the Jinan Palace was a great honor. But in the eyes of the Emperor and Lord Zhang, it was nothing. But we can't explain to the Princess of Jinan, she said. Just tell her directly. There is nothing that the Princess of Jinan doesn't know about in the court. She will understand. If I ignore such an important matter as the Dali Temple in order to attend the banquet, and let the Emperor have a problem with her family, that would really offend her. Chapter 272 Father-in-Law Strategy? Zhao Rushi is a person who pays great attention to details. That day, she met Xiaolingyan at Zibozai, and Manager Wang treated her with more respect and affection than usual. She guessed that there might be two reasons. One is that she persuaded Xiao Ruotong that day, and Xiao Ruotong went back to the Duke of Ying's mansion the next day. The other possibility is that she worshipped Mr. Kong Sherlin as her teacher, thus improving her status. Therefore, when she went to the Jinan Palace for the second time, the Jinan princess's attitude towards her was much more affectionate than the first time. She sent the invitation, and I think she also wanted to make friends with me. She would never be unhappy because she was late for the banquet because of official business. And what if she was unhappy? Zhao Rushi didn't plan to deal with these inner house women. As for Zhu's intention to get more invitations by making friends with the Jinan Palace, take her to banquets more often in the future, meet more noble ladies, and finally achieve the purpose of selling her out and finding a good marriage for her, she declined. Mother, think about all the things I have done since returning to the mansion. Isn't it worth you to treat me like a boy? I have my own world. My work is in the court, in my own achievements. I don't need to please those noble ladies and rely on their favor to improve my status. She patiently explained, just look at this time. Why did the Princess of Jinan send me an invitation? Is it because I went to visit Master Xiao? No. Mother. She sent me an invitation because I am Mr. Kumu's apprentice. Zhu was shocked and looked at Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi nodded at her. This time I helped the Dali Temple. Not only those ladies of the noble families, but also the adults in the court looked up to me. I can rely on my ability to stand upright in front of people and live a life of my own, comparable to the husbands and sons of these ladies from aristocratic families. Do I need to lower my status to please them? Doing so will not only do me no good, but will be harmful, and make people look down on me for no reason. This is putting the cart before the horse. Well said. A powerful voice sounded outside the door. And then Zhao Yuanxuan appeared at the door. He looked at Zhao Rushi. His dark eyes were surprisingly bright, and his whole body was in high spirits, which made Zhu stunned. How long has it been since she saw such a husband? When Zhao Yuanxuan was still the prince, he was so high-spirited when he came to the Zhu mansion as a guest. But later, due to poor health and no hope for a career, he became quiet, unsmiling and taciturn. Sister, she said it well. My little she is already a figure now, and will be a famous scholar like Mr. Kumu in the future. She has a bright future. Madam, you can't drag her to the inner house. It is extremely stupid to take the dark alley instead of the bright road. Zhao Yuanxuan walked in and sat down on a chair while talking. Zhu did not argue with her husband, nor did she feel unhappy because of what he said, because she knew Zhao Yuanxuan too well. Zhao Yuanxuan was a calm and modest person. If Zhao Yuanxuan had not encountered a great good thing, he would not be so confused. Did you encounter a good thing? She asked. Zhao Yuanxuan took the tea brought by the maid, drank it all, and then said very proudly, Hey, guess who I will have dinner with tonight? Or, who invited me to dinner tonight? Zhu and Zhao Rushi then noticed that Zhao Yuanxuan had a faint smell of alcohol. Zhao Yuanxuan basically didn't drink alcohol because of his poor health. Unless there was a major occasion or a big happy event, he would drink a few glasses of wine to celebrate. Zhu's mind quickly flashed through the recent events. and she really couldn't guess what good things could happen in the Bo mansion. Zhao Rushi thought of Xiao Lingyan's words. But a bad premonition surged in her heart. Sure enough, Zhao Yuanchuan then said proudly, "It was General Fu Yunkai of Pingnan Ho. He invited you to drink?" Zhu asked doubtfully. And then her eyes lit up. "He wants to invite you to serve in the army. Only this can explain why her husband is so happy." Ha ha ha. No. Zhao Yuanchuan laughed and looked at Zhao Rushi and said, "He came to apologize to me." Really? Zhu was also very happy to hear that. It seems that General Fu is also a reasonable person. That's right, Zhao Yuanchuan said. He personally sent a letter to invite me to his villa for a drink, explained the matter of buying the farm that day, and said a lot of words of admiration for me. Alas, I, Zhao Yuanchuan, have been a coward all my life. But I never thought that a Xuanwu general would apologize to me and befriend me. I thought about it. It was all because our daughter was capable, and was valued by the Emperor and Mr. Zhang of the Dali Temple, and protected by Mr. Ku Mu and Mr. Wu. The Xuanwu general is a fourth-rank official. Fu Yunkai was able to make military achievements at a young age, and became a Xuanwu general, even though Zhao Yuanchuan was older than him. He admired him very much. Pingnan Ho was even more of a role model for military generals. Military officers are different from civil officials. Civilians look down on each other, and no matter how outstanding others are, many of them are unwilling to accept it. Military generals are different. They are simpler. Those who are brave and good at fighting, who can win battles and annihilate the enemy, and who can make achievements with military exploits, no matter what their backgrounds are. They admire them very much. After all, military generals of all dynasties fought for their lives on the battlefield. Zhao Rushi's face was a little strange when she heard Zhao Yuanchuan's words. She remembered what Xiao Lingyan said. Besides apologizing, what else did he say to you? She asked. Zhao Yuanchuan misunderstood her meaning. He sighed and said, "No. I know what you want to ask. But with my status, even if he wants to invite me to serve in the army, I can't go. What's more, it was the Emperor who personally ordered to remove my idle position. He came to invite me after such a short time. I am afraid of causing trouble for him." He waved his hand. "Forget it. I will stay at home peacefully. I insisted on taking the position before because I wanted to find a way out for you and raise your status. Now that you have a promising future, and you can help your brother, I will rest at home and recuperate." After hearing this, Zhu smiled and said, "Isn't that right? I have said long ago that your good health is better than anything else." Zhao Rushi listened to the conversation between the two and said nothing silently. Although she did not want to be sentimental, nor did she think she was really a charmer. But with Xiao Lingyan's reminder and Fu Yunkai's behavior tonight, it was hard for her not to think too much. Fu Yunkai invited Zhao Yuanchuan to dinner tonight. Probably for her. What is he trying to do? First conquer the old father-in-law, and want to use parents' orders, matchmaker's words, to directly settle the marriage and leave her out? Chapter 273. Treat me as your son. She touched her chin, frowned and tried to recall the description of Fu Yunkai in the novel. But after thinking about it, there were few places where he was mentioned in the novel. This name appeared more in the memories of the male protagonist Fu Yunlang. The novel also did not mention that Fu Yunkai had ever had any intersection with the Swaping Marquis mansion. Forget it. Don't think about it. Zhao Rushi retracted her thoughts, and saw that Zhao Yuanchuan was still very excitedly telling Zhu about the dinner and drinking with Fu Yunkai tonight, and shrugged helplessly. He said that he was also invited to the birthday party of the old princess of Jinan Palace. He will continue to drink with me in Jinan Palace tomorrow, Zhao Yuanchuan said. Zhu looked at Zhao Rushi helplessly, stood up and said, "Let's go. Sister, she needs to rest. Let's talk about it when we get back." Zhao Yuanchuan went back to the main courtyard first, but didn't find his wife. He heard that his wife was in Zhao Rushi's courtyard. Then he thought that Fu Yunkai invited him to drink because his daughter was promising. So he took advantage of the alcohol to find her. At this moment, he didn't stay and stood up to leave. Zhao Rushi was about to report the purchase of a woman to Zhu, but was interrupted by Zhao Yuanchuan. Seeing that he was drunk but still sober, she took the opportunity to tell them the matter while they were both there. She tried to persuade him. "Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Please sit down first." The two had to sit down again. Zhao Rushi pondered for a while, considered the wording, and then said, "Dad, Mom, you know that the farm in Weiqiu is now registered in my name, Right. After this was done, she signaled Ma Sheng to report to Zhao Yuanxuan. Presumably Zhao Yuanxuan knew about it. Sure enough, when Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu heard about this, they looked at each other and nodded. We know. If it was their daughter who applied to register the farm in her name, they would definitely be unhappy. They had never thought of embezzling their daughter's property, and had already told her that these things were hers, and she would take them away as dowry when she got married. If Zhao Rushi was still on guard against them, they would naturally feel uncomfortable. But Ma Sheng reported the situation of that day to Zhao Yuanxuan in detail. Knowing that this was Wu Zong's idea, the two did not think much about it. Do you know that the Ping'an Marquis mansion robbed my farm that day? Which made my master unhappy. My master went to the palace to argue with the emperor. In order to appease him, the emperor gave me a shop? Zhao Yuanxuan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. This matter was also told to him by Ma Sheng. Ma Sheng told me. Ma Sheng said that you asked him to say it. He said he didn't want his daughter to misunderstand that he sent Ma Sheng to monitor her whereabouts. I have already told Ma Sheng that since I let him follow you, he is your exclusive servant. And so are the whole family. If there is anything in the future, he doesn't have to report to me unless you ask him to. Zhao Yuanxuan didn't think so much at first. He felt that Zhao Rushi was his daughter, and the money and property she earned should be kept at home. He and Zhu had the same idea. That is, they owed their daughter. So when his daughter gets married, let her take all the property with her. He didn't want to take advantage of his daughter's money, but they were worried about leaving such a large amount of money in Zhao Rushi's hands, and they wanted to keep an eye on it for their daughter, fearing that she would spend it recklessly or be cheated. But Wu Zong's words were heard by Ma Sheng, and they woke him up all of a sudden. How did his daughter get all the money? Farms and shops? They were all planned by Mr. Kong Sherlin for his disciples. The painting training class was set up under the name of Mr. Ku Mu, and he helped collect the banknotes. Wei Qiu's farm was also obtained by Mr. Ku Mu's third apprentice to help Zhao Rushi get it, and he even ran to the emperor to argue with him. The shop was also obtained in this way. Mr. Ku Mu is looking for money and property for his disciples, but it is not for the Swaping Marquis mansion. If he puts all these things in his own name and keeps them under his nose so that Zhao Rushi can't touch them at will, what does that mean? What's more, there are not only him and his wife in the mansion, but also the old lady and Zhao Jingtai. The old lady values her children and grandchildren more. If these money and lands belong to the Marquis mansion, will she think that they all belong to the Marquis mansion? When Zhao Rushi gets married, she thinks that compared with the property Zhao Rushi took away, the money left for her grandson is only a little. Will she do something to make Zhao Rushi feel disappointed? And Zhao Jingtai, will he take it for granted that these are all his property? When he thought about this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Now that Zhao Rushi brought up this issue, he was very glad that he had figured it out and could make it clear in front of his daughter, so that his daughter would not misunderstand them. The daughter was originally brought back halfway, and she didn't have a deep relationship with him. If there was a gap in their hearts because of this, no matter how much money was spent, it would not be able to save it. Zhao Rushi was very satisfied with Zhao Yuanxuan's statement. In the final analysis, although she is related to Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu Shi by blood, her soul is the modern Su Shi, and she has nothing to do with them. The age difference between them is not much, although she calls them father and mother. If she is not satisfied with their behavior, she will take care of them and prevent them from being affected by the two political storms in 2 or 3 years, and save their lives and property. Don't expect anything else. This is also the fundamental reason why she doesn't want Zhao Yuanxuan to interfere in her business and use people from Swaping Bofu to do business. In her previous life, she studied independently and worked hard for her career, so she was used to being free. She could bear the consequences of everything she did. She didn't want anyone to point fingers at her in the name of her parents, especially in this ancient time when filial piety was the rule of the world and everyone in the world was a parent. She didn't want this to happen. Dad, Mom, I have my own ambitions and plans for my life. I want to be a free person who can display my abilities, instead of asking for money from others for every penny I spend and having to look at others' faces for every meal I eat. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu were both slightly shocked when they heard this. Zhao Rushi continued, now I have a shop, a farm, and money for teaching people to paint. In the future, the Dali Temple will give me a stipend, so I will buy some houses and servants next. I plan to open a silver shop and do other business. I don't want the mansion to invest a penny in me. Nor do I need the mansion. If I make money, I will honor my grandmother and my parents. If I lose money, I can make money by selling paintings to support myself. And you still don't need to worry about me. So I would like to ask you to let me freely display my abilities and ambitions. I think I am no worse than some men. I will definitely make more money, and let you live a better life. Chapter 274 Meeting the Middleman. As she spoke, she looked at Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu hopefully, waiting for their statement. Zhu covered her mouth and sobbed. Zhao Rushi was dumbfounded. She had imagined that Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu would be proud of her, or directly oppose her. But she didn't expect that Zhu, a mother who had never been weak, would cry when she heard what she said. Mom, if I said something wrong, just beat me. Don't cry, she said anxiously. She had been very tough before, saying that she didn't care about the couple, but she still had expectations for the couple. They treated her as their daughter, so she naturally had a sense of admiration for them, and it was impossible for her not to care about them. Mother, I'm sorry for you. I've made you suffer too much, Zhu cried breathlessly. Girls from other families, apart from paying attention to food, clothing and playing all day long, how could they be so obsessed with making money? You have suffered too much. So you are always afraid of having no money. Afraid of having to look at other people's faces for food. Zhao Rushi said that just to show her feelings. Who knew you thought so much? She looked helpless. Mother, I just said that. It's not that I really don't have food to eat. Nor am I afraid of poverty. In life, do you only think about making money when you have nothing to eat and nothing to wear? Look at the Jinan Palace. They have opened a silver shop and a silk shop to do so many businesses. Even our family wants to earn more property to leave to our descendants. Not that we really don't have enough food to eat. Right? But Zhu didn't know what she was thinking. She cried for a long time, and then stopped sobbing. Zhao Yuanxuan patted his wife's shoulder and said to Zhao Rushi, if you want to do it, go ahead. Just because you don't know anything at the beginning. Don't invest all your money at once. And don't spread your business too wide. Take your time. If you need help from me and your mother, just ask. We don't need your filial piety. If you make money, keep it for yourself. If you lose money, don't worry. Your parents will support you. Your parents have let you down for the past 14 years. And they will never do anything to let you down again in the future. So you can rest assured. We are a family. Okay. Zhao Rushi nodded vigorously. She was judging others by her own standards. She just informed Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu tonight, so that they would not feel disappointed when they found out that she had a large number of servants and a large amount of property outside. She didn't want them to worry about how to do it and how many people to buy. Seeing that Zhao Rushi had nothing else to say, Zhao Yuanxuan and his wife got up and left. Zhao Rushi slept well all night. The next day, she went to the academy for half a day as usual. She didn't have time to have snacks with Xiaoxiu at noon. So she went out and got on the carriage directly. She asked Ma Sheng, have those middlemen arrived? How many have arrived? When she was in class, Qi Feng, Lu Bo, and Ma Sheng would go to the gatehouse of Kong Shirling's courtyard to rest. After sending her off early this morning, the three of them went over and opened the door to the Wu family's courtyard, waiting for the middleman Wu Zong mentioned to arrive. Ma Sheng was responsible for the reception. Lu Bo went to the street to buy some snacks and fruits, and Qi Feng went to the Kong family painting academy to borrow a woman from the stove to boil water and make tea to entertain the guests. For people came in the morning. The people from the north of the city and Biden came the earliest, and the people from the south of the city and the west of the city were not late. The one in the east of the city sent a servant to deliver the message, saying that he would take people to look at the house and would arrive at noon. Ma Sheng said, it is estimated that he will arrive by now. These middlemen were found according to Zhao Rushi's conditions. She told Wu Zong to find a middleman in each of the 4 districts of the southeast, northwest, and north of the capital, and the 5 places of Baining. The middlemen introduced by Wu Zong now are all very reputable middlemen in that place. Ma Sheng received these people in the morning, just as Zhao Rushi instructed, chatting with them, and getting to know them, to find out the resources they have, and what they are best at. Now he reported the information he had obtained to Zhao Rushi, and said all the Yamen runners of the Dali Temple went to greet them. So these 4 people all put off their business early in the morning, and were very attentive to me. Ma Sheng and Zhao Rushi knew very well why they were so attentive. It was not because of his status, or the status of the Swaping Marquis Mansion. but because of the face of Wuzong of the Dali Temple. This is the benefit of power. Zhao Rushi was moved and felt more grateful to Wuzong. When they arrived at the Wu family's villa, not only the original four, but also the latecomer from Dongcheng had arrived. The five of them bowed to Zhao Rushi one by one. Please sit down. Zhao Rushi was in a hurry, so she got straight to the point. I want to buy some houses and some servants, so I trouble you all to come here today. She looked at the middleman inviting, Mr. Li, is there a yard for sale nearby? I want to buy a yard this big, preferably closer to my master and senior brother's house, and even better if it's right next to them. Mr. Li thought for a while and asked, I wonder what price the young lady can offer. The price of a house like this is about 3,000 taels. No one has come to us to sell it yet. But if the girl offers a high price, I can go to her house and ask. Zhao Rushi wants this house for many purposes. First, she can rest here when she trains the people in the Dali Temple. Second, it can also be used to accommodate and train the servants she bought. Third, Baiting is not far from the capital, and she goes there every day. In the future, the shopkeepers and shop assistants at her shop can live in Baiting. This place can be used as a staff dormitory, which is more cost-effective than buying a house in the capital. For the same price, she could only buy a house in the capital city where there were many good and bad people. Comparing the two, she felt that the servants would be more willing to go a little further and live here. This place is full of houses or courtyards of wealthy families, which are safe and comfortable in all aspects. She said, below 4,000 taels, we can negotiate. Of course, if his house is particularly good and suits my taste, it is not impossible to negotiate for more than 4,000. In fact, if you buy it in other places, you may not have to pay such a high premium. But who said that this place is right next to the master and senior brother? With a house here, it is convenient for us to travel. I think Wuzong also considered this reason when he bought the house. Okay, Miss Zhao, I will try my best to ask for you, Li Zhongren said. Zhao Rushi nodded and looked at the two Zhongren in the south and west of the city, if there are suitable houses in Wang Zhongren and Yu Zhongren. The price is about 3,000 to 5,000 taels. Please help me keep an eye out. The royal and inner city of the capital are built in the center, and 4 areas are formed around them, east, west, south and north. The east is more valuable in China. Officials who cannot buy houses in the inner city live in the east of the city. So houses in the east of the city may not be available even if you have money. And you must have a matching identity. This is also the reason why the houses sold by the Dali Temple are so popular. Chapter 275, Appointment. The houses in the east of the city are in short supply. Officials who cannot afford to buy them or are short of money will go to the south of the city, which is adjacent to the east, to buy houses. The price of houses there is second only to that in the east. The west of the city is a step down, where minor officials live. The remaining north of the city is where ordinary people live. Although the houses in the north of the city are much cheaper, it is okay if they are bought as dormitories for employees. But Zhao Rushi bought the house to be a warehouse and processing site for jadeite raw stones, so it is not appropriate to buy it in the north of the city. The housing prices there are cheap, but there are also a lot of people, and the safety is definitely not as good as the 3 directions of the east, south, and west where the housing prices are high. The 2 brokers can get a number in the government office and are favored by Wuzong, so they naturally have houses in their hands. Wang Zhongren from the south of the city smiled and said, I have a few houses in my hands. Miss Zhao can go and have a look when she is free. Yu Zhongren from the west of the city also said, I have that too. Miss Zhao can have a look at them all. Okay. Zhao Rushi began to have a headache again because of her lack of time. She thought about the schedule of the academy tomorrow morning and said, then tomorrow morning, I can go to see the house at 3 p.m. You two can discuss how to arrange it more reasonably. I want to see the houses in the south of the city first, then go to the west of the city, and try to see all the houses in one morning. The 2 middlemen looked at each other, and Wang said, then I will wait for the girl at the gate of Sweeping Marquis' mansion at 3 p.m. You went to the big banyan tree at the junction of the south and west of the city at 3 p.m. and waited. If we are late, I will send someone there to tell you. Yu Zhongren had no objection and nodded, okay. After arranging the house, Zhao Rushi began to put forward the requirements for buying people. All the people I want to buy must be under 30 years old and over 14 years old. If it is a family, the age limit can be relaxed. The people she bought must be able to do things immediately and cannot be too young. People who are too old are generally rigid in thinking and slow to learn things. Moreover, the number of years they can work for her is limited. So she eliminated the older ones. She bought people. So she naturally had to train them in a modern way. It is not okay to learn things too slowly. In modern times, people in their 30s are actually a good time to start a career. They are young and energetic, and have rich life and work experience. They are what all units and companies like to have. But this rule does not apply in ancient times. People in ancient times got married early, and they were grandparents at the age of 35 or 36. Perhaps it is this kind of status that suggests that she always feels that people who become grandparents have no fighting spirit, and they start to accept the support of their children and grandchildren and enjoy life like modern retired elderly people. Of course, this may be related to the short lifespan of the ancients. She would not want such elderly people who pursue a comfortable life. Among these people, I want 10 capable people who can manage things, and 30 people who are flexible and smart. If you know a shopkeeper with good character and strong ability, you can introduce him to me. Some shopkeepers of this era were selected and trained by the noble families from their slaves. There were also some who were born in the common people, just like modern professional managers, who had brains but no capital, and could only work as shopkeepers for others. She wanted the latter. She would certainly select and train the shopkeepers from the slaves. Such shopkeepers are very loyal, will not have any bad intentions, and are not easily bribed. She could also hand over any secret recipes to them with confidence. But isn't it too late now? She could only hire 2 or 3 shopkeepers first, and then train her own people. As for the accountant, she planned to train her own. So she made the request. Those who can read and count are given priority. Those who can speak well are given priority. And those who are smart are given priority. But I value character the most. So don't introduce people with bad character to me. You should screen them first. If there is a suitable one, I will only want more people, not less. And this is not a one-time deal. I will buy more people in the future. When several middlemen heard that the buyer was the lady of Swaping Marquis' mansion, they didn't have much expectation for this business. This kind of lady from aristocratic family buys people just to buy a few dowries for herself, or buy some small farms, small houses, and small shops, which are not worth much. They came here for the sake of the face of Wu Zong and the yamen runners of the Dali Temple. But Zhao Rushi's proposal to buy at least 2 large houses shocked them directly. Now hearing that so many people were to be bought, they were secretly glad that they came on time and did not offend the girl in their attitude. You have to know that noble families have children. It takes a long time for ordinary families to become rich. Naturally, they buy people slowly. Buying more than 10 at a time is a big deal. Even if noble families want to have people, they only buy children of 6 or 7 years old. It is rare to see someone like Zhao Rushi buying so many people at once. That's no problem. Tong Zhongren from the east of the city said, I have a lot of servants sold by the families of criminal officials. Some of them can read and count, and many are smart. Miss Zhao can definitely find a satisfactory servant from me. Among the middlemen, there are also people with status. Tong Zhongren was originally the son of an official family. His family lived in the east of the city, and he liked to make friends by nature. Later, his family fell into decline, and he had no other skills. So he used his resources to become a middleman. He has connections in the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice, and he can get some houses and servants sold there. So he feels that his status is higher than other middlemen. But Zhao Rushi is ready to spend tens of thousands of taels of silver to buy a house. But he doesn't have a share. So he is very depressed. But now buying servants is where he can show his skills. Among these 5 middlemen, Zhao Rushi thinks the one in the east of the city is the most unnecessary. She doesn't want to buy the house in the east of the city, nor does she want to buy the servants sold by the guilty officials. These people are easily involved with other officials and families, which is more troublesome. But it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Although this Tong Zhongren was introduced by Wu Zong, he is not a villain to a large extent. But Zhao Rushi still doesn't want to offend such a person who is mixed with all kinds of people. She smiled and said, Okay. Then I will take a look at the servants in Tong Zhongren's hands first. She looked at the others. I will look at the servants in the hands of others, and I will pick them all. As I said, I will buy more if there are good ones. She thought for a while. Let's do this. At this time tomorrow at noon. You bring all the suitable people, and I will pick them, in order not to waste everyone's time. Let's arrange the meeting time in order. East, south, west, north, north. In this order. Each person has 2 to 3/4 of an hour. Tong Zhongren arrived at Weisher. Wang Zhongren arrived at Weisher 2/4. And the rest of the people followed the same pattern. She was short of time. And it was convenient here. So she could only ask them to bring people here by mule cart. Chapter 276 Attending the banquet. After you bring people here, I will ask someone to arrange a separate courtyard for you. I will naturally go to your courtyard after I pick the previous one. If you don't come on time, I will think that you don't want to do my business. And I won't force you. She made clear arrangements and took every person into consideration. The most important thing is that she showed her strength. Naturally, everyone had no objection and said that they would definitely come tomorrow. Xiao Rushi served tea and saw the guests off. After the people left, she got up and went to the Kong Family Art Academy next door. Found Wu Zong and told him about it. Wu Zong called people here just to help his junior sister. And he was shocked that she would do such a big business. Why did you buy so many houses and servants? Do your family know? He asked. Xiao Rushi smiled guiltily. I haven't had time to tell my family yet. But I have my reasons for doing this. Even if they object, I still have to do it. She is used to freedom in modern times. In ancient times, although she had a family and parents, she was unwilling to let them become her bondage. Wu Zong saw her saying this, and it was not easy to blame her. He thought for a while and said, Do you need my help? If you need, I will go with you to pick people tomorrow afternoon. Wang Guangya from Baining is also a very discerning person. If you think it is necessary, I will ask him to go with me. That's great. I was just about to ask my senior brother for help. You have been in the Dali Temple for many years, and have met more people than I have eaten rice. I will feel relieved if you can help me with this election. I am afraid that it will delay your official business. Wu Zongyi waved his hand. I asked for leave from the government office, and I will be painting here in the afternoon. I have nothing else to do. Then I will trouble you, senior brother. If Uncle Wang is free, please ask him to help me with this election. Xiao Rushi was very happy. She is a designer in modern times, and she really has little experience in how to select people. If Wu Zong is not free, she also plans to ask manager Wang to help with this election. Now that we have Wu Zong, a man with a good vision, and Wang Guangyao, the household clerk of Baining, there is no need to trouble manager Wang. After saying this, Xiao Rushi remembered that he had to go to a banquet in a while, and asked Wu Zong, Brother, are you and master going to the birthday banquet of the old princess of Jinan Palace? Wu Zong shook his head. His family is a military general, not the same as us, so he didn't invite us. Remembering that the Swaping Marquis family was also a military general, he asked, Did they invite you? It's not our family. No one in my family is working in the court now. And these families have long stopped inviting my family. The princess of Jinan gave me 4 invitations because I have a good relationship with Master Xiao, and I visited her last time. So the princess gave me the invitations. Oh! Wu Zong waved his hand indifferently. Then go. Since you are going to the banquet, go early. You don't have to stay here. As he said, his eyes wandered around the yard. And when he found Sin Song, he turned around and told a servant standing next to him, Go. Call Sin Song over to me. The servant left in response, and brought Sin Song back soon. Wu Zong said to him, You are going to the Jinan Palace for a banquet soon. Right? Protect your little master. What the hell is a little master? What happened to the agreement that we would not talk about the master-disciple relationship? Sin Song complained in his heart, but he agreed very obediently on the surface, and smiled at Xiao Rushi. When will the little master go? I will accompany you and then. Not only Sin Song, Xiao Rushi also felt uncomfortable when she heard this title. She waved her hand and said, Don't call me little master. Why do I sound like a little nun who has left home? Just call me Ji Wei Jisher, or Miss Xiao will do. I really can't afford to be called a little master or something like that. This made Wu Zong and Sin Song laugh. Sin Song's affection for Xiao Rushi increased greatly. Sin Song is the youngest son of concubine Sin's elder brother. He is 17 years old this year, and happens to be Xiaoling Pu's cousin and Xiaoling Yan's cousin. He is also related to Wu Zong. Wu Zong's wife is Sin Song's cousin, because he likes painting and has this relationship with Wu Zong. He heard that he could learn painting by paying money without the status of master and apprentice, and without the need to perform the teacher-student ceremony. So he asked Wu Zong to join this painting training class. He was also a nobleman, and he had to maintain his dignity. Now he was asked to call the 14-year-old Zhao Rushi master, and to perform the teacher's etiquette in front of her. He really couldn't bear to give up this dignity. You don't have to accompany me. I'm going with my family. You can do whatever you want, Zhao Rushi said. She taught these people to paint, but they didn't have the status of master and apprentice. She took their money and taught them, especially for someone like Song who was about the same age as her, and had close ties with the royal family. She didn't want to get too involved. Song did not force him. Seeing that Wu Zong did not have much to say, he said a polite word and left. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Rushi was very grateful for Wu Zong's kindness. Wu Zong did not care. He waved his hand and concentrated on painting again. Zhao Rushi waited until Song left, then left the painting academy, went to the next yard, changed the clothes and jewelry brought by Qi Feng, got on the car and returned to Beijing, and went straight to the Jinan Palace. In fact, for her, it didn't matter whether she changed new clothes or not. But the Sweeping Marquis mansion had not participated in such a top banquet for a long time. And Zhu was afraid that people would look down on her, and laugh at the Sweeping Marquis mansion for being so poor that they couldn't even afford a new set of clothes for their daughter. In order to make the mansion look decent, Zhao Rushi also dressed up according to her request. When they arrived at the Jinan Palace, Zhao Rushi handed over the invitation. The maid sitting next to her immediately stood up, ran over and saluted Zhao Rushi, saying, Miss Zhao, my lady specially asked me to wait for you here. When you come, let me take you to her. Zhao Rushi recognized that this was Xiao Rutong's personal maid Shiru, and said in surprise, Is the master here today too? That's great. Yes. The lady is back, the little ant said. Zhao Rushi felt that her words were nonsense after she finished speaking. It was the birthday of the old princess of Jinan Palace. As a granddaughter, Xiao Ruodong must attend the banquet. I will go to pay my respects to the old princess first, and then go to see the master, she said. Xiao Ru nodded. It should be so. I will lead you there. The old lady and the lady of Sweeping Marquis mansion are here. Maybe they are still talking to the princess. Thank you. Zhao Rushi led Qi Feng and followed Xiao Ru in. Along the way, they met many people standing on the corridor and chatting. Xiao Ru was Xiao Ruodong's first-class maidservant. She had been serving Xiao Ruodong for 5 or 6 years, and many ladies and young ladies in the inner house knew her. At this time, she came in with a strange girl. A lady smiled at Zhao Rushi and asked her, Miss Xiao Ru, who is this? This is Miss Xiao Wu from Sweeping Marquis mansion. She is Mr. Ku Mu's disciple, and a good friend of our county lady. The princess also values her very much. The princess specially sent a letter today to invite the old lady, the lady, and the 5th lady from their mansion to come over, Xiao Ru said. Chapter 277 Meeting. As she spoke, she introduced Zhao Rushi. This is the wife of the Marquis of Zhongqing. When Zhao Rushi heard the 3 words Marquis of Zhongqing, the polite smile on her face disappeared, and her eyes turned extremely cold when she looked at the wife of the Marquis of Zhongqing. The prince of the Marquis of Zhongqing was the playboy that the original owner married in the book, the one who had a good relationship with a man. After the original owner got married, she was not only tortured by her husband, but also ridiculed by others when she went out. The wife of the Marquis of Zhongqing in front of her often rubbed her. Later, the Sweeping Marquis mansion was confiscated. The lady took advantage of the fact that the original owner had no family to support her, and seized the original owner's dowry, which was not generous but could still support her. She asked her son to write a divorce letter, drove the penniless original owner out of the house, and let the original owner die of hunger and cold. Although this is a novel, the old lady, Zhu, Zhao Ryu, etc. described in the novel are all living in front of him, with flesh and blood. Zhao Rushi can't treat the original body as a paper man now, thinking that the wife of the Zhongqing Earl and her son, who is in a relationship, owes the original owner a life. Zhao Rushi can't be kind to her. If she has a chance in the future, she will definitely seek justice for the original owner. When Lady Zhongqing heard that Zhao Rushi was the daughter of the Sweeping Marquis mansion, her face turned cold. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, she smiled again and said affectionately, It turns out that you are Miss Zhao, the disciple of Mr. Ku Mu. In a few days, our mansion will hold a chrysanthemum appreciation banquet. At that time, I will send an invitation to Miss Zhao, and I also invite Miss Zhao and your old lady and Madame to come together. No, Zhao Rushi said lightly. Thank you for your kindness, Madam. It's just that I'm busy, and I'm afraid I don't have time. I can't attend the banquet held by your mansion. Sorry. Although the Zhongqi Marquis Mansion and the Suiping Marquis Mansion are both Marquis Mansions, Zhongqi Marquis is still a fourth-rank Xianwu general. Mrs. Zhongqi Marquis looked down on people from the Suiping Marquis Mansion. It was just because Zhao Rushi was Kong Shirlin's disciple that she gave him two faces. How could she have thought that Zhao Rushi would directly reject her invitation? Seeing this, Shiru was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said before Mrs. Zhongqi Marquis spoke, "My princess is waiting for Miss Zhao. I'll take her there first. You will have a chance to talk later." As she said that, she took Zhao Rushi away. Qi Feng hurriedly followed. You guys." The wife of the Duke of Zhongqing pointed at the backs of the three people, shaking with anger. Puff. Someone nearby saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. The wife of the Duke of Zhongqing suddenly turned around and saw that the one who was covering her mouth and laughing was the wife of the Imperial College's chief priest Peng. She knew that this was not someone she could mess with, so she had to glare at them fiercely, turn around, and help the little maid to leave. Mrs. Peng patted Zhao Ruyu's hand and smiled. "Is that your biological sister just now? It's quite impressive." Zhao Ruyu smiled awkwardly. "I heard from my mother that my sister is very sensible and knows how to act. It must be that the wife of the Duke of Zhongqing did something that made her look down on her, so she acted like this." "No need to explain," Madame Peng said. "I know better than you what kind of person that lady is. It must not be your sister's fault just now." At this time, Zhao Rushi had followed Shiru to the Princess of Zhenan. The Princess of Zhenan sat in the hall with the old princess. And there were also Princess Shangda and several other ladies. The old lady of Suiping Marquis' mansion and Zhu were not here. Seeing Zhao Rushi coming, Princess Zhenan smiled jokingly and said to Princess Shangda, "Your student is here." Then she stood up and personally introduced the old princess to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi bowed to the old princess in a proper manner and presented her gift, a small jade sculpture of Guanyin. This was designed by her and then carved by the craftsman of Zibozai. She heard Xiao Ruodong mention that the old princess had the habit of fasting and chanting Buddha, and thought that she was a Buddhist, so she presented such a gift. Originally, Zhao Rushi was a girl from Suiping Marquis' mansion. Since she came to the banquet with her grandmother and mother, she didn't need to prepare a gift. But she didn't come with her grandmother and mother, but came alone. It would be bad if she didn't bring a gift. Anyway, Xiao Ruotong treated her very well. The jade quality of this Guanyin statue was ordinary and not worth much. It was just a token of her appreciation. The reputation of their Suiping Marquis' mansion was already known. If she gave a valuable gift, it would be a thankless task and it would be suspected of flattery. Giving something that is not worth much but shows your thoughts is the most appropriate thing. The old princess liked it very much when she saw it. She looked at the jade carving for a long time, then looked at Zhao Rushi and said with a smile, "This Guanyin has a compassionate face, which is different from the Guanyin I have seen. I wonder which famous artist made it." "It was Master Chen from Zibozai," Zhao Rushi said. Princess Zhenan laughed. She asked Zhao Rushi, "This must be Xiaoxi who drew the picture and asked the craftsman to carve it, right?" Zhao Rushi nodded. The old princess suddenly understood. She said that the Guanyin statue looked so lifelike that it must have been made by a famous artist. But why didn't the famous artist use the best mutton fat jade to carve the Buddha statue, but ordinary jade instead? So that's what happened. Princess Zhenan said to the old princess, "Mother, don't you know? This child not only created a painting method, but the emperor ordered all the officials in the Dajin society to learn from her, so that they could hunt down fugitives. She was selected by Mr. Ku Mu and accepted as his close disciple. She also drew many jewelry pictures for Zibozai. The jewelry that Sister Tong gave you as a gift a few days ago were all made by her." "Oh!" The old princess looked at Zhao Rushi in surprise. She knew that Zibozai was a silver shop run by Xiao Ruotong. She didn't care about anything except calligraphy, and she didn't know anything. But she didn't expect that the silver shop she opened on a whim would be so prosperous that many noble ladies in the capital knew about it and took a carriage to Baining to buy it. At that time, her daughter-in-law told her that Zibozai's business was good not because Tongjie was good at business, but because they hired a very good girl who drew jewelry pictures. And the jewelry she made was more noble than other silver shops. She never expected that the girl her daughter-in-law was talking about was the little girl in front of her, who looked only 14 or 15 years old. She was very beautiful. And she also gave her such a compassionate Guanyin statue. Like the old princess, she enjoyed wealth and honor all her life. And her status was noble. The queen mother, empress, concubines and other people with higher status than her in the palace could not leave. And there were few people who could give her a cold shoulder outside. So she had no scruples about what she said and did. She took off a string of Buddhist beads from her neck, beckoned Zhao Rushi to come over, and put them on her with her own hands, smiling kindly, "Good child. May the Buddha bless you. And may you have a smooth life without illness or disaster." Chapter 278, I am the wife of Ping'an Marquis. In addition to the princess of Jinan and the princess Shanda, there were several ladies sitting in the room. Seeing this scene, they all looked at Zhao Rushi seriously again. Although the sweeping marquis's mansion was in decline and not in their eyes, Zhao Rushi was a capable girl. Not only was she accepted as a disciple by Mr. Kumu, but she was also given a top job by the emperor, with fame and fortune. Not to mention the 1,500 taels of silver for each person. Just say that those who follow her to learn painting in the future will not call her a master. But the relationship between master and apprentice is real. And there is a sense of innocence and affection no matter what. This is comparable to the Imperial College's chief priest, Lord Peng. It is still unknown whether the students taught by Lord Peng can become officials. Zhao Rushi taught officials. In this comparison, she is better than Lord Peng. Not to mention that today Zhao Rushi received the blessing of the old princess and a string of Buddhist beads from her. The old princess is the most blessed person in the world. The queen mother and the queen in the palace have higher status than her, but they can't bear the short life and died at a young age. The old princess is now 70 years old and still healthy. Although she always smiles and seems to be kind to everyone, it seems that there is no one else who can catch her eye, get her praise, or even give her Buddhist beads, except Princess Shanda. It can be seen that Miss Zhao is blessed. So these ladies instantly switched modes and began to consider the selection of children and grandchildren who are suitable for Zhao Rushi to marry. Seeing Zhao Rushi exchange a few words with the old princess and was about to leave, a lady sitting below stood up and smiled and echoed the old princess. The old princess has a sharp eye and can tell who is blessed at a glance. Miss Zhao will surely be blessed by the old princess and live a healthy life in the future. After coming to celebrate the birthday, she refused to leave, saying that there were many people talking to the old princess. Princess Jinan would not introduce them to everyone who came to celebrate the birthday, so as not to waste time and avoid people who saw this place as a place to make connections and refused to leave, increasing the congestion here and annoying the old princess. Seeing this lady come out to show her presence, she simply pretended not to see it and turned to talk to Princess Shanda. Zhao Rushi had no intention of making friends with these ladies, and coming to the old princess was just a formality. So she nodded to the lady and said, "Please give me good wishes, old princess. Thank you for your good wishes." Then she was ready to leave. The lady was anxious and introduced herself quickly. "Miss Zhao, you haven't seen me, right? I am the wife of the Marquis of Ping'an. I have heard of the lady for a long time, but after seeing her today, I know that she is so outstanding." As she said this, she stood there smiling, waiting for Zhao Rushi to flatter her. Because Ping'an Ho is favored by the emperor, there are usually a group of low-ranking military wives who flatter her all day long. Sweeping Bofu is a military family, and Ping'an Ho's wife also classified it as this category. Besides, why did her son insist on marrying this Miss Zhao Wu? This girl must have seduced her son. Since she wants to marry into my family, she should come to curry favor with me. Just now, I saw that she was favored by the old princess and the princess of Jinan. If she flatters well, it is not impossible to consider letting her marry the eldest son. This girl is capable, knows how to make money, and has a low status. No one dares to put on airs in front of her. It seems that she is really suitable for her eldest son. When Zhao Rushi heard the words, "Mrs. Ping'an Ho," she really paused and looked at her steadily. But it was just a glance, and she turned around and followed the maid named Shiru out. She went out. Went. She didn't say a word to me the whole time. Mrs. Ping'an Ho stood there, looking at Zhao Rushi's back as she left. Her face turned red and white, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The hall was silent. Few of the ladies present looked up to the wife of the Marquis of Ping'an. She was of low birth. Her words and deeds were vulgar and superficial, and she was just as self-righteous as a nouveau riche. But because of the great military achievements of the Marquis of Pingnan and Fu Yunkai, everyone kept a polite distance from her, and would not embarrass her. Now seeing Zhao Rushi directly giving her a face, everyone was secretly happy. The Princess of Jinan usually disliked the wife of the Marquis of Pingnan. But the Prince of Jinan had led troops to fight when he was a prince. And he was still working in the Ministry of War. Pingnan Ho is a new noble supported by the current emperor. It would be bad not to invite the wife of Pingnan Ho to the old princess' birthday banquet. So she sent the invitation. But she just stayed here and refused to leave. And now she jumped out to show her presence. And the Princess of Jinan couldn't stand it. She said, "Madam Pingnan Ho, you think you are bored here? Why don't you go to the back and talk to those ladies? It will be more lively." As she said that, she turned around and told the maid, "Take Madam Pingnan Ho to the back garden," without waiting for Madam Pingnan Ho to speak. The maid stepped forward and gestured to the wife of Pingnan Marquis, "Madam, please." The wife of Pingnan Marquis was embarrassed and didn't want to stay here. And she wanted to see what confidence that Miss Zhao had to dare to turn her face away from her and dare not give her face. She smiled at the Princess of Jinan, said a few good words to the old princess, and then followed the maid to the garden in the backyard. But after looking around, she didn't see Zhao Rushi. But she saw the old lady of Swaping Marquis' mansion and his wife Zhu sitting in a corridor, talking with the wife of White Wogong's mansion and the wife of Peng's family. She rolled her eyes, walked over, and smiled at Zhu. "Madam Zhao, why isn't your daughter here? I just saw her at the old princess' place, and wanted to say a few words to her. But she ignored me and turned away. I didn't see her here either." It turned out that because Zhao Ruyu and Fu Yilang were entangled, the wife of Pingnan Marquis had met Zhu at other banquets, and said that Zhao Ruyu was not worthy of her son, and wanted Zhu to flatter her. Zhu would not bow to the wife of Pingnan Marquis for Zhao Ruyu, and she didn't like to pay attention to her. She would take a detour when she saw her. Recently, because Fu Yunkai invited her husband to dinner and treated him with great courtesy, she wanted to take this opportunity to express her gratitude to the wife of Pingnan Marquis. But when she heard the meaning of the words of the wife of Pingnan Marquis, the smile on Zhu's face fell. There were more than a dozen people sitting here from the three families, and there were many standing and sitting in the yard. The wife of Pingnan Marquis had a loud voice, and her voice could be heard throughout the yard. Wouldn't this ruin her daughter's reputation? There were many maids from Jinan town standing in the corridor, just to deal with various emergencies. At this moment, a maidservant was worried that the two sides would quarrel and affect the atmosphere of the old princess' birthday banquet. So she quickly smiled and said, "My Qingyang County lady is good friends with Miss Zhao Wu." And she sent her maid Shiru to wait for Miss Zhao at the door early in the morning. Miss Zhao is probably being led to the backyard by Shiru, so she is not here. Chapter 279, I am a professional at holding back. Mrs. Zhu also knew the maid's intention to smooth things over. It was not easy for them to receive such an invitation, so they should have swallowed their anger and let it go. The old lady of the Swaping Marquis' mansion also had the same idea, so she kept winking at her daughter-in-law, asking her to be patient. But Mrs. Zhu knew in her heart that she knew that her family could attend this banquet now because of her daughter. Her husband could win the favor of the Prince of Pingnan because of her daughter, and the future of the mansion and her son also depended on her daughter. So even if she can't attend such banquets in the future, her daughter's reputation must not be ruined. She nodded slightly to the maid, and smiled at the wife of Pingnan Marquis. "My daughter is a child who respects her elders very much. Otherwise she wouldn't have been accepted by Mr. Kumu as his close disciple." The lady said that she turned around and walked away without paying any attention to me. I think it's because the lady's words were unpleasant to hear. Just like what she said just now was rude. And my daughter didn't want to argue with you out of politeness, so she ignored you. Right, madam? You came to me and said this, and everyone in the yard heard it. It doesn't seem like a well-educated person. My daughter has just been brought back to the mansion. This is her first time to attend a banquet. I really can't stand madam ruining her reputation like this. I think, madam, please don't talk to my daughter in the future. You should talk to someone else. Others have a good reputation and a strong background. Maybe they can withstand your corruption and your involvement. Her voice was no smaller than that of the wife of Pingnan Marquis. The ladies in the courtyard, who had not yet reacted to what the Pingnan Marquis said, all looked over here. Some found Zhu's words interesting and couldn't help laughing. The Pingnan Marquis rarely attended such banquets because she was incompatible with the ladies of the noble families. Even if she did, she couldn't make any trouble because not many people were willing to pay attention to her. Now, in front of so many people, she was squeezed by Ju and couldn't get off the stage. Her nature as a village woman couldn't help but show up. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to fight with Ju. Princess Janan sent so many maids and servants to guard everywhere because she was worried that someone would cause trouble. At this moment, the two ladies were quarreling with each other, and the maids and servants were already nervous. Now, seeing the posture of Lady Ping'an, the head maid waved her hand, and immediately two strong servants came forward, took Lady Ping'an's arms, and lifted her up. "Madam, our princess is calling you in front. Please go quickly," the servant said, and before Lady Ping'an could react, she pulled her away. Some ladies who just now knew the cause and effect were all shocked when they saw this scene. The wife of Ping'an Marquis rose from an illiterate village woman to become the wife of the Marquis. Not only was she arrogant, but she was also not good at speaking and often offended people. The emperor supported the new nobles and suppressed the noble families, which naturally divided them into hostile camps. So she was usually despised by countless ladies of noble families. Now seeing Ju's resistance, she directly carried the wife of Ping'an Marquis away. And she was so happy to carry her. Immediately some people respected her as a hero and came to show their friendship to her. Those who were originally annoyed by the wife of the Marquis of Ping'an now came to make friends with the Zhu family and praise Zhao Rushi without hesitation. Their logic is very simple. Anyone who is belittled by the wife of the Marquis of Ping'an is their natural ally. So they must be praised and not let the wife of the Marquis of Ping'an succeed and ruin her reputation. Anyway, there is no conflict with the Swaping Marquis' mansion, and it doesn't cost money to say a few more good words. In addition, didn't you see that the Jinan Palace was taking sides? The wife of the Swaping Marquis' mansion is also a relative of the wife of the Duke of Weigua and the wife of the Peng family. Most people present are on the same side with them. So there is no need to think about the pros and cons. Just praise Miss Zhao Wu directly. In the front yard, Fu Yukai, who was attending the banquet, was flattering Zhao Yuanxuan with all his might. His idea was simple. That is, to coax Zhao Yuanxuan into marriage before proposing marriage, so that the Swaping Marquis' mansion would not only agree to the marriage, but also probably agree to marry Zhao Rushi immediately after she reaches the age of marriage next year. In this way, he only needs to wait for a year. It would take more than half a year to marry other girls. If Miss Zhao Wu was satisfied, waiting a few more months would not be a big deal. He had just flattered Zhao Yuanxuan to the point of smiling when a servant hurried over and whispered a few words on his cheek. Fu Yunkai's face darkened immediately. He took the servant aside and whispered, "Let Fu Guijia take 2 maids and tell them that the lady is not feeling well and invite her home. She claimed to be ill for half a year, and there was no need to hand her the invitations to the banquets. Let Fu Guijia just politely reply." Fu Gui was an attendant of Ping'an Marquis, and his wife was smart and capable and worked as an internal manager. Fu Yunkai thought that with Fu Guizhou watching over his mother, he would not let his mother mess up again. But this time I offended Miss Zhao Wu and Lady Swaping. Fu Yunkai suddenly felt a headache. Although a son does not dislike his mother's ugliness, the idea of changing his mother is unfilial. But he really wanted to change his mother. What's wrong with my nephew? Zhao Yuanxuan saw Fu Yunkai coming back and his face was not right. So he asked with concern. Originally, he always called Fu Yunkai Little General. But Fu Yunkai said it several times and repeatedly called himself Little Nephew in front of him. Zhao Yuanxuan didn't know when he changed his name for him. Fu Yunkai looked at Zhao Yuanxuan's concerned eyes, and his heart moved. He sighed, "Uncle, I am really sorry for you. I will definitely come to your door tomorrow to apologize." Zhao Yuanxuan was puzzled. What's wrong? Fu Yunkai told Zhao Yuanxuan everything he had just heard from the servant, and his attitude was very sincere. He said, "My mother is shallow in knowledge. I don't know who instigated her to say bad things to my aunt and Miss Zhao Wu. My father has always been troubled by her. But I was too young to get married before, so she had to be the head of the family. My father said that when I get married, I will let my wife be the head of the family. My mother has worked hard all her life, so she can just enjoy a good life in the back hall, and she won't have to worry about things at home or outside. She can be the head of the family as soon as she enters the house, and not let her mother-in-law put pressure on her. I think that even if his mother offended the Lady of Swaping and Miss Zhao Wu today, the Lady of Swaping would still be willing to marry her daughter into their Ping'an Marquis mansion." Right? Thinking of this, Fu Yunkai felt more and more that he had done the right thing by pleasing his father-in-law first and cultivating feelings with him. What's wrong with him and his mother? At least he has a place to appeal and a buffer. So he won't be beaten to death with one blow. Chapter 280. I'm divorced. Although Zhao Yuanxuan was quite dissatisfied with the inexplicable behavior of Lady Pingnan Marquis against his wife and daughter, he still admired Fu Yunkai. This young man had made many military achievements at a young age, and it was rare that he was so humble. For such courtesy to a useless middle-aged man, he even had the impulse of a scholar for a confidant. To die these 2 days. Now that Fu Yunkai apologized to him so sincerely, the annoyance in his heart disappeared immediately. The wife of Pingnan Marquis was not of high birth, and her words and deeds were inappropriate. So how could Fu Yunkai be blamed? As a son, it is also very helpless to meet unreliable parents. He hurriedly comforted Fu Yunkai with a smile, saying that he didn't care. At this time, Zhao Rushi had already followed Xiaoru into Xiao Ruotong's yard. Mrs. Yun just came out of the house and saw Zhao Rushi, and smiled. My lady was just talking about you, Miss Zhao. And it happened that you came. Please come in quickly. Zhao Rushi saw that Mrs. Yun seemed to have aged a few years. The temples that had no white hair before were now covered with white frost, and her face was a little haggard. Her heart skipped a beat, and she smiled and greeted Madame Yun, then stepped over the threshold. Inside the room, Xiao Ruotong was wearing a light-colored dress, standing at the table writing, listening to the noise. She was not distracted at all, and her pen was steady and flowing. She didn't raise her head until she finished the last stroke and put down the pen. And then she smiled at Zhao Rushi. Xiao, she is here? She washed her hands in the basin and walked to the chair next to her. Hurry up and sit down. As soon as Zhao Rushi entered the room, she saw that Xiao Ruotong had lost a lot of weight, wearing a loose light blue dress, and looked a bit emaciated. What are you doing? She couldn't help but ask. Didn't Xiao Ruotong go back to the Duke of Ying's mansion? According to the words of the Princess of Jinan, she should have gone back to live a good life. Why is she so thin now? However, Xiao Ruotong is thin, and her mental state is not only better than when she was sick, but also better than when she was seen in the academy and the silver shop before. Xiao Ruotong stood up and bowed to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi quickly stood up and avoided her, scolding, Master, what are you doing? Call me sister. Xiao Ruotong glanced at her, then sat down and said, I'm divorced. Ah? Zhao Rushi was shocked. Didn't you say you were going back to the Duke of Ying's mansion? How come you're divorced after just 2 days of not seeing each other? Xiao Ruotong took a sip from the tea bowl, raised her eyes, and looked at Zhao Rushi, smiling brightly. Didn't you advise me to try again, and let it go if it doesn't work? I thought a lot that night, and I think you're right. If I don't go back to face the problem, but divorce, I will definitely not let it go. I will always think that he has no choice. He has his own difficulties. He has me in his heart, and he can't forgive me. In the future, whenever I think of him, see him, or hear news about him, my heart will be moved. I can't start a new life like this. So I went back to the Duke of England's mansion, she said with a mocking smile. After returning, I thought I would be very miserable, and I would have a lot of entanglements and disputes with him, and I would experience all the ups and downs. But when I saw him, she shook her head. Maybe I am born to be intolerant of sand. Everyone thinks it's no big deal. But when I see him, I will think of his betrayal. I remembered that when he was talking sweetly to me, he was involved with other women. Speaking of this, she paused, so when I saw that he no longer had the same feelings as before, I felt very calm and a little disgusted. I felt sick about his touch. I used to be moved by his affectionate words to me, but now I feel hypocritical. Calm down. Calm down. I thought a lot. If he didn't want to, no matter how much the Duke of England forced him, how could he let the maid get pregnant? Even if he wanted a child, he could just adopt one of his brother's children. Everything that happened was just an excuse for himself. Maybe at the beginning, he really had feelings for me, and all the vows he made were sincere. But his life became more and more dull after marriage. I became an obstacle for him to take a concubine. But he had made a vow first, and he knew that I was a person who could not tolerate any sand in my eyes. Once he regretted it, I would definitely divorce him, and his family could not afford to offend our Jinan palace. It just so happened that I couldn't have children, so he did this under the guidance of his mother. If I could tolerate it, then he might gradually take a concubine into the house in the future. If I couldn't tolerate it, There would be no loss for him to divorce. Anyway, it was me who was wrong, not him. No matter whether it was men or women in the world, they would only accuse me of not being tolerant. And he was helpless and innocent. When I saw all this clearly and figured out my own heart, I immediately wrote a letter of divorce to him. She laughed mockingly. I can see that he seemed relieved when he got the divorce letter. He is not as affectionate as I thought. All the affection was just my imagination. If I hadn't gone back to the Duke of England's mansion and divorced directly, I might have been tortured by his imaginary affection and pain every day. I would have kept him in my heart forever. And even if I wanted to let him go, it would take a very long time to let go. Now I've gone back. And in just a few days, everything is clear and obvious. And I have completely let him go. She picked up the teacup in her hand and clinked it with the one in front of Zhao Rushi. So I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't let it go so easily. Do the prince and princess also agree to your divorce? Zhao Rushi asked. Agree? Why not? Xiao Ruodong smiled. She sighed softly. In fact, when the incident happened, it was not me who was most annoyed, but them. Because the Duke of Ying's mansion was a trick on us, and directly stepped on the face of our Jinan palace, making everyone in the capital talk about my infertility and my intolerance. It was the Duke of Ying's mansion that was clearly at fault. But they were not blamed and became the object of sympathy. Everyone said that it was our Jinan palace that bullied others and forced the Duke of Ying to resort to this desperate measure. But my parents are worried that I can't let go and have to go back to live, in order for me not to be treated harshly by my mother-in-law and ignored by my husband. They could only bear it. If it weren't for you, Susi, Xiao Ruotong held Zhao Rushi's hand, I would be in entanglement and pain for a long time. Unable to forgive, but unable to let go. Not only I am tortured, but also my parents and family who love me. So my grandmother and my parents are very grateful to you. They are not afraid of my divorce. Because there are many people who admire my family's power and want to marry me. As long as I am willing, I can get married again tomorrow with a grand wedding. And even marry a man who has never been married. Chapter 281 The Trickster. Zhao Rushi smiled and held her cold hand. You are so good, beautiful, talented, and have such a good temperament. There will always be someone who knows how to cherish you. Don't rush. Take your time to choose. Xiao Ruodong shook her head. I don't have this idea for the time being. Maybe I won't have it in my lifetime. I tell you, I was so depressed in the years I stayed in the Duke of England's mansion after getting married. My master has a problem with me, because I was in a bad mood and couldn't concentrate. My calligraphy didn't improve. I want to be like Madame Cui, living alone and not getting married. Zhao Rushi smiled but said nothing. Maybe. But if Xiao Ruodong meets someone who likes her and she likes him, this idea will change. So it's better not to set flags casually. Miss, the banquet is about to start. The old princess and the princess are asking you to go. A maid came in and reported. Xiao Ruodong shook her head. I'd better not go. Once I go out, others will talk about me and criticize our palace. Zhao Rushi pulled her. Go. How can you not go? Are you going to hide like a mouse and never show up again? It is the Duke of Ying who did the wrong thing. Not you. You are the granddaughter. And you didn't show up at the old princess' birthday banquet. It's nothing to be gossiped about. And it makes you look guilty and sneaky, which makes the old princess and the princess lose face. Besides, this is a good time to explain everything in front of everyone. After this hurdle, everything is over, and your life is back to the starting point. Xiao Ruodong seemed to be thinking about something. She stood up and smiled at Zhao Rushi. You are right. If I don't go, I will look like a nobody. She turned around and told Madame Yun, bring me my red dress. I want to change into it and go to the front to pay my respects to my grandmother. Madame Yun breathed a sigh of relief, smiled gratefully at Zhao Rushi, and hurried to work. After a while, Xiao Ruodong was dressed up. Zhao Rushi also used her superb makeup skills to make Xiao Ruodong look beautiful, making her look beautiful and energetic. The two of them went to the front hand in hand to pay their respects to the old princess. Ah, isn't this the princess of Qingyang? Isn't she? Some people started to talk when they saw Xiao Ruodong, but they kept their voices down. Xiao Ruodong was extremely noble in her bones, and could be said to be pure in her eyes. From childhood to adulthood, few of the ladies present, whether they knew her or not, could catch her eye. When she heard others talking about it, she didn't even blink and ignored it. Zhao Rushi was a person who would avenge her grudges. She whispered a few words in Xiao Ruodong's ear, and Xiao Ruodong laughed and tapped her forehead and said, "You are such a mischievous ghost." She led Zhao Rushi straight to the woman who had just pointed at her and screamed, and said to Zhao Rushi, "Xiao Shi, you don't know many people, do you? Let me introduce you. The one who just talked about me is Mrs. Shui, the second young lady of the family of Mr. Li, the Minister of Revenue." Zhao Rushi smiled and nodded to the blushing Mrs. Li, the second young lady, and said, "Nice to meet you. Let's go. Let's go to the front." After saying this, Xiao Ruodong ignored the others and took Xiao Rushi away, leaving a group of people standing there in amazement. Along the way, Xiao Ruodong would be pulled by Zhao Rushi to identify anyone who pointed at her. It didn't matter if she didn't recognize the person. Didn't she still have Nani Yun and Shiru? Although both of them were smiling and polite. From a distance, it was Xiao Ruodong who changed her previous personality of ignoring others and became polite, enthusiastically introducing Zhao Rushi to people. But she ignored everyone else and only introduced those who pointed out or talked about her to Zhao Rushi. This behavior was very interesting. The princess of Jinan loved her daughter like the apple of her eye. The old princess also loved her granddaughter very much and always said people to keep an eye on her. When they came to the old princess, the two princesses knew what they had done along the way, and both the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law laughed so hard. The princess of Jinan held back her laughter and whispered to her mother-in-law, "It must be the idea of Xiaoxi Ruodong's temper. She will just ignore others, but it will make her angry." The old princess nodded. "That child is smart. With such a child as a friend, Ruodong will not be depressed and sick." As she said, her eyes were slightly cold. Those people came to her family's banquet and still gossiped behind her back. They really didn't take them seriously. For those people Ruodong pointed out today, "Don't post invitations for the banquet in the second half of this year," she ordered. "We'll see whether we will post it next year." "Yes, I think so too," the princess of Jinan said. "The current emperor doesn't have many brothers in total. Although Xiao Yuan, the prince of Jinan, is only Xiao Yuan's cousin. He supported him when he ascended the throne and went to war for the emperor many times. So his status is particularly different. So the banquet of their Jinan palace is of a very high level in the capital. It is an honor to receive their invitation. With this punishment, let's see who dares to gossip about Xiao Ruodong behind their backs. Let's go. The banquet is about to start over there. Let's go over there." Princess Jinan stood up and helped her mother-in-law to move to the hall where more than a dozen banquet tables were set. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Ruodong and Zhao Rushi came in. Xiao Ruodong walked to the old princess, kowtowed to her, and presented her birthday wishes and gifts. The old princess extended her hand to her, pulled her to the front of the crowd, and said to everyone with a smile, "I think everyone knows about what happened in the Duke of Ying's mansion some time ago. My granddaughter can't have children. If the mother-in-law discusses it with us, we are not unreasonable. Either adopt a child, or let the Duke of Ying take a concubine, or divorce. There are ways to solve the problem." But his family took advantage of our easygoing family and acted first, and then reported to the emperor, and then forced them to do it. She pointed at Xiao Ruodong. "Everyone knows that my granddaughter is a disciple of Master Qinxia. She is noble and arrogant, and she can't tolerate any grain of sand in her eyes. She has now divorced the prince of the Duke of Ying. From now on, our family and the Duke of Ying are no longer relatives. I would like to take this opportunity to tell everyone that I hope you will not confuse our two families." Today, no one from the Duke of Ying came to the old princess' birthday banquet, so everyone had various speculations about Xiao Ruodong's marriage. There was already a lot of discussion, so when they saw Xiao Ruodong, some people lost their voices and let Xiao Ruodong and Zhao Rushi hear them. Now that the old princess has made things clear, everyone has lost interest in gossip. In addition, Xiao Ruodong's actions just now, everyone has changed their words and started talking about the faults of the Duke of Ying. Zhao Rushi separated from Xiao Ruodong when she entered the hall, found the old lady and Zhu in the crowd, and ran to their table to sit down. Zhu knew that she didn't know her best friend, so she had already reserved a seat for her. Chapter 282 Unified Thoughts. Who knew that as soon as the old princess finished speaking, a maidservant beside Princess Jinan ran over and said to Zhao Rushi, "Master Ji Wei, our old princess said that you are a good friend of the princess of Qingyang County. The old princess and the princess invited you to sit in the chair over there." Zhao Rushi knew that this was the old princess and Princess Jinan's reward for her previous actions. This was a compliment to her in public. She quickly waved her hand and said, "No. No. I am of low status and young age. How can I sit in the chair? Please thank the old princess and the princess for their kindness. I won't go over." Although it was a compliment to her, if she really sat at the front, others would say she was frivolous and didn't know her status. The best way to deal with it was to refuse the thanks. The maid also knew this, so she didn't force it. She said a few polite words and went back. The seats at these banquets were arranged according to each person's status. The status of the people present was similar to that of the sweeping marquis's mansion, and no one had much say in front of the old princess and the princess of Jinan King. Seeing that the two princesses were praising Zhao Rushi and even asked her to sit in the chair, everyone immediately flattered the old lady of sweeping Bofu and Zhu, asking them about Zhao Rushi's age and marriage. This showed interest in her. When the meal started, the old princess sent another dish to Zhao Rushi, so people from other tables also came to ask about Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi was directly included in the candidate list of many noble ladies who wanted to find a daughter-in-law for their sons. After the meal, Zhao Rushi's face was almost frozen with laughter as she dealt with people who came to chat with her. When she got on the carriage at the door, she fell in the carriage and didn't want to move. "Emma, I won't come to this kind of place again. It's tiring." Zhu slapped her on the forehead. "Someone is coming. Sit up. Hurry up." Zhao Rushi had to sit up before she could say anything. Someone laughed outside the window. "Is it the carriage of sweeping marquis's family?" Zhu quickly opened the window and smiled outside. "Yes." "Excuse me. Who are you?" "I am the second wife of the Sin family. My son is learning painting from Jiwei Lei Buddhist now. He is worried about Jiwei Lei Buddhist and asked me to take good care of him," the person outside said. When Zhao Rushi heard that it was Sinsong's mother, she wanted to go to the window and say a few polite words. But the car window was not big and was blocked by Zhu. She had to stand up and open the car door curtain. When she looked outside, she saw a woman in her early 40s with her maids and old women standing in front of the car and talking to Zhu. The lady saw a little girl sticking her head out of the car door and quickly turned around and asked, "Is it Jiwei Lei Buddhist?" "Jiwei greets Madame Sin too." Zhao Rushi wanted to jump off the carriage to salute, but Madame Sin too held her shoulders and said, "No need to get off. I just came to tell you that I will be leaving soon. You and Mr. Kumu have taken care of my son. Next time, let him host a banquet and invite you to come to his house to play." 3 carriages were dispatched from the sweeping marquis's mansion tonight. The old lady sat alone in the front carriage. Hearing the noise here, she sent Liuli to inquire, and Madame Sin too hurried over to greet the old lady again. This time, Zhu saw her daughter's connections, not to mention today in the Jinan Palace, because her daughter was close to the princess of Qingyang. She was honored by the old princess and the Jinan princess. Just say that now the Sin family has lowered their status and taken the initiative to greet them in front of their carriage, because Sinsong was learning painting from Zhao Rushi. This is something she never dared to think about before. And among the ladies attending the banquet today, how many of their husbands and sons are or will soon learn painting from Zhao Rushi? Before coming, she was worried that she would be treated coldly, ignored by others, and ridiculed by people who used to be on bad terms with her. But they all benefited from the daughter's help. Not only were they not ridiculed, but they also became the object of flattery by many people. When she returned home, she did not go back to the main room, but went to the old lady and expressed her feelings about the encounter and gains tonight, and then told the old lady what Zhao Rushi said to her and Zhao Yuanxuan that night. "Mother, maybe I was really wrong." She let out a long sigh. "Our sister, she is different from other girls. We should treat her as a boy. You see, she has only been back for a short time, but she has brought such a big change to our family, and I have a feeling that we don't need to arrange her marriage and take her to meet this lady and that lady. We don't need to worry about her marriage. Someone will take a fancy to her talent, ability and connections, and take the initiative to find her." The old lady has also attended some banquets over the years, but she has never been treated as well by the old princess and the princess of Jinan as she was tonight. The old princess held her and talked for a long time. Princess Jinan also sent maids to ask her about her well-being from time to time. As a result, others looked up to her. She was flattered and fawned on tonight. She was also very emotional. Shijier is right. You don't use the same method you used to arrange Ryu and Ruju's marriage to arrange Shijier's marriage. She doesn't need it. You just sit at home, and someone with a discerning eye will come to propose marriage. Just wait, the old lady said. Zhu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. What Zhao Rushi said was inappropriate. But Zhu was a doting child, and always felt that she owed her daughter. So she didn't want to force her, for fear that her daughter would become estranged from her. Anyway, Zhao Rushi was not too old, so it would be okay to delay it for a year or two. Things will be smooth if they are delayed. And maybe after a year or two, the matter will be resolved smoothly. She didn't worry about her husband, because men generally didn't worry about such things, and left them to mothers to worry about. She was worried about the old lady, but she didn't expect the old lady to be so easy to talk to. She only went to the Jinan Palace once, and agreed to Zhao Rushi's request. She didn't know that the old lady didn't need her to persuade her at all. She was a mother. She was thinking about her daughter. So she thought more about her daughter, and would put her daughter's interests and feelings before the interests of the Beau's mansion. The old lady was different. She would put the interests of the sweeping Beau's mansion first. Otherwise, she would not have suppressed the division of the family for so many years. Will Zhao Rushi benefit more from staying in the sweeping Marquis mansion for a long time? Or will she benefit more from marrying into the sweeping Marquis mansion? Without thinking, the old lady knew it was the former. After getting married, she belongs to someone else's family. Whether she gets rewards, makes money, or gets honors and connections, they have nothing to do with the sweeping Marquis mansion. Just look at Zhao Ryu today. Even if she speaks appropriately and behaves generously, others will only talk about how the young lady of the Peng family is, and will not talk about how the eldest daughter of the sweeping Marquis mansion is. So it is not without reason that everyone says that a married woman is like water spilled. Chapter 283. Buy a house? Buy people's hearts? Since this basin of water is of great benefit to their family, why should they rush to throw it out? How desperate is she to force such a granddaughter to get married? If Zhao Rushi herself hates to get married, and wants to get married early, she, as a grandmother, will not stop her granddaughter from getting married. But isn't it that the granddaughter herself doesn't want to get married? Then let her stay for 2 more years, and let her help her parents' family. Wouldn't everyone be happy? Zhao Rushi didn't have time to think about these things. After she came back, she didn't practice calligraphy. She took a charcoal pencil, and wrote, and drew on white paper for a long time before going to bed. The next day was the day she had an appointment with the middleman to look at the house. She went out at the agreed time, and saw Wang Zhongren from the south of the city, whom she had met yesterday, standing not far from the gate waiting for them. Ma Sheng hurriedly went up to him, and said a few words. Wang Zhongren got on his mule cart, and led the way in front. Zhao Rushi's carriage followed behind, and went to the south of the city together. The carriage drove in the city for a meal, entered the city, turned left and right, and finally stopped in front of a door. Wang Zhongren got off the carriage. Zhao Rushi also got off the car, and looked at the width and cleanliness of the alley. She found that the alley was wide enough for 2 carriages to drive side by side, and it was paved with bluestone slabs, clean and tidy. She nodded with satisfaction. Wang Zhongren took out the key, opened the door, and introduced, "This is a 2-entry courtyard with more than 20 rooms inside and outside, and a row of back rooms at the back." The original owner was an official of the Ministry of Rights, and he returned to his hometown because of mourning. He was over 50 years old, and had only 1 son. He passed the imperial examination when he was nearly 40. He was afraid that he would have no hope of passing the imperial examination in this life. So he planned to sell this house, and return to his hometown to settle down. Zhao Rushi went in and took a look. It was a square house with 2 courtyards in front and back. The house was a bit old. The walls were black, and everything was ordinary. The most important thing was that there was no well in the house. If you want to use water, you have to wait for the water seller to bring it with a water truck and spend money to buy water. The water consumption of a family is limited, so buying water is nothing. But if she wants to use it to polish jade, it's hard to say. It's better to have a well. As for digging a well by yourself, forget it. If this house could produce water, a well would have been dug when the house was first built. She asked, "How much is it?" 5,800 taels of silver, Wang Zhongren said, observing Zhao Rushi's expression. They, as middlemen, eat a meal of observing words and expressions. If Miss Zhao is satisfied with this house, and is tempted by the price, then the deal will be done, and he must stick to the price. If Miss Zhao is satisfied with the house, but thinks it is too expensive. Then he will bargain. If she directly rejects it, he will change his mind about the house he will introduce next. This price was within Zhao Rushi's expectations. There was nothing wrong with this house, and it was located in such a location, so the price was naturally high. In addition, the owner was not in a hurry to use the money. Even if he didn't sell it, he could rent it out and earn a certain amount of money every month. So he must have insisted on a high price. She didn't need to spend so much money to buy such a house. Besides this one, how many other houses are there? She asked. Wang Zhongren knew that she didn't like it, and after thinking for a while, he replied, there are 2 more? Then go and take a look. Wang Zhongren led her to the next place. The location of the next house was a little worse. The alley could only accommodate 1 carriage, and the road was a little uneven. The houses on both sides were not as neat as the first one. Some houses were big, and some were small, but it could be seen that they were all decent and wealthy families. Does Wang Zhongren know who lives in these houses? She asked. In fact, there are many Zhongren in the south of the city. Not just Wang Zhongren. Why did the people in the Dali temple recommend Wang Zhongren? That's because Wang Zhongren is not as rough as other Zhongren. He often invites the yamen runners in charge of the security of this area to eat and drink, inquires about all kinds of gossip, and understands the situation of each household in this area. In ancient times, unlike modern times, there were many floating populations. Once settled here, they often stayed for decades. So it was relatively easy to understand the situation. After a few years of accumulation, Wang Zhongren knew the situation in this area almost perfectly. This family is the family of a deputy commander of the Wuqing Bingmasi. This family is the house of a scholar. When Zhao Rushi heard the identities of these residents, he was a little more satisfied with the geographical location of this house. They all have some status, but they have no connection with the aristocratic family, let alone the royal family. That's good. The mansion just now was full of officials. Although their official positions were not high, the highest was only the 4th or 5th rank, but they were closely connected with the court. Although what she did was not something shameful, it was still less troublesome to stay away from the court. Wang Zhongren opened the lock. Miss Zhao, please. Zhao Rushi walked in and looked at the house. This house was larger than the previous one, and there was a back garden. There were also more than 20 houses, but they were not so neat. What satisfied Zhao Rushi was that there was a well here. Wang Zhongren figured out her psychological price and offered a price. This house is cheaper than the one just now. Only 4,500 taels of silver. Zhao Rushi nodded. After looking at the 2 houses, she had a general impression of the housing prices in this time and space. In comparison, she preferred this house to the one just now. Different uses, different requirements for houses. The one just now was more suitable for officials to live in. Decent, but she was practical. So this place was good, and most importantly, it was cheap at 1,300 taels. But she remained calm and said, let's go and see the remaining one. Wang Zhongren was unsure at this moment, and couldn't help asking, what kind of house does Miss Zhao want? I think this house is good. Let's take a look first. There's no rush, Zhao Rushi said. Then she followed Wang Zhongren to see the remaining house. That house was small in size, although it was also a 2-courtyard house. There were many houses and a small courtyard, which made people feel cramped everywhere. Please quote a real price for these 3 houses, and I'll see if they are suitable. If not, I'll choose another one in the west of the city, Zhao Rushi said. In fact, she could have asked the 2 middlemen to quote together after looking at the houses in the west of the city. This way, there would be competition, and their quotes would definitely be low. But not to mention that these middlemen were introduced by the Dali temple, and the face and favors of Wuzong and the yamen runners were involved. Just say that when she buys a house in the future, the servants will inevitably have to deal with these people. And Zhao Rushi doesn't want to do things too extreme. Bidding against each other may make her look particularly shrewd and save some money, but it will make people uncomfortable and too calculative. In dealing with people, it is better for you, me, and everyone to win together, so that you can go further. Chapter 284 System. I am good at bargaining. In the first place, his family is not in a hurry to sell the house, so they are very tight on the price, saying that they will not sell it for less than 5,600 taels. The previous one can be reduced to 4,200 taels. This one is 3,300 taels. Wang Zhongren said. habitually observing Zhao Rushi's expression. The system suddenly shouted in Zhao Rushi's mind, 2,500 taels. 1,800 taels. 1,000 taels. Bargain at this price. Zhao Rushi was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and couldn't help laughing and crying. This guy. Is he trying to learn how she bargained for it? And is he also bargaining by the ankle? The middlemen were hired by Wu Zong, and they were looking at the face of the Dali Temple. Even if they would inflate the price, it would not be too much, and they would never dare to ask her for a high price. If she paid according to the price given by the system, she would definitely be blacklisted by the middlemen. Then what do you think is the actual price of this house? She asked the system. The system immediately pretended to be dead and stopped talking. This confirmed Zhao Rushi's guess. She nodded directly to Wang Zhongren. Okay. Then I'll take the second one. For 1,200 taels. Although it's completely possible to bargain down to 4,000 taels. Saving these 200 taels of silver doesn't mean much to her. But Wang Zhongren changed his mind, and thought she was a generous customer. He was willing to introduce any good things to her in the future. Spending these 200 taels of silver is also a way to make friends. Wang Zhongren was stunned. The base price of that house was actually 4,000 taels. He deliberately left 200 taels for Zhao Rushi to bargain. Unexpectedly, Zhao Rushi didn't give a penny, and took it directly. The fees for them are based on commission. The higher the house price, the higher the commission. He scratched his head, and said to Zhao Rushi, to be honest, the lowest price offered by the owner of that house is 4,000 taels. Some people like to bargain, so I asked for a higher price. In the end, everyone was happy with the bargaining. The girl is generous, which makes me embarrassed. How about we still deal with 4,000 taels? No. No. Zhao Rushi waved her hand quickly. I know it's not easy for you people. You run around outside every day, and you have to look at people's faces. It's not easy for you to get a house. If you get a house and sell it at a low price, someone may not look for you, and look for someone else to sell a house in the future. If you are another middleman, it's fine. I will get a good deal. But you are a friend of the Dali Temple official. I can't cheat you just for this little benefit. So let's make a deal at 4,200 taels. How can this be? Wang Zhongren was very moved. They are really scolded for doing this business. And everyone thinks that he makes a lot of money from his customers. Zhao Rushi was the first person who could think of him, and say such heartwarming words. Zhao Rushi waved her hand. It's settled. If you think I'm a good friend, then when you recommend servants to me, pick the best ones. Next time you come across a good house or servant, you can introduce them to me. This will be a great help to me. Wang Zhongren immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry about this matter. I will definitely pick some good ones for you. I will never use some crooked melons and dates to fool the girl. Thank you very much. Zhao Rushi smiled and said, it's getting late. I'll go to the west of the city and take a look. If there is a suitable one there, I'll ask for another one. Once you have made an appointment with the owner of this house, please send a letter to my third senior brother, Lord Wuzong of the Dali Temple. The best time to sign the contract is in the afternoon. I'm usually free in the afternoon. Okay, Wang Zhongren said. I will take people there as promised this afternoon. Don't worry, Miss Zhao. As he said that, he diligently sent Zhao Rushi to the big banyan tree, and watched Zhao Rushi meet Yu Zhongren from the west of the city before leaving with peace of mind. Zhao Rushi bought the house in the south of the city to process jadeite, and then sell it in the shop that the emperor gave her as a silver shop. In addition to the silver shop, she also planned to do other businesses. So she naturally had to buy another house and a shop. The south of the city was too expensive, so she set her sights on the west of the city. Yu Zhongren was a little depressed when he heard that Zhao Rushi had bought a house in the south of the city. But when he heard her request, he immediately became excited and took her to see 3 or 4 places. In the end, Zhao Rushi chose a house with one entrance and a shop that was neither too big nor too small. The total price was only 4,700 taels. After parting with Yu Zhongren, Zhao Rushi did not go home, but took a carriage directly to Baining and arrived at Kong Shirlin's painting academy. Kong Shirlin was born in a noble family, never lacked money in his life, and lived a very elegant life. Since he wanted to live in the painting academy, he moved many of the Kong family chefs, cooks, and servants. Zhao Rushi was Kong Shirlin's favorite disciple. Even if Kong Shirlin was not there, it would be absolutely no problem for her to order these people to cook a meal for her. Not to mention that Qin Feng followed her instructions and gave them money. It turned out that Wu Zong had the same idea as her. When Zhao Rushi was halfway through her meal, he brought Wang Guangyu in and ordered a few dishes with familiarity. It was obvious that he often ate for free and was very familiar with what ingredients were in the Kong family kitchen and what special dishes the chef would make. He glanced at the food in front of Zhao Rushi and despised her. You don't know how to enjoy it. Zhao Rushi was speechless. He ate for free and acted like a classy person. Did he not treat himself as an outsider? After dinner, the three of them went to the next room. Miss, they are all here. Ma Sheng came forward and said, I settled them according to your instructions. Wang Zhongren from the south of the city said that he picked out a very good servant family for you. The couple are very capable, and their children are also very good. They were originally servants of a wealthy businessman. Later, the wealthy businessman lost money in business. Because they were capable, they blocked the way of some people in the mansion. So they were sold. It seems that the 200 taels of silver were really worth it. Ma Sheng and Lu Bo came here as soon as they arrived in Baining, and had dinner at a different time from Zhao Rushi and others. At this time, Zhao Rushi told him, You and Lu Bo go to eat. You don't need to worry about this. She turned around and told Wu Zong and Wang Guangyu about the situation, saying, Brother, you also know that the emperor gave me a 2-story shop. I used to design jewelry for Xia Baoshai, and I am familiar with silver shops. So I am also planning to open a silver shop. Most of these people are engaged in business, and they need to be smart, eloquent, and preferably literate. When you and Uncle Wang choose people for me, focus on these aspects. Wang Guangyu was very respectful to Zhao Rushi because he was giving Wu Zong face. But when he heard that the emperor had given Zhao Rushi a 2-story shop, he was shocked and realized that Zhao Rushi was also a person of character. Otherwise, how could the emperor give her a shop? His opinion of Zhao Rushi changed immediately, and he made up his mind to be more respectful to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi, Heavy Fog. Chapter 285 Servant. Okay. We got it. Wu Zong said, Then let's meet them in the order you set. Then the three of them walked around the courtyards, because Zhao Rushi's conditions were more specific, and Wu Zong was there. She also showed her strength by buying 2 houses in the morning. Therefore, the people didn't bring too many people to fill the numbers. Each person brought 20 or 30 people, and many of them were families. The interview process was similar to modern interviews. Everyone lined up and walked a few steps. Those who were too ugly and walked with slanted shoulders and heads were eliminated. Then they were asked to introduce themselves. And those who were unclear, stuttered, and had their eyes rolling around were eliminated one by one. Among the remaining people, those who can read and count will be asked to step forward, and then they will be given some questions to test, and the interview will be over. Wu Zong and Wang Guangyu both have sharp eyes. Although Zhao Rushi has not been a manager in modern times, she has seen many people interviewed, so naturally she has her own way. It took the three of them just over an hour to pick out everyone, because the middle-aged people were selected in advance. There were quite a few who met the requirements, as many as 35. In fact, 18 of them were 4 families. The largest population was a family of 6. A couple in their 30s with 4 children. The youngest was 6 years old, and the oldest was 14 years old. Others are families of 5, 4, and 3. Compared to singles, Wu Zong and Wang Guangyu prefer families. Such people are more stable. As long as they are not treated harshly, they are not likely to have bad thoughts. With relatives tied to them, the cost of their betrayal is several times greater than that of singles, and they will be much more honest. What makes Zhao Rushi embarrassed is that 1/3 of the servants left behind are servants of the criminal officials introduced by Tong Shengren in the east of the city. The main reason is that these people are much better than others in terms of dress, words and deeds, and more of them are literate. No matter how she compares, she can't bear to exclude them. Wu Zong said that these people were basically locked up in the backyard and didn't know anyone outside. They were fine to use and basically wouldn't have much to do with other families. So Zhao Rushi kept them. Among them, the family that Wang Shengren strongly recommended was Zhou Chun. The man's surname was Sun, and his wife's surname was Sun. Both of them were in their 30s. They had 2 children, a boy and a girl. In their teens, the family looked decent, dressed decently, and spoke generously and appropriately, which gave Zhao Rushi a very good first impression. Okay, these 35 people will stay first. I will train them for half a month. If there are any problems found in this half month, they will be sent back, Zhao Rushi said, and asked Qi Feng to pay them. This is how everyone buys people. The middlemen naturally had no objection. They took the money and left with the rest of the people. Where are you going to put these people? Wu Zong asked. If there is no suitable place, you can let them stay here for a few days. But people from various provinces who come to learn painting will come soon, and they will have to move by then. Zhao Rushi had already thought about it. Put it on the farm first. When the nearby house is bought, she will bring people out to learn to read and count. Especially those who have a certain foundation must be trained as accountants. The shopkeeper can hire outsiders, but the accountant must be his own, as long as the money and technology are in his own hands. Even if the shopkeeper has other intentions, it will not cause any trouble. She told Wu Zong about her house, and said to Wang Guangyao, Uncle Wang, when I find a house in Baining, I will have to trouble you again. Wu Zong and Wang Guangyao were both surprised by her generosity. Wu Zongming wanted to ask her why she bought so many houses and shops, but he finally held back and didn't ask. A 14 or 15-year-old girl had never had so much money in her hands. It was normal to spend money recklessly when you suddenly have money. But Zhao Rushi bought houses and shops, which was a very serious way to spend money, and it was not considered reckless. Even if she did nothing and rented them out, she would have a fixed income every month, which was better than keeping the money in her hands. If he asks too much, it will be bad. Having known each other for so long, he has a certain understanding of this junior sister. He knows that the junior sister is not a simple person. She is very opinionated and has her own thoughts on everything. She is much better than his nephews, who are 17 or 18 years old. So he doesn't need to worry about these things. Okay. If you need any help, just tell me. You still need to take care of these people. We will leave first. He stood up and said, Brother, Uncle Wang has troubled you for so long. Can you treat Uncle Wang to a meal in the restaurant tonight for me? I'll let Ma Sheng go with me to take care of it, Zhao Rushi said. As a social animal, she had to treat people to a meal when they helped her with something. This routine had become a habit. She naturally couldn't just let Wu Zong and Wang Guangyao leave. Wu Zong once again realized the sophistication of his junior sister. No need to be polite. Wang Guangyao waved his hands repeatedly. Just come and sit down. I didn't help much. Why should I be so polite? Zhao Rushi was sensible, so Wu Zong would naturally not refuse to do her a favor, and immediately made the decision, okay. Don't be polite to my junior sister. Look at the property she has. She is a wealthy woman. How can you not let her spend money? Tonight we will go to Weixianglu. Bring along a few of your good brothers from the Yamen, just to give face to my junior sister. As he said to Zhao Rushi, just call Ma Sheng over in half an hour. He took Wang Guangyao away with him. Zhao Rushi sent them to the door, then came back. She looked at the people present, calculating what to buy for them. The servants who were sold by the guilty officials still brought 2 sets of clothes, but most of the others were people whose families were in trouble, and they either sold themselves or were sold by their families. These people only had the clothes they were wearing, which they probably got from the middleman, and they had no replacement clothes. She asked Qi Feng to call Zhou Chun's wife, son, and said, Sister-in-law son, you are an embroiderer. You should count how much cloth is needed to make clothes for all these people. And bedding. She turned around and asked Qi Feng, are there any ready-made bedding for sale in the city? Qi Feng was stunned. I think there are. She used to be a second-class maid in front of the old lady and basically never left the house. It was only after she followed Zhao Rushi that she went out every day and gained some knowledge. But she didn't understand things that she hadn't been exposed to recently. After hearing this, Sun Saozi hesitated for a moment and suggested, Miss, there is no need to buy ready-made bedding. It's too expensive. Buy some cotton and cloth, and we women will make it. And we can finish it tonight. As for clothes, it's not too urgent. We will make them after we make the bedding. And each person will have a set in 2 days. Chapter 286 Money is worth spending. Zhao Rushi bought people for business. And in this era, it is natural to prefer men. But when she bought people, she kept women with good character and appearance. Women have a much harder life than men in this world. It's not a big deal for her to buy one more person, but it gave these women a chance. In fact, women can do many things just as well as men. If there is a suitable job, she would rather use women than men. Of course. Forget about the idea of men and women working together. Work is not tiring. This era does not allow it. Therefore, among the 35 people she bought, in addition to the 8 women from these 4 families, she also bought 7 women. A total of 15. One of them was a cook. A widow of 27 or 28. Living alone, 2 maids. 14 or 15 years old. These 3 were sold from the families of criminal officials. And they all looked like decent people. The other 4 were village girls, who were sold because their families could not afford to eat. And they were all between the ages of 12 and 15. In this day and age, needlework is the most basic skill for women. Even village girls have to learn it. After all, they have to make clothes for the whole family after they get married. It is not difficult for 15 women to make a set of bedding each. It is impossible for each person to have a set of bedding. It is no problem for 2 people to share a set. So Zhao Rushi adopted Sun Saozi's suggestion. Your head of the family was the manager in the original mansion? Then I will let him take charge of today's affairs. Zhao Rushi said. It is necessary to count how much cloth is needed to make bedding and clothes. And tell who to buy and who to work. These are all things that need to be taken care of. Since Wang Zhongren recommended Zhou Chun and said he was capable, she would now see what Zhou Chun was capable of. If he was capable, she would have someone to use. Sun's wife smiled and bowed to Zhao Rushi. Thank you, young lady, for giving us the opportunity to be the head of the family. As she said that, she quickly turned around and asked her daughter to call her husband over. After Zhou Chun came over, Zhao Rushi repeated what she had just said. She deliberately only gave orders and did not say how to do it specifically, in order to see Zhou Chun's own ability to respond. Zhou Chun was naturally happy to be put to good use by his master as soon as he arrived. He asked, "Can I call on all the people present?" "Yes." Zhao Rushi nodded. "There is nothing else in the manor except the bed. You need to buy everything you need within 3/4 of an hour, such as bedding, clothing, food, seasoning, cooking utensils, bowls and chopsticks, etc. My driver Lu Bo can take you to the place to buy. It's getting late, and we have to go to the manor in 3/4 of an hour." "Yes." Zhou Chun bowed. He first told his wife, "You count all the cloth you need." "Okay." Sun's wife knew that if this matter could be handled well, her husband would be valued by the master. It was a great opportunity that must be seized. So she hurriedly took her daughter to count. Seeing this, Zhao Rushi asked Chi Feng to take a charcoal pencil and some white paper to Sun's wife and teach her how to use it. Over there, Zhou Chun called the widow cook and said, "Sisterly, everyone's meals are left to you. You take a few little girls to cook. Tell my daughter what we need to buy, and ask her to write it down and go buy it later." Zhou Chun's daughter was only 12 years old. She was originally given a maid's name in the criminal official's house, Kuer, because she had just started working. She was only a third-class maid. Although she was young, she was smart. She had seen Qingfeng's charcoal pencil and paper at her mother's place, asked her for a copy, and ran over to help sisterly count. Zhou Chun reminded her, "There are a total of 35 people here. Each person has a bowl and a pair of chopsticks. You write this down first." Zhou Kuer wrote it down quickly, then raised her eyes to look at sisterly, who quickly told her what cooking utensil she wanted to buy. Seeing that both tasks were done, Zhou Chun asked Zhao Rushi, "Miss, is the farm far from here? If it's not far, we can buy 2 items each and take them there without hiring a mule cart. Otherwise, we have to hire a mule cart to transport the things." "Far," Zhao Rushi said. "Send someone to hire a mule cart, not only to transport the things, but you can also ride together." "Who is Lu Bo?" Zhou Chun asked again. Zhao Rushi pointed in the direction of Lu Bo. Zhou Chun bowed and ran over. After talking to Lu Bo for a while, he came back to report to Zhao Rushi. Lu Bo said, "We are going out of the city and happen to pass by the market to buy things. Although it is not a big market today, the grocery stores and clothing stores are all next to the market. I thought, why don't we just hire a mule cart here and go there after buying things?" Zhao Rushi was very satisfied with Zhou Chun. The education level in this era is not high, and many people's brains are not very bright. People like Zhou Chun who put the main things first and the secondary things second, the important things first and the unimportant things second, and who can arrange things clearly and coordinate time are already rare talents. Coming from the modern times, she knows best what is the most rare thing. That is talent. The extra 200 taels of silver she spent on Wang Shengren was really worth it. She smiled and nodded. Not bad. I'll do it according to your idea. Sun's wife had already calculated the required fabrics. And when she came over, she just happened to hear Zhao Rushi praising her husband. And she was very happy. Zhou Chun didn't care about these things. After a bow, he called his 15-year-old son and asked him to go outside with Lu Bo to hire a mule cart. After a while, the mule cart came. He came to ask Zhao Rushi for permission. After getting her approval, he asked people to go out and get on the cart. Zhao Rushi followed them to the door and saw that Zhou Chun didn't ask these people to get on the cart at once, but arranged them one by one. He separated those who were from the same family and arranged them on 2 or 3 carts, including those sold from the same criminal family. And those who were scattered were also arranged in pairs. The male owners of the 4 families stayed behind to get on the bus last. Of course, men and women were separated. At this time, some people's personalities could be seen. There were 2 village girls, probably from the same village, who refused to separate and insisted on getting on the same bus. Before Zhou Chun could say anything, Sun Saozi threatened them. After selling your bodies, you are slaves. You must do whatever your master tells you to do. If you don't listen, you will be returned to the middleman. Then the middleman will sell you to a brothel. She didn't say anything more. But the 2 little girls were frightened. They looked at Zhao Rushi, who was looking at them silently but didn't say anything, and quickly got on a carriage. Zhao Rushi could understand that the 2 little girls were scared, and she didn't have any thoughts about them. But she secretly took note of the other 2 young men who disobeyed orders, because they had to put things on the carriage later. Zhou Chun only arranged for 6 people to take 1 carriage, a total of 6 carriages, plus Zhao Rushi's own carriage, and the group set off to the market in a mighty manner. Chapter 287. Let's go to military training. Before Wu Zong left, he was worried that his junior sister would be bullied by these people, so he deliberately left Wu En here to take care of her. Wu En said he was a servant, but in fact he was in his 20s, married and had children, and was very mature and capable. He handled all the chores around Wu Zong. He also knew the master's idea, which was to let him not interfere, and only come forward when Zhao Rushi couldn't hold the situation and was bullied by these servants. So he stayed in the room and didn't come out, just observing the situation outside through the window. Seeing that Zhao Rushi had handled the matter in less than a cup of tea and had taken a group of people away neatly, he was extremely impressed. He opened the back door to Wu Zong, reported the matter, and praised, "Miss Zhao is indeed worthy of being the master's apprentice sister. She is really amazing." Wu Zong was more and more satisfied with his little apprentice sister after hearing this. At the beginning, when the master rashly wanted to accept a little apprentice, he and the eldest and second brothers were actually very helpless. Now it is different from the past. Now the 3 brothers are people with status and reputation. If an unreliable little apprentice sister comes and uses their power to cause trouble everywhere, they will also be very troubled. When he first came to learn painting, the senior brother told him to keep an eye on the junior sister and not let her cause any trouble. But he didn't expect that the master looked unreliable. But his eyes were very sharp, and he could tell at a glance that the junior sister was extraordinary. According to Wu Zong's observations recently, his junior sister is much better than many officials in their Dali temple. As for Zhao Rushi, she didn't get off the car when she arrived at the market. She only said Qi Feng to pay the money, and she lifted the curtain to look out. Zhou Chun called the male owners of the 4 families to get off. On the women's side, Sun's wife also called a few people. Their children were left in the car. The couple led a team of people to the grocery store and the clothing store. Zhao Rushi nodded secretly again. The most feared thing about these newly bought servants is that they will run away if they are not careful. Zhou Chun and his wife only let the male and female owners of each family get off. If there are not enough people, they can call a big child at most. Each family has a child left in the car as a hostage. In this way, people who get off the car to buy things will not want to run away. Zhou Chun, with a clear mind and careful thinking, is a powerful person. I don't know why he only worked as a small manager in the original owner's house. Because the distribution was appropriate and the statistics were done long ago. The things were quickly bought, and everyone got on the car again and went to the farm. Miss, they chose relatively cheap fabrics. Qi Feng reported to Zhao Rushi after getting on the car. Zhao Rushi nodded. It seems that Zhou Chun is quite good at managing the household and knows how to help her save money. These people have been trained and graded. If Zhou Chun and his wife are capable and have no moral problems, they will definitely be managers. Some people are not smart and can only do some stupid things, so they will be the lowest servants. The monthly salary and treatment of these people will definitely be different, and the clothes they wear will also be different. She will have to buy new clothes for them when the time comes. Thinking of this, she told Qifeng, after getting off the car, "Tell Sun Saozi to make clothes for them in the style of short brown, no matter whether they are men or women, and the length of the clothes should be at the hips. You tell her that this is what they wore during training. As long as they stay, we will make them clothes of normal style in the future." Why are modern schools so keen on giving students military training? Because military training can make people achieve the effect of obeying orders and prohibitions, and they can walk when they are told to walk and stop when they are told to stop. In this monotonous and repetitive action, all factors of disobedience to discipline are trained out, making them become people who abide by discipline and obey orders. The military training time is not long, but in a short time, most of a person's character and IQ can be seen. Whether he obeys orders, whether he can quickly understand instructions, make corresponding judgments, and find ways to meet requirements, whether he has a sense of teamwork, whether he has perseverance and persistence, whether he completes the task honestly and does not cheat. After half a month of military training, she could pick out the best and eliminate the worst. Zhao Rushi had been a student for many years, and had also experienced several military trainings. She felt that in addition to these, the experience of sharing weal and woe between people in military training could quickly bring people closer together. In the future, these people will be comrades in the same trench. So it is natural to use military training to break their barriers and bring them closer. Among the servants bought now, some wear short brown clothes, some wear long gowns, and some women wear long skirts. These are definitely not suitable for military training. She didn't need to design clothes. The short-coated style was fine. The short-coated style is a top and pants style, and the top length is usually around the hips and knees. It is different from regular clothes and formal clothes, and is casual clothes for the purpose of convenience in work. It is estimated that people like Zhou Chun who have worn silk gowns, or women who usually wear skirts, have a resistance to this style of clothes. Then obedience starts with wearing clothes. The group got off the car at the gate of the manor, knocked on the door and went in. And Qian Duo rushed over when he heard the sound. Seeing Zhao Rushi bring so many people and live in the servants' room built by the original owner at the back, he was surprised and happy. He didn't dare to ask Zhao Rushi, so he secretly asked Qifeng, "Miss, are you going to live here?" Qifeng laughed. "No." Qian Duo's eyes turned around, wanting to say something but not daring to. Hesitating. Qifeng was originally a silent and steady person. Qian Duo didn't say anything, so she naturally didn't ask. She went into the house to get the set of study treasures that Zhao Rushi wanted, and turned back to her side. Zhao Rushi handed the set of 4 treasures to Zhou Chun and said, "Take this and make an account of the expenses during this period. You will be in charge of these people and arrange their lives. You can pick a few people to help you. You should carefully observe who performs well and who performs poorly, and report to me when the time comes." "Yes." Zhou Chun bowed quickly. "Don't worry, young lady. I will do my best." Zhao Rushi nodded and asked him, "I think you are quite capable. How come you were only a manager before?" Zhou Chun didn't expect Zhao Rushi to ask him directly instead of asking Wang Zhongren. He was stunned for a moment before saying, the original master had many concubines at home. Several concubines were brought up by the family of the mansion, and their parents and brothers all lived in the mansion. Therefore, the relatives of these concubines, who were favored by the master, had to stand aside. Zhao Rushi nodded. She didn't need to verify with Wang Zhongren. She believed what he said was true. She said, "I don't know if Wang Zhongren told you. I bought you guys not to be slaves in the house, nor to work on this farm. Instead, I put you in the shop to help me run my business." Chapter 288 Test. Zhou Chun's eyes suddenly lit up. After reacting, he knelt down emotionally and kowtowed to Zhao Rushi. "Thank you, young lady." They were dragged to this farm, and they felt very uneasy. Even though they were placed in the servants' room behind the house where the master lived, they still had all kinds of speculations in their hearts. Especially Zhou Chun himself. He had followed the master to inspect the farm before, and knew that the servants had a very difficult life. He was very worried that the owner bought them to be farm servants. He himself didn't care. He had seen prosperity and endured hardship. As long as life was stable, anything was fine. But if his children became farm servants, they would face the lust and back to the sky for generations, and they would not be able to leave. He said, "Miss, if this is the case, you'd better tell everyone about the situation. I see that this farm doesn't even have a wall. If someone doesn't want to be a farm servant, maybe he will have a different mind and run away in the middle of the night." Just now, he looked at the situation of the manor, and had such worries in his heart. If Xiao Rushi lived here, it would be fine. She had guards and servants to look after these newly bought people, and these people would not dare to move easily. But there was no one living here, no one to look after them. There were no walls around. The manor servants lived far away. He was always worried that something would happen. "Do you think someone will escape? Are there many people who escape?" Xiao Rushi asked. Zhou Chun shook his head, whether anyone escaped or not. "I can't say for sure. But there won't be many people who run away." Xiao Rushi thought so too. This farm has no walls, and the servants live such a hard life. But no one runs away. She once asked Wu Zong about this problem. Wu Zong told her that once these servants run away, they will be runaway slaves. They don't have a pass, so they can't leave the city gate. And if they want to find a job in the city, no one will hire them because no one guarantees them. In the Dajin law, the family who employs runaway slaves will be punished with the same crime as the runaway slaves. That is, they will be caught by the government and sent to mine, and they will never be able to come back. Therefore, people who are not pushed to a certain extent and do not have a strong sense of adventure will not become runaway slaves. In this case, don't tell these people what I just told you. I want to see if anyone has the courage to become a runaway slave. It is better for such people to escape than to stay here. I would rather lose some money to buy people than let such people stay here and become a disaster," Xiao Rushi said lightly. Zhou Chun looked at Xiao Rushi with bright eyes and bowed. "Miss, you are wise. The attitude is much more respectful than before. As slaves, they also hope to follow a wise and sensible master. If the master is a fool, like his previous master, a woman whispers in his ear, and he forgets his last name. If he meets such a master, he would rather hide than show up, so as not to be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of those incompetent people with nepotism." After arranging these people, Xiao Rushi stood up and called Qifeng. "Let's go back." When she walked to the door, she saw Qian Duo standing there in a daze. Seeing her coming, Qian Duo hurriedly saluted and asked, "Are these people brought by the young lady here to be farm servants? If so, do you want to give them some work to do? Don't worry about these things. Just pick some vegetables from your fields for them, and I'll pay you for them later," Xiao Rushi said, turning around and telling Zhou Chun, who was following them, "I only asked you to buy food and seasonings, not vegetables. You can go directly to the head of the money bank, and Qifeng will settle the vegetable money with them later. As for meat, it was impossible. When she was in Shirong village, she might not be able to eat meat once every 10 days. The third-class maids in Sweiping Marquis' mansion, such as Itsui and Dinjiang, would hardly see meat in their dishes unless there was a happy event in the mansion or the master's birthday. It was even worse for the farm servants like Qian Duo. There might not even be a bit of oil foam in their dishes. These people had just been bought and had not done anything for her. How could she give them meat? She could just buy some brown rice to make porridge and eat it with coarse grain cakes. Life is too good. How can there be any motivation to work hard?" Xiao Rushi, who has fallen into the exploiting class, feels ashamed of Dee's education, but still insists on doing so and never repents. Anyway, it is impossible to get something for nothing from her. She introduced Qian Duo again. "This is Zhou Chun." But she did not explain Zhou Chun's identity. While the two of them were greeting each other, she took Qifeng out of the house. "Miss, the head of the bank seems to be very uneasy," Qifeng said. Xiao Rushi smiled. "It's good to be uneasy. People should always have a sense of crisis and not be too comfortable. These people are all in her observation. It's not good for the people in the manor to not see a way out. It's too late today. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, she will take time to go to the manor to select some children and let them join this group of people to study together. And among the people she bought, if there are too stupid or disobedient, she will make him a manor servant. And if Qianduo's thinking is rigid and he fails to execute orders, she will also select a suitable person from this group of people to become the new head of the manor." When we got back to the mansion, it was already quite late, and we had to carry a lantern when we entered the gate. "Why are you so late? You really worried me to death. Mrs. Yu came out in a hurry and blamed. Why didn't you send someone back to report if there was anything? Zhao Rushi smiled at her flatteringly. I'm fine. It's just that I bought some people and settled them in the farm, which delayed some time. Because this matter troubled my senior brother Wu. I asked Ma Sheng to go to the restaurant to entertain me. So there was no one to run errands. She told him what happened today, and then asked, Has Ma Sheng come back? He has come back. But he has only been back for a while. As you said this, she frowned and said, How about I send you another maid and a servant? Zhao Rushi thought for a while and nodded. If Daddy doesn't go out these days, lend me a guard. The servants I bought need to be trained. Uncle Ma has to stay in the farm. And I need a guard to run errands and deliver messages for me. In addition, I also want to use Uncle Ma's wife and children. She really needs people. And she was worried that Zhu would think too much if she didn't use the people in the mansion when she was so short of manpower. Zhu was very happy when she heard it, and said with a smile, Your father doesn't go to the government office now, and stays at home all day. It's a waste for Gao Weiqiang and others to stay in the mansion. They will be very happy if they can go out and take a breath. You can order Ma Shang's wife and children around. Your father has long said that you will order the whole family. After a pause, she added, in addition, after the separation, there are fewer masters and fewer things in the mansion. Many servants in the mansion are very idle. If you need anything, just pick some good ones to order. Chapter 289 Willing. Is that so? Zhao Rushi really has some ideas about this. Originally, the old lady wanted to maintain the status of the Marquis mansion, so she didn't dare to sell the servants. Although Zhu sure punished some sneaky servants through various rules, she sold them. And she hasn't bought new servants for so many years. But the ancients got married early, and 3 generations could live together at the age of 37 or 8. And 4 generations could live together at the age of 40 or 50. With children born in the family coming out one after another. There are still many servants in the mansion. Although only servants in the mansion who have jobs will receive monthly allowances, such as parents working, and using monthly allowances to support the elderly and children who do not work. The mansion's expenses in this regard are fixed. But if the monthly allowance of the servants is not high, there is no reward. Life is tight, and they cannot support their families. They will feel dissatisfied. Therefore, the mansion has to find some jobs to appease everyone so that everyone can live. Then the more servants, the greater the expenses. When the family is not divided, there are many masters, many conflicts, and many miscellaneous matters. For example, many people are needed to patrol and mediate disputes every day. But now there are only 5 masters left in the whole Bo mansion, and they are all easy to do. So these people are idle. If their jobs are cancelled, there will be no monthly salary to support the family. After a long time, something must happen. Although Zhao Rushi is busy every day, she always returns to the mansion when it is almost dark, and leaves again in the morning of the next day. But there is a little ear in her courtyard. That is Dianjiang. When the little girl first came to work, she was trembling and didn't dare to say a word. But she was originally a lively person, and Zhao Rushi was kind. So she returned to her original nature. She was a child born in a family, and her grandparents, parents, brothers and sisters-in-law were all working in various places. So she knew everything that happened in the mansion. Therefore, Zhao Rushi had a general understanding of what happened in Sweeping Marquis' mansion and all aspects of the situation. Mother, if there are extra servants in the mansion, can you assign them to me? I will give them monthly allowances, she asked tentatively. Okay. Zhu was even happier. My daughter came back only after she had grown strong enough to do so. There was nothing she needed to ask for help from the Bo's mansion. She was just worried that her daughter was not close to her and had a gap with the mansion. Now that her daughter could use the servants in the mansion, it meant that her daughter had no suspicion of them and treated them as family members, which really made her happy. I'll have someone spread the word these 2 days that those who are willing to be with you will come to you or me. I'll screen them for you and choose some capable and honest ones, so that you can use them easily. Zhao Rushi took her arm affectionately and smiled sweetly at her. Thank you, Mother. Zhu likes her daughter to be intimate with her. At this time, the mother and daughter were almost at Rongxi Hall. Zhu said, Your grandmother asked you before. I said you sent someone back to say that you had something and would be back later. Don't let it slip later. Yes, Mother. You are so nice. Zhao Rushi quickly flattered her. Zhao Rushi went to pay her respects to the old lady, went back to her own courtyard to eat alone, and then asked someone to call Ma Sheng, his wife Luo. Son and daughter. Ma Sheng is about the same age as Zhou Chun, and has 3 children. The eldest son is 16 years old this year. The daughter is 14 years old, and there is a 7-year-old son. Ma Sheng's wife Luo sure also has some martial arts skills. She has always been a guard in the inner courtyard, like Lu Pozi and others. The eldest son used to be a servant in Zhao Jingli's courtyard. After the family split, Ma Sheng didn't want his son to go to the second house. So his son quit his job and now rests at home. Today, Ma Sheng saw Zhao Rushi by so many servants, and now he called their family over. He guessed that he wanted to use them, and he was surprised and happy. Zhao Rushi got straight to the point. I will train the servants I bought next. The methods I use may not have been used in the mansion before, and I need your help. I need to train you first, and when you have learned it, you can help me train them. Do you have any objections? It's okay if you don't want to. I'll find someone else in the mansion. Yes. Yes, Ma Sheng said hurriedly. During this period of time with Zhao Rushi, no one knows the power of this young master better than him. To be disrespectful, he is much stronger than the uncle Zhao Yuanxuan. Not to mention the original Prince Zhao Jingli of the uncle's mansion. If you don't follow such a master, who else can you follow? They were the first to follow the 5th lady to build the kingdom. No matter where the 5th lady marries in the future, or whether she keeps the family business she created with her bare hands, she will use them. They are much better than staying in this unchanging Bo's mansion. Because Zhao Rushi did not hide the property from the mansion, Ma Sheng also told his wife about it. He specifically reminded her when he came just now. Hearing his statement, Luo and the 3 children also hurriedly said, yes. Zhao Rushi saw his 7-year-old child also shouting in a childish voice. Yes. She couldn't help laughing. She called the little guy over and asked him, what's your name? Such a family-born child will serve the master when he grows up. So his parents train him from a young age. Therefore, the little guy is not timid. He said, my name is Ma Tianming. My mother said that I was born at dawn, so I was named this. Zhao Rushi saw that he was big and strong, and his speech was clear and logical. So she liked him very much. She touched his head and asked, what are your brother and sister's names? My elder brother is Ma Wusher, and my elder sister is Ma Linger. My elder brother was born at noon? My elder sister was born at dawn? Yes. After hearing this, Mrs. Luo blushed and said, we servants have not read much and do not know how to name. So we just randomly gave them names. They are considered nicknames. After serving in front of the masters will give us names. As she said this, she pushed the 2 older children. Ma Wusher and Ma Linger quickly knelt down. Please give us names. Young lady. Zhao Rushi got a headache when she heard about naming. She was just a bad namer. In fact, when Qi Feng, Itsui and Yanjiang were given to her, Zhu asked her to name these maids. For example, Zhao Ryu thought her eldest maid's name was not nice, so she changed it to Fushu. But Zhao Rushi was a lazy person. She felt it was unnecessary, so she didn't change it. But the master's naming represented the recognition of this servant. She pointed at Qi Feng and said, look, I didn't change their names, so you can use your original names. I think your original names are pretty good. Wusher is Wusher. Linger is Linger. Seeing his 2 children standing there in a daze, Ma Sheng quickly pushed Ma Wusher. Ma Wusher quickly said, thank you for the name, Mississippi. Linger also said, okay, get up. Seeing that they all stood up, Zhao Rushi said, tomorrow, all 4 of you should wear short-sleeved shirts and long trousers and go to the chess viewing hall at 11 a.m. I'll be waiting for you there. Chapter 290 Training. Because Zhao Rushi wanted to learn horse riding, she asked Madame Yuan to make 2 sets of riding clothes. The next morning, she changed into them, had a quick breakfast, and came to the chess viewing courtyard. Except for Xiao Tianming, all 4 members of Ma Sheng's family were there, and they saluted Zhao Rushi immediately. Zhao Rushi nodded, walked to the middle of the courtyard and raised her hand, line up in order of height. Ma Sheng's family was confused. Not only them, but Qin Feng and Yanjiang who came with them were also confused. Zhao Rushi was not angry. She explained the rules and asked Ma Sheng's family of 4 to stand in line. Originally, Qin Feng and Yanjiang followed her and could join the training. But there are differences between men and women. When they stand together for training, there are often physical collisions, which is against the rules. Not to mention ancient times. Even in modern military training, men and women are separated. That's why Zhao Rushi only asked Ma Sheng's family to train at the farm. Male and female servants will also be trained separately in 2 courtyards. Ma Sheng, Wu Shi is in charge of the men's team. Luo Shi and Linger are in charge of the women's team. After Zhao Rushi explained these, Luo and Linger became more serious. So next, Zhao Rushi trained them to line up, count, march in unison, stand still, turn left, right, and turn back. Ma Sheng's family already had a foundation in martial arts, good coordination of movements, and they were smart. The most important thing is that there are only 4 people, and they don't need to do it in a neat manner. They just need to remember these steps. Therefore, after only half an hour of training, they were already in good shape. Okay, go home and prepare. We will leave for the village in 2/4 of an hour, Zhao Rushi said. Take all the things you need. You will stay there for the time being and will not come back. You can take Tianing with you. Yes. 2/4 of an hour later, the group set off for Bac Ninh. When they arrived in Bac Ninh, Zhao Rushi first went to the academy, handed the leave application to the gatekeeper, and stuffed a bag of snacks for them. Mrs. Cui received the leave application from the maid, and her nose was smoking. She yelled at the maid. She asked for leave yesterday, and she asked for leave again today. Starting tomorrow, you are not allowed to help her pass the leave application. Let her ask for leave from me herself. I wonder if she dares to fish for 3 days, and dry the net for 2 days. The gatekeeper had already been overwhelmed by the snacks that Zhao Rushi sent every now and then. She immediately said, Madam, I am not saying anything. But now that Miss Zhao has become Mr. Kumu's disciple, and has been assigned to the Dali Temple, she really doesn't need to come to our academy to study. She is respecting you very much by writing you a note of leave. If you don't allow her to take leave again, she might drop out of school. Madame Cui was speechless. The gatekeeper continued, How many girls in our academy are just discussing marriages and stay at home instead of coming to school? Miss Zhao is still like this even though she has a serious job. You should be content. Moreover, she has promised that she will study hard and rank among the top in the exam. So why do you ask so much? When she does not do well in the exam, you can mention it again, and then she will listen. Mrs. Cui had an impulse just now to complain to Kong Sherlin about Zhao Rushi, but now she stopped after hearing what the mother-in-law said. The old man is very protective of his shortcomings. If she goes to complain, maybe he will just tell Zhao Rushi not to come. She sighed and said, Okay, let's do this. If she wants to take leave in the future, you will take over. And don't report it to me. Just pass it to Madame Chen. It makes me upset. The old woman smiled and agreed. Okay. In Bailu Manor, everyone got up early and had breakfast. Waiting there, when Zhou Chen saw Zhao Rushi, he hurriedly came forward and saluted. Mississippi. How was last night? Zhao Rushi asked. Very good. Nothing happened. Zhou Chen smiled with a sense of relief. He was worried all night last night and barely slept. Although Zhao Rushi said it was a test for those people and would not blame him, but they were given to him to manage. If anything happened, he always felt that he was also responsible. Zhao Rushi saw that he had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and her satisfaction with him increased. As a manager, you must have a sense of responsibility. Entering the house, Zhao Rushi saw that everyone had changed into new clothes. There were a few people who were disheveled yesterday, and they were all washed and dressed neatly. She couldn't help but be very satisfied with Zhou Chen. She called Ma Sheng and Luo to the front of everyone. This is Manager Ma. This is Manager Luo. They will train you for a while. First, train, then teach the rules, and then teach literacy and arithmetic. When Ma Sheng and Luo heard that they were promoted to managers, they were so excited that their faces turned red. As expected, following the girl is a promising future. After Zhao Rushi introduced them, she nodded to Ma Sheng and Luo. This is up to you. Ma Sheng and Luo, who had just been pumped up, immediately assured girl, Don't worry. We will definitely train them well. Luo took the maid to the backyard. The male servant stayed in the front yard for training. Gao Weiqiang came with them today. He looked at Ma Sheng and his wife, who were appointed by Zhao Rushi as stewards, commanding a dozen servants to line up, with a look of envy in his eyes. Originally, Zhao Yuanchuan went to the government office from time to time, and they could go out with him. Now that Zhao Yuanchuan stayed at home, they, the guards, were idle in the mansion, which was a little unaccustomed to men who were used to being active. Dianjiang was also very excited when she went out with Zhao Rushi for the first time, and she worked more diligently. Seeing that Zhao Rushi had been standing, she took the initiative to step forward and asked, "Miss, do you want me to move a chair for you to sit on?" Zhao Rushi turned around and saw her red face, and smiled. No need. She looked for a while, and saw that after a lot of chaos, the male servants finally lined up in a crooked team under Ma Sheng's command. And the counting was also chaotic. I don't know if it's because of nervousness, or because they don't know how to count. The first person just called 5, and the next one jumped to 8, or followed the person in front and called 5, which made people laugh and cry. She said, "Let's go to the back to see the maid." Seeing Gao Weiqiang was about to follow, she said to him, "There are only women in the back. It's not convenient for you to go in. Just watch them here." Yes. Gao Weiqiang stopped awkwardly. Entering the backyard, Zhao Rushi found it even more chaotic. They hadn't even lined up yet. After Luo Shi and Linger adjusted their positions manually, they couldn't even count. More of the women were illiterate. Not to mention that they couldn't count. Some of them couldn't hear the buzz of mosquitoes when they opened their mouths. Zhao Rushi looked at them for a while, and then called stop. She walked over and said to Luo, "Put them in 3 rows. The best performers stand in the first row, and the worst performers stand in the last row. The first row will have meat tonight, and the last row will only have a steamed bun tonight. The middle row will have no meat, but they can eat their fill." Luo was immediately happy and nodded. Okay. Chapter 291 Opportunity. The eyes of those who performed well suddenly lit up, while those who performed poorly were about to cry. Zhao Rushi threw this sentence aside and went back to the front yard, saying this to Ma Sheng. Then she found that the mental state of the two teams was completely different from before. Girl is amazing. Gao Weiqiang couldn't help but praise. Qi Feng, you and Lu Bo go buy meat. Zhao Rushi walked out. Uncle Gao. Dianjiang, follow me to the manor. Gao Weiqiang and Dianjiang hurriedly followed her. After leaving the house and walking a few steps towards the village, they saw Qian Duo standing on the stalk of the field with a worried look on his face, staring at the distant mountain in a daze. Zhao Rushi coughed twice. Qian Duo heard the voice, turned around, and saw that it was Zhao Rushi, and hurriedly saluted her. "Mississippi, what are you doing here?" Zhao Rushi asked. Miss. Qian Duo didn't know if he had put his hand into the field just now, and his hand was stained with mud. Now he was nervous, and he wiped his face with his hand, and a mud mark appeared on his face. But he didn't seem to notice it yet. Mumbling, Old slave is waiting here. Hee. Zhao Rushi didn't expose him, saying, "I haven't seen the servants since I took over the manor. Now that I have time to meet them, you can call them all over." Qian Duo was stunned for a moment, then nodded fiercely. Okay. Old slave will go right away." With that, he ran away. "Let's go. Go back." Zhao Rushi returned to the house, but didn't go in. Instead, he asked Gao Weiqiang to move a stool out and sat down in front of the door. In front of the door, there was a road paved with bluestone slabs that could accommodate a carriage. On both sides of the road were compacted open spaces with only a few weeds growing here and there. It looked like the previous owner had left them there to see the servants. Soon, a group of people came over one after another. The clothes they wore were no better than those worn by Lipa that Zhao Rushi saw that day. They were covered in patches. Most of them were pale and skinny, and it was obvious that they were suffering from long-term malnutrition. Seeing this scene, Zhao Rushi was in a bad mood. Qian Duo was afraid that the servants would not be able to deal with it properly, so he ran back quickly after calling for help. Seeing that Zhao Rushi looked unhappy, he looked at the servants with some anxiety, but found nothing wrong. Then he walked up to Zhao Rushi and said with a shy smile, "Miss, a few children have gone up the mountain, and the others are here." "How old are those children?" Zhao Rushi asked. "They are all 5 or 6 years old. They can't do anything yet, so they help their family collect firewood and dig some wild vegetables in the mountain." Zhao Rushi nodded, and saw that the number of old, middle-aged, young people in the crowd was not much different. She said, "I bought a group of people yesterday. I think everyone knows it. Right? I need people. There is no reason to only buy outside, and not give our own people in the village a chance. Now everyone between 13 and 20 years old, please stand forward. I want to see how many there are. I plan to pick some people from among you and train with them. If you do well, you can go out and help me do business. She added, 13 to 20 years old, regardless of gender, whether married or not. Stand out. The servants probably had not seen many outsiders, so they were all a little timid. Zhao Rushi said that except for two who hesitated to stand out, no one else moved. The two who stood out were frightened when they saw that no one moved, and quickly shrank back. Qian Duo was immediately anxious when he saw this. He had been hanging around the house for the past 2 days. Why? Wasn't it for these children? He saw that this new master was kind-hearted. That day, he only took 3 small bamboo baskets worth less than 2 cents, but gave Lipa 3 cents of silver, which showed that he was kind-hearted. If Zhao Rushi didn't buy anyone, or he didn't know she bought anyone, that would be fine. But seeing that she bought a bunch of servants and put them walking around in his house, Qian Duoduo's heart was moved. He hoped that Zhao Rushi could give the children a way out. No matter how many opportunities there were, even if there was only one, it would give the servants hope, so that they wouldn't have to stay here for generations, living a hard life that could be seen at a glance, and people's spirit would be worn out. But now the opportunity is right in front of him, and these people are still procrastinating, which really makes him angry. He shouted at the crowd, "Why are you all standing there? Didn't you hear the girl? Stand up quickly. Youyu, Yuxing, Daju, Xuanzi, Niudan, Linshun." He began to call people one by one. The ones who were called were obedient and stood up. The ones who were not called also stood up. Dianjiang was much smarter than Qifeng. Without Zhao Rushi's instructions, she quickly counted the number of people and said to Zhao Rushi, "Girl, there are 51 in total." Zhao Rushi nodded and said to the 51 people, "Who among you is willing to follow me to do business? Those who are willing, please take a step forward and line up in front of the small tree. Those who are not willing, please stand still. I will only give you 10 breaths of time." Fearing that these people could not read, she said, "It is 1, 2, 3, 4. She counted the 10 words slowly and reminded them, "If you don't stand up after the count to 10, I will assume that you are unwilling. Don't come to me to beg for mercy again in the future. I will not be lenient anymore." She said to Dianjiang, "Report the number." Qian Duo was so anxious that he was about to yell at the children, but was stopped by Zhao Rushi, Qian's Wangtu. "Shut up and stand there. Their lives are theirs. They don't know how to fight for it. What's the point of you getting anxious?" Qian Duo had to take back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His face was flushed, but he was very anxious. On the cool morning of mid-autumn, he was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing this, Zhao Rushi was very satisfied with Qian Duo as the village head. This old man is really good. At least he is a good person, considering the people in the village and worrying about their fate. Dianjiang counted diligently, neither fast nor slow. 1, 2, 3. When he counted to 4, a young man and a boy finally stood next to the half-man-high tree. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, and being urged by their parents behind them, the others also hurried over. When Dianjiang counted to 8, there were still a dozen young men and women left. Most of them were dressed as young girls and wives, and 3 of them were pregnant. A pregnant woman standing at the edge was anxiously urging her husband to come forward, but the man was very hesitant and finally stood at the end of the line when Dianjiang counted to 10. A total of 32 people stood up. Chapter 292. Basically okay. You 32 people, come to me one by one and introduce yourselves. Tell me your name, how old you are, whether you are married, how many people are there in your family, and how old your children are. Tell me one by one," Zhao Rushi said. The boy who was standing next to the tree first, about 16 or 17 years old, took the initiative to come forward after hearing what Zhao Rushi said, and bowed first. "Hello, young lady." After standing up straight, he looked up at the sky and began to introduce himself. "My name is Qian Youyu. I am 17 years old, and I am not married yet. There are 6 people in my family." The words were very clear. Just now, Zhao Rushi heard Qian Duo shouting loudly, "You have more. You have left." And when she heard the surname Qian, she knew it was his grandson. "Okay. Stand over there." Next, she nodded and said nothing more. among the 32 people. They all swarmed to the front just now. All because of the herd mentality and the urging of their parents. But now they have to perform alone, without a companion. So some people are timid. And some people have never left the village in their lives, and have a natural fear of the outside world. So they shrink back and dare not go forward. Zhao Rushi was just testing, so she naturally wouldn't give them too much time to hesitate. She also didn't want to select too many people at once. Otherwise, there would be no way to harvest the autumn crops if there were suddenly too few people in the farm. So she estimated the time. And when she saw that no one came up, she announced, "Okay. That's it. Those who haven't come up are considered to have given up." She said to the people who introduced themselves, "You 13 people. You don't have to work in the fields during this period. Come directly to the house and train with the people inside. We will give you 2 sets of clothes at that time. Whether you can stay after the training depends on your performance. If you don't perform well, you will be sent back to be a farm servant." When the farm servants heard that they didn't have to work and there were clothes to be given, they were amazed. Those who didn't come forward to introduce themselves regretted it so much that their intestines turned green, and their families complained about them. Zhao Rushi comforted everyone again, "Don't worry. Exercise your courage. When I need people again in the future, I will give you another chance. But I will also take their usual performance into account. I don't want people who are sneaky and cunning, no matter how bold they are. In the future, she will select more good talents from the servants to train. When people go from adversity to prosperity, they will cherish opportunities more. On the contrary, some servants of the guilty officials, who used to live in luxury in the mansion, will feel uncomfortable living in her small temple. They want to work less, but want to be treated well. She doesn't want such people." Qian Duo was already very excited when she heard Zhao Rushi say that the 13 people could participate in the training. He knelt down with tears in his eyes, cowed out vigorously, and said loudly, "Thank you for your kindness, young lady, and for giving the children a future." Others were reminded by him, and hurriedly knelt down and cowed out to Zhao Rushi. "Hurry up and get up." Zhao Rushi joked that she was an exploiting class, but she still had a conscience. Being cowed out by so many people, she felt uncomfortable all over, and quickly stood up and turned her body, saying, "Hurry up, hurry up." But Qian Duo cowed out 3 times before he stood up. Zhao Rushi told Gao Weiqiang, "You lead them in. The men stay outside. The women go into the inner courtyard," Gao Weiqiang said, and led the 13 people into the house. "You stay here, the head of the bank, and everyone else go back to work." Qian Duo hurriedly stepped forward, bowed slightly, and bowed respectfully. "Don't worry, young lady. Even if there are 13 of them missing, we can still harvest today's autumn crops, and there will be no mistakes." Zhao Rushi waved her hand. "I want to ask, are you guys busy enough to plant these fields? Are there enough staff or not? If not, I will buy some more farm servants, but you may have to spend more effort to manage them." Qian Duo was also a little hesitant. "If it is not the busy farming season, we can handle it. When it comes to the rush to harvest, we are a little short of manpower, but not much." He looked at Zhao Rushi and tried, "Otherwise, the girl asked them to come back to help for a while during the busy farming season? This way, you don't have to spend money to buy people, and it won't delay the harvest in the fields." No. Zhao Rushi also needs to carry out a series of reforms on the crops in the village, and buying people is necessary. She is now worried about Qian Duo's ability. If she buys back 20 or 30 strong laborers, can Qian Duo manage them well? She can sell off the troublemakers and calm down the newcomers. But how to establish prestige in front of them, make them obey her command, and how to arrange labor tasks, all depends on Qian Duo's ability. You should be mentally prepared first, and prepare the land for them to build a house. I might send someone over in a few days. You have to think carefully about how to arrange their food, lodging, and labor," she said. "Yes, girl." Qian Duo was both excited and nervous. After paying her respects, she walked away with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. When Zhao Rushi returned to the house, she found that the team, which had just taken shape, had become a mess again because of the addition of the 13 people. Both Ma Sheng and Luo were in a mess, and she unexpectedly found that Luo was more flexible than Ma Sheng. Luo asked Linger to practice with the old team, while she reorganized the new team. The people in the village were illiterate, and could not count from 1 to 10 smoothly. In order to teach this, Luo spent a lot of effort. And in the end, teaching walking was a mess. And half of the people could not tell the left from the right. But at least the method was right. And it was fine after teaching for a while. Especially after hearing that they would get meat if they practiced well. The servants were all excited and quickly got into shape. And could be put into a team for training. The old team had new people chasing them. And the competition was more intense. They did not dare to relax at all and practiced more seriously than before. Ma Sheng was still sweating profusely, as he corrected the new servants one by one. Zhao Rushi asked Yin Jiang to call Ma Sheng over and let him learn from his wife. After watching the training for a while, she called Zhou Chun's family and Li Xiaozi over and said to her, "So many people need to take care of the food. So you 5 don't need to participate in the training. Just take care of the food for them." No matter how well these 5 people were trained, she would keep them. Moreover, after watching for a while, she found that Zhou Chun's family did a great job in obeying instructions and doing the right actions. And Li Xiaozi was not bad either. Several people also understood her meaning and agreed happily. After everything was arranged, Zhao Rushi took Gao Weiqiang, Qi Feng, and Yin Jiang to leave the manor and return to Baining. It was almost noon at this time. Zhao Rushi did not go to Kong Shirlin's place, but asked Qi Feng to open the door next door and enter Wu Zong's yard. She was about to ask Lu Bo to find Li Zhongren from Baining, but she didn't expect that Li Zhongren came to her door just after she sat down. Chapter 293 Spending Money Like Water. Miss Zhao. What a coincidence. I was looking for houses nearby, and was just about to find you when I saw your carriage, Li Zhongren said with a smile. In order to avoid trouble, Zhao Rushi usually took a carriage with the logo of Swaping Bo's mansion. She was overjoyed when she heard this and asked, "Is there any news about the house?" "Yes." Li Zhongren pointed to the next door. "I know that the girl wants to be closer to the master and senior brother. So since yesterday, I have been looking for the owner of the house next to the mill. Just now, he finally gave in, and was willing to sell the house to the girl." Zhao Rushi glanced at him. "If he doesn't want to sell, I'll buy one farther away. Don't force others." She couldn't force others to sell when they were living well. Isn't this Li Zhongren trying to scare others with Wu Zong's name? No. 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 How dare I? Li Zhongren waved his hands quickly. He has a large family, so I'm using this to persuade him. It's also good to buy a big house in a remote place with money and live more spaciously. Why must we squeeze in here? His family members also agree with what I said. Zhao Rushi was a little cautious. How much did he offer? For a house like this, he would have to ask for a high price. She has now bought 2 houses and shops, and many servants. She will have to support them in the future, and she doesn't have much money left. If the neighbor offers a high price, she will definitely let down Li Zhongren's hard work. 2,500 taels, Li Zhongren said. He was a little embarrassed. Probably a premium of about 500 taels. Although the housing prices in Baining are higher than other places, they are definitely not comparable to those in Beijing. For a house of this location and size, 2,000 taels is about right. 2,500 taels is definitely a high price. I asked him about the bottom price, and he insisted on it. He said if the price is too low, why would he sell it and buy it again? It's too much trouble. In fact, if the girl is not in a hurry, she can wait a little longer. Now he is interested. You can persuade him. Maybe he can't stand it and lower the price himself. Li Zhongren sincerely wants to help Zhao Rushi make this deal. Yesterday, he saw Wang Guangya accompanying Lord Wu and Miss Zhao throughout the whole process, and his attitude was extremely respectful. In Baining, the army is always changing, and the county magistrate comes one after another, but these clerks remain unmoved. They are all very powerful in Baining. People in Baining would rather offend the county magistrate than offend these clerks. So compared to Wu Zonglai, Li Zhongren values Wang Guangya more. They dare not neglect the people that Wang Guangya truly respects, and they hope to please him. What is his house like? I spent a lot of money to buy it, but I have to spend hundreds of taels to repair it, Zhao Rushi said. Besides, if I buy it, they have to move as soon as possible. I am in a hurry to buy it because I need the house. If they don't move for a year or 2, I don't need to buy his house. She thought for a while, at most half a month. They have to move out. 500 taels of silver, for her, is just to teach half a person to paint, because this location is rare. It happens to be next to her senior brothers. She also accepted the premium of 500 taels. There is only one thing. She will need this house soon. If the owner does not move out, or if she needs to spend time to repair it after moving out, it will be very troublesome for her. Because he offered this price, I also went in to take a closer look. The layout of the courtyard inside is good, similar to Lord Wu's place, but there are a few more houses. The flowers and trees in various places are well maintained, and there is also a well. The girl only needs to have the walls painted, and it can be used, Li Zhongren said. As for the moving matter, I can discuss it with him. If he doesn't agree to move out soon, I'll find another house for you. He pointed to the west. There's another house for sale over there, half the size of this one, with a courtyard, and the price is not high. Only 1,000 taels of silver. Because it's small and far from here, I didn't tell you. Okay, then you discuss it first. If he agrees, I'll go over to see the house later, Zhao Rushi said. Seeing that Zhao Rushi didn't plan to haggle over the price, Li Zhongren was sure of the deal. He stood up and bowed to Zhao Rushi. Then I'll take my leave first. With that, he went to the next room. Zhao Rushi told Qifeng, go to the next room and see if my master is there. If he is, I will go and greet him. If not, I won't go. Go to the kitchen and get some food. If she was a little more tolerant, she would not take advantage of her master, but spend money to order food from the restaurant and have it delivered. But Zhao Rushi was a generous person. If she was too fussy about such a small amount of food, she would feel petty and too distant, and her master would definitely be unhappy. What she was least afraid of was owing a debt of favor to someone financially, because she had confidence in herself in this regard and felt that she could afford to repay it. Qifeng had gone there and had not come back for a long time, so Zhao Rushi knew that her master was not there, and she waited for Qifeng to bring the food over with peace of mind. Before Qifeng arrived, Li Zhongren came over and said to Zhao Rushi, Miss Zhao, they have agreed to move in within half a month. Would you like to go and see the house now? Okay. Zhao Rushi stood up, led Gao Weiqiang and Ginjiang, and followed Li Zhongren to the next door. Li Zhongren probably said that the buyer was a young lady from a noble family, and the neighbor sent a lady in her 30s to receive her. Li Zhongren called her Mrs. Zhang. Zhao Rushi followed Mrs. Zhang around the Zhang family and looked at every corner of the house. She was barely satisfied with the layout and the house. After all, it was not built according to her own ideas, so there were always various things that she was not satisfied with. But this is what buying a ready-made house is like. It is good enough to be generally satisfied. Okay, that's it. When you have time, let's go to the government office to check the house deed, Zhao Rushi said to Mrs. Zhang straightforwardly. Miss Zhao, wait a moment. I will ask the maid to ask our old master now, Mrs. Zhang said. When the group walked to the front hall outside, an old man in his 50s or 60s came out and bowed to Zhao Rushi. It is an honor that Mr. Jiwei has taken a fancy to our house. I have the honor to have spoken a few words to your master, and even your senior brother has met him a few times. Zhao Rushi knew that he was a Jiren. Seeing that he was so polite, he returned the greeting and said apologetically, Jiwei was presumptuous and wanted to buy Mr. Zhang's house. It made Mr. Zhang suffer the pain of moving. It is Jiwei's fault. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhang. As she spoke, she bowed again. Master Jiwei, please don't say that. Old Master Zhang blushed. My family is growing, and we want to move, but we don't want to give up our old home. So we offered a high price to make Master Jiwei give up. But Master Jiwei agreed to it so readily, which made us ashamed. I am really ashamed. Ashamed. Chapter 294 Second Senior Brother. The two exchanged a few polite words, and Zhao Rushi asked, I wonder when old Master Zhang is free to go to Qi. You can go to the government office in the afternoon, old Master Zhang said. Well, when the government office is open, let's meet directly at the government office, Zhao Rushi said. Very good. Very good. Zhao Rushi said goodbye and went back to the next door. Qifeng also came with two maids from Kong Mansion. The three of them were holding food boxes in their hands. Seeing that Li Zhongren was about to leave, Zhao Rushi hurriedly said, Why don't we eat here together and let Uncle Gao accompany you? Qifeng also said, Yes. Kang's cook knew that the girl hadn't eaten yet, so she was very enthusiastic and cooked a lot of food. We definitely can't finish it. Li Zhongren, why don't you eat here together? Gao Weiqiang also said a few polite words. Generally, for such a business, the middleman would accompany the yamen to sign the red deed to avoid any accidents in the middle, and also collect commissions. The yamen's lunch break was also very short, and it was time to open the yamen soon. Even if Li Zhengren left, he didn't dare to go far. He just found a small stall nearby to buy something to eat or just eat dry food. Seeing that Zhao Rushi was sincere in staying, Li Zhengren didn't refuse. Gao Weiqiang took the 3 food boxes from the maid and ate with him in the dining hall of the outer courtyard. Zhao Rushi, Qi Feng and Yinjiang had lunch in the inner courtyard. After lunch, the group went to the government office. Wang Guangye saw that Zhao Rushi bought another house only 1 day later, and he admired him more and more, and worked harder. When Zhao Rushi gave him hard work money, he refused for a long time before accepting it. Seeing Wang Guangye's attitude towards Zhao Rushi, old Master Zhang became more respectful. Before leaving, he said, "Don't worry, Miss Zhao. My family has a farm just outside the city. We will move to the farm during this period. In less than 10 days, we can vacate the house. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Zhang." Zhao Rushi said goodbye to him and stopped Li Zhengren. "I want to buy some farm servants. If you have suitable ones, go to my master's house and leave a message for me." "Okay. I'll tell the girl after I've chosen one." Li Zhengren was so happy to see that he had done another business after finishing one business, and he said goodbye to Zhao Rushi and left. After Zhao Rushi returned, he went to the Kong Family Art Academy and told Kong Shilin and Wu Zong that he had bought the house next door. Kong Shilin was also very happy to know that his apprentice bought the house nearby because of him and Wu Zong, and said, "This is good. It's convenient." Although he and Zhao Rushi were master and apprentice, there was still a difference between men and women. Even if he doesn't live here, Zhao Rushi sometimes doesn't have the convenience to go back to Beijing, nor does it have the convenience to live in his villa. Therefore, it is necessary to have a place to stay here. "Little sister, you are spending money like water. You don't have much money left, right?" Wu Zong teased her. "You really spent it all." Zhao Rushi nodded, and smiled and bowed to the two of them. "But the painting training class that master and senior brother arranged for me will open soon, right? If I didn't have this income, I wouldn't dare to buy a house like this. We have to be stingy to buy a place. So thank you, master and senior brother. That's enough." Kong Shilin patted her head. "Stop playing around here and go paint. If you don't paint well, I'll hit your hand." After Zhao Rushi painted a picture and received Kong Shilin's affirmation and praise, and after he gave everyone some pointers on sketching, Gong Chung came in, still wearing his official uniform. Wu Zong smiled as soon as he saw him. "Senior brother, are you so busy with the Ministry of Industry? I remember that you and I both took the afternoon off, right? Look at you. You've only come a few times?" Gong Chung ignored him, said hello to Kong Shilin, went into the inner courtyard to change out of his official uniform, and put on his casual clothes. After coming out, he said, "I can't help it. I was supposed to finish my work some time ago, so I could paint peacefully. But yesterday, the emperor issued an edict saying that the 5th prince would take up his post in the Ministry of Works today. After the 5th prince came today, he went to various government offices. None of us could leave, so we had to accompany him. If I hadn't asked for leave, I wouldn't be able to come out at this time." Zhao Rushi was moved when he heard this. Since the matter involved the royal family, Wu Zong couldn't tease him anymore and said, "Okay, hurry up and paint." Zhao Rushi came to Gong Chung and said, "Brother, can I delay your time for a while?" Gong Chung didn't have much contact with Zhao Rushi, but he heard Master and Wu Zong praise the little sister in various ways during this period, and he had a very good impression of Zhao Rushi. He smiled and said, "It's okay. You say it. I just bought a farm, didn't I?" I asked the farm owner. He said he only grows rice once a year. The rest of the time it's all barren. Winter wheat can't be grown in winter to save soil. I just want to ask, is it right for him to do this? Can you give me some advice? Gong Chung is the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Industry. He may be in charge of engineering and construction, not agriculture, but a senior official knows a little bit about the areas under his jurisdiction. For example, modern provincial and municipal leaders, even if they are not from farming families and have never farmed themselves, have inspected and learned too much about agriculture, and have to help local farmers solve problems when they encounter them. In this regard, They can also say a lot of things and relevant detailed data. As expected. Upon hearing this question, Gong Chung said, "He is right. The main reason is that the farm is too big. The fields are too many. And the manpower is limited. Farmers can't accumulate much fertilizer. And the fertility of the fields can't keep up. It's cold in winter. So the fields can only be left uncultivated to conserve the soil. Then is there nothing else that can be planted in winter and increase fertilizer?" Zhao Rushi said. "Yes. We all advocate planting green manure, which can increase fertilizer. But it is impossible to sell it for money," Gong Chung said. Wu Zong interrupted and said, "Junior sister, I know you hope that the manor will be more successful and the servants will live a better life. But every manor is like this. If there is a good way, everyone would have followed suit. Who doesn't want to do something that can make money? But for so many years, no one can think of any good way." Zhao Rushi sighed. "Okay. Then I will think of another way." In fact, she has some ideas. She not only has fields, but also mountains and rivers. If you raise sheep and chickens on the mountain and ducks by the river, the manure of these livestock and poultry, plus the rotten soil accumulated from fallen leaves in the mountains and forests, is a very good fertilizer. Fertilizer can increase the fertility of the fields. And the sale of livestock and poultry is another income. Killing two birds with one stone. And it can be regarded as solving the problem of insufficient fertility. But what should we do if the livestock and poultry get sick? This is a big problem. Chicken plague is inevitable in modern times. Not to mention ancient times. A family with a fortune of 1 million does not count the hair. Which means that the income from livestock and poultry is difficult to calculate. And it depends on whether you have good fortune. Chapter 295 Zhao Jingli. She pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Gong Chung, second senior brother. "Write down all the crops that can be grown in Baining, including grains, vegetables, fruit trees, etc." Gong Chung took the paper, thought about it, and then wrote on it. "These are all I can write at the moment. When I go back to the government office and ask my colleagues in the government office, I will ask someone to send you if there are any omissions." "Thank you." Second senior brother, Kong Sherlin, who had been listening to their conversation silently, finally spoke. "Okay. Let's all go and paint." He glanced at Zhao Rushi. "If you can learn to paint well, one painting can be sold for a lot of silver. Is it necessary to spend so much effort?" Zhao Rushi smiled and said nothing. These are two different things. If there had not been the political crisis 2 or 3 years later, she would have made some money and perhaps survived. Just making money or painting for her hobbies, and living a leisurely life. In her previous life, she was not a person who was extremely thirsty for money. But the situation is different now. And she also wants to do something for the servants to change their current situation. But there is no need to tell the master about these. Wu Zong, on the other hand, somewhat understood the junior sister's thoughts. He said, "The junior sister went to the farm that day and saw that the farm servants were having a very difficult life. She felt very sorry for them. She arranged all these things not only to increase the farm's income, but also to help the farm servants and improve their lives. If the junior sister can really increase the farm's income, others will definitely learn from her. And then the farm servants will benefit. The junior sister has a pure and kind heart, which is very rare." He said this half to Kong Sherlin and half to Gong Chung. He hoped that the second senior brother would take this matter seriously, and not think that it was just a casual act of a junior sister who was ignorant of the world. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Gong Chung said to Zhao Rushi, "When you receive the letter, if you feel that there is something you don't understand, you can go to the Ministry of Industry to find me, and I will take you to meet those colleagues who are in charge of agricultural affairs." "Thank you." Second senior brother, Zhao Rushi became even happier. It was almost evening, and the painters had dispersed. Zhao Rushi got on the carriage and was about to open the crops written by Gong Chung to think about it carefully. When he saw Chi Feng handed over a letter, it was sent by the fifth master. Zhao Rushi opened it and smiled. Xiao Lingyan was probably worried that someone would see the letter, so he wrote it in German. Both of them were top students, and because they often had to travel with their tutors, they both knew English, French, German, and Japanese. Even if there was Emperor Xingyao in this world and English was spread here, the probability of knowing German was still very low. He wrote the letter in German, so even if the letter was intercepted, others would not be able to understand it. and it was impossible to use this thing to identify the handwriting and confirm whether the letter was written by Xiao Lingyan. So he was very cautious. His letter did not say anything else. Only listed the things invented by Emperor Xingyao. Emperor Xingyao was probably a science student. In addition to making cosmetics, bras and underwear to make money for women, she invented glass to make money. Glass began to be a luxury in the form of glass cups, which first reaped a lot of wealth in the aristocratic circle. When these things could not be sold at a high price, they became popular in the capital in the form of glass windows and warm rooms. The nobles grew vegetables in their own gardens in the middle of winter, which shocked the Jin dynasty. So people from the capital to other places all bought glass. After using the money to help her husband ascend the throne, Emperor Xingyao sent people to sail to the sea and brought back many varieties of grains and vegetables that were not produced in China, which shocked Dajin again. As for the fields of industry, agriculture, manufacturing, etc., she did not try to get involved with the information sent by Xiao Lingyan. Zhao Rushi had a clear idea in her mind. She put the letter in an envelope and lowered her eyes to think about what she could do. What she could do that would not attract too much attention and make money quickly. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice that the carriage had entered the capital. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently several times, accompanied by the neighing of the horses and the sound of Lu Bo cracking the whip. Zhao Rushi suddenly held onto the table welded to the floor while shaking. Qing Feng, who was sitting opposite her, was also frightened and pale. Fortunately, after a while, the carriage stabilized, slowly moved forward a few steps, and stopped. Lu Bo, what happened? Qing Feng stood up and prepared to go out to find out what was going on. Miss, it's the young master. Ma Xing's voice came from the window. Zhao Rushi frowned, stood up, lifted the door curtain, and got out of the car. She glanced and saw Zhao Jingli standing in the middle of the road, his face flushed and dazed with fear. Lu Bo had already got out of the carriage and was asking him if he was injured. Seeing Zhao Rushi get out of the carriage, Lu Bo quickly turned around to explain to her it was the young master. He suddenly rushed over, and the horse was startled and almost hit him. Yes, I'm sorry. Zhao Jingli dodged his gaze, and his eyes were full of embarrassment when he looked at Zhao Rushi. I didn't expect to scare Ma. Zhao Rushi's sense of smell has always been sensitive. As soon as she approached Zhao Jingli, she smelled the smell of alcohol on him. Looking at the abnormal blush on his face, she frowned. Did you drink? I. Zhao Jingli's blush was half because of drinking, and half because of shame. I just drank a little. Zhao Jingli, you are so capable. Zhao Rushi was furious when she saw him like this. Your parents have taught you carefully since you were young, but you are not good at such a young age and learn to drink like others. Are you worthy of your parents? This sentence immediately angered Zhao Jingli. He shook off Zhao Rushi's hand that wanted to support him, pointed at Zhao Rushi, and shouted angrily, those are your parents, not mine. Do I want to be reduced to this state? As soon as they knew I was not their biological child, they pushed me away. Was the relationship over the years fake? Fake. All fake. Now I can do whatever I want. No one cares about me. No one cares about me. At the end, he woo-woo and started crying. Zhao Rushi's eyes turned cold after hearing these words. She turned around and said to Lu Bo, let's go. She also ordered Ma Sheng, hold him first. Don't let him rush over. She didn't want to say a word to Zhao Jingli now. In fact, not only Zhao Yuanchuan and Zhu, but also she, have been waiting to see Zhao Jingli's performance. After all, Zhao Jingli is a child that Zhao Yuanchuan and Zhu have loved and taught carefully since childhood. They have spent the most time on him. Now because of his status, Zhao Jingli has returned to the second house. But Zhao Yuanchuan and Zhu can't just let it go. But sometimes, the most taboo thing is to be entangled. Chapter 296 Awakening. If they still go to ask about Zhao Jingli's well-being, it will not only hurt the hearts of the biological daughter, who has just been recognized, and the son, who has just been made the prince, but also make Zhao Jingli have delusions in his heart, thinking that his parents are still the same parents, and he can still rely on them for anything, which is not conducive to Zhao Jingli's growth. He used to be the prince, and he has been learning how to support a noble family. Now that he has become the eldest son of the second house, and is about to become an adult, he should shoulder all the responsibilities of the second house without any hesitation. He should stand up, control his unreliable father, save money for the family, take care of his brother who was hit hard, and arrange all the affairs of his mother. Wei was not likable. But only Zhao Jingli and Zhao Jindan had no right to dislike her mother. Although Zhao Rushi was very busy, and had no time to take care of the second and third rooms. She knew Zhu's expectations from Zhu's words. But Zhao Jingli's performance during this period disappointed them. Apart from taking care of Zhao Jindan, he didn't care about anything else, and was immersed in his own pain. He said few words all day long, silent and decadent. After following Zhao Yuanlian to deal with Wei's funeral, he also learned to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Seeing Zhu's discomfort when she mentioned him, Zhao Rushi wanted to find an opportunity to wake Zhao Jingli up. But after hearing what he said just now, she didn't want to say a word. You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. If Zhao Jingli thinks that she has taken away everything from him, and that Zhao Yuan and Zhu's feelings for him are fake, then every word she says will be regarded by him as showing off and having bad intentions. In this case, why should she waste her breath? Zhao Jingli came to stop Zhao Rushi's carriage today while drunk, wanting to ask her for something. But he vented his resentment in his heart in excitement. Seeing that she was about to leave, he suddenly became anxious and shouted at Zhao Rushi's back, "I know you look down on me. I know I am incompetent. I also want to change. But I really don't know anything." Whoa! As he said this, he sat down on the ground, covered his face, and burst into tears again. Ma Shun watched Zhao Jingli grow up, and had taught him a few moves of kung fu before. Seeing him like this now, he felt a little sorry, and couldn't help but look at Zhao Rushi and call, "Miss." There was pleading in his eyes. He had been with Zhao Rushi for so long, and he knew that his daughter was very capable, even more capable than the uncle. If she could lend a hand to Zhao Jingli would not be decadent and ruin himself. Zhao Rushi stopped, sighed, walked over and said coldly to Zhao Jingli, "Do you really think I took everything from you?" Zhao Jingli probably felt very ashamed, and he was almost sober. His crying had subsided, leaving only sobs. He shook his head and whispered, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. If it weren't for Wei, you wouldn't have had to live a hard life in the countryside for more than 10 years. I stole those 14 years from you. I'm sorry. Have you paid it back?" Zhao Rushi asked. "Ah?" Zhao Jingli looked up in astonishment. Pay what? Didn't you say you stole it from me? If you stole something and know you were wrong, then return it." "Why? Why return it?" Zhao Jingli's eyes widened. He was actually an honest child, and he also had the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Some people would have a very intense reaction when they were hit, such as fainting or getting seriously ill, just like Zhao Jindan. But they would be fine after that period of time. Some people seemed fine, but in fact they could not accept the reality at all. So they gradually sank into despair, and their personalities became silent and depressed. Zhao Jingli is the latter. Some time ago, he seemed to be fine and silently accepted the fact. But in fact, he could not accept the blow at all. In addition, the second house was in chaos after the division of the family, and was disturbed by several concubines all day long. Zhao Jindan was worried about his mother all day long. She was sick, Wei was beheaded, and she was buried. This series of events left Zhao Jingli no time to digest his emotions. Compared with Zhao Yuan and Zhu, he could not accept Zhao Yuanliang, a confused, incompetent, and completely irresponsible father. Nor could he accept his mother, who seemed to love him deeply, and hoped that he could inherit the title and the family property, but was morally corrupt. After Zhao Jing'an's high fever subsided, and he finally survived, he indulged himself. He saw in a book that he could drink to drown his sorrows, so he wanted to give it a try. But when he was drinking, he heard the maids at home talking about how capable Zhao Rushi was. She worshipped Mr. Ku Mu as her teacher, and was ordered by the emperor to teach painting to the Dali Temple and the officials below. He immediately rushed out and waited for Zhao Rushi on the roadside. At this time, he was drunk and his mind was clear, and regret surged in his heart. "My parents were originally my parents, but you stole them away for 14 years. During these 14 years, they carefully raised you, but their own daughter was thrown in the countryside. Don't you owe them? Now you should use the skills you have learned over the years to manage the second house. As long as you manage the second house well, and don't let my parents worry about you anymore, you will repay their kindness and make their teachings to you worthwhile. Can you do it?" Zhao Jingli remained silent. When Zhao Rushi was about to provoke him, he nodded, yes. He said this word with a resounding voice, which was obviously the result of careful consideration. Zhao Rushi was satisfied to see him like this. After all, the child in front of him was just a 14-year-old child, who was still immature because he had not experienced any hardships. It was understandable that he was a little extreme when he encountered an unexpected change. She was worried that if she didn't remind him properly, he would not be able to grasp the key points. So she simply squatted in front of him and lowered her voice. Don't let your father daydream all day long. Don't let him become a pawn in the hands of your third uncle, and bring disaster to the whole family. Persuade Jing'an to manage the mansion with you, and also manage the ambitious Zhao Ruyu and the troublemaking Zhao Ruruwei. In addition, deal with those concubines in the mansion who are jumping around, and send 1 or 2 to the farm, so that the mansion will be much quieter and reduce a lot of expenses. After you have sorted out the affairs of the mansion, you should go and check on your shop. This is the support of your family's life, and it cannot be lost. Those shopkeepers and clerks who were not well arranged by Wei should be kicked out. Let the business of the shop prosper, and your life will at least not be too difficult. Wu Zongke told her that the 2 dowry shops of Wei's family did not belong to the Wei family, but to the Zhao family, so they could be accommodated. Zhao Yuanliang spent money to arrange things everywhere, and the Dali Temple returned the shop to him. Chapter 297. The man's heart is iron. Zhao Yuanliang had borrowed money to go to the Dali Temple, and the family was struggling, so he sold a shop to fill the hole. Now the second house has 2 shops and a small farm. As long as the business is well managed and the staff in the house are reduced, the family's food and drink will not be a problem. Thank you. Hearing Zhao Rushi's words, Zhao Jingli was ashamed again, not to mention anything else. Just these words. It can be seen that Zhao Rushi knows more about life and work than him. It was a waste that he had received so many years of education from the prince. He was too ashamed to see anyone, but he rushed out to stop the carriage today under the influence of alcohol. Not to say this, he blushed and said shamelessly, If I do these, can I learn painting from you? He had thought about his own future recently, but it turned out that Zhao Yuanxuan had always trained him according to the path of a military general. He was not good at reading the 4 books and 5 classics, and he felt that he was not suitable for the imperial examination. He is no longer the son of Sweeping Bo. Without money and connections, it is difficult for him to become a military commander. So he was particularly confused, until he knew that Zhao Rushi was valued by the emperor and the Dali Temple for his painting, and that Zhao Jingtai was learning painting from Zhao Rushi. He could not suppress the idea in his heart. If he and Jing'an learned Zhao Rushi's painting method, it would not be difficult to find a job in the government office. Right? Okay. Zhao Rushi agreed very readily. In ancient times, clan power was the most important thing. In any case, Zhao Jingli and Zhao Jinggan are cousins of her and Zhao Jingtai. And the most important thing is that they have good character. They have made progress, and the first wife doesn't have to worry so much about them. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu can also put down their worries about Zhao Jingli. It's still the same saying, everyone is good. That's the real good. Win-win and progress together are the foundation of a family's prosperity. After returning to the mansion and having dinner, Zhao Rushi told everyone about this matter. Zhu was very pleased, and looked at her daughter with gratitude. Shijie, I really don't know how to thank the Su family for teaching you so well and being so generous. Zhao Rushi waved her hand and asked Zhao Yuanxuan, Dad, are the second and third uncles still working as officials? The marriage that the third aunt introduced to the second uncle. Zhao Yuanxuan told her not to worry about it, but she couldn't help asking. She was born to worry. Well, let them take the official positions first, Zhao Yuanxuan said. If he wanted to make a move, he would have to use his connections. But the 3 brothers had just separated, and Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Yuanquan had just found a job, and he made trouble to ruin their jobs. His friends, who helped him, would also feel that he was not a good person, and that they had made the wrong friends. It's best to go with the flow in this kind of thing. Anyway, the situation of the prince has not changed, so he is not in a hurry to take action. Just wait and see. But he can't tell his daughter about this shameful thought. But Zhao Rushi is a black sesame dumpling. When Zhao Yuanxuan said this, she immediately understood what Zhao Yuanxuan meant. She immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Don't be impatient. We have to wait for the right time. Zhao Yuanxuan. Zhu silently took back the compliment just now. Where did you learn this bad idea? Look at the 2 children of the Su family. This one of ours is definitely not something that the Xie couple can teach. Look at the bad idea she gave to the princess of Qingyang County. It really worries me. Zhao Rushi didn't know the complicated feelings of the couple. She asked Zhao Yuanxuan, "What about the marriage of my second uncle?" Zhao Yuanxuan turned to look at Zhu. "Let your mother talk." When Zhu mentioned this, she was a little happy. "This is easy. Your second uncle is always greedy. I just need to introduce him to a better marriage. And your uncle's plan will be in vain. Have you found one?" "Yes." Mrs. Zhu nodded. "I have sent a message to your uncle. Your uncle is very satisfied with the marriage I introduced. And he trusts us more. So he has found an excuse to reject the offer." At this point, she seemed not to want to continue. And waved Zhao Rushi out. "Okay. You don't have to worry about these things. Go back and take a shower and go to bed. Busy every day. Never going home until dark." Zhao Rushi was quite confident in the couple's work. Zhu didn't want to say, and she didn't ask. She guessed that the new wife Zhu found for Zhao Yuanliang must be a powerful person. Otherwise she couldn't control Zhao Yuanliang. Nor could she control the concubines in the mansion. But that person must not be bad. Maybe she was divorced because she couldn't have children. So she wouldn't be bad to Zhao Jingli. It took a lot of effort for Zhu to find such a marriage. But with what happened tonight, maybe Zhu postponed this marriage in order to train Zhao Jingli. Zhao Yuanliang wants to marry a wife. But it will probably take a year or so. Sympathize with Zhao Yuanliang for 2 seconds. After buying servants and houses, Zhao Rushi lived a regular life in the next few days. Go to school in the morning. Go to the farm for a walk at noon to see the training of the farm servants. And return to the painting academy to paint in the afternoon. Although her life is busy, it is very regular. And she feels more relaxed than before. But Fu Yunkai's life is difficult. That day, his mother did something stupid and offended Zhao Rushi. He has been trying to make up for the leak caused by his mother. He has been inviting Zhao Yuanxuan to dinner for the past 2 days, saying that it is to apologize for his mother. But in fact it is to further consolidate their relationship. When Zhao Yuanxuan treats him better, his chances of success will be higher. But he didn't expect that the wife of his father's subordinate and her daughter came to visit him 2 days ago. And he got caught. "Brother Yunkai, I will cook whatever food you like. You don't know? I'm a good cook. My father, mother and brother always praise me. You will definitely like the food I cook." The girl standing in front of Fu Yunkai was a 15 or 16-year-old girl named Ying. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes. She should have been a heroic woman. But she acted like a little girl, which made Fu Yunkai very irritated. "No need. I have a cook at home. I will ask them to make anything I want to eat. Please make way for Miss He," Fu Yunkai said coldly. "In addition, let me say it again. Although our Ping and Marquis mansion is not a top-tier wealthy family, it also controls a large number of troops in the court. This outer study is a confidential place. Once important documents are lost, not only our Ping and Marquis family, but also your He family will be beheaded. So since you are here as a guest, stay in the backyard and don't run around." As he said this, he turned his head and said to the soldiers guarding the gate, "You too. Go and get the 5 military sticks. If I see you letting outsiders in again, I will not let you off easily." Chapter 298 Firm Determination. When the 2 soldiers heard this, they immediately cried. They also saw that Miss He was the daughter of General Ding Yuan, and had been sending food and drink to their young general these days. But the young general ignored her, which was really pitiful. In addition, the Marquis's wife secretly told them that this was the wife of the prince she liked. So they dared to make some concessions. However, they did not dare to let her in, and only let her wait outside the courtyard. This way, it would not violate the rules. And maybe the young general would like this young lady. And if they succeeded, he would reward them handsomely. Miss He will certainly repay them after becoming the wife of the prince. I didn't expect that I would flatter the horse's leg. Ying was embarrassed. She held back her tears and said, "Brother Yunkai, do you really hate me so much?" Fu Yunkai is a soldier. He doesn't like to drag things out. He prefers to be straightforward. It's just that Miss He didn't do anything excessive the past 2 days. And didn't show anything. Just made some snacks with hometown characteristics. Saying that it was a reward for him and a group of soldiers. So he couldn't say anything. But he didn't touch the things she sent. And he didn't treat her well. If she was a girl who knew when to advance and when to retreat, she should have stopped with his attitude. But he didn't expect that this girl seemed to not understand his expression and kept pestering him. It's not that I hate her, but I already have a girl I like, and I will come to propose marriage soon. If Miss he keeps appearing in front of Mr. Fu, if the girl that Mr. Fu wants to marry knows about it, she will think that Mr. Fu is a man who attracts bees and butterflies, and rejects his intentions. I'm afraid Mr. Fu will resent the girl. As the saying goes, it is better to destroy a temple than to break up a relationship. I am afraid Miss he is not willing to do such a thing that will damage her virtue. Right? As Fu Yukai said this, he ordered the servants and guards who followed him, watch out for it in the future. If you meet Miss he from a distance, remind me in time, and we will take a detour or go back directly. As for the delay in military affairs, I will report to the court and ask the emperor to reassign General He to another position. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. He Ying stepped back a few steps and looked at Fu Yunkai with disbelief on his face. Fu Yunkai saw that even if she retreated, she was still blocking the door of the outer study courtyard. If he passed by, he would have to be very close to her. In recent years, as his father was increasingly valued by the emperor, his military achievements became more and more prominent. It was not that there were no women who were so deliberate in trying to get close to him. Even though he already had a fiancée, there were still people who rushed towards him like moths to a flame. He was very disgusted with such women. Let's go. Go back. He turned around and ordered. When Miss he leaves, let me know. His behavior was not only resolute, but also contained contempt and humiliation that even the most shameless girls could not stand. He grew up with her father at the border since she was a child. In the past 2 years, she moved to the capital as her father was promoted to General Dingyuan. Her nerves were thicker than those of ordinary girls in the capital, and her heart was tougher. But she couldn't stand Fu Yunkai's move. She cried and ran away. The men watched the beauty crying and running away, and then turned their eyes to look at their own prince, and saw that he was standing there with a cold face, without a trace of expression. Everyone couldn't help but despise Fu Yunkai in their hearts. General, this Miss he is pretty good. Why don't you like her? Which girl do you like? A man had been to the battlefield with Fu Yunkai, and he was carefree. He had just been punished with 5 military sticks because of Miss he, and he couldn't figure it out. So he just asked directly. Ping and Ho Fu Daong was the dragon and tiger general. The second rank, Fu Yunkai himself, was the 4th rank Xuanwu general, and Miss he's father was the 3rd rank Dingyuan general. In the eyes of these soldiers, it would be most appropriate for Fu Yunkai to marry the daughter of General Dingyuan. Miss he is not ugly, and in the aesthetics of these soldiers, such a girl is the best. To be honest, those young ladies from noble families in the capital are beautiful, but they are like porcelain dolls that will break at the touch. These people are stationed at the border for a long time, and are away from home. Can such a woman give birth to children for them, be filial to their parents, and run a family alone? It is still the most suitable for them to be a girl like Miss he, who grew up in the border, and was born in a military family. Fu Yukai looked down on such a girl. In the eyes of these men, he was just hypocritical. Fu Yukai glanced at him. You know shit. What do you care? He turned and went into the outer study. The men outside looked at the man whose face was reddened by Fu Yunkai's retort and laughed. Let's go. Let's go get the military stick. His companion patted his shoulder. I think you will feel uncomfortable if you don't get a few military sticks every day. Fu Yukai did not smile when he entered the study. He sat at the desk, feeling annoyed. Mrs. He brought her daughter to live in their mansion for no apparent reason. His mother was very happy, and said that Miss He was much better than Miss Xiao Wu. When she came back from the Zhenan Palace that night, her mother kept saying that Miss Xiao Wu was a woman who was arrogant and rude. If she married into the Ping'an Palace, she would definitely not take her mother-in-law seriously. She said that if he insisted on marrying that woman, she would die in front of him. To be honest, Fu Yunkai sometimes despised his mother's shallowness and vulgarity. But she was the mother who gave birth to him and raised him. Even if he married, he could give his wife the right to manage the household. But if his wife was disrespectful and unfilial to her mother-in-law, he would certainly be unhappy. When Ping and Ho Fu Daong became a high-ranking official, he did not dislike he. After entering the capital, he made a fool of herself on many occasions, making Fu Daong ashamed to see people outside. And he once thought about divorcing her. At the age of 12, Fu Yunkai made a harsh statement at that time, saying that if his father wanted to divorce his wife, he would take his mother and brother away to set up a new family. Fu Daong finally gave up the idea of divorcing his wife. Now that his mother threatened him with this, Fu Yikai realized that if he married Miss Xiao Wu, the family would be in chaos. He was a little hesitant now, wondering if he should take a step back and choose someone else. But when he saw Miss He thought of Miss Xiao Wu. He felt that if he really married Miss He would not want to go home for 3 to 5 years. It was not that this girl was not good, but that she was not the girl he liked. Fu Yikai rubbed his eyebrows painfully and sighed again. Why do I have such a mother? With this thought, he suddenly stood up, and his mind became clear. His father married his wife after he became a lieutenant, and because he was pretty, he could choose any girl at the border. In the end, he chose his mother. It was because his mother, he, was the most beautiful among the girls at the border. But his father only wanted to choose a pretty girl, but never thought of choosing a smart one. If he were to marry an unintelligent woman now, his son would probably blame him in the future, and he himself would probably have to experience his father's pain. So, he still wanted to marry Miss Xiao Wu. Chapter 299 Asking in Person. Chang'an, he called. After Chang'an moved on, he said, Go and tell the lady to send the mother and daughter of the He family away. Then ask her to prepare the things for marriage. I will go to Sweeping Marquis's mansion to propose marriage. If she objects, I will move out and set up a new home after marriage. And she will live with the second son in the future. I will be like my father, bringing back some things during the holidays. And I will not return to this mansion. Yes. Chang'an agreed and went out. After a meal, he came back and said, Madam has sent the mother and daughter of the He family away, and is arranging your marriage proposal. Huh? What's going on? Fu Yikai looked at Chang'an in confusion. He knew his mother's temper. He used this as a threat, and his mother would definitely make a big fuss, and would never give in so easily. Chang'an was a little embarrassed, but still said, The Marquis's letter just arrived. I heard from the maid in Madam's room that the Marquis said in the letter that if Madam did not agree with your marriage with Miss Xiao Wu, she would be divorced. Such words were not something a servant could say, but he had to say it when his master asked. Fu Yikai was relieved. Originally, he had written a letter to the border immediately after being reminded by the housekeeper. His mother's consent or not was not important for his marriage, but his father's attitude was crucial, and he believed that as long as he explained the reasons, his father would definitely agree to let him marry the girl from Sweeping Marquis's mansion. On the one hand, his father was deeply troubled by his mother, and knew the pain of marrying an unintelligent woman. On the other hand, his father did not want to be a knife in the hands of the emperor, a knife that killed the noble families and civil officials. Once the conflict is severe, when the emperor cannot withstand the pressure from the noble families and civil officials, his father will be sacrificed. If he wants to protect himself, he needs to show goodwill to the noble families and civil officials. For the sake of his wife and children, he would rather not be the most favored by the emperor, Marshal Marquis, and would rather be dismissed by the emperor than have a knife on his neck. And Miss Xiao Wu can be said to be the best candidate to solve the Fu family's situation. Therefore, whether in public or private, his father has no reason to oppose the marriage he chose. During this period, he did not take any action, only conspiring to attack Xiao Yuanxuan, just waiting for his father's reply. He knew that his mother's attitude was not a concern. As long as his father agreed, his mother would not dare to say anything about this marriage. Now it is indeed true. I think his father must have been very impressed with this marriage after seeing the letter, and sent someone to deliver the letter in such a short time. Right? Thinking of this, he was greatly refreshed, and the fatigue and annoyance just now were swept away. He stood up and said, You go and ask the steward to find the best official matchmaker in the capital. I'm going to Sweeping Marquis's mansion. Before he finished speaking, he remembered the housekeeper's advice and changed his words. No. Ask him to go to the restaurant to book a table, and then send a letter to Sweeping Bo's mansion. I want to invite Sweeping Bo to drink. He should not be reckless. First, he should verbally propose marriage to Xiao Yuanxuan, and then let the official matchmaker come to propose marriage. This is safer. After handling the affairs for a while, he saw that the time was almost up. So he got up and left the outer study. The housekeeper had been waiting outside. Prince, the letter has been sent, and Sweeping Bo said he will arrive on time. Fu Yikai saw that it was almost time, and while going back to the backyard to change clothes, he asked the housekeeper, How has the second young master been these days? Is he still secretly communicating with Miss Xiao Lu? He wrote 2 letters while lying in bed to recover from his injuries. Maybe Miss Zhao Lu advised him in the letters. And the second young master was relieved and didn't go out to make trouble. He has recovered from his injuries in the past 2 days. He listened to your instructions and didn't disobey them. He followed Mr. Qin Si to practice honestly, the housekeeper said. He could see that since the prince fell in love with Miss Zhao Wu, he was not so disgusted with the marriage between the second young master and Miss Zhao Lu. He also felt that it would be a good thing if the 2 sisters from the Swaping Marquis mansion married in together. Otherwise, with the unreliable and partial character of the lady, after the 2 sons got married, she would definitely stir up conflicts between the eldest and second wives in order to establish the prestige of her mother-in-law and seize the right to speak and manage the house. At that time, the Marquis' mansion would be in chaos, and the Marquis and the Crown Prince would not feel at ease at the border. That Miss Zhao Lu was just an adopted daughter of the Zhao family. If she wanted to rely on the Zhao family, she would not dare to go against her sister. It can be said that Miss Zhao Wu was born to suppress Miss Zhao Lu. In this way, there will be no fighting in the inner house. This is an excellent candidate for the second wife. Thinking of this, the housekeeper asked, "My lord, when you propose marriage to Lord Swaping, do you also mention that the second son will marry Miss Zhao Lu?" Fu Yunkai waved his hand. "Let's arrange my marriage first. Don't make things complicated." He immediately laughed at himself. "I want to propose to Miss Zhao Wu, and the lady knows that I don't listen to her. And my father agrees, so she can only accept her fate. But she would never agree to the second young master marrying Miss Zhao Lu. If I propose marriage with the second young master, the lady might ruin my marriage." The housekeeper was shocked and nodded. "The prince is still thoughtful. I was wrong. Anyway, the second young master is not too old, and it won't be too late to discuss his marriage after the eldest lady enters the house." Fu Yunkai nodded. "That's the reason." He changed his clothes, took 2 bottles of good wine, and took a carriage to the restaurant he and Zhao Yuanxuan usually went to. He was a junior and was planning to propose marriage to the Swaping Marquis mansion. So he arrived a little early and asked Chang'an to wait at the door. When Zhao Yuanxuan arrived, he went to the stairs to meet him, and they went into the private room together. After 3 rounds of wine, he spoke. "Uncle, I think you know that I stayed in Beijing for so long because of marriage. My original marriage was arranged by my mother, and I rarely met my original fiancée. She died suddenly of illness. Although I didn't have much impression of her, I waited for her for half a year, and then I planned to discuss marriage." When Zhao Yuanxuan heard this, he looked at the handsome and energetic young man in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Although his wife agreed to let her daughter decide on her own marriage, she still secretly inquired about and observed the eligible men in Beijing. Children can be willful, but as parents, they love deeply and always have to make long-term plans for them. There are only so many good men in Beijing who are eligible for marriage. If they are picked up early, wouldn't it be unfair to his daughter if the remaining ones are ugly? So she repeatedly told him to pay attention. "Isn't this one quite suitable?" His heart was pounding. Fu Yunkai didn't know that Zhao Yuanxuan and he were thinking the same thing. He filled Zhao Yuanxuan's glass and continued. "Last time, because my brother was ignorant and robbed your daughter's farm, when I went to the Dali temple to explain to Lord Zhang and Lord Wu, I waited for Miss Zhao Wu to come out, apologized to her, and met your daughter. Chapter 300 I want to marry her." He stood up and bowed deeply to Zhao Yuanxuan. "Miss Zhao Wu is very graceful, talented, chaste and virtuous, which makes me yearn for her. I want to marry her. So I wrote a letter to ask my father for his opinion. My father also respects my uncle very much, and he agreed to this matter in the letter today. So Yunkai came here today and begged my uncle to hand over your beloved Miss Zhao Wu to me. I will wait on her with my life." Happiness came so quickly that Zhao Yuanxuan, who had already drunk a little, felt a little dizzy. After a while, he finally reacted and helped Fu Yunkai, who had been bending over, to stand up. "Uncle?" Fu Yunkai looked at Zhao Yuanxuan expectantly. Zhao Yuanxuan opened his mouth and had an impulse to agree to the marriage. He felt that if he missed a marriage, he would never be able to find a better one for his daughter. But reason stopped him from saying anything. His daughter's words were still ringing in his ears. She said she didn't want to discuss marriage. She said she could also do something like a man. She didn't want to be confined to the backyard and disappear in the trivialities of oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. She said that if they didn't agree, she would move out. "My dear nephew, I can't agree to this yet. My mother still loves Shijier. I need to go home and discuss it with her. He used the old lady as a shield. Although Fu Yunkai was a little disappointed. He could understand. It should be. He nodded and looked at Zhao Yuanxuan with bright eyes. Then do you think I should go to her in person to plead? And let her see me? Zhao Yuanxuan's heart moved. If she hadn't seen Fu Yunkai in person, not to mention the old lady, but only Zhu, she would definitely not feel at ease to sell her daughter's marriage like this. It would be better to take this opportunity to let them meet. And let Shijier meet Fu Yunkai again. Thinking that it was dinner time now, Zhao Rushi should have returned from Baining. He suggested, then why don't we go now? Don't mention any marriage. Just say that I drank and you are worried about me. So you want to send me home. And by the way, I can meet the old lady and the lady. Fu Yunkai was overjoyed and felt that his strategy to capture his father-in-law was extremely correct. Please wait for a moment. Uncle. He turned around and asked Chang'an to call the waiter in and asked for 2 bowls of strong tea. He served 1 bowl to Zhao Yuanxuan and drank 1 bowl himself. Not only did he finish it, he also chewed the tea leaves in his mouth. When he felt that the taste of alcohol was gone, he went to the private room next door to change clothes, wiped his face, and secretly asked Chang'an to help him recomb his hair. After doing all this, he said to Zhao Yuanxuan, Uncle, let's go. Seeing all that Fu Yunkai did, Zhao Yuanxuan was even happier. Fu Yunkai was so serious about this marriage because he valued it. It was obvious that he was really seeking Shijier's hand in marriage. Let's go. He stood up. Fu Yunkai hurriedly stepped forward to support him. And the 2 of them went downstairs together, got on the carriage, and went to Sui Bingbo's mansion. At this time, Zhao Rushi had just returned from Baining. Since the Zhang family changed the contract that day, they started moving the next day. They moved for 5 days in succession, and finally moved everything. Today, they handed the key to her. Zhao Rushi went to see before she came back, and found that everything was very clean. Apparently, before the Zhang family handed over the keys, they asked the servants to clean the house inside and out. She had already asked Gao Weiqiang to find out where there were good masons tomorrow, and invite them to paint the house. The doors and windows were also repaired and painted. Any unsatisfactory places were also changed. After finishing these, she went back to the mansion to have dinner with the old lady, Zhu, and Zhao Jingtai. While chatting with them, she heard the maid come to report that the uncle was drunk and General Fu, the son of Ping and Marquis, sent him back and wanted to visit the old lady and the lady. When Zhao Rushi mentioned Fu Yunkai's name, she remembered what Xiaoke had said, and felt bad for a moment. Last time, Xiaoke said that Fu Yunkai would come to propose to her, but he hadn't come for such a long time, and last time she offended the wife of Ping and Marquis at the birthday banquet of the old princess of Jinan. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu didn't mention Fu Yunkai in front of her, so she thought that this matter was over. So she didn't take it to heart. She never thought that Fu Yunkai would actually enter the house. The old lady was very happy to hear this, and ordered the maid, please come in quickly. She turned around and said to Zhao Rushi with a smile, Sister Shi, aren't you going to teach your brother how to draw? Let's go to your yard. Zhao Jingtai often heard his father mention Fu Yunkai during this period, bragging about how brave he was. The little boy was born to admire the strong, and he had long been curious about this elder brother Fu. At this moment, he begged, Grandma, let me stay here. I want to meet elder brother Fu. Dad said he is very powerful. I will sit here and not say anything. I won't get in the way. No. Today is the first time he has come to visit me and your mother. And he specifically asked to visit me and your mother. It is not proper for you 2 siblings to stay here. So you should go back first. Next time, I will ask your father to take you to see him. Be good and listen to me. The old lady coaxed Zhao Jingtai. Zhao Rushi wanted to stay here to prevent the visitor from having bad intentions, and the family from being fooled by him and agreeing to the marriage. After hearing what the old lady said, she couldn't stay any longer. So she told Zhao Jingtai, let's go. You can prevent it for a while, but not for a lifetime. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu had just agreed to give her the freedom of marriage, and now it was time to test them. If they agreed to the marriage, she would let them know what rebellion meant. Zhao Jingtai followed Zhao Rushi out of the door, looking back every few steps. Seeing the brother and sister leave, the old lady couldn't wait to say to Zhu, what do you think General Fu is doing? Is he really sending the uncle back and visiting us? Zhu smiled and said, we don't have such a big face. I guess he is not coming for us. Otherwise, it would be fine if he came to pay respect to you. But what about paying respect to me? Is he trying to ask the uncle to be his godfather? The old lady patted her daughter-in-law and scolded her. You are a mischievous ghost. How can you say that about your own husband? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law laughed. They are not as nervous as Zhao Yuanxuan. Others only consider this marriage after they have been begging for marriage. Ever since Fu Yunkai took the initiative to get close to Zhao Yuanxuan and invited Zhao Yuanxuan to dinner many times, the old lady and Zhu felt something was wrong. Fu Yunkai is not a person who stays at home and does nothing. Although he is not at the border now, he is still responsible for recruiting and training new soldiers. He is not idle. So how can he invite people to drink every day? Moreover, Fu Yunkai has made countless military achievements at a young age. He is also a figure in the capital. He is highly regarded wherever he goes. Many people take the initiative to invite him to drink. Not to mention that he has a close relationship with the second and fifth princes. How could he find a strange middle-aged man to drink every day? If you are too attentive to others for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Fu Yunkai must have a purpose for this move. Chapter 301 Ask her. But the sweeping marquis's mansion is poor. What can Fu Yunkai want? After thinking about it, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law agreed that Zhao Rushi is the most valuable person in the family. This is simply a golden baby. Not to mention the painting training class she is running now. Just the imperial edict from the emperor can bring her tens of thousands of taels of silver. She has learned painting skills from Mr. Kumu. And with her own original painting skills, she will earn a lot of money from selling paintings in the future. This kind of girl who has the Midas touch, who is beautiful, capable, and a disciple of Mr. Kumu, is high enough to marry a prince. Isn't it normal that Fu Yunkai is interested in her and is preparing for marriage? Not to mention these middle-aged and elderly women who stay in the backyard all day, thinking about how to marry their daughters to a good family and how to marry a good wife, are often very observant and can see through the phenomenon to the essence at a glance, and see clearly the little tricks in the hearts of these men. So the old lady was determined to get Zhao Rushi out of the way. How could General Fu speak if she stood there? Not long after Zhao Rushi and her brother left, Zhao Yuanxuan came in with Fu Yunkai. Fu Yunkai bowed respectfully to the old lady. If it were usual, the old lady would not dare to accept this gift. But thinking that the man in front of her might be her grandson-in-law, she accepted it calmly. When Zhu saw that Fu Yunkai was tall and handsome, the remaining worry in her heart disappeared. Such a handsome young man, who is a fourth-rank official at a young age and has a good family background, is a good son-in-law, even if he has an unreliable mother. The flaws do not outweigh the merits. He, the brainless fool, can easily deal with her daughter, who is so smart, and there is no need to worry about her causing any big waves. After the ceremony, the old lady, Zhu, began to chat with Fu Yunkai about family matters. Fu Yunkai took the opportunity to express his and his father's attitude towards the family, saying that as long as he married a wife, he would let the new wife be the head of the family as soon as he entered the house. His mother is simple-minded and ignorant, but she is actually a very easy person to please. Just keep those people who are cunning and like to stir up trouble away. Of course, he said these words very tactfully, but that's what he meant. This is a promise, which makes the old lady and Zhu smile. The more they look at Fu Yunkai, the more satisfied they are. Fu Yunkai just showed up to let the two elders see him. He stayed for a while and then left, and he didn't even let Zhao Yuanxuan see him off. Zhao Yuanxuan had no choice but to ask Lu Quan to escort him out. When Zhao Yuanxuan turned around and returned to the house, the old lady and Zhu couldn't wait to ask, "What does he mean by this? Did he mention anything to you?" Zhao Yuanxuan was full of joy. He said he wanted to marry Arshijia. Really? Did he really say that? What was the original words? Tell us, Zhu said in surprise. Although Zhao Yuanxuan drank some wine, he was very self-controlled because of his physical condition and did not get drunk. He remembered Fu Yunkai's words clearly and immediately repeated them to his mother and wife. Ah, this kid is good. After meeting our sister Shi at the Dali temple, he should have remembered it. Right? Ha ha. He actually kept it to himself for so long, writing letters to ask his father at the border for his opinion, while trying to please you, his future father-in-law. This kid is really thoughtful. The old lady was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Mrs. Zhu was also very happy. She felt that since Zhao Rushi came home, everything at home had been going well. There is no need to ask for it. Good things always come to you. This was the case with Zhao Rushi's apprenticeship and the job at the Dali Temple. Now, the most worrying marriage has gone so smoothly that it is unbelievable. Could it be that the child is born with good luck? The good luck in the past 14 years has been suppressed and has not come out. Suddenly, all the good luck came up? Thinking of Zhao Rushi, Ju's mind became a little clearer. She asked her husband, "You didn't agree to this marriage right away, did you?" "Sister," she said, "that her marriage must be approved by her." "No. Am I such a fool?" Zhao Yuanxuan said confidently. But he forgot the fact that he almost agreed. "How could I agree to the marriage without discussing it with you and Shi Jie? Besides, is my daughter so easy to marry? There is nothing. And the official matchmaker has not come to the door. If I agree to it, I would be a fool." Ju was too lazy to ask her husband such a profound question as, "Is he stupid?" She turned to ask her mother-in-law, "Mom, should I go and ask Shi Jie what she thinks about this matter now?" Thinking of her granddaughter's stubborn temper, the old lady was also very troubled. She decided to give this difficult task to her daughter-in-law. Go. You two should speak your mind. If she can't figure it out, you should persuade her. If she misses this marriage, it will be very difficult to find a good one again. There are good young men in the aristocratic family, but there are dozens of people in the family. And Shi Jie's temper. Can she endure that annoyance? Although the wife of Ping An Marquis is confused, she is easy to fool. There aren't many people in the family, so the illegitimate children won't cause any trouble. The legitimate children only have one second son. Speaking of the second son of Ping An Marquis, the old lady thought of Zhao Ruyu and asked, "Is Sister Yu still involved with the second son of his family?" As she said that, she frowned and thought for a while. It's a pity that Sister Yu and Sister Shi are not close. Otherwise she would marry the second son, and the two sisters would live in that mansion and take care of each other. She is an adopted daughter, and can only rely on our Zhao family. She dare not compete with Sister Shi. She actually thought the same as the housekeeper of Ping An Marquis' mansion. Xu thought more deeply than the old lady, and she didn't quite agree. "That's what you said. But Sister Yu has always been arrogant, and has a lot of small thoughts. Sister Shi hates this kind of person the most." She stood up. "Okay. Let's ask Sister Shi's opinion first." As she said that, she and Zhao Yuanxuan said goodbye and left Rongxi Hall, and went their separate ways. One went back to the main room, and the other went to Xiushu courtyard. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Zhu heard Zhao Rushi yelling, "Zhao Jingtai, are you itching for trouble? I'll be gone for a while. Look at you. How many strokes have you drawn? See how I'll punish you." Then Zhao Jingtai screamed, "Ah, sister, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll draw right now. Isn't that okay? I beg you not to tickle me." "Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha ha." Hearing the quarrel between the siblings, Zhu couldn't help laughing. Walked over and slapped Zhao Jingtai. "You deserve it. You don't learn to draw well." Chapter 302. Listen to my analysis. Her son is like a cone on his buttocks. He can't sit still. He will be absent-minded in a short time, which makes the teachers and Zhu very headache. I didn't expect that Zhao Rushi's tickling could control him. At least he is more focused than before, and he won't look around every quarter of an hour. Paint well. If we don't see you finish this painting when we come out later, you won't sleep tonight, Xu said, pulling Zhao Rushi into the house. I have something to tell you. Zhao Rushi knew she was talking about Fu Yunkai, and followed her into the house obediently. Do you know about the deeds of Ping and Ho? If you don't know, Mother will tell you. Zhu knew that her daughter was rational and sober, and unlike other girls, she seemed to be very resistant to marriage. So she decided to let her daughter know about the heroic deeds of Ping and Ho and Fu Yunkai first. Women have always admired heroes. When her daughter's eyes are full of respect for Fu Daong and Fu Yunkai, she can bring up the marriage again. This marriage should be fine. She was brewing her speech and considering how to word it, when she heard Zhao Rushi say, I know. I heard about it from my senior brother. Zhu. The words were stuck in her throat. What did your senior brother tell you? She tried to find an opportunity to describe the heroic image of the Fu family father and son. A lot. In addition to their achievements in battle, there is also the current situation. Zhao Rushi intends to use her senior brother's reputation as a banner to tighten the strings of the Zhao family, who are far away from the political center. She said to Zhu very seriously, Mom, there are some things I have always wanted to tell you and Dad. The current situation seems calm, but it is actually turbulent, since no one in our family is in the court. There is no need to get involved. Others can still protect themselves. But once we get involved, we will be pushed out to take the blame. I have analyzed the matter of third uncle with you. Right? What do you think now? Zhu was originally full of love, but was shocked by what Zhao Rushi said. What? What happened? Zhao Rushi stood up. I'd better tell you. Grandma and Dad together. People in our family can't be ignorant and be used by others. Zhu stood up in confusion and saw her daughter walk out without looking back. So she had to follow her out. Itsue, go to the main room and ask the servants of the main room to call the uncle to Rongshi Hall. I have something to say, Zhao Rushi said as she walked out. Yes. Itsue hurried to pass the message. The old lady remembered Zhao Rushi's attitude towards this marriage. So after Zhu and his wife left, she did not sleep either. She was leaning on the couch and asking the maid to massage her legs. Seeing Zhu and Zhao Rushi come in, she first looked at the expressions on the mother and daughter's faces. Seeing Zhao Rushi's serious face and Zhu's sleepwalking face, she felt something was wrong. What's wrong? She asked. Zhao Rushi sat down and said to the old lady, I have asked someone to call my father. Wait for him to come. I have something to say. The old lady's eyes fell on Zhu. Zhu shook her head at her, showing a helpless expression. Zhao Rushi didn't care how the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law flirted with each other, and just waited for Zhao Yuanxuan to come. Zhao Yuanxuan was also anxiously waiting for the result over there, so he came very quickly. Zhao Rushi and Zhu had just sat down when he arrived. What's wrong? As soon as he entered the door, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, which was not at all what he imagined. Dad, did Fu Yagai propose to you today? Zhao Rushi looked at him and asked. Zhao Yuanxuan looked at Zhu in confusion. Zhu looked at Zhao Rushi in surprise and asked, How do you know? She explained to her husband and mother-in-law. I didn't tell her. Before I could tell her, she dragged me here. Zhao Yuanxuan looked at his daughter. Did Fu Yagai ever find you and say something similar to you? No. Zhao Rushi shook her head. I guessed. She looked at Zhao Yuanxuan with a serious face. Dad, do you know why I can guess his purpose? Because his purpose is not pure. He wants to use our marriage to solve the problem of his Pingnan Marquis mansion. When they heard about the current situation, not only Zhao Yuanxuan, but also the old lady became serious. What do you mean? What is there in our family that is worth others' attention? Zhao Yuanxuan asked. Me. Zhao Rushi said this calmly, without blushing. The three elders of the Zhao family did not think there was anything wrong with Zhao Rushi's words. Apart from other things, the fact that Fu Yuntai personally proposed marriage and tried to please Zhao Yuanxuan in advance shows that Zhao Rushi is indeed being noticed by someone. That's because my daughter is so capable. Zhu started to show off her daughter and was ready to praise her daughter. But she was interrupted by Zhao Rushi after saying only this sentence. No. Mother. You are wrong. He is not interested in me because of me, but because of my value. Their Pingnan Marquis mansion is now in crisis. The best medicine that can help them overcome the difficulties and solve this crisis is me. The three elders' divergent thoughts were gathered together again. What crisis is there in Pingnan Marquis' mansion? Zhao Yuanxuan asked. The old lady and Zhu also looked at Zhao Rushi in confusion. They only saw the flowers and brocade in Pingnan Marquis' mansion. Pingnan Marquis is a favorite minister supported by the emperor. He is not like Wei Qiu, who has no foundation and only relies on some official skills and flattery skills to get to the top. Fu Dayong's military exploits are real. Do you know why the emperor favors Wei Qiu and Fu Dayong so much? Zhao Rushi asked. The three elders were stunned again. No one has ever put Wei Qiu and Fu Dayong together. They are not the same kind of people. Zhao Yuanxuan hesitated and said, They are all from poor families? Yes. Zhao Rushi gave his father an admiring look. They are all poor people with no foundation. The only one they can rely on in the court is the emperor. Zhao Yuanxuan listened and thought deeply. When entering the house with Zhu, Zhao Rushi dismissed the maids and servants. And now there were only 4 people in the room. However, Zhao Rushi still lowered her voice. The prince ascended the throne and needed to rely on the power of the family. So his wives and concubines were all daughters of the family. But after becoming emperor, they did not want to be held hostage by the power of the family. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the air. But you see the Fu family. When the Sin family wanted to keep the 2 princes born by concubine Sin, they pulled Fu Yuntai out to be the second prince's companion, and tied Ping and Ho, a general with military power, to their chariot. Although Fu Daong was not yet a general of Dragon and Tiger at that time, and his military power was not that important. But Masterson had a sharp eye. He saw the ability of Ping and Ho, and also saw that the emperor had no one to use except Fu Daong. So he placed his bet on the Fu family. Now, the Fu family has become the biggest helper of the second and fifth princes. And the emperor, even if he did not value the crown prince, did not want the second and fifth princes to ascend the throne. He preferred the third prince born by concubine Jean. So this move by the Tsin family became the biggest constraint on the emperor, whether for the crown prince or the third prince. The emperor wanted to get rid of this bondage as soon as possible. If there were soldiers at the border who repeatedly made extraordinary achievements, he would probably take away the military power of Ping and Ho immediately. Chapter 303, The Art of Deception. And Fu Daong is also a smart man. He probably knows that his honor and disgrace are only in the emperor's mind. In order to avoid this hanging fate, when the Tsin family chose him, he also tied himself firmly to the chariot of the Tsin family. For the sake of the second and fifth princes, the Tsin family will never let the emperor easily seize the military power of the Marquis of Pingnan. The relationship between them forms a delicate balance. She looked at the three elders and found that they were all in deep thought after being shocked. So she knew that they had listened. She continued, but this balance will eventually be broken. As the emperor gets older, and the princes get older, the battle for the throne will become more intense. At that time, the first to bear the brunt will be the bond between the Tsin family and the Fu family. The crown prince must be on guard against the second prince, and he regards Ping and Ho as a thorn in his side. The third and fourth princes want to kill their first two brothers, so they may make a fuss between the crown prince and Ping and Ho, provoke their conflict, and then kill with a borrowed knife. The old lady shuddered. What she feared most in her life was the fight for the throne. Zhao Yuanxuan's political acumen was stronger than that of the old lady in Zhu, and he had already thought deeply along Zhao Rushi's lines of thought. He asked, but the Marquis of Pingnan has a large army, so it's not easy to take action. Right? Why is it difficult to take action? It's too easy to take action, Zhao Rushi said. How can the army be united? There must be generals under the Marquis of Pingnan who come from various factions and want to replace him. When the enemy comes, they only need to do something behind the scenes to cut off their retreat. And the father and son of Pingnan Marquis will be dead. This time it was Zhao Yuanxuan's turn to shudder. So if I marry Fu Yunkai, not only will I not enjoy wealth and glory, but I will probably be confiscated and sold, or become a widow, Zhao Rushi said. Once I become a widow, with the confused temper of the wife of Pingnan Marquis, do you think my life will be easy? Not to mention his confused brother, and the cunning Zhao Ruyu. Forget it. Forget it. Zhu was so frightened that her face turned pale. Let's just live a quiet life, and not get involved in these disputes in the court. What kind of wealth and glory? We have seen it before. But what's the use? My daughter, I only hope for peace and safety. I don't ask for anything else. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Yuanxuan. Tomorrow you will reject this marriage. Zhao Yuanxuan nodded, okay. After thinking for a while, he asked again, Shijie, why do you say that the Fu family can solve this situation by marrying you? Because I worship Mr. Kumu as my master. Mr. Kumu is a famous scholar, respected by civil officials, and has a half-teacher relationship with the emperor. With my master's protective nature, once I marry Fu Yukai, how can he not protect me desperately? My three senior brothers will definitely not watch me end up miserably. As long as Fu Yukai marries me, it means he has the support of famous scholars and civil officials. This is a layer of guarantee. For the sake of my master, the emperor can't be too harsh on the Fu family, and he has to take some consideration. This is another layer of protection. In addition, as a poor man, Fu Daong is born to stand on the opposite side of the aristocratic family. The aristocratic family wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. But if his son marries the daughter of our sweeping Marquis' mansion, Mr. Kumu's apprentice, it will be considered as a marriage with our Zhao family and my master's Kong family. This will release goodwill to the aristocratic family and the civil officials, and ease the contradictions. Of course, if they marry the daughter of the aristocratic family, they can also achieve this effect, and the effect will be better. But doing so would anger the generals and make them despise him. It would also be a slap in the face of the emperor. The three elders suddenly realized. Their sweeping Marquis' mansion was born of generals, and belonged to the generals' camp. Fu Yunkai married Zhao Rushi. which was equivalent to marrying the general's daughter. Zhao Rushi was also the apprentice of Mr. Ku Mu and the junior sister of Wu Huixi and others. Marrying her would not offend the generals, nor slap the emperor's face, but also please the Qinglu, civil officials, and aristocratic families. It was really a profitable business. Zhao Rushi looked up at Zhao Yuanxuan, so he said he would marry me. Not because I am so good, but because I am the only one who comes from a military family and has a famous scholar as his teacher. Zhao Yuanxuan. Zhu was stunned by this analysis. Why? Why is it like this? Zhu murmured, looking at her husband. How can this person be so dirty and deep? I will never agree to this marriage. Zhao Rushi's mouth curled up. Perhaps Fu Yunkai had some considerations for proposing this marriage. But it seems that he didn't think so deeply. If they had such a profound understanding of the situation, they would not have ended up like that in their previous life. A general who is good at fighting is not necessarily a shrewd politician. But this did not stop her from talking about the seriousness of the matter. She did not talk about it more seriously, and gave the three elders a more profound analysis. She was worried that they would be deceived in the future and accidentally step into the minefield. Through Fu Yunkai's proposal of marriage, she analyzed the situation for them and gave them a shot of prevention, and also established herself, foresight and sharp vision, as glorious image, and further gained the right to speak in Sui Ping Marquis' mansion. This is a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. As for Zhao Yuanxuan and others' bad impression of Fu Yunkai, it is also what she wants, so that they don't always want to marry her to this man, regardless of whether this person is good or bad. She is only 14 years old now, which is only a junior high school student in modern times, and it is impossible for her to consider getting married. Now this person comes to propose marriage as a high-quality stock, which makes the three elders eager to move. So don't blame her for smearing. Besides, Fu Yunkai is not wronged. He wanted to marry her after only meeting her once. Did he really like her? She was not that shameless. He just liked her because she had Mr. Ku Mu as her master and three senior brothers including Wu Huixi. For such a marriage with political calculations, did she still have to be grateful to Fu Yunkai? As for saying in front of Xiaoling Yan that she wanted to marry Fu Yunkai as a widow, it was just a boast and a joke. She really didn't have such a dark heart to marry with the purpose of hoping for your death. Besides, with Xiaoling Yan around, Fu Yunkai would most likely not die. At least not in the war 2 years later. She had confidence in Xiaoling Yan, a smart guy. So, Fu Yunkai should marry whoever he wants, and not set his sights on her. Zhao Rushi saw that Zhao Yuanxuan also nodded solemnly, agreeing with Zhu's statement. And then she said, so grandmother, father and mother, don't consider marriage for me casually. Our Sui Ping Marquis' mansion has finally separated from the court, so don't get involved in it, lest you accidentally lose the lives of the whole family. Just follow my master. Chapter 304. The right to speak is secure. Look at my master. From the late emperor to now, he has been able to get along well with everyone. Why? He is smart. He never gets involved in these things, and he doesn't care who is the emperor. It is also for this reason that he is able to get along well with the late emperor, and he dares to blow his beard and glare in front of the current emperor. This is the benefit of being a famous scholar. I have the relationship with my master now, and I will definitely follow his path in the future. Jing Tai will learn painting from me, and he will also follow this path in the future. Isn't it good for our family to not get involved in those things? To have food and clothing, and to live a stable and prosperous life? Why do you have to send me into that political whirlpool? If I don't live well, you won't be much better. When Zhao Yuanxuan heard this, his face turned red with shame, and he waved his hands repeatedly. No, Dad didn't mean that. Dad just saw that Fu Yunkai was a dragon among men in terms of status, appearance and ability. So he had this idea. Dad didn't want to get involved in it. He laughed at himself. For people like us, we will be crushed to nothing left if we get close to them. So how dare we get involved? Are you tired of living? Since you can't see clearly, you should have less involvement with them. Don't go to Fu Yunkai's drinks in the future. Other people should also be considered carefully, and see clearly who they are dating, said Zhao Rushi. Although this is straightforward, and may hurt Zhao Yuanxuan's self-esteem, Zhao Rushi still has to remind him. Okay. Dad will ask you first later. Zhao Yuanxuan did not feel ashamed and annoyed by his daughter's look down on him, but was relieved that my daughter has made progress. The more they get along, the more he finds his daughter amazing. At her age, and with her experience, She can see through the political situation that even many old officials cannot see through. And her analysis is very clear and sharp. Such political acumen and foresight actually appear in his daughter. How lucky is the sweeping Marquis's mansion. No wonder Mr. Kumu accepted his daughter as his apprentice without hesitation. Or is it that his old man has a sharp eye and can see his daughter's extraordinariness at a glance? The old lady was also frightened at this time. What she feared most was the fight for the throne. I'm old now. And now I don't expect anything but for our family to be safe and sound and live a stable life, she said. Yuan, you should go out less in the future. If you want to talk and drink with others, just go to the clan. She also said to Zhu, don't go to those invitations outside if you don't need to. Let's not try to get invitations. Anyway, Shijia's marriage doesn't need us to arrange. Let's just stay at home and don't hold Shijia back. She now understands the situation. With her master around, Zhao Rushi won't have to worry about not getting a good marriage. They really don't need to be busy. Also, she looked around at her son and daughter-in-law. In the future, if there is anything going on at home, discuss it with Sister Shi in advance. For example, when it comes to the second and third children, don't treat Sister Shi as a child, and don't tell her anything. She is not an ordinary child. And she sees things more clearly than you do. Discuss with her to avoid making mistakes. Yes, Mother. We will definitely discuss it with her, Zhao Yuan said. Shu also nodded, yes. We will definitely ask Sister Shi in the future. Zhao Rushi felt relieved when she heard the old lady say this. The right to speak in the family that she had always wanted was now secured. It's late today. And Sister Shi has to get up early to go to school tomorrow morning. So go back and rest first. We will talk slowly when we come back tomorrow night. Anyway, it's not urgent, Shu said. The old lady nodded. I'm old. And there are some things that I can't see clearly or understand. So I just focus on being my old feudal lord and don't care about anything else. You must settle the house well, and don't hold Shijia back. Since the matter is not urgent, it won't be too late to talk about it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Just remember to discuss it with her. Okay. Go back. I'm going to rest too. It was already past the old lady's bedtime. The three of them said goodbye and went out. Zhao Rushi said good night to her parents, and went back to Xia Zuyuan to wash up and go to bed. On the contrary, Zhao Yuan and the Zhu couple sighed for a long time, and discussed how to reply to Fu Yunkai before going to bed. The next day, Zhao Rushi went to the academy as usual. Now that the Kong family's cook was there, she didn't need dry snacks at noon. She took Su Shui directly to her courtyard and asked Qi Feng to go to the Kong family's painting academy to pick up the food. The Kong family's cook prepared the master's meal for her, and Gao Weiqiang, Qi Feng and others prepared the servants' meals. She didn't have the habit of rewarding the servants with the leftovers of her own meals. The Kong family's cook prepared a rich and large meal for her every time. She couldn't finish it by herself, so it was just right to drag Su Shui to eat it to avoid waste. After the servants have finished training, she plans to keep sisterly in this house and arrange 2 kitchen helpers so that she doesn't have to go to the next door for free meals. Su Shui visited Zhao Rushi's new house and was very envious. She said to Zhao Rushi, Sister, when I make money, I will buy a house for myself. It will definitely work. Zhao Rushi said. I asked Qi Feng to ask the shopkeeper 2 days ago. The shopkeeper said that your storybook is selling well, because our contract says that it is paid once a month. And it is not the end of the month yet. So I haven't paid you yet. She asked again, how is your new storybook going? She didn't write an outline for Su Shui for this one, leaving it up to her to write. But after Su Shui sent her the outline, she still made some changes, adding some conflicts and twists, and also changed the character settings to make them more reasonable. Speaking of the new storybook, Su Shui's face lit up with a smile. I have already written part of it. My classmates took it to read and said it was good. They even ran to the bookstore to buy the storybook I wrote, saying that they liked the story I wrote very much. Wow! This is great. Zhao Rushi was also very happy. People who just started writing novels lack confidence the most. Su Shui's storytelling instinct was recognized and encouraged by her classmates, which was definitely a good thing for her, and could motivate her to go further on the road of novels. Keep writing. Maybe if you write a few more storybooks, you can also buy a house, she encouraged. Yeah. Su Shui nodded vigorously. Sister, we moved to the capital yesterday. My parents want to treat you to a homecoming dinner, so I asked you when you are free. she said again. Moving? That's great. Zhao Rushi was very happy. I have nothing to do in the next 2 days. Just prepare. After the time is set, let your servant go to the gatehouse of our house to deliver a note. And my parents will go there at that time. She knew that the Su family had already bought servants. And it was she who introduced Li Zhongren. And Li Zhongren chose a family for the Su family. Chapter 305. The case is solved. A middle-aged couple in their 30s with 3 children. The eldest and second sons are both sons. One is 17 years old, and the other is 15 years old. The third is a daughter, 12 years old this year. The family of 5 used to be tenant farmers. And their lives were hard. But they could get by. But later the man in the family got a serious illness, and had no money to treat it. All relatives and friends were poor, and could not lend money. In order to save his father, the eldest son borrowed a loan shark debt without his parents' knowledge. Later, the man recovered from his illness. But the family was burdened with high-interest loans that they could not pay off for the rest of their lives. And the eldest son was beaten up by the loan collector. There was no other way. So the family had to sell themselves and use the money from selling themselves to pay off the high-interest loans, so that they could survive. It is sad to say that the high-interest loan that his eldest son borrowed was only 2 taels of silver. After selling themselves, although they lost their freedom, it was much better than the days when they had no food to eat and had to survive on wild vegetables for half a year. Many of the slaves Zhao Rushi bought were for the same reason. If someone with land and houses falls ill, they can still sell their land and houses. Tenants without land and houses can only sell themselves. How are the servants you bought? Very good, honest, hardworking, and able to endure hardships, Su Shui said. My father asked me to thank you. We are in a hurry to move because of this family. Although they can live in the West Wing if they squeeze in. But there is a difference between men and women. My mother said that it is not good for me to live in the same yard with them. There are 2 young men in that family. Zhao Rushi nodded. And seeing that it was almost time for Su Shui to go to class, she asked again, how are you going to get home after school? If you are not in a hurry, come to the painting academy and wait for me. And we can go back together. My father bought a mule cart. In addition to delivering food, he will come to pick me up after school, Su Shui said. Zhao Rushi was relieved when she heard it. It's almost time. You should go back to the academy. I will let Qin Feng and Uncle Gao take you there. Su Shui did not refuse. Drank the tea at hand, waved to Zhao Rushi, and went with Qin Feng. Zhao Rushi went to the painting academy. There were already several people painting in the academy. Wu Zong called Zhao Rushi to his side and said to her, Junior sister, the case in Yancheng has been solved. In fact, a few days after your portrait was sent, the Yamen runners found the whereabouts of the murderer and started to hunt him down. After chasing him for a few days, he was captured, tried and reported, and sent to the capital. But it was a little late. They said that the portrait you painted was almost exactly the same as the real person. It was amazing. Fortunately, your portrait. Otherwise, he would have been caught in time, and another family would have been wiped out. It's good to catch him. It's good to catch him. Zhao Rushi also thought about this matter. Now that she heard that the criminal was caught, she finally felt relieved. What's going on? Why did that man kill such a family full of women? She asked curiously. Wu Zong couldn't tell her about this. So he just said vaguely, that man has a mental problem. He was abused by his stepmother and stepsister since he was a child. And he hates all women. Later, in order to seize the family property, his stepmother did not let him marry at the age of 20, but let his 18-year-old brother marry. In the conflict, he killed his stepmother and stepsister and gained a kind of psychological satisfaction. And he couldn't stop from then on. Zhao Rushi nodded. I see. In modern times, she has also seen many such cases, and guessed that it was the same reason. Serial murders are often committed by people with twisted psychology and high IQ. Now that the case is closed, do you still want Sun Jiawang? If you want, I will bring him to you tomorrow. Brother, if you think he is a reliable person, bring him to me. It's just right to put him on the farm to train with the newly bought servants, Zhao Rushi said. She asked again, how much is it? I'll give it to you now. 1 tael of silver. So cheap? Zhao Rushi was surprised. The servants she bought a few days ago were all 10 taels of silver or more because she had high requirements. Those who can read and count are more than 20 taels each. For Shou Chun, it's 35 taels of silver. and his wife is 32 taels. Although Sun Jiawang is young and may not be able to read. Looking at his cleverness, it must be more than 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver is just a small reward for people like them. But for Sun Jiawang, it means he has bought his freedom for life. It's sad to think about it. Wu Zong nodded. We sell them at this price. You know, they are all related to the case. Most people don't dare to buy such people, because they are worried that they are involved in the case, and will be involved in trouble. Zhao Rushi nodded and took out 1 tael of silver and gave it to Wu Zong. Then I'll leave it to you, senior brother. Wu Zong gave the silver to Wuan. Go to the Dali temple and bring Sun Jiawang here. Half an hour later, Sun Jiawang came and kowtowed to Zhao Rushi, saying, Please give me a name. Young lady, my original name was given to me by my former master, and I want to change it. Thinking of his original master whose entire family was killed, Zhao Rushi could understand his feelings. With a new name, he could forget the past that he didn't want to recall the most. She asked, What was your original name? I didn't have a real name, and my nickname was Erguzi. Well, then I really need to give him one. Zhao Rushi thought for a moment. You can call yourself Zhao Jiawang first. I'll give you a new name when you've confirmed your job. The servants in Sweeping Marquis' mansion all have uniform names, such as Qing, and they all entered the mansion in the same batch. Later, when they were assigned to their respective positions, they were given names by their masters. If the master was too lazy to change, he would just keep calling them by their original names. Kong Sherlin, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Zhao Rushi on the forehead. Don't be silly. Originally, he was called Sun Jiawang, and the Sun family suffered a lot. You still dare to call him Zhao Jiawang? I think you are not thinking about it. Zhao Rushi wanted to do some ideological work with her master and told him not to be superstitious. But she was scared. She shrank her head and gave her master a smirk before saying to Sun Jiawang, Then call him Xiaoming first. Forget the past haze, and the future life will be bright. This is her blessing to the child in front of her. Xiaoming is an extremely common name, but as a random name that will soon be replaced. It is enough. Thank you, young lady. Xiaoming obviously liked his new name very much. He knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Rushi respectfully before getting up. Master, senior brother, if there is nothing else here, I will go to the manor. Zhao Rushi stood up. She wanted to take Xiaoming to the manor to train with the new people. She went to the manor every day a few days ago. But later she saw that Ma Sheng and Zhou Chun took good care of the people in the manor. So she stopped going every day and only went every other day, mainly to observe the situation of these servants with her own eyes. Chapter 306 Rejection. Now that she hadn't been there for another day, and there was nothing to do here, she decided to go there. Junior sister, how is your house being renovated? Master Zhang asked me to tell you that someone will come to learn painting in a few days. Wu Zong said. Just paint the walls, level the floor, and repair the windows. It will be done in 2 or 3 days, Zhao Rushi said. She asked Li Zhongren to introduce a few plasterers to renovate the newly bought house, especially the courtyard where she planned to live, and arranged it according to her habits. Just pack it up, and prepare the charcoal pencils, Wu Zong said again. Okay. Thank you, senior brother. I got it. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Zhao Rushi went to the farm. When they arrived at the farm, the newcomers were learning to read. They didn't train all day. Zhao Rushi made a schedule for them. In the morning, they got up to recite half of the 3-character classic and review what they learned the day before. After breakfast, they trained for an hour, and then had another half-hour class. The morning was over. After resting for half an hour, continue training for another half an hour and learning for another half an hour, and finally learn the rules for another half an hour. This kind of training is effective. Now when they see her, the newcomers can basically bow properly and call her girl in an audible voice. Seeing Gao Weiqian calling him, Ma Sheng gave the job of teaching the rules to Wu Shi, and then went into the room where Zhao Rushi was resting. Girl, this is Xiaoming, my newly bought servant. Let him train and learn with you tomorrow. Zhao Rushi pointed at Xiaoming. Yes. Ma Sheng bowed to Zhao Rushi, then looked at Xiaoming. Zhao Rushi asked Gao Weiqian to take Xiaoming to learn the rules, and asked Ma Sheng to sit down. Then asked, How are you these 2 days? All are pretty good. In addition to the children who have learned to read and learn the rules before, the other 6 children are very smart. Whether it is training, learning to read or learning the rules. They all learned very quickly and seriously. Ma Sheng said. The children who had learned to read and learned the rules before were all sold by the criminals. They were valued in the mansion before, so they had the opportunity to learn to read. They did not relax for these people, and focused on observing their behavior. Zhao Rushi gave orders to Ma Sheng's family of 4, asking them to write comments on these newcomers every day. The 4 members of the family must write their own comments, and they cannot copy. It doesn't matter if the 2 children do not do well. They just need to write. Ma Sheng's family knew that this was a very rare opportunity, so they carried out Zhao Rushi's orders very seriously these days. Even if they did not do well, they tried their best to do it, which made Zhao Rushi very satisfied. Zhao Rushi nodded, first looked at the comments submitted by Ma Sheng, then went out to look at the 2 courtyards before leaving. Zhao Rushi was living a leisurely life here, while Fu Yunkai was sitting restlessly at home. If he hadn't been too reckless, he would have rushed to Sweeping Marquis's mansion in the morning to ask Zhao Yuanxuan about the result. But he and Zhao Yuanxuan had made an appointment for dinner in Sweeping Marquis's mansion. Zhao Yuanxuan was also sitting restlessly, but his mood was completely different from Fu Yunkai's. He felt embarrassed. At that time, both of them were very confident about this marriage and did not consider the possibility of failure, even though Zhao Yuanxuan knew that this marriage had to be approved by Zhao Rushi. He felt that even if his daughter disagreed, she would not refuse it outright, and she would always give some time to observe and consider. And this kind of answer is normal for a marriage proposal. Which family with a daughter is not reserved? They always say that they will consider it, and will not agree to it outright, which makes their daughter seem unwanted and too eager to get married, and she will be looked down upon by the in-laws. So Zhao Yuanxuan didn't think it would be awkward for them to meet and drink the next day. So when Fu Yunkai mentioned it, he agreed. But now, he had to refuse someone, and it would be very awkward to meet again. But no matter what, he had to go to the dinner party, and he had to make his refusal clear to Fu Yunkai. Zhao Yuanxuan looked at the time and reviewed the excuses that the couple had discussed last night, and then took a carriage to the restaurant yesterday. Chang'an had been looking forward to it for a long time. Seeing Zhao Yuanxuan getting off the carriage, he stepped forward to support him and said, "Uncle, be careful." Fu Yunkai said he was waiting upstairs, but he was watching from the window. When he saw Zhao Yuanxuan coming, his heart was pounding, and he hurried out of the private room and went downstairs to greet him. "Uncle." "Haha. Nephew. You came so early?" Zhao Yuanxuan laughed. At this moment, he recalled that every time he had dinner, Fu Yunkai always came earlier than him. He thought he was respecting his senior. But now, he realized that this kid's behavior was typical. If you are too attentive to others without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. The waiter had received a large reward from Fu Yunkai, so when he saw the 2 of them sitting down, he hurried to serve the dishes. Fu Yunkai had been waiting anxiously before, but now he calmed down and let Zhao Yuanxuan drink and eat first. After Zhao Yuanxuan had eaten and drunk for a while, he asked, "I wonder if my nephew was rude when he went to your house last night. What is the impression of the old lady and the lady on my nephew?" No, I was not rude," Zhao Yuanxuan said with a smile. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Fu Yunkai. "It's just that, my dear nephew, your uncle is sorry for you. You also know that your uncle admires you very much. It's just that my wife has just recognized her daughter and is reluctant to let her get married. My daughter has suffered so much for so many years, and finally has a few days of comfortable life. She doesn't want to serve her parents-in-law too early and work hard." He looked at the teacup in front of him, not looking at Fu Yunkai's ugly face, and continued, "Your situation is special. The emperor has allowed you to stay in Beijing for a year or so, which is a favor. In this year or so, you must get married. So our 2 families are not destined to be together. This is the reason he and Zhu came up with for the refusal." No matter what the reason was for Fu Yunkai to propose marriage, he still had a good impression of Fu Yunkai. He didn't want to offend Pingnan Marquis Mansion too much because of this matter, so he could only decline politely. After hearing this, Fu Yunkai's heart sank to the bottom. He tried every means to please Zhao Yuanxuan because he was worried about this problem. "Is it okay to get engaged this year and come back to marry him 2 years later?" he asked. If there was no comparison with Ying, he might have given up, because he not only needed a wife to continue his family line, but also needed a marriage to consolidate the status of Pingnan Marquis Mansion. Although Zhao Rushi was the best candidate, There were suitable families in the capital, but he wanted to marry a wife who suited his heart. Not just a tool for marriage. A woman to give birth to children. He hoped to have a wife who was in love with him. Although he had only met Zhao Rushi once, he knew that love at first sight must exist in this world. Chapter 307 Rejecting the Marriage. I'm afraid not. Zhao Yuanxuan shook his head. He thought it would be better to make it clearer. Lest Fu Yunkai come and say in 2 days that he is willing to wait for Zhao Rushi until she is 18 years old. My daughter likes painting, so she also hopes to find someone who shares the same interests with her, he said. Isn't Fu Yunkai supposed to understand what he said? Sure enough, Fu Yunkai's face turned pale. Yes. Many girls from noble families are unwilling to marry soldiers, because soldiers not only cannot stay at home, but also need to stay at the border for a long time, and their lives are in danger at any time. Miss Zhao Wu, since she is capable and beautiful, her status is not low. Why did she marry someone else but a border soldier like him who may die at any time? Fu Yunkai's mouth was full of bitterness. He picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. I understand. Thank you, uncle. He stood up. Uncle, enjoy. My nephew has something to do, so I'll leave first. Let's meet up for a drink later when we have time. As he said this, he clasped his fists to Zhao Yuanxuan, turned around and walked out. Zhao Yuanxuan sighed deeply, sat there and slowly drank the wine in the glass, stood up and walked out, telling the waiter, let's pay the bill. Sir, the gentleman just now has already paid for the wine and food, the waiter said. Zhao Yuanxuan looked outside in a daze, sighed lightly, and called his entourage. Let's go. Back home, Zhao Rushi had already eaten and was teaching Zhao Jingtai to paint in the main courtyard. Zhao Yuanxuan walked over and sat next to them. He watched silently for a while, and suddenly asked Zhao Rushi, will you really not consider the marriage with Ping and Marquis? I think Fu Yunkai is really good. Zhao Rushi had guessed his thoughts when he sat here drunk and didn't say anything. She shook her head and said, no need. He is good, but it doesn't mean this marriage is good. Zhao Yuanxuan sighed deeply. That's true. He didn't forget what his daughter analyzed with him last night. He just felt a little sorry. It is rare to find a young man like Fu Yunkai who is so outstanding in both his conduct, status, ability, appearance and figure. He really felt sorry for his daughter if he missed him. It is better that his daughter cannot recognize the excellence of Fu Yunkai. If she is attracted to him and knows that this marriage is not appropriate, not only for herself but also for the Bo family, her daughter will definitely be in pain and entanglement. It is better to let this matter go. Zhao Yuanxuan made up his mind not to mention Fu Yunkai in front of his daughter again. Zhao Yuanxuan and Fu Yunkai didn't know that after they went back, a man in gray went to the 5th prince's villa, Ting Topxuan, and reported everything about the conversation between Zhao Yuanxuan and Fu Yunkai in the restaurant to Xiao Lingyan. When Xiao Lingyan heard that Zhao Rushi had indeed rejected the marriage proposal, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, took out a gold ingot from his sleeve, and threw it in front of the man in gray. Well done. I reward you. Thank you, master. The man in gray bowed and retreated. Xiao Lingyan walked back and forth in the room twice, walked to the table, wrote a letter in German, asked Xiao Liuzi to call another man in gray, and handed the letter to him. Tomorrow you will find a way to deliver it to Miss Zhao Wu. Yes. Not long after the gray-clothed man left, Xiao Lingyan was called to Xiao Lingpu's courtyard. Xiao Lingpu looked at his younger brother, his face full of satisfaction as an old father. You are good. You have grown up and become capable. Xiao Lingyan naturally knew what Xiao Lingpu was talking about. He pretended to be confused and said, brother, what's wrong? Fu Yunkai went to Sweeping Marquis's house to propose marriage, but was rejected. Xiao Lingpu still found it incredible when he talked about this. He asked, how did you know that Sweeping Marquis's house would reject this marriage? As someone who needed to rely on Pingnan Marquis's mansion to seize the throne, he would naturally pay attention to Fu Yunkai's marriage. During this period, Fu Yunkai frequently invited Zhao Yuanxuan to drink. Needless to say, he believed that the prince and several princes who were paying attention to the movements of Pingnan Marquis's mansion, as well as some interested people in the capital, had noticed this matter. He was very unhappy with Fu Yunkai's choice, regardless of whether this marriage was successful or not. It meant that Pingnan Marquis's mansion had its own little thoughts. However, compared with other noble families, marrying with Sweeping Marquis's mansion was within his tolerance, so he did not interfere too much in secret. At that time, Xiao Lingyan told him that the sweeping marquis's mansion would not agree to this marriage, so he could rest assured. When he asked the reason, he said nothing and just let him see the result. Now the result was indeed predicted by Xiao Lingyan, so he was very curious about how his brother analyzed and concluded. What's so difficult to predict? Xiao Lingyan spread his hands. Even if sweeping marquis can't figure it out, and Miss Xiao Wu can't figure it out, doesn't Miss Xiao Wu have a master and senior brother? How could they let the sweeping marquis's mansion get involved in this muddy water? He chuckled. Mr. Kumu never gets involved in these things. His 3 disciples are all upright and never take sides. It is because of this that Wu Huixi can hold the position of Minister of Personnel firmly. Right? Otherwise, whoever takes the position from any faction will be torn down. Xiao Lingpu shook his head. If the sweeping marquis's mansion discusses this with Mr. Kumu, this marriage will naturally fail. But I guess they won't even consider this. The titles of the 2 mansions are not much different, but their status is worlds apart. Apart from other things, if the Zhao family girl marries Yunkai, it will be easy for the boys in sweeping marquis's mansion to get a position in the army and get promoted. Not to mention that Yunkai is handsome and has good eloquence, and is a good son-in-law in the eyes of all the ladies in the capital. So I think the people in sweeping marquis's mansion will not see so far and think so deeply. When they see Fu Yunkai coming to propose marriage, they will be flattered and agree. I didn't expect them to refuse. He was a little curious. I don't know if they have discussed it with Mr. Kumu, or if there is a capable person in the mansion who can understand the situation. If I hadn't discussed it with Mr. Kumu, I would have liked to meet the capable person in their mansion who saw through all this. When Xiao Lingyan heard his brother say this, he felt proud for no reason. Isn't Zhao Rushi amazing? In her previous life, her mentor was slandered, but she found out the truth on her own and set up a trap to make the opponent expose his ugliness, thus clearing her mentor's name. Now that she has read this book, she has a general understanding of the entire court situation and is clear about the future direction. Isn't it normal to see through the calculations behind these people at a glance? But he couldn't tell Xiao Lingpu about this. He didn't want to argue with his brother. He picked up a piece of dessert from the table, threw it into his mouth, and said smugly, "Anyway, the result is what I expected." Xiao Lingpu glanced at him sideways and said nothing more. Chapter 308. Fellow villagers meet again. Fu Yunkai returned to the mansion, and the housekeeper was already waiting. Seeing Fu Yunkai get off the carriage with an ugly face, his heart snapped and felt something was wrong. He wanted to ask about the result, but now he dared not say a word and followed Fu Yunkai into the house. Fu Yunkai sat on the chair with a gloomy face and did not speak for a long time. After a while, he said, "Official matchmaker, betrothal gifts, etc. There is no need to prepare." His family rejected the marriage proposal. Rejected? Although he had guessed this result from Fu Yunkai's expression, the housekeeper was still very surprised. How could it be? In his opinion, in this capital, his own prince was a rare candidate for a son-in-law. Before the prince's fiancée died, many noble ladies confessed their love to him in person. Many bigwigs also expressed their desire to marry their daughters to the prince. After the fiancée died, in the past 6 months, there has been an endless stream of people asking matchmakers to come to the house. Even though the prince was the second prince's companion, the ministers who were close to the third and fourth princes had expressed their intention to marry him, and the intention to win him over was obvious. Their Ping'an Marquis mansion was not only favored by the emperor, but the prince himself was also outstanding and represented military power. A small and dilapidated sweeping Earl mansion, with only a title left. Nothing else. The prince's preference for his daughter was already a great honor to them. If it weren't for the fact that Miss Xiao Wu had taken Mr. Kumu as her teacher, in the eyes of the housekeeper, the Zhao family's daughter would only be worthy of being the prince's concubine. So he really couldn't understand why the sweeping marquis's mansion would reject this marriage. Fu Yunkai didn't know that the housekeeper's mind was as inflated as his mother's. He sighed and said, he said that his daughter had just come back and wanted to stay for a few more years. He also said that the fifth girl liked painting and wanted to find someone who shared the same feelings with her. The housekeeper's face was even uglier than Fu Yunkai's. This was obviously an excuse. His girl didn't even like the prince. So could she still want to marry the prince? Seeing that the prince didn't want to talk, he poured a cup of tea and tactfully withdrew. "Dad." A woman with a woman's hairstyle came up to him and called softly. The housekeeper heard his daughter's voice and turned to look at her. "Dad, there's something going on at home. I want to talk to you." The woman pulled her father to a place where no one was around. And then she said, "Dad, the lady sent me to ask you about the prince's marriage." The housekeeper rolled his eyes and said, "It was rejected. It seems that the sweeping Marquis's mansion was reluctant to let Miss Zhao Wu get married so early." "Ah!" The woman screamed in surprise, and quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief. "Don't tell anyone about this. It's not glorious for the prince. If it spreads throughout the mansion, and he finds out that it was you and me who spread it, neither of us will be in a good situation." The housekeeper warned her sternly. "Yes, Daddy. Don't worry. I will definitely not spread it," the woman said. The housekeeper was satisfied and waved his hand, saying, "Go. Don't wander around the outer courtyard." "Yes. Yes." The woman left quickly, looking at his daughter's back. The butler's beard curled up. If his daughter got the news, she would not only report it to the lady and get a reward, but also go to the second son to ask for credit. Anyway, this matter cannot be concealed, and the prince probably didn't intend to hide it from the lady and the second son. In this case, it would be good to let his daughter get some reward. He didn't know what the lady would think when she knew about this. But the second son must be looking forward to the prince marrying Miss Zhao Wu. In this way, he can take advantage of the situation and marry Miss Zhao Lu. If the second son can help with the marriage of the prince after receiving the news, it can be regarded as making the best use of his resources. The next day, Zhao Rushi just got on the carriage after school at noon, and received a German letter from Qifeng. Zhao Rushi thought about it, and asked Gao Weiqiang to go to the Kong family painting academy to tell the cook that she had something to do, and had to go to the farm, and would not eat there. Then she asked Lu Bo to change the direction, and go to the address mentioned in the letter. The house Xiaolingyan rented this time was much better than the last time, with 2 courtyards. The 2 of them were talking in the inner courtyard, and the servants could at least stay in the outer courtyard, without having to hide at the door. Xiaolingyan had been waiting there for a long time. "Let's meet less often in the future, and mainly communicate through correspondence. Even if we have to meet, don't choose this time. I usually go to my master's painting academy for dinner at this time. If I suddenly don't go, they will definitely ask, and it will be easy to expose my whereabouts. Then I will have to lie to cover it up, which is too troublesome," Zhao Rushi said as soon as she entered. Xiaolingyan subconsciously wanted to argue with her, but swallowed the words back and nodded, "Okay." Zhao Rushi was really a little uncomfortable looking at Xiaolingyan, who was so obedient. She glanced at this guy, sat down and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Xiaolingyan pushed the plate on the table. "Are you hungry? Have some snacks first." Zhao Rushi took a look and found that the plate was filled with milky white trembling small cubes. She picked up the spoon beside her and scooped a piece into her mouth. The dessert melted in her mouth, and a scent of milk and coconut filled her mouth. Her eyes lit up. Seeing her like this, Xiaolingyan couldn't help but smile. "I remember you like to eat this kind of raw milk tofu with coconut aroma, so I especially asked the people in the imperial kitchen to make it." Zhao Rushi looked at him strangely. "If you are too attentive to others for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Tell me, what do you want to ask me for, you woman?" Xiaolingyan was speechless. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked extremely relaxed. "We are fellow villagers, and in the same trench after all. Isn't it right for me to be nice to you? You have to get used to it. Understand?" "Heh!" Zhao Rushi sneered back at him. But this did not stop her from happily finishing the raw milk tofu on the plate. Xiaolingyan looked at Zhao Rushi, whose cheeks were bulging like a little hamster, with an unusually gentle look in his eyes. Zhao Rushi felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, raised her head and glared at him, and raised the plate. "You don't want to eat? I've eaten it." Xiaolingyan saw her put the last piece into her mouth and swallowed it, then asked, "Do you have any ideas about what to do?" "A lot of ideas." Zhao Rushi took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. "But I need to confirm with you how far the current steel smelting technology has developed. Can springs be produced?" Xiaolingyan nodded. Empress Xingyao has been committed to steel smelting for more than 10 years before her death. The current steel smelting technology is not bad, as long as the requirements are not too high. The steel produced should be enough for us to toss. But if you have higher requirements for springs, I can give those people some advice and let them make spring steel. Chapter 309, Profitable Projects. Although their majors are industrial design and tend to be mechanical, they also have some knowledge of the raw materials of the things they have designed because they need to understand the performance of materials when designing. because they are both academic masters. Their research on raw materials will not just stay on the surface. The two have different genders, different personalities, different interests, and different areas of involvement. Or for the same thing, the two people understand the points, depth, and breadth of different things. In this way, if two cobblers get together and use these skilled craftsmen in ancient times to conduct experiments, it is not difficult to have a small-scale industrial revolution in Dajin. After hearing what Xiaolingyan said, Zhao Rushi nodded. Alloy spring steel is mainly silicon manganese steel, with a slightly lower carbon content. It mainly relies on increasing the silicon content to improve performance. I am not very clear about these ratios. If you have the resources, you can ask the smelting craftsman of the Ministry of Industry to try it. She racked her brains to recall her knowledge of steel smelting. In addition, there are alloy spring steels of tungsten, vanadium, and boron, niobium, molybdenum, and other elements can be added to silicon manganese steel. As a boy, Xiaolingyan is naturally more interested in girls in this regard. He knew all that Zhao Rushi said. Don't worry. I know what's going on. It shouldn't take long for me to get them to smelt new steel. The steel wire and bearings of my vehicles all depend on them, he said. When Zhao Rushi mentioned this, he asked, do you have rubber? Xiaolingyan shook his head. We can only ask people to collect Eucamia almond's gum. This can't be rushed. It takes time. Just leave it to me. He looked at Zhao Rushi. You need springs. What do you want to do? I want to make a mechanical clock, Zhao Rushi said. She certainly couldn't make a delicate machine like a watch, but she thought it was feasible to let craftsmen make a large floor clock by hand, and spend a lot of effort to make one or two. Xiaolingyan's eyes lit up immediately, and he patted the armrest and said, this is a good idea. He and Zhao Rushi had both gone to Germany with their mentors to do projects. He stayed in Germany for 5 months. Zhao Rushi stayed there for a whole year. People like them who do mechanical design will study machines involuntarily when they encounter them. German clocks are so finely made, and they both have studied them. Zhao Rushi said, actually, I wanted to do printing. The spiral handmade wooden printing press invented in Europe in the middle of the 15th century does not require steel at all. I draw a blueprint and call a few carpenters, and it won't take long to make a printing press. Xiaolingyan nodded. That's totally possible. I remember that you once designed a new type of printing press with your mentor. As long as they understand the principle of the printing press, and have visited this old-fashioned wooden printing press, they can copy it and improve it. Lead movable type is no problem for them. I had this idea when I accompanied Su Shui to the bookstore to sell storybooks. After this thing is made, it can at least reduce the cost of reading and increase the literacy rate of Dajin. Zhao Rushi sighed. But once this thing is made, the impact on the printing house and bookstore will be too great, and the money earned is not much. It is a long-term type, but the hatred value is first class. The disadvantages are large and the benefits are small. It is not cost-effective. So after thinking about it, I gave up. Xiaolingyan frowned. Knowledge is often in the hands of the ruling class. Large printing houses and bookstores as a means of disseminating knowledge are no exception. The large printing houses and bookstores in places such as Beijing and Beijing are all opened by various families. The same is true for other places. Once the printing machine is produced, the cost of printing will be reduced. The price of books will definitely be much cheaper, and the number of people who can afford to read books will increase accordingly. Although this has benefited many scholars and ordinary people, and is beneficial to the entire Jin dynasty in the long run, it is undeniable that it will definitely infringe on the interests of the aristocratic families who run printing houses and bookstores in the short term. Many reforms in history have failed because they infringed on the interests of rulers and landlords. With him around, although he can protect Zhao Rushi, it is completely unnecessary to stand on the opposite side of the aristocratic families before the two political struggles that are about to come, just to fight for a little money. You're right. This can be done, but not now. In the future. He looked at Zhao Rushi meaningfully. There's still a long way to go. Take your time. Don't rush. Zhao Rushi waved his hand. This not only violates the interests of the family, but also makes many people who make a living out of this, such as scholars who make a living by copying books, craftsmen in printing houses, and some small bosses and assistants who run bookstores. The production of machines has liberated labor, which actually makes people in this industry unemployed. This kind of thing is a bit of a disgrace to one's virtue, so we better take it slow. Any industrial revolution will inevitably lead to unemployment for workers. If someone uses this to make a fuss and encourages the workshop workers to come and make trouble with her, even if she has the protection of her master and senior brothers outside and Xiao Lingyan's help inside, she will get into trouble. Anyway, it's not worth doing this now. It's too troublesome. I thought about it, and thought I might as well just make money from the rich. Make a few big clocks. Give one to the emperor. And sell a few more at sky-high prices. The money comes quickly, but it's still the money of the rich. So it's too good to be true. After half a year or a year, we will launch a more exquisite and accurate clock and set a higher price. Yes. Xiao Lingyan clapped his hands. In fact, the printing industry can also take this approach. We can make a printing machine and sell it. When we make some money, we can improve the machine and reap the money of these noble families again. Xiao Ku. Zhao Rushi pointed at him with a finger. I find you are really bad. Same here. The two looked at each other and laughed. Then let's do these 3 projects first. I'll do the others when I have the chance. Zhao Rushi said, and then asked Xiao Lingyan, have you sent anyone to deal with the jadeite? After I told you that day, my people set out the next day. I set up contact points along the way, and I will send pigeons back when there are results. He asked, have you bought people? How is the training going? After I find the jade here, can you send your people to purchase and transport it? Zhao Rushi nodded. I think it should be possible. She felt that it was okay to let Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng take some people. These 2 people seem to have good abilities. The value of jade has not yet been discovered. In the eyes of others, this thing is just a stone. It is not very risky to transport the stones back from the south. Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng should be able to do it. Chapter 310 Order them to get married on the spot. Okay. I'll let you know when I get the news. Xiao Lingyan said. Zhao Rushi urged. Didn't you say that you would introduce apprentices of those craftsmen to me after you entered the Ministry of Industry? I'm in urgent need of jade craftsmen, carpenters and blacksmiths now. I just entered the ministry and haven't gotten to know them well yet. I'll give you the address after I find out clearly in a few days. I'll also send people to inquire about the powerful craftsmen outside. You just have to wait patiently for my news. Zhao Rushi also knew that Xiao Lingyan had a special status, and that someone was watching his every move. You can't be too hasty in doing anything, lest you reveal your whereabouts. She said, it's okay. If it's not convenient, just wait a while. I'm not in a hurry here. If it really doesn't work, I can find out by myself. Compared with her own business, Xiao Lingyan's safety is naturally more important. She can ask a few middlemen to help find out. Xiao Lingyan showed a bright smile. Are you concerned about me? I'm afraid you will implicate me. Zhao Rushi rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Okay. I'm just afraid of getting me into trouble. Xiao Lingyan seemed particularly good-tempered. I won't argue with you anymore. I'll listen to you in everything. Zhao Rushi looked at him proudly. That's right. If you make me angry, I'll just walk away and take my family to Jiangnan. You won't even have tears to cry then. So I still have to thank Miss Xiao Wu for her kindness and saving a poor little thing like me. Xiao Lingyan acted pitiful. Get lost? Zhao Rushi kicked him. This guy didn't know what he ate. He had long legs and feet at the age of 16. He sat lazily, his feet almost stretched in front of her. By the way, there is something I have always wanted to tell you, Zhao Rushi said seriously. You tell me. Xiao Lingyan sat up straight. His expression also became serious. Fu Yulang and Zhao Ruyu are the official couple of this book. They must be together. Otherwise, I don't know what big trouble will be caused. You should know that everything in this book is for them. Sometimes, in order to make them together, the author will design a world-shattering event, and the end of the world will come. All for the plot. So you should find a way to get them together as soon as possible. Let them harm each other. And don't let us get involved. She looked at Xiao Lingyan, her eyes full of seriousness. Don't take it lightly. You must remember to get them together as soon as possible. In addition, let Fu Yulang achieve some success in his career and let him reach the peak of his life. Haven't you heard that saying? When humans think, God laughs. If we don't follow the plot, but go against it, I'm worried that no matter how hard we try, we won't be able to beat the author's pen. Xiao Lingyan, TSK, squeaked, and looked at her with contempt. Your logic. As long as we continue to live, we are going against the plot. Do you still want to be a good boy? Zhao Rushi also looked at him with contempt. The details are not important. The process is not important. What is important is the result. Anyway, they just want the result. The peak of Zhao Ruyu's life is to marry Fu Yunlang. The peak of Fu Yunlang's life is to become a big shot. Even if we can't kill Fu Daong and Fu Yunkai to help him get to the top, we can still make his love life happy and his career successful. Right? In this way, the book will not collapse. Otherwise, we can't live well. Xiao Lingyan nodded. That makes sense. He touched his chin. Okay. Then I will order them to get married on the spot. Zhao Rushi was amused by his fan circle words. This is possible. Seeing Zhao Rushi's bright smile, Xiao Lingyan's mood was also unusually bright. It just so happens that I also want to do business to make some money to confuse everyone. Why not just let Fu Yunlang do things for me? Doesn't he want to do business? Why not just let him be my agent? His brother is my brother's study partner and good friend. And he has become my business agent. So that Fu Daong will not be indecisive and not be on the same page with us. Maybe in their previous lives, they died so miserably because they were indecisive and were used by others. He said. Hearing this, Zhao Rushi thought for a moment. Her beautiful eyes sparkling, otherwise, let him be my opponent. In his eyes, I had already made enemies with him when I opened the silver shop. So it's not bad to compete with him now. It's too dangerous for me to make money from Jade alone. And using him to attract the hatred of a wave of aristocratic families is also a waste of utilization. Xiao Lingyan touched his chin and nodded. Okay. Let's do it this way. The two discussed some details. And Zhao Rushi stood up and prepared to leave. If you have anything, just write a letter. And see less. Isn't this called crossing the river and destroying the bridge? I came to meet you to solve all your problems. Xiao Lingyan was very dissatisfied with her ruthlessness. My problem? If it weren't for you, would I have a problem? Zhao Rushi glanced at him. Okay. You are right. Xiao Lingyan realized his problem and surrendered immediately. I have a problem. Zhao Rushi looked at him suspiciously, always feeling that this Xiao Lingyan was different from the Xiaoku she knew. It's a bit strange that this guy doesn't argue with her. Xiao Lingyan coughed lightly. Be careful when you go back. If you want to contact me, just send a letter here. I rent this house all year round. He took out a key and handed it to Zhao Rushi. This is the key to the house. He walked outside and pointed to a flower pot under the corridor and said, See this blue and white porcelain flower pot? The pattern on it is a lotus, which is different from other flower pots. The location of this flower pot may be different each time. You have someone deliver a letter and put it under this lotus pot. Zhao Rushi looked around and saw a flower pot a few steps away from the corridor. The patterns on those flower pots were either plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, or flowers in full bloom, or patterns of a certain story. Only this one was lotus. The flower pot was neither big nor small, and even a girl could move it. She nodded and said, Okay, I remember it. After leaving the house, Zhao Rushi did not return to the painting academy. She asked Chi Feng to buy some food first, and then met Gao Weiqiang outside the city and went to the farm. Gao Weiqiang was temporarily lent to her by Zhao Yuanxuan, and she didn't want him to know about Xiao Lingyan's existence. So she sent him away on the way here, and asked him to buy a few pounds of pork to give the people in the farm a snack, and agreed to wait at the city gate to go to the farm together. She took a walk around the farm, and then returned to the painting academy. Before entering the painting academy, she handed Gao Weiqiang a few addresses and a purse. These are the addresses of 5 middlemen. Go find them and ask them if they know any great jade carvers, carpenters, and blacksmiths. If they do, give us the addresses. I want to find them to make some things. There is silver in the purse. You can give them some of the middlemen's fees. Chapter 311 How to Avoid Losses. Each broker has his own office, which is the tea house. Go to the tea house if you need to find a broker. If the broker is not there, you can pay a little money to let the waiter leave a message for the broker. Yes. Gao Weiqiang took the purse. Go back to the mansion after you find out. You don't need to come. I will go back to Beijing with my senior brothers and others. Zhao Rushi reminded again. Thank you, young lady. Gao Weiqiang bowed, got on the horse, and turned to leave. Zhao Rushi then entered the painting academy. A person looked up and smiled at Zhao Rushi. Siosi. Zhao Rushi shouted in surprise. Sister Rutong. Why are you here? Didn't I say I wanted to learn painting from you a long time ago? I was sick a while ago and didn't come. I was going to come after my grandmother's birthday, but I missed a lot of classes in the academy, so I have been making up for it during this period. I finally had no classes this afternoon, so I had time to come. So in addition to classes, will you have time to paint in the future? Zhao Rushi asked. Xiao Ruodong nodded. Yes. That's right. I may add more classes after the new year. Mrs. Cui asked me to take the calligraphy class in the North Courtyard. I thought it was okay, so I agreed. She was just in a bad mood, and the Princess of Jinan wanted her to relax. So she asked her to come to Binding Women's College to teach. At that time, she only took the ordinary class. It's better to be busy. You see, I'm so busy that I don't know how happy my life is, Zhao Rushi said. This made Wu Zong next to him laugh. Everyone was painting and needed quiet time, so Zhao Rushi didn't chat with Xiao Ruotong much. Seeing that she had prepared the easel and other things under Kong Shirlin's guidance, he instructed her to paint. The orange and vase were no longer placed on the painting table in Changxian, but white porcelain bowls, plates, vases, teapots and several fruits of different sizes and shapes. However, the original cones and cylinders were placed in another corner, and Gong Chung was painting them alone. Now that Xiao Ruodong is here, she has company. When Zhao Rushi left Xiao Ruotong, Wu Zong put down his brush, waved to her, and walked towards the garden. Zhao Rushi understood and followed him to the back garden. Zhao Rushi could see the solemnity of Wu Zong's expression. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Brother? Wu Zong didn't know what he was thinking. When he heard her call, he came back to his senses and asked, Junior sister, if we want to learn to draw portraits and draw like you, how long will it take? Zhao Rushi blinked, thinking about his intention, and said, if you are in a hurry, I can speed up. In fact, the steps of sketching vary from person to person. Some people divide it into 6 or 7 steps. Some divide it into 2 or 3 steps. And some people have no steps and do whatever they want. The steps are not important. The final picture effect is the key. Those who spend 3,000 taels of silver to sign up for painting have all been selected by Kong Shirlin. With the old man's fussy character, no painting talent, no certain painting reputation, and a whining character, they will not be selected. Therefore, this group of people have great talent in painting, strong painting skills, and are far better at using lines than Zhao Rushi. What they lack is the concept of three-dimensional painting and the technique of using light and shadow to express light and shade in Western painting. Therefore, after drawing cones, cylinders, fruits, and vases, Zhao Rushi could actually let them start drawing portraits directly. But in order to show that their 3,000 taels of money were worth it, Zhao Rushi planned to let them go through all the steps for modern beginners to learn painting. Anyway, few of these people have serious things to do. What they pursue is the ultimate expression of the art of painting. Let them learn more and more carefully, which is also in line with their wishes. Zhao Rushi had already asked Lu Quan, the housekeeper of Swaping Bo's mansion, to find the most famous sculptor in the capital to carve 2 human heads with white marble, and planned to let them paint white marble statues after they finished drawing sketches of multiple objects. After painting the stone statues, she would find a few models among the servants and let them paint the human heads. No, we are not in a hurry. Wu Zong looked at her meaningfully. What if we want to go slower? Zhao Rushi's little brain turned, thinking of the Dali Temple training class that had not been open for so long. She asked, is it that the class ordered by the emperor encountered some problems? She did not wait for Wu Zong to answer, and said, it's okay to go slower. In fact, after drawing multiple objects, we still need to draw white marble portraits. At least after drawing 2 white marble portraits, we can start drawing real portraits. You know, the skin of the elderly and children is different. Let's draw children first, then the elderly. Then we can find different looks and types of characters to draw. Our class will have to run for at least 2 more months. In modern times, it takes at least half a year to learn sketching from entry to mastery. Some people may not be able to draw well even in half a year. Even if these people have a strong talent for painting, have a foundation in painting, are obsessed with painting, and can paint from morning to night, it is not too much to learn sketching for 3 months. There must be a difference between the class of 3,000 taels and the class of 1,500 taels. What is the phrase striving for excellence? That must be reflected in the class of 3,000 taels. 3 months is a bit long for that class. Wu Zong frowned and thought. This time Zhao Rushi completely understood what he meant. She waved her hand and said, "Brother, don't beat around the bush. Tell me directly how long it took them to feel that the 1,500 taels were worth spending. I promise to arrange the teaching according to your schedule." She smiled. There are ways to learn for those who are good at it. And there are ways to learn for those who are rough. They don't need to be like us, drawing portraits that can become collectibles. They only need to draw them to be 80% similar and be able to find the criminal. What I drew in the Dali temple was actually a simple style, which is different from the real sketch, which is more delicate. The depression on Wu Zong's face was immediately swept away, and he returned to his usual brightness. "That's no problem. I think you should teach them for 2 months." "Okay," Zhao Rushi said cheerfully. "That's fine. You just prepare. The class will start in about 5 days. Don't worry about the paper. Our Dali temple will prepare it. You just need to get more charcoal pencils. And you should also prepare the easel and pancakes." "Thank you, senior brother," Zhao Rushi said gratefully. Paper was more expensive in this era, and it was not a small amount to provide so many people with paintings. The money was paid by the Dali temple, and it was also a favor given to her by Zhang Chanshan and Wu Zong. Chapter 312 3,000 taels for investment. The easel can be reused. Charcoal pencils and pancakes are not worth much. But since she prepared these things, there would be fewer people gossiping. Some people must have seen that she made money too easily and got jealous. Since it was the emperor's decree, they dared not publicly criticize her. So they gossiped and talked nonsense. Senior brother Wu Zong felt uncomfortable after hearing this. So he asked her to slow down the pace of the painting class. Otherwise, as an official of the Dali temple, he would definitely hope that these officials would learn as soon as possible and go back to play a role as soon as possible, instead of asking her to slow down. Now she has received another big favor from her senior brother. "Senior brother, since this matter attracts attention, then you should tell Lord Zhang to pass the word to the people below, so that fewer people from each province can come. If 3 or 5 people come from each province, 3 or 4 provinces can study together, and my class can be completed quickly. It will save me trouble, and the people below will spend less money. You also know that I want to do business, and making less money from this can be regarded as my contribution to Dajin," Zhao Rushi said. Originally, it was said that more than a dozen people would come from each province, and even if each person was paid 1,500 taels of silver, a province would have an income of 20,000 to 30,000 taels. Dajin has quite a lot of provinces. If you calculate it this way, she has an income of 300,000 or 400,000 taels of silver from this item alone, which is really too eye-catching. She has attracted enough hatred from others all of a sudden. How can she continue to grow and make money secretly? This is not good. That's not necessary, Wu Zong said. Can't we live because of other people's gossip? You just need to extend the time to make it seem that this money is not easy to earn. Don't worry about other things. Each of our paintings costs thousands or tens of thousands of taels of silver. Can't you charge 1,500 taels for teaching others your unique painting skills? After hearing what Wu Zong said, Zhao Rushi stopped talking and nodded. Okay. I'll listen to you, senior brother. This well-behaved appearance made Wu Zong feel very comfortable. In fact, Zhao Rushi knew that if it weren't for Kong Sherlin and the 3 senior brothers, she would never be able to earn this money safely. She owed them a great favor. She just had something to tell them. Senior brother, I told you before that I plan to ask someone to go to the south to buy a kind of jade called jadeite, and prepare to open a silver shop. I have sent people to inquire about it some time ago, and I think there will be news soon. I plan to put the tuition fees you paid to master and second senior brother into the company as shares, and when I make a profit, I will give you dividends. When she saw Wu Zong was about to speak, she waved her hand quickly. I know you are not short of money, but I appreciate your care. This is my little gift. You can't refuse it. Right? You don't treat me as a family member. As she said this, she looked at Wu Zong with a threatening look. Wu Zong felt warm in his heart. He was nice to Zhao Rushi at first, but it was just because she was his master's apprentice, and he had to take care of her for his master's sake. But after getting along for a while, he was nice to Zhao Rushi because of Zhao Rushi herself. This little apprentice sister is very sensible, and she is very good at dealing with people. The most important thing is that she is very capable. She basically handles things by herself, and she handles them very beautifully. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that the last time he painted a portrait of a criminal in the Dali Temple. Wu Zong showed off his face in front of Zhang Chanshan because of this painting training class. The emperor specially summoned him to ask about it. In addition, the little sister's personality is also pleasing. She speaks humorously, does things straightforwardly, and is especially good at Wu Zong's temper. Anyway, the little sister is really likable in Wu Zong's eyes. If it weren't for the difference between men and women, he really wanted to stretch out his claws and rub the little sister's cute head like the master. Okay, then I won't be polite to you, he said happily. Zhao Rushi immediately gave Wu Zong a bright smile. She said again, then senior brother? Do you want to vote with the master again? As for the eldest senior brother, please help me talk to him. If he is interested, he can also invest 3,000 taels of silver. There is no need to mention the master among the 3 senior brothers. Wu Zong took care of her the most. She wanted to repay the master, and Wu Zong a little more. Gong Chung invested 3,000 taels of silver, and that was enough. But if a master and 2 senior brothers invested, it would be bad to leave Wu Huai Temple alone when there would be dividends in the future. My master and I will not invest anymore. These are enough. After spending some time together, Wu Zong knew that Zhao Rushi was a reliable person. Since she asked them to invest more money, this business has a great chance of making money. He and his master naturally couldn't take advantage of the junior sister anymore. I'll ask the senior brother for you. If he refuses, forget it. Anyway, since you've asked, he can't say anything if there's no money to share in the future. Wu Zong's words clearly favored the junior sister between the senior brother and the junior sister. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Rushi clasped his fists towards him. Wu Zong waved his hand. Okay. Don't think too much. It's okay. I'll go to the front to draw. Oh, I almost forgot. After walking 2 steps, he stopped, took out a silver note from his pocket, and handed it to Zhao Rushi. This is the gift from the princess of Qingyang County to Master. Master asked me to give it to you. Besides, Master has already told her that you are busy these days, and don't have time to draw jewelry pictures for her silver shop. She doesn't rely on the silver shop for a living anyway. The jewelry pictures you drew for her some time ago have opened up sales for her shop. So it's okay. She said it was okay, and she was grateful to you. Zhao Rushi suddenly felt her nose sour. She really didn't know how to thank her master and senior brother. Master and senior brother. They really considered everything for her. Wait for Wu Zong to go back to the front to paint. Zhao Rushi stood in the garden for a long time before going back to the front. When everyone packed up and prepared to leave in the evening, Zhao Rushi walked to Xiao Ruodong and said, Sister Ruodong, are you going back to the capital? Xiao Ruodong refused to stop, and said while painting, No, I will live in the farm here. Zhao Rushi waved to the people who said goodbye to her, and said to Xiao Ruodong, Everyone has left, and it's getting dark. Even if you live in the manor, you can't go back too late. Be careful. Madame Yun hurried forward and advised, Yes, young lady. Everyone else has left. Let's go too. Xiao Ruodong stopped. She turned around and saw that almost everyone in the yard had left. Only Mr. Zhou Wenbai was slowly packing up his things. She smiled at Zhao Rushi embarrassedly. I forgot the time. Seeing Zhou Wenbai and his followers also left, Zhao Rushi smiled at Madame Yun and said, I want to talk to Sister Ruodong for a few words. Madam, please pack up your things. Roll up the drawing paper. Don't fold it, Xiao Ruodong said, then stood up and followed Zhao Rushi to the side and asked, Is it about the jewelry painting? Mr. Kumu told me. It's my fault for not telling you earlier. You are so busy now. You definitely don't have the time and energy to draw jewelry pictures. Zibozai's business is also on the right track. You don't have to draw for me anymore. Chapter 313 Persuasion. Zhao Rushi nodded. I want to apologize to you for Zibozai. I really don't have the time and energy to do this. But if Zibozai needs anything, you can ask Manager Wang to tell me. I will definitely help if I can. Xiao Ruodong smiled. Okay. Zhao Rushi looked at her and suggested seriously, Sister Ruodong, why don't you draw the jewelry pictures yourself? Ah? Xiao Ruodong was stunned. You can write calligraphy and draw. I think you must have your own aesthetics and understanding of jewelry design. Why don't you try to draw it yourself to see what the jewelry you design looks like, and whether it will be liked by others? The jewelry designed by people like us must be better than those craftsmen. Right? Seeing Xiao Ruodong's interested expression, she said, Just look at Mr. Meng. He just read some books and has some knowledge. But once he engages in jewelry design, he is better than ordinary craftsmen. People like you and me just don't do it. But if we do it, can we be worse than them? Although Xiao Ruodong has a gentle temper, she is actually very arrogant. Zhao Rushi's words immediately aroused her fighting spirit. She raised her chin slightly. That's right. I don't believe I'm not as good as them. I'll try it when I go back. Okay. Then I'll wait and see. Zhao Rushi smiled. Yun Man Xiao Ru, who had already packed their things, looked at Zhao Rushi with gratitude after hearing this. Although the young lady had let go of the Prince of England, she was lonely and needed some time to adapt from being two people to being alone. Now Miss Zhao can arouse the young lady's fighting spirit and let her devote her energy to painting and drawing jewelry pictures. In addition to practicing calligraphy and teaching at the academy, the young lady's life will definitely be busy and fulfilling, and she will have no time to think about other things. Zhao Rushi paused and said to Xiao Ruodong, but I asked you to come here for another thing. The emperor rewarded me with a shop, and I also want to use it to open a silver shop. Xiao Ruodong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, that's great. I felt sorry for you to Madame Yun before. You can draw such good jewelry pictures, and you are capable. It would be great if you could open a silver shop. If you don't know where to buy gems and jade materials, just ask shopkeeper Wang. He is the one who arranges these. He will definitely know. And the price he charges will definitely not be expensive. Aristocratic families usually don't take the initiative to register with customers when running businesses. But when picking up goods, they must show their names, which is a guarantee of credibility. The Zhenan Palace is powerful and has many businesses. When they go to pick up goods, the merchants will give them a lower price and dare not do anything artificial. No. I can find the source of goods myself. I dare not trouble manager Wang. Zhao Rushi waved her hand. The same industry is an enemy. Although her silver shop is in the capital and Zibozai is in Baining, there are still overlaps in customers. The jewelry designed by Zhao Rushi, after being made by Zibozai, all took the high-end route. And there are only a few high-end customers. And there are only so many noble ladies in the capital who are willing to buy expensive jewelry. In the past, they would patronize Zibozai because the jewelry of Zibozai was novel and affordable. But if they found that the jewelry styles of the newly opened silver shop in the capital were also novel, and even constantly introduced new ones, Zibozai could no longer produce such novel and beautiful jewelry. Then these noble ladies would naturally change their positions and regard Zhao Rushi's silver shop as their main consumption place. This is like Zhao Rushi stealing the business of Zibozai. If she uses the route of Zhenan Palace to get raw materials, it will be too much. Regardless of whether Xiao Ruodong can design good jewelry or whether Zibozai will lose business to her, Zhao Rushi does not want to do this. As for getting Xiao Ruodong to invest in the silver shop, she has thought about it. After all, Xiao Ruodong treats her very well. But she does not want to be involved in business with Zhenan Palace. When the jade is popular, she can provide some jade raw materials to Zibozai and let Zibozai share a share. Forget about investing. Xiao Ruodong was originally forced by Princess Zhenan and Nani Yun to learn the ways of the world. But she was originally simple-minded, and her mind was either calligraphy or painting. Now she still doesn't think too much when encountering things. Hearing what Zhao Rushi said, she nodded and said, okay. Nani Yun couldn't help but be speechless about her own lady. She smiled and said to Zhao Rushi, Miss Zhao, don't worry too much. To be frank, my lady's dowry is not small. Enough for her to eat and drink for a lifetime. Opening this silver shop is just to relax. It doesn't matter whether it makes money or not. So you can see that the price of Zibozai is much more affordable than other silver shops. So there is no need to worry about business. If you want to open a silver shop, just open it. Don't worry about us. Just get the source of goods from us. With you joining, maybe the jeweler can give a lower price. Zhao Rushi saw that Madame Yun was sincere, so she didn't refuse and said to Xiao Ruodong, thank you very much. Xiao Ruodong waved her hand. What's the matter? You also opened a silver shop. Didn't we do the same thing? Do we have more to talk about? She stood up. You still have to go back to the capital. It's getting late. Go back quickly. Don't let the city gates close, and you can't get in. Zhao Rushi has bought a house now. If she really can't go back, she can live here. But she didn't tell her family. Zhu and others would be worried. She couldn't do that. She stood up, followed Xiao Ruodong out the door. waved goodbye, and returned to the capital. The next afternoon, Manager Wang came to the painting academy, gave Zhao Rushi an address, a handwritten letter and a token, and told her the prices of various jades and gems in detail, and then left. Now the workshop, shopkeepers and assistants are almost ready, and some of the goods have been obtained. There should be news about jadeite soon. The only thing missing is the craftsman. Fortunately, Xiao Lingyan sent some addresses of craftsmen the next day, and the 5 middlemen introduced some craftsmen to her one by one. Zhao Rushi asked the middlemen to inquire first, and in the next few days, she was busy visiting these craftsmen one by one. Mr. Zheng, I'll trouble you for the next 2 days. Zhao Rushi smiled to Mr. Zheng, who met with her relatives in the city as scheduled. Don't bother me. It's my honor to work for Jiwei. Zheng Zhongren was very respectful. Last time Zhao Rushi invited the 5 of them to go. They bought many servants from Tong Zhongren in the east of the city, and bought houses and shops from Wang Zhongren in the south of the city, and Yu Zhongren in the west of the city, and also bought some servants. Li Zhongren in Baining also sold a house and some servants. Only he, a middleman in the north of the city, except for a few servants, could not make a big deal with Jiwei, who was rich, generous and righteous, which made him very depressed. But the houses and shops he had were not in good locations, and people looked down on them. The servants he had were also illiterate and not smart, and they did not perform well when choosing people. He had no choice. Unexpectedly, Jiwei Jusher actually took care of his business in this regard, which made him very happy. Chapter 314 Go Wu. They rode in the carriage to the north of the city for a meal, and then the carriage stopped. Zheng Zhongren's apologetic voice sounded in front. Jiwei Jusher, the alley ahead is narrow, and the carriage can't go in. I can only ask you to get off here and walk in. It's okay. It's okay. Zhao Rushi got off the carriage and looked around. The environment here is indeed not comparable to the south and west of the city. The houses are dilapidated and short, and sewage is flowing everywhere. People coming and going are all wearing short brown clothes, and occasionally you can see people wearing long gowns, and their clothes are also shabby, which is very different from the bright people in the other 3 districts. Knowing that they were going to come here today, Zhao Rushi, Qi Feng, and Yinjiang all wore very low-key and simple dresses, but they still didn't fit in with the environment here. A few children playing on the roadside saw them and gathered around curiously. Go, go, go. Zheng Zhong hurriedly drove them away. When the children were about to leave, he grabbed one of them and asked, "There is a jade carving craftsman here named Go Wu. Which family does he live in?" The child looked about 6 or 7 years old, and was the oldest among the group of little brats. Hearing Zheng Zhongren's question, he looked at him warily, and then looked at Zhao Rushi and the other 2, and asked, "Why are you asking him?" Zheng Zhongren raised his hand. This noble wants him to make some jade articles. The child looked at Zhao Rushi carefully, and saw that Zhao Rushi was smiling and kind, and did not look like someone who was looking for trouble. He waved his hand. "Come with me. Go Wu is my father." So the group followed the child into the alley. Yinjiang grew up in the Bo's mansion, and even though he had been running back and forth with Zhao Rushi during this period, he had never seen such a place. She was afraid of getting her skirt dirty, so she stood there holding it up, feeling like she had nowhere to step. But Qi Feng had been to the manor with Zhao Rushi before, and the houses there were even more dilapidated, and the roads were not only dirty, but also muddy. So she could follow Zhao Rushi without changing her expression, and even lifted her skirt from time to time. Seeing this, Yinjiang quickly gave up her own pampering and took care of Zhao Rushi like Qi Feng did. The group turned left and right, and finally stopped at the gate of a small courtyard. "Come in." The child waved his hand and jumped into the door first, shouting, "Dad, someone is looking for you." The grinding sound in the yard stopped, and a man in his 30s walked out of a room. He saw Zheng Zhongren and his group, especially seeing Zhao Rushi was obviously dressed like a noble lady. He looked a little nervous. "Master Go Wu, I am a middleman in this area. My surname is Zheng. This is Miss Zhao from Swaping Bo's mansion." Zheng Zhongren hurriedly introduced himself and Zhao Rushi. He had only asked Go Wu about him in a roundabout way yesterday, and had never met Go Wu. Zhao Rushi had dealt with workers and masters in modern times. She nodded with a smile and directly stated her purpose. "I want you to make jade articles." Go Wu listened, but his expression on his face was still not relaxed. "Who introduced you?" He then looked at Zheng Zhongren carefully again. Zheng Zhongren was a little confused, thinking that Go Wu's reaction was not normal, as if he suspected that they were bad people. Zhao Rushi said, Master Go Wu, I was introduced by your second senior brother Wang Jingsong. When Xiao Lingyan introduced the craftsman to her, he first inquired whether the brothers of the craftsman in the Ministry of Industry had superb skills, and whether there was a chance to invite them. After finding out, he gave Zhao Rushi the address of the craftsman in the Ministry of Industry instead of the addresses of the craftsmen to be invited. Zhao Rushi gave the addresses of the craftsmen in the Ministry of Industry to the middlemen in the corresponding urban area, and they visited their homes to inquire about the situations of the brothers of these people, and then got the addresses of the people to be invited from the craftsmen in the Ministry of Industry themselves or their families. This erased Xiao Lingyan's role in it. Therefore, she was not afraid to mention Go Wu's senior brother in the Ministry of Industry. Zheng Zhongren also hurriedly said, Yes. I just went to Master Wang's house yesterday. Master Wang has been praising your good craftsmanship. His brother Qi is still thinking about brother Yu, and said that he will come to play with him with his father next time. Sure enough, after hearing this, Go Wu's expression was obviously relaxed, and his eyes were red immediately. My senior brother? Is he okay? Very good. But I miss you very much, and hope you can cheer up. Zhao Rushi said. Go Wu is a junior brother of Wang Jingsong, a jade carving craftsman in the Ministry of Industry, to be recommended to Xiao Lingyan by Wang Jingsong. His craftsmanship must be superb. Craftsmen like him must be scrambled for by major silver shops, and they will not stay at home waiting for Zhao Rushi to invite them. But Go Wu was unlucky. I don't know if he offended people with his words and deeds, or because his peers envied his superb craftsmanship. The silver shop where he worked was suddenly robbed, and the lost jade was quite valuable. At that time, all the evidence pointed to Go Wu. The old boss was not polite, and sent him to the government office. Wang Jingsong and Go Wu's master had passed away, and several brothers and sisters collected money and ran around to help him. Although Go Wu spent 3 years in prison, he did not suffer much. At least his hands could still make jade carvings. However, the jade carving industry has very strict requirements on the character of craftsmen because of the expensive raw materials. Go Wu's reputation was ruined. It was difficult for him to find a job after returning from prison for half a year. He finally found a silver shop that appreciated his craftsmanship. But when they heard that he stole jade materials, they immediately fired him. He had no choice but to rely on his fellow apprentices to introduce some customers to him and take some odd jobs. But yesterday, people in Jingzhong asked around and found that because jade materials are expensive, people who have good jade materials are not confident to ask these casual craftsmen to carve them, and they will go to silver shops and would rather spend more money. Those who come to Go Wu to do work are all small businessmen. The quality of the jade materials is not good and the price is low, so the wages are naturally not high. Sometimes, Go Wu would go to buy some low-quality jade materials, carve them into jade bracelets and jade pendants, and then sell them on the street. But the business was not good. Go Wu smiled after hearing what Zhao Rushi said. Please come in. After everyone went into the house and sat down, a woman came in with a teapot and poured a cup of tea for everyone. After pouring the tea, she hesitated with the teapot and did not leave immediately. Go Wu looked a little absent-minded and felt that his wife was strange. So he raised his head and said to his wife, You go out. Ji's wife opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything, pursed her lips, and turned around to leave. Zhao Rushi hurriedly said, Is this my sister-in-law? You should sit down too, and talk together. As she said that, she glanced at Qi Feng. Qi Feng hurriedly pulled Ji's wife, Mrs. Gu, please stay. Ji's wife glanced at her husband, and seeing that he didn't say anything else, she sat down on the small bench next to the door. Chapter 315, The House of the Earl of Loyalty and Diligence. Zhao Rushi turned to Go Wu and said, Master Gu, can I see your craftsmanship? Go Wu hesitated, as if he had something to say but didn't know how to start, recalling the vigilance of the father and son and the abnormal expressions of the couple. Zhao Rushi knew that something must have happened in his family. She asked, Did you encounter difficulties? Zheng Zhongren looked a little worried. It seemed that he had not heard enough about Go Wu's situation. Judging from the current situation, he might be in trouble. Go Wu seemed a little excited. He lowered his head and took a deep breath, then raised his head and showed Zhao Rushi a stiff smile. It's not difficult. But Miss Zhao, if you came here to ask me to be a jade craftsman, then please go back. I have already agreed to other silver shops. Zhao Rushi glanced at Ji's wife and saw that her mouth opened and closed. And then she lowered her head, as if she had given up struggling. She turned to Gu Wu and said, "If Master Gu, you find a good place, I won't say anything more. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. You promised others, so you should keep your promise. But I don't see that you look like you are fine. There must be something that makes you embarrassed. You also know that I was introduced by your senior brother, Master Gu. Even if you can't work for me, if I can help, I will lend a hand for Master Wang's sake. Thank you very much, Miss Zhao, for your kindness. But this matter..." Gu Wu shook his head. "I won't bother Miss Zhao." When Zheng Zhongren heard that Gu Wu got into trouble, he wanted to back off. He didn't advocate that Zhao Rushi get into trouble for a craftsman. But now seeing that Zhao Rushi seemed determined to get Gu Wu, he said, "You probably don't know the identity of Jiwei Jisher yet? Jiwei Jisher is not only the daughter of Sweiping Bofu, but also the apprentice of Mr. Kumu." Seeing Gu Wu's puzzled expression, obviously not knowing who Mr. Kumu was, Zheng Zhongren explained, "Mr. Kumu is the emperor's cousin and a master of painting. His eldest apprentice is the minister of personnel. The second apprentice is the left vice minister of the Ministry of Works. And the third apprentice is the right secretary of the Dali Temple." He gestured to Zhao Rushi. "This Jiwei layman is the fourth disciple of Mr. Kumu. Ordinary people in other places may not understand the positions of court officials. But the people in the capital are different. Living under the imperial city, they have some understanding of the levels of official positions and titles." After hearing the series of official positions reported by Zheng Zhongren, especially the two sentences of "the emperor's cousin" and "the second disciple is the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Works," Gu Wu and his wife became excited. Ji's wife wanted to speak when she heard that Zhao Rushi was the young lady of Sweiping Marquis' mansion. Now she couldn't help it and knelt down in front of Zhao Rushi. "Please help us, young lady." Gu Wu quickly stood up and pulled his wife up. "Don't do this. Don't embarrass Jiwei." He smiled at Zhao Rushi apologetically. "I'm sorry. I'm a woman and I don't know anything. Please don't be offended." He worked in the silver shop for several years and understood the ways of the world better than his wife, who only stayed at home. He offended the powerful. And perhaps the young lady in front of him was of higher status and more powerful than that person. But why would they stand up for a small craftsman like him and offend the powerful people in the same camp? He is not an irreplaceable important figure. Seeing Gu Wu pulling his wife up, Zhao Rushi did not stop him. When the couple sat down in silence, Ji's wife had already lowered her head and wiped her tears silently. She asked, "Can you tell me the whole story? If I have the ability, I will lend a hand, because I heard that Master Ji's craftsmanship is no less than Master Wang's. I hope Master Gu can work in my silver shop." After she said this, Ji's wife regained hope and looked at her husband with hope. Gu Wu also had a glimmer of hope. He said, "It's the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion." He raised his head and looked at Zhao Rushi. "I used to work in the silver shop opened by the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion. Later, someone in the silver shop falsely accused me of stealing jade. The Zhongqing Marquis' son and the shopkeeper did not believe me, and asked me to compensate for the loss, and put me in jail for 2 years. After I was released, the shopkeeper of the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion silver shop came to invite me again, and I refused immediately. Later, I was introduced by my senior brother to work in a silver shop. As a result, the people from the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion spread rumors to my new employer, saying that I was dishonest. So I was fired immediately. Later, I found another shop, and it was the same. They couldn't hire a suitable master craftsman, so they wanted to use this method to force me to go back." He lowered his head. "I had already accepted my fate, and thought about taking some work at home, or buying some cheap jade materials to process and sell them at the market. Although the income is very low, at least I can make a living and support my family. Who would have thought that the son of the Duke of Zhongqing suddenly came to my house a few days ago, seemingly to show respect to me and personally invite me to work? But in fact, the wages were extremely low. He also said that I didn't accept his toast and had to drink a forfeit." Zhao Rushi saw that he stopped talking here and asked, "Did you agree? How is it possible?" Gu Wu raised his head, his face full of resentment, and his palms unconsciously clenched into fists. "It's all his family that made me like this. Now he wants to use dirty means to force me and hire me at a very low price. How can I be willing? I refused. It's just... His lips trembled, and his face full of resentment turned into helplessness and despair. He threatened me that if I didn't agree, my brother wouldn't be able to stay in the Ministry of Industry, and the other brothers wouldn't be able to work safely in the silver shop. My brothers have helped me a lot. They were the ones who ran around when the accident happened. They have also been supporting my family for the past 3 years. How can I implicate them? He lowered his head in pain, grabbing his hair with both hands. So I'm sorry, Miss Zhao. I can't work for you. Please go back. Since you don't want to go to the silver shop of the Zhongqing Marquis mansion, then there is no problem, Zhao Rushi said. If it was another family, she might have to think about it and find out the situation before making a decision. After all, she is not alone. She has to think about the Sweeping Marquis mansion, her master, and her senior brothers, and cannot cause trouble for them. But when she heard about the Zhongqing Marquis mansion, she took the case without hesitation. After all, the Zhongqing Marquis mansion was where the original owner lived for several years, and the introduction of the Zhongqing Marquis mansion in the original book was also quite detailed. Zhao Rushi knew the family's network of relationships very well. The Earl of Zhongqing is a 4th-rank Xinwu general, and now serves in the Imperial Guard. On the surface, he is a royalist, and is only loyal to the Emperor Xiaohe. But in the coup 3 years later, he was obviously a member of the 3rd Prince Xiaolingheng. At Xiaolingheng's command, he raised the butcher knife to the noble families. When the Sweeping Earl's mansion fell, the Earl of Zhongqing drove the original owner out of the mansion, letting her die of cold and hunger. In fact, it was not only because he disliked the original owner, but also because he was loyal to the new emperor, indicating that they had drawn a clear line with all those who were involved with the original prince's party. Chapter 316 Why? In the original book, Jia Zijuan, the son of the Marquis of Zhongqing, was a notorious playboy who had a love affair with a man and had never served in the military camp and had accomplished nothing. But now Zhao Rushi felt that maybe this was his fake face to cover up the fact that he was making money for the 3rd prince. Because the business of the Marquis of Zhongqing's mansion was ostensibly run by the Marquis of Zhongqing's wife. But in reality, it was all managed by Jia Zijuan. If her analysis was valid, then even if the original owner's old grudge with Jia Zijuan was put aside, Zhao Rushi had to stand in Xiaolingyan's camp. And she and the Marquis of Zhongqing's mansion were still naturally hostile in business. The Zhongqing Marquis' mansion is now trying to use dirty tricks to force Guwu back. And the silver shop must be in urgent need of a master chef now. People in the same industry are enemies, even if Zhao Rushi does not offend them because of Guwu now. When her silver shop business is prosperous, she will still compete with the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion. It is better to grab Guwu now. I will give you a minimum salary of 20 taels of silver per month, plus a commission of 3 taels of silver for each piece of jewelry, and ask you to be the master chef of my new silver shop. I wonder if Master Gu is willing to give in, she asked. The salary she gave was the same as the salary Zibozai gave to the master chef, and the salary Zibozai gave was the highest among all the silver shops. Guwu had raised his head when she said the previous sentence. When he heard this, he looked at Zhao Rushi with a dull expression, as if he was stunned. Ji's wife was anxious and responded, "Yes, we are willing." As she said this, she pushed her husband and cried with joy. "Speak quickly," Guwu stammered, but in this way, you will offend the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion." Zhao Rushi smiled contemptuously. "I'm really not afraid of them." Guwu's tears suddenly came out. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Rushi several times. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Ji's wife also kowtowed. Zhao Rushi sighed softly. "Get up." Qin Feng and Yinjiang hurried forward to help Ji's wife. "Pack your things and follow me now," Zhao Rushi said. "My carriage has the mark of the Earl's mansion. If the Zhongqing Earl's mansion has set its sights on you, it is very likely that someone will report to the Zhongqing Earl's son right away. If they force you to go, I won't be able to get you back from them." "Yes, I'll go now. I'll go now." Ji's wife turned around and went out to pack her things without waiting for her husband to speak. Guwu was also very nervous after hearing what Zhao Rushi said. He bowed to Zhao Rushi and said, "Master, please wait a moment. I'll call the child back." He was worried that the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion would get the news and kidnap his child. Zhao Rushi said to Zheng Zhongren, "I'll have to trouble Zheng Zhongren to hire a car." "Yes," Zheng Zhongren knew more about the wealthy families in Beijing than Ge Wu. Seeing that Zhao Rushi dared to confront the Zhongqi Marquis' mansion, he was a little more afraid of Zhao Rushi's background. After saying goodbye to Zhao Rushi, he ran out to find a car with a more attentive attitude than before. Zheng Zhongren found the mule cart, and Ge Wu and his wife had quickly packed their luggage. The couple locked the door, led their 2 children, and followed Zhao Rushi out of the alley with large and small bags, and got on the mule cart. Zheng Zhongren, I'm afraid I won't be able to come to Chungbei again in the afternoon. This is Ge Wu's intermediary fee. Please keep it first. You go home and have a rest. We'll meet at the old place in the early afternoon, and then visit other people. No. 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 Zheng Zhongren waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't find out Ge Wu's situation clearly, and almost got Jiwei Jusher into trouble. I'm too guilty to ask for your intermediary fee again? Jiosher, don't worry. I will definitely find out more next time, and won't make the same mistake today. It's not your problem, Zhao Rushi said. Zhongqi Marquis' mansion is afraid of bad reputation, so this matter must be kept secret. It's normal that you can't find out. Take this money. Otherwise, I'm sorry to bother you next time. Zheng Zhongren took the brokerage fee handed over by Qi Feng, bowed respectfully to Zhao Rushi and thanked him, then said goodbye and left. Zhao Rushi directly sent Ge Wu's family to the house she bought in the south of the city. This yard is for your family to live in. There is a well in the house. The kitchen utensils are complete, and there are vegetables planted in the vegetable garden at the back. I will ask someone to buy some rice, flour and seasonings this afternoon, so you should stay at home for the time being. In addition, I will ask someone to pass the message to Master Wang of the Ministry of Works, so that they don't worry. Zhao Rushi explained one by one. Thank you, Master. The Ge Wu family wanted to kowtow again, but was stopped by Qi Feng. In the next few days, Zhao Rushi visited the craftsmen recommended by the Ministry of Works, the middlemen, and the craftsmen themselves one by one, and verified their craftsmanship. In the end, more than 20 people were confirmed. Of course, these people were not only jade carvers, but also carpenters and blacksmiths. She placed them one by one in the 3 houses she bought. Originally, she did not plan to make a printing machine, so she planned to use the house in Back Nin as a dormitory for employees. Now that she had to do 3 projects, the house in Back Nin was requisitioned. For this reason, she asked someone to build a wall and separate a yard from the house for her to rest. Miss, I have always wondered why you don't put craftsmen of the same kind in one house. Qi Feng didn't understand Zhao Rushi's behavior. In her opinion, since the house in the south of the city was used as a jade carving workshop, all the jade carvers should be placed there. The blacksmith was in the house in the west of the city, and the carpenter was in the house in Baining. This was reasonable. But Zhao Rushi was different. She divided the 12 carpenters into 3 groups. 4 in the south of the city, 4 in the west of the city, and 4 in Baining. The same was true for the jade carvers and carpenters. Isn't this a mess? How can it be managed? Look at the workshop of Zibozai. Are gem processing, gem inlay, and jade processing separated in different workshops? I am not wrong in this division, am I? Zhao Rushi said with a smile. Oh! Qi Feng nodded, but still felt something was wrong. In the jewelry processing workshop of Zibozai, because of the different raw materials and processes, gem processing, gem inlay, and jade processing are indeed separated and not in the same workshop. But they are all in a big house, just divided into different courtyards or different rooms. But the 3 types of processing of the girl are not only separated by the urban area, but also by the distance between the county town and the capital, which really makes her confused. Seeing that Qi Feng did not ask again, Dianjiang's big eyes flickered, and although her face was full of doubts, she did not ask. Zhao Rushi smiled with satisfaction and turned to look out the window. Outside the window, Gao Weiqiang rode a horse beside the carriage, looking more lonely than ever. Chapter 317 Mutual Attack. Zhao Rushi naturally knew why Gao Weiqiang had such an expression. After thinking for a while, she shouted out of the car window, Uncle Gao, Uncle Ma will be back tomorrow. What are your plans? Gao Weiqiang was in a daze with a lot on his mind. When Zhao Rushi asked this question, he was a little slow to react and didn't understand what she meant. Girl, I am in need of people around me. People I can trust. You have been following me for some time, and I think you are very good. But you were the head of the guards in the mansion, And you have been with my father for so many years. If I ask you for it, firstly, you may not want to. Secondly, my father may have some ideas. So I am actually quite hesitant. Zhao Rushi directly said what she thought. Ever since she said that the training here was stopped, Gao Weiqiang has been in a bad mood. And she guessed that he might want to stay with her. But as a servant, he can't take the initiative to say that he doesn't want to stay with the old master and wants to be with the new master. So he looked so worried. She was quite satisfied with Gao Weiqiang's performance during this period. His ability was a little stronger than Ma Sheng. And he did not talk too much in front of Zhao Yuanxuan. Nor did he rely on being an old man in the mansion to point fingers at her. After learning about Gao Weiqiang's thoughts, she was also hesitant these 2 days. She believed that if she asked Zhao Yuanxuan for someone, her father would definitely give Gao Weiqiang to her. But she had already bought so many people. And Ma Sheng was going to leave. If Gao Weiqiang was taken away, there would be few guards in the mansion. Besides, Ma Sheng was the first to follow her. And he has been working hard to train new people. In addition, he also knew about Xiaoling Yan's existence. Zhao Rushi promised to use him. If Gao Weiqiang also came to her, he was Ma Sheng's boss, and was more capable than Ma Sheng. If Gao Weiqiang was allowed to be under Ma Sheng, it would definitely be inappropriate. If Gao Weiqiang was still allowed to be Ma Sheng's boss, I think Ma Sheng would also feel uncomfortable. So after thinking about it, Zhao Rushi decided to let Gao Weiqiang return to the Bo Mansion. After Zhao Rushi said this, Gao Weiqiang couldn't speak up even if he was willing to follow Zhao Rushi. The uncle is the girl's father. Can he say that he doesn't want to follow the uncle, but wants to follow the girl? But your eldest son is already 20 years old this year. Right? I heard he is also very capable. Why don't you let your eldest son come to my side as a guard? If it is inconvenient for him to leave home, your second son or third son will also do. Zhao Rushi said. Gao Weiqiang's eldest son Gao Sheng is also a guard in the uncle's house. The second son Gao Xing is a servant beside Zhao Yuanxuan. The third son Gao Ding is the doorman of the house. Zhao Rushi felt that if she brought Gao Weiqiang's son here, everyone would be happy. At least it would be worthy of Gao Weiqiang's hard work running around with her during this period of time. Sure enough, Gao Weiqiang's sad face was immediately wiped away after hearing this. And he bowed to Zhao Rushi on his horse. Thank you, young lady. The guards in the mansion are not short of Gao Sheng. The boy is older and more stable. So let him serve the young lady. Okay. Zhao Rushi raised her hand. I'll tell my father about it when I go back tonight. Thank you, young lady. They just came out of the academy, and were about to go to the farm. The Dali Temple training class will probably start in a few days. And Zhao Rushi will not be able to attend classes regularly for at least a period of time. So during this period, try to find time to go to the academy to improve your impression, so as not to make Mrs. Cui and the teachers too angry. The craftsmen will arrive in the next few days, and Zhao Rushi will have to go to the farm to arrange the new trainees one by one after the class. So she is so busy now that she doesn't even have time to eat lunch, and can only eat snacks in the carriage. Zhao Rushi finished talking to Gao Weiqiang, and was about to lower the curtain of the car window, when she suddenly saw 3 people riding horses passing by Gao Weiqiang at a leisurely pace. She felt that one of them looked familiar. When she was about to take a closer look, the other person had reined in his horse, slowed down, and bowed to her. Is that Miss Zhao Wu in the car? I am Fu Yunlang, the second son of the Marquis of Ping An. I wonder if I can go to the tea house to talk to you for a few words. Hearing this name, Zhao Rushi's face fell. No wonder she felt familiar. Fu Yunlang and the brothers Fu Yunkai looked a bit like each other. What could she and Fu Yunlang have to talk about? And go to a tea house? No need. I have something urgent to do, and I have to hurry to the farm. Besides, I don't think there is anything to talk about with Master Fu. It was normal for her to be unhappy with Fu Yunlang because of the farm robbery. As Zhao Rushi was about to tell Lu Bo to speed up, she saw a man in a white brocade robe leading 2 followers on horseback from behind. Seeing Fu Yunlang, he slowed down his horse and greeted Fu Yunlang lightly. Second Master Fu, why are you here? After saying this, he turned around, first glanced at Zhao Rushi, then looked at the logo on the carriage. With an expression of interest on his face, is this Miss Zhao Wu? The man was tall, with narrow eyes, thin lips, and a black mole on his left cheek. He looked very ordinary. Zhao Rushi didn't like the way he looked at her. Just as she was about to lower the curtain, she heard the system suddenly ring in her mind. Host. This is Jia Junza, the husband of the original owner of the book. Jia Junzi? The prince of the Shongqing Marquis mansion? While Zhao Rushi was stunned for a moment, Jia Junzi had already spoken outside the car window. Miss Zhao Wu. Did you hide Gu Wu, the master chef of my silver shop? Zhao Rushi. He started to attack as soon as he met her. It seems that this person has bad intentions. Maybe he is here to cause trouble on purpose, and is not just passing by. She carefully looked at this person's shamelessness and said, as far as I know, Gu Wu originally had no boss, and had never signed a contract with any silver shop. You said he was your master chef. Isn't it unreasonable? As for the word hidden, if this young master is uneducated, I advise you not to say it, so as not to be laughed at. Jia Junzi's face darkened and he sneered, in a small and poor swiping marquis mansion. You have such an ignorant little girl who dares to mock me. If you offend me, you will die without knowing how. He raised his eyebrows and showed a fierce look. In addition, I tell you, whoever I like belongs to me. If you dare to snatch the person I like, not only you, but also your father will have a hard time. Zhao Rushi seemed to have not seen his fierce look at all. And as if she had heard his threatening words, she pointed at Yulong Pavilion and asked, Is that your silver shop? She then pointed to the capital. Is that your city? Fu Yulang looked at Yulong Pavilion, somewhat puzzled. Zhao Rushi sneered and continued, The one you are looking at is yours. You are so arrogant. My master will come to the palace tomorrow, and I will ask him to tell the emperor what you said. As she said this, she looked at Jia Junzi and confirmed. You are the prince of Zhongqing Bo's mansion. Right? Chapter 318 Host I can. Jia Junzi turned pale with these words. What nonsense are you talking about? Jia Junzi raised his eyebrows and shouted. When did I say that? Don't try to frame me. A real man dares to say it, but not to take responsibility. Tut tut tut. Zhao Rushi pointed at everyone. Everyone heard what you said just now. If you want to cheat, no way. Jia Junzi was furious. What a sharp-tongued woman. Aren't you afraid that I will rape you while you are talking? When Zhao Rushi heard this, he turned around and told Gao Weiqiang, Did you hear what I said just now? Hurry up and report to the government office. Yes. Gao Weiqiang responded and turned his horse around, preparing to go to the county government office. He had followed Zhao Rushi for a while, and knew that his girl's brain was very good and would not suffer any loss. Besides, it was broad daylight and people were coming and going on the street, so he was really not afraid of what Jia Junzi would do. Stop him for me. Jia Junzi was furious and ordered his subordinates. Seeing that the guards had stopped Gao Weiqiang, Jia Junzi pointed at Zhao Rushi and said, Okay. I've learned something today. I'm telling you, don't let me get you and your swiping marquis mansion, or I'll destroy your family. I'll tell my master this, too. If anything happens to my family, there's no need to investigate. It must be your family that did it, and he will definitely seek justice for me when the time comes. Zhao Rushi continued to bring up his master. Jia Junzi wanted to say something harsh to save his dignity and leave, but he didn't expect Zhao Rushi to say this. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to say something else, but he didn't dare to offend Kong Sherlin, and he knew that if he continued to say something, he would get into trouble. This woman was fearless and dared to say anything. If he didn't leave, he might be blamed again. He had to put on a fierce look, glared at Zhao Rushi fiercely, and gritted his teeth and said, Just wait for me. He rode away quickly. Fu Yulang was stunned watching this scene. As a playboy in Beijing, he knew Jia Junzi. He could also see that although Jia Junzi was saying harsh words, he was actually afraid of Zhao Rushi. Otherwise, he would not run so fast. Seeing Zhao Rushi's eyes turn to him, he swallowed his dry throat and waved his hand. I am not in the same group with him. Really? Zhao Rushi smiled. Does Mr. Fu have anything else to say? If not, I will leave first. No more. Fu Yulang said hurriedly. He actually used the excuse of apologizing to Zhao Rushi to tell her that his brother was very distressed at home because of her rejection of the marriage, and he couldn't eat or sleep at night. He wanted to impress Zhao Rushi's heart and make this marriage happen for his brother. He didn't believe that a little girl would not be moved by his brother's deep affection. As long as Zhao Rushi married his brother, his marriage with Zhao Ruyu would be fine. But he didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing before he even opened his mouth. At this moment, he was very glad that he didn't have time to speak. This woman was too cruel. Even the unruly Jia Juanza was scolded away by her. If she married into the Ping and Marquis mansion and became the crown prince's wife, would he and Zhao Ruyu still have a way to live in the future? In this case, please let Mr. Fu move aside, Zhao Rushi said. Fu Yilang hurriedly rode his horse to the side of the road to move aside. Lu Bo whipped the horsewhip. The carriage started and slowly drove forward. Fu Yilang rode his horse to the side of the road for a long time before leaving. Miss, you just... Qing Feng still felt scared when she thought of what happened just now. You just offended the young master. Will he really come to harm us? Gao Weiqiang also said, yes. Miss, why don't we go to the manor for now? If we go, we have to add 2 more guards. Zhao Rushi laughed. Don't worry. He is a coward. He talks big but doesn't dare to do anything. Haven't you heard the saying? A dog that bites doesn't bark. And a dog that barks doesn't bite. It's better to be careful, Gao Weiqiang said. Zhao Rushi was about to speak when she heard the system's voice in her mind again. Host, Jia Juanza has gone back and didn't send anyone to follow us. Zhao Rushi felt more relieved when she heard it and said to the system, really? Thank you for your reminder. She said to Gao Weiqiang outside the car window, Uncle Gao is right. It's better to be careful. Before we leave the city, Uncle Gao, go to my master's courtyard to borrow 2 guards. She pointed to a bookstore. We'll wait for you at that bookstore. Gao Weiqiang agreed, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he watched Zhao Rushi get off the carriage and enter the bookstore, then turned back to the painting academy to borrow a guard. This bookstore is slightly smaller than the one where Su Shui sells storybooks. Zhao Rushi went in and flipped through the books, picked out the most popular storybook recommended by the clerk and bought it, ready to show it to Su Shui. Host, I can actually help you find out the news in the capital. The system saw that it had taken the initiative to provide information to Zhao Rushi, and did not mention the charge. Even if Zhao Rushi was free now, he did not pay attention to it, so it could not help it. Zhao Rushi raised her eyebrows. Oh? How much does it cost? During this period, she also deliberately left the system alone. It's okay now. Her career hasn't started yet. Everything is developing slowly. There are not many conflicts. And she doesn't need all kinds of intelligence from the capital. In the future, once the conflicts become acute and the struggles on all sides are fierce, she will definitely rely on the system to provide her with information. It's just that this guy is asking for too much. Didn't you see that when she was drawing the portrait of the murderer in the Dali temple, it wanted to help her find the appearance of the murderer? Is it planning to take all her points? Later, it found that she didn't care about the news at all, so it lowered it to 50. Once it found that she was very urgent for a certain information, would it hold on to thousands or tens of thousands of points? She couldn't indulge its bad habits. So during this period when she didn't need its information, she simply ignored it. Leave it alone for a while. Let it feel that it was not indispensable. Realizing this, it won't be so arrogant. Before it spoke, Zhao Rushi said again, what I plan to do in the future. I believe you have seen it during this period. I want to prevent the discovery of 2 political events, which will cause conflicts with people from all walks of life. I just competed with the Zhongqing Marquis mansion for a jade craftsman, and Jia Juanza threatened to beat me to death. The struggle for the throne is only 100 times more acute and dangerous than this conflict. We will rise together and fall together. If I am beaten to death, you will disappear from this world. Right? So I must buy the agility pill and the strength pill. The guards around me cannot protect you too well. And sometimes you need to rely on yourself to survive. If you take away my points for the sake of information, so that I have no ability to buy these 2 pills, it will not be good for you. Right? Chapter 319 Arrangement. Anyway, your information is obtained by you when you are idle and wandering around. It doesn't matter if you sell it to me at a lower price. When I get through these 2 political events safely, I will give you points every day. Anyway, all my points are yours, and no one else can take them away. Wouldn't it be good if you could help me when I am in the most difficult time? The system felt something was wrong. But after thinking back to Zhao Rushi's words, it didn't find anything wrong. It said, what do you want? Price? Set a reasonable price for the information. Don't think about asking too much. You've seen that I've bought a lot of people and know a lot of people. Let's not talk about other things. Look, I wanted a craftsman. Didn't I find out through friends and middlemen? It's not difficult. If your information is cheap, I'll buy it. If it's expensive, I won't buy it. Even if it takes a little effort. It's not impossible to find out. The system, which wanted to ask too much and bargain with Zhao Rushi, thought about this and waited for a while before saying, for very important and confidential information that is difficult to find out. 3,000 points per piece, for other information, such as the information that the prince of the Zhongqing Marquis mansion wants to harm you. 2,000 points per piece, and for information about craftsmen, 1,000 points per piece. This price is reasonable. Apart from other things, 3,000 credits are not expensive for information about how the prince in the palace is plotting rebellion. 2,000 credits to save a life is not too cost-effective. She asked the system to monitor the situation of the 3 workshops and remind her when there is a situation, which only costs 1,000 credits. She can get 8 credits for practicing a piece of calligraphy now, every morning in the academy. Taking notes in class, she can easily get 100 credits. So these credits are not difficult for her. But with Zhao Rushi's nature of bullying the mentally retarded system, it is impossible not to bargain. She sighed, looking disheartened. I told you so much. But you still charge so much. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. She ignored the system and asked the waiter to take out a book to look through. Then, how many points can you give? The system complained. Zhao Rushi was waiting for it to say this. She said calmly, everything is half off. She used an unquestionable tone. That won't work. It's too cheap. I think it's very difficult to go into the palace to check the news. The system tends to get angry. Then the first type is 2,000 points. The second type is 1,000 points. And the third type is 500 points. If it's more expensive, I won't take it. This is the price Zhao Rushi really wants to bargain for. Sure enough, when the system saw that Zhao Rushi gave in, it at least added 1,000 points. It also knows that Zhao Rushi is stubborn. Maybe he will really rely on himself instead of the system for these points. Then it really won't get any points. It reluctantly agreed to Zhao Rushi's price. Having gotten a great deal, Zhao Rushi finally changed her initial cold attitude and began to feed the system in her heart. Ah, sister's little sweetie is so sensible and considerate of sister. There is no better system in the world than you. Little sweetie, let me see the points. She opened the light curtain. Well, now there are more than 600 points short. Tomorrow's 10-day test. I will definitely get the first place. I will try to combine the master's painting method with Western painting techniques when I go back tonight to see if I can create a new painting method. If it works, I can buy agility pills right away. 20,000 points will be credited to my account right away. Are you happy, sweetie? Her idiot can't stand the bombardment of sugar-coated bullets. After being coaxed by her, he really became happy and made somersaults in his head. Haha. Really? Great. So happy. After coaxing her idiot, Gao Weiqiang also arrived with 2 guards. Girl, the princess of Qingyang County has arrived before the others have arrived at the academy. I borrowed 2 guards from her. Gao Weiqiang winked at Zhao Rushi. The county lady heard that you were threatened and bullied by the son of the Zhongqing Earl, and she was very angry. She said she would let the princess seek justice for you. Zhao Rushi couldn't help laughing. This was exactly why she sent Gao Weiqiang to the painting academy to borrow guards. Jia Juanza dared to say such rampant and obscene words. Wasn't it because the Swaping Earl's mansion was in decline? But standing behind her was not only the Swaping Earl's mansion, but also her master, senior brother, and a group of people from the painting academy. Disciple? She didn't need these people to help her go to the Zhongqing Marquis mansion to seek justice. They just needed to spread Jia Juanza's words and deeds today. She touched her chin. There was no need to take Xiao Ruotong's words seriously, who didn't know much about the ways of the world. Princess Jinan probably wouldn't offend the Zhongqing Marquis mansion for her. But her master was a protective person. If she was bullied, her master would definitely stand up for her. The 2 guards of the Jinan Palace were not talkative. They bowed and sent Zhao Rushi to the manor. The carriage entered the farm and stopped in front of the house. Zhao Rushi asked Gao Weiqiang to stay outside with the 2 guards. She went into the main hall and told Qi Feng, call Ma Sheng and Zhou Chun in. Qi Feng went out, and Zhao Rushi looked up at the paper on the wall. There were grids on the 2 pieces of paper. The front of the grid was the name of the person, and the back was the person's daily comments. At the end, there were small red flowers cut out of red paper. Men and women each posted a piece of paper. This was the method Zhao Rushi taught Ma Sheng. At a glance, you can tell who performed well and who did not perform well. The newcomers saw this paper, which was also a kind of motivation. The small red flower list that must be posted at the back of the classroom in modern primary schools is used to motivate these grown men. And it still has the magical effect of boosting their blood. Girl. Ma Sheng and Zhou Chun came in from outside. Zhao Rushi didn't waste any words, and told them about the 3 workshops. Then she pointed to the 3 people with the most small red flowers and the best performance and said, I plan to transfer these 3 people to be the managers of the 3 workshops. What do you think? Ma Sheng nodded and said, I think they are competent. I think it's okay too. Zhou Chun said. There's a reason why these 3 people have so many red flowers. Not only did they perform well in training, but they were also literate. They served as teachers when everyone was learning to read. They have good abilities and are good at math. Zhao Rushi took a charcoal pencil and wrote the names one by one on the small notebook he made. Then tore it off and handed it to the 2. Take a look. Do you have anything to add? Ma Sheng and Zhou Chun looked at the names written on the paper. In addition to the 3 managers mentioned earlier, Zhao Rushi also assigned an accountant, a purchaser, and 4 guards to each house. The cooks will be hired separately. If they cook well, they will be hired. If they cook poorly, they will be fired and rehired. Zhou Chun. You go and do this. Go to the middlemen and ask them to recommend a reliable one. Zhao Rushi said. Chapter 320 Assignment. The servants she trained were all trained as managers, shop assistants, and guards. For highly specialized people like craftsmen and cooks, it would take a while to train them, so they had to be hired from outside. Her people only had to do a good job of managing these craftsmen and cooks. Ma Sheng naturally had no objection. He was originally a guard and had no management experience. And now he admired Zhao Rushi very much. In his opinion, as long as the girl said the most correct, he would not accept any rebuttal. Zhou Chun thought about it for a while. Girl. Like Qin Feng. He couldn't figure out why Zhao Rushi put each type of craftsman in 3 places. But he was not as close to Zhao Rushi as Qin Feng and dared to ask. He considered his words. We don't know anything. Carpenters and blacksmiths are fine. But the jade materials used by jade craftsmen are too precious. If the jade craftsmen secretly hide some of them, we can't see it. Don't worry. I will appoint another foreman to take charge of this matter. But our people should also try their best to learn. They don't need to be able to carve, do carpentry or blacksmith work, but at least they should know the trade. We can't let them team up to fool us. Okay. Girl. Now I understand. Zhou Chun said. Zhao Rushi made their responsibilities clear. From now on, Zhou Chun will manage all 3 workshops. Ma Sheng will stay by my side and listen to my instructions. You 2 are my housekeepers, and you will receive 6 taels of silver per month. The bonus depends on the situation. The 2 of them were refreshed and bowed deeply to Zhao Rushi. Thank you, young lady. Zhou Chun was fine. Since the day when Zhao Rushi bought them, he gave him the task of assigning servants. He knew that Zhao Rushi would never treat him as an ordinary servant. During this period, he also tried his best to perform well. However, he was still overjoyed that Zhao Rushi treated him as a housekeeper instead of a manager. Ma Sheng was uneasy during this period. He found that he was inferior to Zhou Chun in ability. But he is now the manager of Zhou Chun's newcomers and their superior. Don't let Zhou Chun climb over him, and he becomes Zhou Chun's subordinate, which would be too embarrassing for him. Now he found that Zhao Rushi put them in the same position. No difference. Just different division of labor. And he stayed with Zhao Rushi. Belonged to her. Was closer to the girl. And had more trust from the girl. So he put down his hanging heart. He showed a relaxed smile on his face, and vowed to learn as quickly as possible, and catch up with Zhou Chun in the ability to handle things. Zhao Rushi was very insightful, and was very satisfied with the expressions of the 2. Only with competition and opponents can we supervise and promote each other. The managers of the 3 courtyards were like this, as were Ma Sheng and Zhou Chun. Go and call these 3 people. Xiao Jinping, Han Yi, and Yang Daxing. Zhao Rushi said to Ma Sheng. These 3 people were the 3 who got the most red flowers. After a while, the 3 people were called in, and Zhao Rushi told them about the appointment of the 3 people, and then said, I will conduct irregular inspections of the courtyards managed by the 3 of you, and will evaluate the personnel, accounts and living arrangements. Just like now. She pointed to the small red flower list on the wall. Evaluation is done once a month. The best performer gets rewarded, and the worst performer gets a corresponding deduction of monthly salary. The basic monthly salary is 4 taels of silver per person. The best performer gets a bonus of 2 taels. The second best performer gets 1 tael. And the worst performer gets no reward or a deduction of half a tael, depending on the situation. The 3 of them were immediately excited. And they couldn't wait to roll up their sleeves and get to work. I will formulate corresponding management rules and regulations at that time. And you will also evaluate your subordinates and give them rewards and punishments based on their performance, Zhao Rushi said. As soon as these words came out, not only the 3 people, but also Ma Sheng, Gao Weiqiang, and Zhou Chun were all excited and eager to take office immediately. Ma Sheng and Gao Weiqiang had stayed in Sweiping Marquis' mansion for many years. Zhou Chun had worked for officials before. Even Xiao Shengping and the other 2 were sold out by the officials. They either worked as small managers or served as long-term servants by their original masters. They all understood the management model of the big families. No matter how good or bad you are, the monthly salary is fixed. Only when you get in touch with the master and the master is satisfied with what you do, will he give you a reward. So everyone in the mansion tries to squeeze in front of the master. Those who can flatter and talk, and can please the master, can often get rewards. Those who work hard and don't flatter can only take the fixed monthly salary honestly. Like Zhao Rushi, the rules and regulations are directly written out. What to do, what not to do, and to what extent, are all clear. As long as the requirements are met, you can get a bonus, and the amount of the bonus is also fixed. As for the people below, they just need to work seriously, and don't need to think hard to please the master. They are all down-to-earth people, so they naturally prefer this form. Especially Zhou Chun, the newly appointed housekeeper, felt that once the master system came out, his management of the 3 courtyards would be much easier. He admired Zhao Rushi more and more in his heart. Zhao Rushi called the 3 purchasers and 9 guards she had decided on, and gave them a warning and encouragement. Get ready. I'll have someone take you to the workshop tomorrow, she said. She sent these people back and called the 6 people who were selected to be accountants. You are good at math. I plan to let you be accountants in the future. Do you have any objections? 2 of the girls looked up at Zhao Rushi in surprise. Not only them, but Zhou Chun was also surprised. He said, Girl, Kuer, can also be an accountant. Why not? She is very talented in math. Zhao Rushi pointed to the table on the wall. Look, she is always among the top in every math test. But she is a girl, Zhou Chun said again. Although there are women who work as accountants, they are all shops opened by women, such as embroidery shops run by female shopkeepers. But just now, he heard from his master that the workshops hired jade craftsmen, blacksmiths and carpenters. So the shops they opened are also related to these. Such shops will never let women be shopkeepers. It is very strange that men are shopkeepers and clerks, but women are allowed to work as accountants. Zhao Rushi ignored him and asked Zhou Kuer and Yun Jin, the woman beside her. First, as an accountant, you have to deal with men and go in and out of the workshop. Think it over. If you don't want to, I can arrange other positions for you. Yun Jin didn't wait for Zhou Kuer to speak, and stepped forward, bowed and said, I am willing to be an accountant. Chapter 321, Here to Cause Trouble. Zhou Kuer glanced at her father and stepped forward. I am willing too. Zhao Rushi then said to Zhou Chun, if you feel it is inappropriate, you can go back and discuss it. Give me an answer before tomorrow. Zhou Chun just didn't expect that a woman could be an accountant, since it involved his daughter. He wanted to ask clearly. Now that he saw that his daughter was willing, he didn't stop her, since Kuer has made her choice. I will not interfere anymore. Zhao Rushi looked at the 2 women. Being an accountant may affect your marriage in the future. Have you thought it through? It's okay if you can't think it through for the time being. It's not too late to give me an answer tomorrow. Some men care about whether their wives are out in the limelight. And they also care about whether their wives make more money than themselves and are more capable than themselves. Therefore, if the 2 of them become accountants, their marriage options will be much narrower. She must make this clear to the 2 of them. I have thought it through, and I am willing to be an accountant. Yun Jin answered before Zhou Kuer. Zhou Kuer also said quickly, I have thought it through, and I am willing. Zhao Rushi said to Zhou Chun, Kuer, this matter is not urgent. Your family will discuss it tonight, and tell Ma Sheng tomorrow if there is a result. Yes. Zhou Chun bowed. Zhao Rushi looked at the other 4 people, and was about to speak when Yun Jin suddenly knelt on the ground. I beg the master to give me a name. My current name is the maid name given by the previous master. Since I have a new master, I can no longer keep the previous name. Please give me a name. Master, what was your real name before? You are the accountant now, so you can use your real name. Yunjin shook her head. I was sold when I was 5 years old. I only remember that I was called Wu Yatu when I was a child. But I don't know my last name. Since my parents sold me, I have no fate with my original parents. I will call myself whatever the lady gives me. During the training process, Zhao Rushi admired this woman very much. She is clear-headed, resolute, able to endure hardships, and very clear about what she wants. Would you like to be named Zhao? Zhao Rushi asked. Yunjin looked up in surprise and immediately kowtowed. Thank you, young lady, for your gift. I am willing to take it. Being given a master surname is a special honor for a servant. For example, the housekeeper of a family is often given a surname and named in. Lu Quan, the housekeeper of Sweeping Marquis Mansion, is an exception. Zhao Rushi is a bad namer, and her biggest headache is naming people. She gave Yunjin a surname first, also to save a word. She scratched her cheek, thought about it, and then said, as an accountant, the most important thing is to be cautious. So you can be called Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin was overjoyed and kowtowed to Zhao Rushi. Thank you for the name, my master. I like it very much. Okay, get up. Zhao Rushi then looked at the others. If you have no objection to being an accountant, follow the housekeeper Zhou tomorrow morning. I will give you special training in the next few days. Not only did Zhu's account books use capital Chinese characters, but the format was not simple and clear enough. When she helped Zhu to review the accounts, she had a headache. She has discovered that Empress Shengyao had used Arabic numerals, but they were not popularized. Next, she plans to teach these people Arabic numerals and simple modern accounting methods. She is not in finance, but she manages her accounts on the mobile phone app in modern times. She remembers the account book format on the app very clearly. Maybe this account format is very general and simple, far less comprehensive and diverse than the modern accounting method. But at least, she can see it clearly at a glance. The accountants followed her method to do the accounting, and it would be much easier for her to check the accounts in the future. In addition, finance is the core of a company. Giving special training to the accountants is also to bring them closer together and make them more loyal to her. So this training is necessary. After explaining these, Zhao Rushi left the manor, and Ma Sheng and Zhou Chun followed her back to Baining. Except for Gu Wu, the other craftsmen agreed to start work in 5 days, and the house in Baining is still empty. Zhao Rushi was talking to Zhou Chun when Kong Shirling's servant came in and urged, Miss, are you back? The old man asked you to go over quickly. Zhao Rushi knew that her master must be asking her about Jia Juanzi. As the old man was impatient, she did not dare to delay and left Zhou Chun and others to go to the painting academy. I heard that you were bullied by that bastard of the Jia family? As soon as he entered, Kong Shirlin asked, what happened specifically? When Gao Weiqiang came to borrow the guard, facing a woman like Xiao Ruodong, he could not repeat Jia Juanzi's original words, and only vaguely said that Jia Juanzi wanted to destroy the Sweeping Marquis family. That's why Kong Shirlin asked this question. Most people had arrived by then, and when they heard Kong Shirlin's question, they all stopped and looked over here. Isn't it? Zhao Rushi told me everything about Gu Wu. When Gu Wu and his wife begged me, I felt sorry for his family, and thought that he hadn't signed a contract with the Jia family, so it wasn't like stealing his craftsman. I also needed a J craftsman urgently, so I took Gu Wu away. No matter what the reason was, it was also considered that I stole the craftsman he liked. He came to scold me a few times, and I just took it. It was nothing. But he not only said, she lowered her head. I can't say what he said. After a pause, she said, he also threatened to destroy my family. This is too much. After spending some time together, everyone in the painting academy knew that Zhao Rushi was very generous and never acted shy like a girl. Seeing her face full of shame and anger, she knew that Jia Juanzi not only said harsh words, but also humiliated Zhao Rushi with words. During this period, they learned painting from Zhao Rushi. Although they were not in the name of master and apprentice, they were in fact master and apprentice. What's more, Zhao Rushi has high emotional intelligence, is good at speaking, and has a good attitude. Everyone in the painting academy, young or old, has a very good impression of her, and everyone's relationship is getting more and more harmonious. Seeing her being humiliated, Everyone is very angry. You are so bold to bully my apprentice like this. I must go to his house today. Kong Sherlin threw the pen in his hand and walked out. Girl. Go. The master will scold him for you. Zhao Rushi was moved by the master's behavior of protecting his child. But she couldn't let the white-haired master stand up for her like this. Master. Zhao Rushi pulled him and said, there's no need to go to his door and scold him. That would be too much of a compliment to him. He has a father and a mother. If this gets to the ears of Lord Zhongqin, Lord Zhongqin should discipline his son. Right? If I need you to discipline his son for him, Lord Zhongqin will have to go to the emperor and apologize. There's no need to make such a fuss over a few words. Chapter 322, Tricking Him. What's more, the son of the Duke of Zhongqin said that I stole his craftsman. Although there are reasons for this, I am also wrong. I shouldn't have helped him when I knew that he was the one who set the trap. It's really disrespectful to his family. You think you are helping me to find his child, right? If he asks me back, I am not right. Right? She pulled Kong Sherlin's sleeve. Master, why don't you ask Kong to go to the Duke of Zhongqin's house and tell him the reason for the incident and apologize for me? Just say that I was ignorant and didn't know that Gu Wu was the craftsman that his family had chosen and invited him back, which offended his family. Please ask him to let our sweeping marquee mansion have a chance to live. What do you think? As she said this, she smiled and winked at Kong Sherlin. Kong Sherlin had a hot temper and a high position. When someone provokes him, he doesn't have to think so much and just scolds back until he wins. Originally, when he heard that his little apprentice was going to give in, he was going to scold him immediately. But seeing his little apprentice like this, and thinking about the meaning of her words, he suddenly became happy. This is a trick. He likes it. Wu Zong is a person who only wants to make trouble. When he heard that his junior sister was going to make trouble, he shouted, yes. Master, please let Kong go. For your sake, please ask the Duke Zhongqin to spare the Duke Sweeping's house. He should give you face. Right? Kong Sherlin was acting like a drama queen. He patted Zhao Rushi's little head lovingly and said with emotion, my disciple is the one who cares about me and is worried that I will be angered by those unreasonable people. So he doesn't let me make a fuss. He sighed, okay. Then I'll let Kong go and ask for help from Lord Zhongqin. Alas, we are old and have no status. Any dog or cat can bully us. What else can we do except beg others to let us go? It's so sad. This was said very sadly and should have been very contagious. But the people in the painting academy always felt that it sounded familiar and strange. But before they could recall it, they heard Kong Sherlin say, Wenba, isn't the wife of Lord Zhongqin your niece? You can also ask your servants to plead for my Jiwei. Alas, poor child, she was humiliated like this. As elders, we can't seek justice for her. We can always do something for her by lowering our posture and begging for mercy. Right? Anyway, I'm not asking you to go in person. I'm just sending a servant. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. Right? Mr. Zhou Wenba's personality is very similar to Xiao Ruodong. He only has paintings in his eyes. Very simple. I don't know if he is old or lacks three-dimensional imagination. It is more difficult for him to accept the concept of sketching than others. But Zhao Rushi never despised him. Always taught him patiently. And always gave him face. Which made the old gentleman very grateful. Because of his relationship with the wife of the Zhongqin Earl. Kong Sherlin did not mention it. He also planned to send someone to talk to the wife of the Zhongqin Earl, asking her to control Jia Juanzi and not let Jia Juanzi do anything wrong. When Kong Sherlin said it, he didn't think much about it, and hurriedly agreed, saying, it should be. It should be. There's no need for that. Zhao Rushi was a little reluctant to drag Zhou Weibai, a simple old gentleman, into the water. Why not? We all learned painting from you and owe you a favor. Now we are just saying a word to plead for you. Isn't it embarrassing? Kong Sherlin said, and glanced at the painting academy. Someone was smart and suddenly thought that it would be good for the 13 people in their painting academy to form a small group, and immediately said, I will also send someone to plead for you. We are all learning painting together. Mr. Kumu said so, and someone else volunteered. The others felt that it would be bad if they didn't express their opinions. So they immediately said, I will send someone to go too. I'll send someone too. Everyone expressed their opinions at that moment. Wu Zong understood Kong Sherlin's meaning and further enlightened everyone. The 13 of us are all learning painting from the junior sister, and are indebted to her. If she is bullied in the future, we will stand up for her together. Those people in Beijing know that the junior sister has our support, so they will have to think twice before bullying her in the future. He pointed to his own courtyard. The class will start there soon. By doing this, we are also setting an example for those people. Even a drop of water is worth a spring of gratitude. Junior sister taught them the skills to make a living, and they owed her a great favor. In the future, when junior sister encounters difficulties, they should lend a hand. Isn't it right? Zhao Rushi scratched her cheek. She felt that the master and senior brother were playing a little too much. She glanced at Wu Zong and met the eyes of her senior brother. Okay. She understood. She waved her hand with an embarrassed look and smiled. Senior brother, I'd better not trouble you. I think the son of Zonkinbo was just talking and didn't dare to do anything. It would be bad for us to mobilize so many troops like this. She looked at Kong Sherlin with a smile. I think my master can deter the villains by himself. Isn't that right, master? This made Kong Sherlin very happy. He stroked his beard and said, that's right. Kong Sherlin, said people to beg him to let him go. And I must scare Zhongqin Bo to death. By then, his little bastard's legs will be broken. And there will be no need for you to show up. Some people whose family backgrounds were not strong enough secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not all painters have simple minds. There are those like Xiao Ruodong and Zhou Wenbai. And there are those like Wu Zong, who have a sieve-like mind. There was a quick-witted person who said, although we are not needed this time, we will always remember the kindness of Jiwei Jusher in teaching US skills. If you need our help in the future, just say a word, and we will certainly do our best to help you. Yes, that's right. Everyone agreed. Zhao Rushi bowed to everyone gratefully. Thank you very much. Kong Sherlin waved his hand and ended the topic. Okay. Let's all paint. Everyone stopped talking and started painting seriously. Kong Sherlin went to the backyard and called Kongyan and a guard. He first told the guard, go check if there is a banquet at the Duke Zhongqin's mansion today. If not, check when Duke Zhongqin will go home or where he went to the banquet. He turned around and gave Kongyan another reminder, saying, you go with the guard, so as not to be late. You don't need to come to Baining after you finish your business. I will return home in the evening. Kongyan and the guards all responded and left. Everyone drew for an hour, and when it was time for dinner, they dispersed. Kong Sherlin greeted Zhao Rushi, got on the carriage slowly, and returned to the capital with Wu Zong and Zhao Rushi's carriages one after the other. Before parting, he said, bring a few more guards. Although that kid doesn't have much courage, it's always right to be on guard. Yes. Zhao Rushi responded obediently. Even if Kong Sherlin didn't mention it, she also planned to bring a few more guards. The training of the people in the manor was completed, and she had enough staff. Chapter 323 Who has no way out. Zonkinbo Jia Sonlin is a military commander who likes to be lively and likes to drink. Every day, he either goes to drink with friends or invites friends to his home to drink. Today, he just drank a few cups with his friends at home. When he was talking happily, he heard the servant report that Mr. Kumu's housekeeper Kongyan came to ask for a meeting. Huh? Old Jia, have nothing to do with Mr. Kumu. Why did he send a servant here? Jia Sonlin grumbled to his friend in confusion, but still ordered, please let him in. Mr. Kumu has always been very arrogant. He usually ignores people who greet him on the street. Today, he even sent his housekeeper to your house, which shows that you have caught his eye. My lord, you are amazing. I admire you. Jia Sonlin was very happy when his friend flattered him. Although Kong Sherlin did not hold an official position or a title, he had a high status. The most important thing was that he had a high standard and ordinary people were not in his eyes. Therefore, it was an honor to be in his eyes. Therefore, Jia Sonlin did not avoid going to other places to receive Kongyan, but just stopped drinking, washed his hands, and sat on a chair beside him to show his respect for Mr. Kumu. After a while, the servant led Kongyan in. My lord, Kongyan is here to greet you. Kongyan bowed. No need to greet you. Jia Sonlin waved his hand and asked curiously, I wonder why Mr. Kumu asked you to come. Those friends stopped eating and drinking, and turned to look at Kongyan. Kongyan bowed calmly again, saying that Jia Juanza had set a trap to force Guwu, and Zhao Rushi had hired Guwu without knowing the truth. Today, Jia Juanza went to Baining to threaten Zhao Rushi, and repeated it verbatim. In order to do this well, he specially found Gao Weiqiang and Lu Bo before leaving the painting academy, and found out every word Jia Junzi said, and wrote it down firmly. Jia Songlin was shocked and angry, and kept saying, "This wicked son. This wicked son. These are the original words of the prince of your family." And I repeated them word by word without adding or missing a word. When our old man heard this, he almost fainted. After being helped up, he sent a little man here with tears in his eyes, kneeling down to beg the Lord to show mercy and spare the dozens of people in Swaping Marquis's house and his beloved disciples. As he said this, Kong'an knelt down in front of Jia Songlin. Jia Songlin jumped up as if he was stung by a scorpion, avoided Kong'an's kneeling, and hurried to help him up himself. "It's my son's fault. My son's fault. Steward Kong, please don't do this. My son is just talking nonsense, and his harsh words can't be taken seriously. I, Jia Songlin, am just a small lord, a fourth-rank military commander. How can I have the ability to destroy the Swaping Lord's family? That's just my son's nonsense. You go back and tell the old gentleman about it. Don't take it seriously." Although Kong'an doesn't look impressive, he was chosen by Kong Shirlin and kept by his side for many years. He is not only capable and has good acting skills, but also has martial arts skills. Even if Jia Songlin pulled him hard, he couldn't get up, and he cried a lot. The old man in his 50s looked particularly pitiful, without ability. How dare the prince of your family say this? If he said so, he must be capable. In addition, he also said that he wanted to rape my old master's little apprentice. My old master took an apprentice again after 20 years. He loved his little apprentice so much that he couldn't bear to say a harsh word. But he was humiliated by your prince. At that time, Miss Zhao Wu wanted to commit suicide, but everyone in the painting academy stopped her. At that time, everyone in the painting academy wanted to come to your mansion to plead for mercy, asking your mansion to spare Swaping Marquis's mansion and Miss Zhao Wu. My old master stopped him, saying that he still had some face. Maybe the old master would spare his apprentice's life for his old face. So I sent this little man to try and see if the old master could give him some face and spare his apprentice. This was a very pitiful statement. The friends sitting next to him all had strange expressions on their faces, and they looked at Jia Songlin strangely. At this point, Kong'an kowtowed to Jia Songlin. "Please, old master, spare the Swaping Marquis mansion and Miss Zhao Wu." Jia Songlin's old face had already turned red like liver. Who is Kong Shirlin? He dared to scold even the emperor, and the emperor was willing to let him scold him. And what is Jia Songlin? In front of these friends, he may be a great lord, a military commander, but in front of Kong Shirlin, he is nothing. If Kong Shirlin keeps holding on to him, it is still unclear whether he can be a fourth-rank military commander. You must know that in the eyes of the emperor, Kong Shirlin, the cousin, is irreplaceable, but he, Jia Songlin, the fourth-rank military commander, can be replaced by anyone at will. Jia Junzi had done something wrong, and if Kong Shirlin came to his house and scolded him, he would not be afraid. Since he had been scolded by the old gentleman, the matter was over. Even the emperor would not say much. At most, he would casually say something during the discussion, asking him to discipline his son more. People in the capital would just talk about it for a few words and then let it go. But the old man did not follow the routine, and lightly sent a housekeeper to kowtow to him, and directly put him and the Zhongqi Marquis's house on the fire, so that he could not get down from it. And there was no way out. Is it so easy for Kong Shirlin to lower his head? Are these 3 words please so nice to hear? Is it so easy to accept Kong Guanjia's head? The old gentleman was forced to lower his proud head and send people to beg for mercy. The 4 big words arrogant and spoiled of his Zhongqi Marquis's mansion will probably be engraved on his forehead and can never be erased. His son just threatened to destroy his family, and now he sends a servant to destroy his family. What a cruel trick. It was still a conspiracy that could not be cracked. Several friends also thought about this clearly, and when they saw Jia Songlin's appearance, they felt even more uncomfortable, and they could not leave or stay. It was so embarrassing. Butler Kong, listen to me. Listen to my explanation. My bastard. You may not know. He is a man who speaks without restraint and speaks casually. In fact, he would not dare to do anything even if he had 10,000 courage. But he said such words to a little girl, which was 1,000 wrongs. And I would break his legs without the old gentleman saying anything. As he said this, he tried hard to help Kong'an up, as if he would kneel down in front of Kongyan if Kongyan didn't get up. How could Kongyan let him kneel? Wouldn't the nature of this kneeling change? He stood up and wiped his tears and said, "Don't say dare not. Lord, no matter what kind of person your prince is, he shouldn't humiliate my old master's little apprentice like this. Miss Xiao Wu is still my old master's little apprentice, the legitimate daughter of the Sweeping Earl. And your prince dared to humiliate and threaten her like this. Other powerless people are afraid that they will have no way out. Isn't that Guwu a living example?" Chapter 324 Stopping a Car. When Jia Songlin heard this, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice hole, and his whole body was icy cold. If this word got to the emperor's ears, would they still have a chance to survive? He opened his mouth to defend himself, but found that Kongyan's words were well-founded, and he couldn't find any words to refute them. He was so anxious that he was sweating all over his forehead. "Butler Kong, don't worry. When that bastard comes back, I will definitely break his legs and make him apologize to Mr. Kumu and Miss Xiao Wu." He had no choice but to repeat this sentence over and over again. "You don't need to apologize. Just let the Sweeping Marquis's mansion go. Let Miss Xiao Wu go. And don't let the Zhao family be destroyed." After saying this, Kongyan bowed politely and left. Jia Songlin stretched out his hand, wanting to explain a few more words to Kongyan, but found that even if he kept Kongyan, he couldn't say anything else. So he had to put his hand down in vain. Looking at him, he seemed to have aged a few years for nothing. He calmed down and thought quickly to see if he could save the situation. He wondered if he should go to the emperor to apologize first. He took the initiative to admit his mistakes and explain to the emperor first. The emperor should not blame him and his son too much. Right? But what if Mr. Kong Sherlin came to them to vent his anger and just let it go, and did not intend to complain to the emperor? After all, his son offended Miss Xiao Wu instead of Kong Sherlin himself. Would it be a bit of an exaggeration for Kong Sherlin to complain? If so, wouldn't he be confessing his crime by taking the initiative? When those friends saw that Kongyan had left, Jia Songlin was still standing there in a daze, his face changing unpredictably, and no one knew what he was thinking. Besides, after such a thing happened, Jia Songlin must not be in the mood to drink with him, and he must find that evil son to beat him half to death. They looked at each other, stood up, walked over and said, "Master, we have finished eating, and there are still some things to deal with at home, so we will leave first." Jia Songlin was in a state of confusion now, so he naturally would not keep them. He exchanged a few words with a stiff smile and reminded them, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. It concerns the reputation of our Zhongqing Marquis's mansion. Please don't spread it. Please. He called the housekeeper over and said, "Take out the pieces of imperial silk I got the other day and give 2 pieces to each of the masters." Seeing that they were refusing, he said, "I was planning to give you these silks to take back. Please don't be polite." They knew that if they didn't accept them, it would be the same as not agreeing to not spread gossip, which would definitely offend Jia Songlin. They stopped refusing and bowed to thank him before leaving. As soon as they left, Jia Songlin's face darkened and he ordered, "Come here. Catch that evil boy and punish him according to the family rules." Jia Juanza, as the heir of the Zhongqing Marquis's mansion, was raised in a wrong way because the wife of the Zhongqing Marquis had only this biological son, and the status of the Zhongqing Marquis's family was higher than Jia Songlin's. Jia Songlin was able to serve in the court thanks to the support of his wife's family. So the wife of the Zhongqing Marquis was very powerful at home and spoiled her son to the point of lawlessness. At this moment, Jia Juanza was hanging out with the young man. When he heard his father calling him, he reluctantly let go of the young man and went to the front yard. Unexpectedly, before he could react, Jia Songlin ordered the servants to tie him up and beat him with a board. By the time the wife of the Marquis of Zhongqing heard the news and rushed over, Jia Juanza had been beaten with more than 20 boards and was in a semi-conscious state. "You old man, I will fight you." The Marquis of Zhongqing's mansion was in chaos, while Zhao Rushi was sitting in the carriage, looking at Zhao Ryu outside the carriage with an expressionless face, and remained silent. Last time, it was Zhao Jingli who came to the alley to stop her carriage, and today it was Zhao Ryu's turn. "Sister, I have something to tell you. Can you let me get on the carriage, or come to my yard to sit?" Zhao Ryu begged. Her expression was very pitiful. "No need. If you have something to say, just say it here. I have to hurry home for dinner. If it's too late, My grandmother will worry. Zhao Rushi refused mercilessly. Zhao Ryu bit her lip. It's not convenient to say it here. Forget it. Zhao Rushi couldn't stand her White Lotus attitude the most, and raised her head to ask Lu Bo to drive the car. No. 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 Then I'll say it here, Zhao Ryu said hurriedly. She glanced at Gao Weiqiang, and seeing that he had no intention of avoiding it, she had to speak. I heard that the son of Ping and Ho once came to ask for your hand in marriage. Zhao Rushi was impatient. Don't test me one by one. Just say what you want to say. Zhao Ryu hurriedly said, actually, I think you can agree to it. Sister. Just remind him, and let him not fall into the trap. He will definitely not die on the battlefield. The Prince of Pingnan has both status and character. Looking at the entire capital, there are almost no men who are better than him, and have not been engaged. It was very embarrassing for a little girl like her to say these words in front of Gao Weiqiang, Lu Bo, Qi Feng, and Dianjiang. Not to mention that it involved rebirth. But Zhao Rushi didn't give her a chance to talk alone. So Zhao Ryu deliberately brought up the matter of the previous life, so that Zhao Rushi wouldn't dare to treat her so perfunctorily again. Give up. Zhao Rushi looked at her indifferently. You can marry Fu Er if you want to. But I will never marry Fu De just to fulfill you. You are not so shameless. She turned around and ordered, Lu Bo, let's go. Zhao Ryu hated Zhao Rushi's bad temper in this life, which was as stinky and hard as a stone in the toilet. While the carriage was still in motion, she said to Zhao Rushi in a tough tone, this is not for me. I said this is all for your own good. If you don't marry Prince Fu, do you want to marry Prince Zhongqing? Zhao Rushi's originally calm face suddenly darkened, and there was a cold light in her eyes when she looked at Zhao Ryu. Next time, if I hear you link me with that beast, I will make you know what it means to have a hard life. You can still stand here and talk to me peacefully, just because you didn't deliberately harm me before. And I don't care about you. If you mess with me, you can go back to Shirong village and be a girl of the Su family. Zhao Ryu's face changed all of a sudden. She knew that with Zhao Rushi's current status, as long as she gave Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Jingli a favor, Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Jingli would definitely send her back to Shirong village. She shuddered at the thought of the shabby and dirty village and houses. Watching the carriage moving slowly forward, she quickly stepped back a few steps and shouted at the carriage, I just think this is a good marriage. So I came to persuade you. If you don't want to, forget it. I didn't provoke you. You, sister. Don't be angry. Zhao Rushi didn't bother to pay attention to her and left. After returning to the mansion, Zhao Rushi told Zhu about this matter and said, the matter in our mansion was spread over there in just 2 days. Who spread it out? If this matter spreads to everyone in the capital. Mother, you know the consequences. Chapter 325 we have to come forward too. She doesn't care about her reputation. But Zhu does. She said that. And Zhu would definitely settle accounts with the servants. The servants of Sweeping Marquis' mansion still need to be tidied up. Zhu's face was also very bad. Although the first, second, and third houses have separated. The servants are mostly family-born children. So they are all relatives. It is almost impossible for the first house to completely break off with the second and third houses. Don't worry. I will find out everything about this matter. For those who have direct relatives there, I will let them choose. Or sell them directly. I will also strengthen the management of entry and exit in the future. Generally, they will not be allowed to leave the house unless there is something important. Those who come to visit relatives will also be restricted. Fu Shu, the big maid next to Zhao Ryu, and her parents, brothers and sisters-in-law are still in the Beau's mansion. She came to the Beau's mansion under the banner of visiting her parents. She didn't pay attention to these aspects before, so Zhu didn't control her too much. After listening to Zhao Rushi's analysis of the entire political situation, Zhu also realized that if she didn't strengthen the management of servants, something would happen sooner or later. In addition to this incident, she decided to clean up the servants. Zhao Yuanxuan entered the dining room and happened to hear the conversation between the mother and daughter. He said to Zhu in agreement, it really needs to be cleaned up. After the old lady arrived, the family finished their meal and moved to the old lady's main room to sit down. Zhao Rushi then told the 3 elders about what happened today. She had an argument with someone outside, and she had to tell the adults at home. Otherwise, the family would not be prepared and it would be easy to cause problems. The 3 of them were shocked and immediately became very angry. How could this person be like this? He used despicable means to force the craftsman into a desperate situation. And he still had the nerve to come to you and say such things. The Duke Zhongqing's mansion is not a top family. Aren't they afraid of bringing disaster to the family by raising such a child? The old lady was furious. She took direct action and turned to look at Zhao Yuanxuan. Why don't you go to the Duke Wei's mansion tomorrow and beg them to send someone to the Duke Zhongqing's mansion to ask for mercy? Mr. Kumu has done so much for Shijie. We as parents can't remain indifferent. If we stay in the back and let Mr. Kumu stand up for Shijie, others will not know how to look at us, thinking that we have fallen into the mud and can never get up again. And anyone can come and step on us. Yes. 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 We must go. Scare the scoundrels. Otherwise they will think we are easy to bully. The old lady also said. This is also the reason why she has been holding on to the shelf of Swaping Marquis Mansion for many years. As long as you show some signs of defeat, others will think you are easy to bully. And then all kinds of monsters and demons will dare to come and take advantage of your family. Their good farms and shops in good locations must be taken away by others. Zhao Yuanxuan also knew this. He said, okay, I'll go tomorrow. Take the old mountain ginseng you found last time. The old lady said again, give me a big gift. And visit more often in the future. How can that be? That was found by my son specially for you. Just one plant. If you give it away, you will have nothing left. Zhao Yuanxuan disagreed. When his father died, all the good medicinal herbs in the family were used up. The family situation was not as good as before. So it was not easy to collect some good medicinal herbs for preparation. Seeing his mother getting older and older, although it was fake last time, the old lady's stroke still scared Zhao Yuanxuan a lot. During this period, he sold some of his collections, and spent a lot of money to buy his mother a centuries-old old mountain ginseng, just to keep her alive at a critical moment. This thing is rare. Even if there is one, it will mostly be sent to the top wealthy families. After all, they can afford the price. He finally found a plant. If he gave it away, even if he had money in the future, he might not be able to buy such a good thing. Dad, don't give grandma's ginseng to others. See what's in stock at home, and just give a slightly more generous gift. Zhao Rushi said, I think if the Weigua mansion wants to do us a favor, even if you don't give a big gift, they will send someone to tell us if they don't want to do us a favor. Even if you give 2 ginsengs, they won't change their minds for things. It depends on the position and camp of the Duke of Weigua and the Duke of Zhongqing. Zhao Yuanxuan immediately understood, if the Duke of Weigua and the Duke of Zhongqing are in the same camp, he will not help us no matter how much gift we give. If they are in the enemy camp, they will want to step on the Duke of Zhongqing even if we don't give gifts. Zhao Rushi nodded. That's right. But what if the Duke of Weigua doesn't take sides? The old lady asked. Many families in the capital don't want to get involved in the fight for the throne. And the Duke of Weigua may be one of them. It depends on their friendship with our family. If they have friendship, they will help us after we give them a gift. If they are not willing to help, we should not have too high expectations of them in the future. Shu concluded, in short. A gift can test many things. That's right. Zhao Rushi said. With your master's help, the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion should be punished this time. Right? Zhu asked again. Zhao Rushi shook her head, not necessarily. I guess they will just be scolded a few times. It won't be a big deal. The mood of the 3 elders, which had just improved, sank again. Zhao Yuanxuan could not sit still any longer. He stood up. Now, while there is no curfew, I will find some things and send them to the Duke of Wei's mansion. I will send them tomorrow morning. They still have to go to court, and there is no time to deal with it. I don't know when this matter will be delayed. If it is too late, then your master and the people from the Duke of Wei's mansion arrive after the emperor has scolded them. It will be meaningless. The old lady hurriedly said, Go. Go. Go to my warehouse to pick something. No. Go to my place to pick. Mrs. Yu also stood up. The old lady and Zhao Yuanxuan were both kind-hearted. They moved things from the mansion and their private vaults, and basically did not touch her dowry. Sometimes they had to move things, but they would make up for it later. When it comes to good things, she has the most. No matter where. Pick the right one and go quickly. Zhao Rushi didn't have any good things. Not even in her private vault. She didn't have much money, and she had to make things and open a shop. She couldn't help with the trouble she had caused. However, she wanted to use this incident to make a big move. So this could only be done temporarily. After the couple left, the old lady asked Zhao Rushi worriedly, Will the Zhongqi Marquis mansion really retaliate against us? No. Everyone in the capital is watching. If there is anything wrong with our family, everyone will first suspect his family. They are too busy protecting us to retaliate. The old lady was relieved. Grandma, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the courtyard first. Zhao Rushi stood up. Jingtai is still painting over there. Chapter 326 Inquiring for Information. After dinner, Zhao Jingtai was ordered by Zhu to go to the bamboo courtyard under the escort of Madame Zhou. Zhao Rushi stayed because she had something to say. Go. Go. The old lady waved her hand, looked at Zhao Rushi's back disappearing at the door, and sighed deeply. During this period of time, the system was ignored by Zhao Rushi, and it was much more obedient than before. At least it would not randomly yell in Zhao Rushi's mind when she was talking to others. Just as Zhao Rushi stepped out of the main courtyard, the system's voice rang in her mind. Host, I can help you check the movements of the Zhongqi Marquis mansion. If they have the intention to harm you, I will tell you in time. Zhao Rushi had already made up her mind. She pretended to hesitate for a while, but I will soon be able to collect enough points to buy agility pills. If I spend them, I don't know when I can buy agility pills. This question only requires 50 points. The system patiently said. You can earn back the money by practicing 10 pieces of calligraphy. Zhao Rushi scratched her cheek, but if I don't ask for information, my points will increase by another 50. And I will be one step closer to the agility pill. The system was silent. Zhao Rushi left the system alone for a while. And when she was about to reach the bamboo courtyard, she said, okay, but we don't need to check whether the Zhongqi Marquis mansion will harm us. But check Zhao Yuanquan's situation in the Zhanshe mansion. This question is simpler than the Zhongqi Marquis mansion. And the system's voice is excited. Okay. Then there was no sound. When Zhao Jingtai finished painting for 2/4 of an hour and left the bamboo courtyard, the system's voice sounded again. Host, I have checked it out. Zhao Yuanquan did two things very well, and finally attracted the attention of the prince. The prince has asked about it once. However, the prince did not trust him so easily, so he did not use him immediately, but planned to observe him more. Heh. Zhao Rushi sneered. He is really capable, and he has come to the fore so quickly. Host, I also found out that someone in the Zhanshe mansion is jealous of him, and is trying hard to suppress him. That person is He Juntao, Zhao Yuanquan's boss. Because once Zhao Yuanquan catches the prince's eye, the first position he will be promoted to is likely to be the position of this boss. Very good, Zhao Rushi said, and asked it. Is your information included in Zhao Yuanquan's information? No additional points need to be deducted. The system needs to pay for reselling the agility pill to Zhao Rushi, and the cost is not low. Because Zhao Rushi started to lower the price desperately, it could only earn a few hard-earned points. Although it consumes a little energy to get information, it is easy to get information of Zhao Yuanquan's level, and the energy it consumes can be ignored. These 50 points are almost all earned, so it is very willing to sell information to Zhao Rushi. Moreover, at the beginning, it had a strong presence in Zhao Rushi's place, and was particularly favored. Suddenly, Zhao Rushi ignored it. After ignoring it for such a long time, it was like a concubine who was banished to the coal palace, and it was full of resentment. The whole system is empty, lonely and hateful, so it doesn't dare to take Xiao anymore. When it was trying to get information just now, it tried to get as much details as possible so that Zhao Rushi could get the most out of the points she spent. At this moment, it said with a smile, of course it is included. No need to deduct points. The service attitude can be said to be excellent. Zhao Rushi was satisfied and said a few good words without hesitation. And then said, go and help me find out which faction the Weiguogong mansion belongs to. The Weiguogong mansion is the closest dignitary to the Sipingbo mansion. The original book didn't say much about them. It only mentioned that when the Swaping Marquis mansion was raided, and the old lady hanged herself to death, the old lady of the Weigui Duke's mansion sent people to mourn. When Zhao Yuanquan and others were exiled, their mansion also sent people to send silver, clothes, and food. But these are just superficial efforts, because everyone in the capital knows that the two mansions are relatives and are relatively close. When the Swaping Marquis mansion was raided, the Weigui Duke's mansion did nothing, which inevitably made people say that they were too cold. As for whether the Duke of Weigui's mansion took advantage of the situation, tried to save them, or stood aside and watched during the raid on the Swaping Marquis mansion, it is unknown. Through the incident with Jia Juanzi, Their attitude can be tested. But Zhao Rushi still wants to know their political inclinations. This time the system disappeared for a long time. Until Zhao Rushi took a bath and practiced a few words under the lamp. It spoke again, "Host. I have checked it out. Their mansion is neutral and has nothing to do with any prince." Zhao Rushi was relieved. "Host. I have heard a piece of news, which I would like to send to you. The Princess of Jinan has also sent people to the Duke of Zhongqing's mansion to plead for you. Originally, Duke Zhongqing and his wife were in a big fight over the beating of their son. But when the Princess of Jinan's people arrived, they were all shocked. The wife of Duke Zhongqing also knew that the matter had become a big deal. So she hurried back to her parents' home for help. Duke Zhongqing wanted to go to the palace with his son to plead guilty. But the palace had been locked for a long time. And the father and son were directly driven back by the imperial guards. Zhao Rushi's heart warmed. Xiao Ruodong was fine. She really didn't expect that the Princess of Jinan would actually help her. It's true that a person's true character is revealed in times of trouble. Only at this time can you see who treats you well, and who doesn't. Because it was difficult to explain the source of the news. Zhao Rushi didn't pass the news to the old lady in Zhu, and went to sleep after washing her hands. With Kong Sherlin and the Jinan Palace's actions, this matter only needs to wait for fermentation. And there is no need to do anything else. So the next day Zhao Rushi had breakfast as usual, and went to Baining early in the morning. Today was the day for the newly bought people to take their positions. Zhao Rushi went to her yard first after arriving in Backnin. She called Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng over and asked, "Have you figured it out? Do you know why I split the craftsmen into 3 groups?" Ma Sheng shook his head. Zhou Chun didn't understand it at first. But later he figured it out. Now he said, "Isn't the thing the girl wants to make more expensive and confidential? So I have to let them make a part separately, and then put it together at the end. Breaking into 3 parts is to prevent them from figuring out what they want to do, and leaking it out." Zhao Rushi nodded in appreciation. "That's right." Qin Feng suddenly realized. Ma Shengzi once again felt the gap between himself and Zhou Chun. He secretly made up his mind that he must think more about things in the future. Even if he can't do better than Zhou Chun, he must not fall too far behind. Zhao Rushi looked at Ma Sheng. "So later, you will hire a mule cart with Wu Shi to send Xiao Zhengping and his party to the workshop in the south of the city, after returning to Baining. Hire another one to send Han Yi and others to the workshop in the west of the city. Finally, send Yang Daxing and others. Don't let them have any contact with each other. And don't let them, and the mule cart driver, know other addresses." Chapter 327 Xiaoling Yan takes action. "Yes." Ma Sheng quickly turned his brain and finally thought of a question. "Miss, the middleman knows the house we bought. If someone deliberately asks, they will still be able to know the location of our 3 workshops. Right?" Zhao Rushi smiled. "There is no way. They don't need to ask the middleman. As long as we often go to these 3 places, someone deliberately follows us, they can know the secret." "Ah? What should we do?" Ma Sheng said anxiously. "Even if they know the location, there is no way. If we can't get into the workshop, it's useless to know the details inside. What we have to do now is to prevent those craftsmen from realizing this and deliberately writing down the parts they made, and then remaking and assembling what they made after resigning. Only in this way can our secrets be truly leaked. So the finished parts must be collected and put away in time. So there will be no problem. In addition to this trick, Zhao Rushi naturally has other means to prevent the leakage of secrets." But she didn't plan to tell Ma Sheng and others. Ma Sheng seemed to understand, but he still nodded. "Okay, let's get ready. Uncle Zhou will go to order a cook tomorrow and supervise the workshop manager to settle everything. Uncle Ma's task is to pick up and drop off 3 groups of people. I will give Uncle Ma the address of the craftsmen when the time comes. After Uncle Ma settles the servants, he will take the craftsmen into the workshop one by one." "Yes." After arranging this matter, Zhao Rushi came out of the house, and saw Qin Feng approaching her, and slipping a note into her hand without being seen. Originally, the academy was just opposite the house, and it only took half a cup of tea to walk there. In order to avoid trouble, Zhao Rushi originally planned to walk there, but in order to read and reply to the note, she still got on the carriage. The note was still written in German. The content was very simple, and the handwriting was still sloppy, obviously written in a hurry. Xiaoling Yan said that he already knew about the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion, and he would definitely vent his anger for her. Trample the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion, and let them never jump up again. So she didn't worry. Zhao Rushi took out a charcoal pencil, wrote a few lines in German, and handed it to Qi Feng. I will arrive at the academy in a while. You take this note to the house where we were last time, and put it under the pot of twine flowers in the corridor of the main hall. Qi Feng tightly grasped the note. Her expression was both nervous and solemn. Miss, I remember it. I will send Uncle Gao and the others away in a while. You can go with Lu Bo. Zhao Rushi saw the carriage stopped, gave a few instructions, and got off the car. Today, her accompanying guards included not only Gao Weiqiang, but also Gao Weiqiang's eldest son Gao Sheng, and another guard from Sweeping Bo's mansion. Standing in front of the carriage, she said to Gao Weiqiang, I will be safe once I enter the academy. Uncle Gao, take them both to the farm. Uncle Ma and Uncle Zhou are busy today and can't go to the farm. You can go and help me take care of it for a morning. As she said that, she took out a pen and paper and wrote 2 names. Bring these 2 back when you come back. They will be my guards from now on. There are not many guards in the mansion. You came out with me, and there are almost no guards in the mansion. So when these 2 people arrive, except Gao Sheng, you 2 can go back. Uncle Gao, the servants on the farm have been arranged, and Uncle Ma will come back to me. I have enough people around me. One of these 2 people is Ma Sheng's wife Luo. The other is a 17-year-old farmer named Lei Daniu, who is tall and looks quite honest. But judging from the training, this man is good in both comprehension and other aspects. Luo was originally the inner guard of Sweeping Marquis's mansion. She has martial arts skills, is a woman, and can ride a horse. She is more suitable to protect Zhao Rushi closely. She and Ma Sheng stayed with Zhao Rushi, so it was convenient for them to do anything. Unlike Gao Weiqiang and Qi Feng, they had to avoid suspicion. Gao Weiqiang held the note and watched Zhao Rushi enter the academy with his own eyes, and then led the other 2 to the manor. Qi Feng asked Lu Bo to drive the carriage towards the house first, until Gao Weiqiang and others disappeared, and then went to the house where Zhao Rushi met Xiaoling Yan that day, and put the note under the flower pot that Zhao Rushi had asked. Xiaoling Yan knew that Zhao Rushi would definitely reply after reading his note, and he had already sent a great-clothed man to wait there. Just as Qi Feng locked the door and got on the carriage, the flower pot was moved away, the note was taken away, and the express horse was sent to the capital. However, Xiaoling Yan was neither in the palace nor in the other courtyard at this time. As a prince, he entered the Ministry of Works, and even if his official position was not high, he still had to attend the court, because the time for attending the court was very early. The academy had just started classes at this time, but the morning court was already coming to an end, and the important matters in the court were almost finished, when the eunuch shouted, If you have something to report, please report it. If not, please leave the court. An imperial censor stepped forward and shouted, I want to impeach Zhongqing Earl Jia Songlin. Jia Songlin took his son to the palace to plead guilty last night, but was turned away. As a 4th-rank military officer in the capital, he naturally had to attend court, and he came this morning. At first, he was extremely nervous, but later he found that the emperor looked normal, and the other ministers seemed to be fine, and the things they discussed were still the same. He gradually relaxed and was thinking about how to talk, how to cry, and how to act pitiful when he took his son to the emperor after the court was dismissed. When he heard the words of the censor, he was so scared that his soul almost died. How could he be impeached? Not many people know what happened last night. Right? Before he could think too much, the censor had forced Jia Juanze to the point where Ge Wu's family had nowhere to go, and then threatened and humiliated Zhao Rushi because of Ge Wu's matter. And Kong Shilin and the Jinan Palace sent people to ask Zhongqing Bo to show mercy and let Miss Zhao Wu go. The court officials went to court every day, and there were always things to report. And sometimes they had to argue with their opponents, and they had to criticize their opponents for nothing. They all had good eloquence, not to mention the censors who made a living by talking. At this time, Censor Pen told the story of the 2 or 3 things that Miss Zhao Wu and the son of the Duke Zhongqing had to say in a lively and interesting way, which instantly perked up the courtiers, who were unaware of the matter and secretly dozing off. Xiaoling Yan's face darkened, and he looked at Censor Pan with a very unfriendly look. He asked Xiaoling Pu to arrange Censor Pan, but he didn't ask Censor Pan to say that. Attack if you want to. Impeach if you want to. But why do you keep linking Miss Zhao Wu with that turtle bastard Jia Juanze? Are you looking for trouble? Censor Pan felt a chill coming from behind him. He quickly finished the last 2 sentences and made a closing statement. under the emperor's feet. The world is clear. The son of the Duke of Zhongqing dared to humiliate the daughter of a nobleman in public, and his words ruined the family. The incident of Ge Wu also proved that he was a tyrant and bullied the people. In addition to Ge Wu, I don't know how many people were forced to ruin their families by him. Chapter 328. I second the motion. I just want to ask, who cultivated his virtue? Who is he relying on? Who makes him think that he can destroy the Sweeping Marquis family? Who has the same title as his father? I don't need to tell you the answer. Everyone knows it's his father, Jia Songlin. If a son is not taught, it's the fault of the father. I impeach the Zhongqing Marquis for allowing his son to commit crimes, oppressing the people, humiliating the daughter of a noble, ignoring the national rules and laws, and despising the imperial power. At this point, Censor Pan raised his voice, which became high and passionate. I beg the emperor to strip Jia Songlin of his title and dismiss him from his position as Xianwu General of the Imperial Guard. At first, Jia Songlin was nervously thinking about how to respond to the censor and how to phrase it. But after hearing the last few sentences, his mind went blank. His face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks. It was over. It was over. He was completely finished. After hearing what Pan Yushir said, everyone was waiting for Jia Songlin to refute. Who knew that he would actually stand there in a daze? The person standing behind Jia Songlin had a good relationship with him, and couldn't help but push him with a tablet in his hand. Jia Songlin reacted at this time and hurriedly stepped out of the line. Thump! He fell to his knees and shouted, Your Majesty, I am wronged. My son is not very good, but as a young man, he can't help but say a few sweet words when he sees a beautiful girl. The words family ruined were just harsh words he said when Miss Zhao Wu scolded him. Don't take it seriously. Whose children are not naughty and outspoken? How can they be so ignorant of the national rules and laws and despise the imperial power? I have no way of educating my son. I admit that my son humiliated the girl of Sweeping Marquis Mansion. My son and I are willing to apologize to Sweeping Marquis Mansion. But my father and I have absolutely no intention of ignoring the state discipline and the royal law or despising the imperial power. Please let the emperor know. As he said this, he kowtowed 3 times. The palace hall was paved with gold bricks. That is, bricks that were burned very hard. If Jia Songlin kowtowed hard, it would definitely bleed. For the sake of his life and future, he was willing to kowtow until he bled. But he was worried that he would lose his manners in front of the palace and be dragged out by the imperial guards. So he controlled his strength and stopped after only a little bleeding and swelling. If we see it tomorrow, the purple is very eye-catching. But now we can't see anything. He appealed for himself and kowtowed vigorously. The ministers with vested interests were flirting with each other, especially the ministers of the Third Princess faction. They were extremely anxious. This matter really developed too fast, and people were caught off guard. Last night, Kong Shilin sent Kongyan to the Zhongqing Marquis' mansion. It was not too late at that time. But Kongyan did not alarm others when he went there, and Jia Songlin was lucky enough to make a big thing small and a small thing nothing. So he specially sent gifts and asked a few friends not to tell the matter. He did not take the time to go to the palace to plead guilty. Those who could drink at his house were either his good friends or people who wanted to flatter him. Therefore, these people kept their mouths shut and did not tell what happened last night. So others naturally could not get the news. Later, when the Princess of Jinan sent someone, it was already very late, when everyone was asleep, and the palace was locked. Jia Songlin took his son to the palace gate to plead guilty. In addition to wanting to be the first to complain and gain the upper hand in front of the emperor, he also wanted to pass on the news to the third prince in the palace. This way, if someone impeached him today, the third prince could also get someone to speak for him. But he went too late. Except for the crown prince. The other princes had not yet married, and all lived in the palace. So the news could not be delivered. And his efforts were in vain. This morning, everyone had to get up before dawn to attend the court. And they only had time to wash and have a snack before hurriedly attending the morning court. So the news had no chance to reach the third prince's ears. At this moment, the third prince did not express anything. And everyone did not know whether they should step out to protect Jia Songlin. Jia Songlin is the general of the Imperial Guards. And the Imperial Guards are the Emperor's army. So they hate him most. So Jia Songlin's factional inclination is a secret among secrets. Once they come forward to protect him, The secret that Jia Songlin belongs to the third prince's faction will be exposed. But if they don't protect him, Jia Songlin will lose his position in the Imperial Guards. And everyone feels sorry. You know how difficult it is to plant a very useful chess piece in the Imperial Guards. They spent 7 or 8 years selecting and training Jia Songlin, and then sent him to this position. I don't know how much effort it took. Jia Songlin is greedy for money and power. Timid, easy to control, but also has some ability. He is the best candidate. It would be a pity to lose him. The people of the third prince's faction are anxious and hesitant here, but people from other factions will not think so much. Anyway, Jia Songlin is not from their faction. They don't need to think too much. Just need to eliminate dissidents. So a minister came out and refuted Jia Songlin's words just now, and finally said, I agree with Pan Yusher's statement, and I second Pan Yusher's proposal. Immediately, several ministers stood up and bowed to the emperor. I second the motion. I second the motion. Jia Songlin was sweating coldly, and couldn't help turning his head to look at the princes. He hoped that the third prince would ask someone to rescue him. The princes stood in a column, with the crown prince at the head, followed by the second prince, the third prince, and the fifth prince Xiaolingyan at the end. The third prince stood in the middle, and no matter what he did, the fourth and fifth princes behind him would see it. The father in the golden palace was sitting high up, so he could see all the little actions of the people below. So he didn't dare to move at all, for fear that people would find out that he had something to do with Jia Songlin. It was a pity to lose a chess piece that was buried very deeply. But if his father knew that he had bribed the guards, he would be completely out of the game, and would never have a chance to be the emperor. He still knew what was important. In addition, he originally thought that Jia Songlin's son was stupid. But now he found out that Jia Songlin himself was stupid. At this time, instead of avoiding suspicion, he looked over here, which was really stupid. It would be better for such a person to die early and reincarnate, and not to implicate him. At this time, he was extremely grateful that several princes stood together, a little far away from Jia Songlin. Jia Songlin looked over here, and it was impossible to tell who he was looking at. Fortunately, Jia Songlin was just in a hurry just now, and soon realized this. He knew that if he was punished, the most he would do was to be dismissed or demoted. But if the emperor knew that he was from the prince's faction, he might be beheaded. So he quickly lowered his head, and just kept arguing and shouting his injustice. Xiao He always knew the nature of the censors, who would use the smallest things as a reason to criticize. Although the matter involved Kong Shirlin and his apprentice, and the face of the prince of Jianan's mansion, he would definitely punish Jia Songlin and his son. But he did not intend to replace the generals of his imperial guards because of a few quarrels between two children. But Jia Songlin's look just now made him suspicious. Chapter 329 Awesome. Xiao Gu knew that when people are nervous and anxious, they will subconsciously look for people they can rely on for help. Jia Songlin's look just now should be the most real reaction in his heart. In other words, his master is not the emperor himself, but a certain prince. It seems that this minister cannot be kept. Approved, he said straightforwardly. Remove Jia Songlin from the post of Xianwu General of the Imperial Guard and demote him by 1 rank. Who will take his place? Go back and think about it, and recommend tomorrow. This way, he will know which of his guards belong to which faction. The ministers of each faction who can figure this out secretly cursed the emperor for being cunning, and said in unison, Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Adjourn the court. Everyone went out. Only Jia Songlin knelt there, and couldn't get up for a long time. Some generals couldn't bear it, so they helped him up, carried him out, stuffed him into the Jia family's carriage, and told the Jia family's followers a few words before leaving. Xiaolingyan felt refreshed. After coming out of the hall, he did not go directly to the Ministry of Works, but went back to the villa first. If Su Shi had a reply, it must have arrived by now. As expected, as soon as he returned to the villa, the gray-clothed man who went to Binding to get the letter handed him a note, with a smile on his face. Xiaolingyan opened the note with raised eyebrows, and saw that the note reminded him to pay more attention to which faction Jia Songlin and other generals of the Imperial Guard belonged to. Oh! Amazing! He couldn't help flicking the note. As a boy, he traveled through time and space and became a prince, shouldering the heavy responsibility of changing his fate. Even if he didn't have such talents, he had to cultivate his political acumen and overall perspective. But Zhao Rushi, as a woman, was able to escape from the dispute, and had a relatively relaxed mentality. She could still have such political acumen and overall perspective, which was amazing. At this moment, Xiao Lingyan was aroused by Zhao Rushi's fierce fighting spirit, and he was determined not to let Zhao Rushi surpass him. In their last life, they competed in designing talents. In this life, they will compete in political fighting talents. A great man once said, "Fighting with the sky is endless fun, fighting with the earth is endless fun, fighting with people is endless fun." Xiao Lingyan felt that fighting with Su Shi was endless fun. He had no ambitions, and was not interested in being an emperor. The only person he wanted to conquer, well, was that woman. Xiao Lingyan read the contents of the note again, and then reluctantly took the fire starter and burned the note. After asking Xiao Liuzi to clean up the ashes, he went out to the Ministry of Works. In addition to talking about the Jia family, Zhao Rushi also asked him if the Ministry of Works had the most advanced textile machines. She remembered that he had worked on a textile machine project, and asked him if he could improve the existing textile machines. Just a little bit. Xiao Lingyan had just joined the Ministry of Works not long ago. He was busy getting familiar with the officials of the Ministry of Works, and the situation in various places a few days ago. While strolling around, he took the opportunity to let his men get close to those craftsmen, so as to find craftsmen for Zhao Rushi. In addition, he also learned about steel smelting and printing technology. And he didn't care about other things. Since Su Shi made a request, he would go and take a look at the loom, make improvements, and draw a blueprint. As for why Zhao Rushi said she wanted to build a printing machine, but suddenly wanted to improve the loom, Xiao Lingyan didn't need to think to understand what she meant. Zhao Rushi didn't know that because of this incident, Jia Songlin was dismissed and demoted, and several factions were secretly competing for the position he vacated. The academy was a relatively closed and simple place, and the teachers didn't know about this, except for Xiao Ruodong. They didn't even know that Zhao Rushi was humiliated and threatened. So she went to the morning class peacefully, returned to her own courtyard to eat the food made by Sister Li, and rested for a while before going to the painting academy. As soon as she entered the painting academy, she met everyone's subtle eyes. Kan Sherlin didn't come. Xiao Ruodong had a class this afternoon, and the closest person present was only Wu Zong. She ran to Wu Zong and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Wu Zong looked at her with a very subtle look. He had asked his master to deal with Jia Juanzi yesterday, just to make him get beaten up and make Jia Songlin's reputation worse. He and his master had never thought that Jia Songlin would lose his job and be demoted because of this incident. He told Zhao Rushi about it. Zhao Rushi was also shocked. "You couldn't have thought of it either, right?" "Alas. Although this incident was caused by you, and the master in the Jinan Palace also pushed it, I didn't expect it to be like this. I can only say that this is the result of political games. You don't have to think too much. Also, don't worry that the Jia family will retaliate against you. The whole capital is watching. No matter what happens to you, everyone will automatically blame the Jia family. So they can't protect you in time, and they won't do anything to you." "Thank you, senior brother." Zhao Rushi smiled. She knew that her senior brother was comforting her. People like the Jia family, when something goes wrong, they will not look for their own reasons, but will only blame others. It is impossible for them not to resent what they have ended up like this. They dare not resent the emperor, nor do they dare to resent the prince, who does not protect them. They only dare to pick on the weak and resent revenge on this weak girl. They will not retaliate openly, but only need to trip her up secretly. If something happens to her, even if someone suspects the Jia family, they cannot get definite evidence and cannot hold the Jia family accountable. So necessary precautions must be taken. Sure enough, Wu Zong then said, "But it's not wrong to be careful. Don't run around during this period. And don't go to Shuangzi. Bring a few more guards when you go out. Only keep the most trusted people around you. And be careful about food. Don't eat outside food. Don't worry, brother. I got it." Zhao Rushi smiled at Wu Zong. "I told my parents about it when I went home last night, and they sent me a few more guards." Wu Zong was relieved. "You get ready. In about 2 or 3 days, the people from the provincial painting training class will be here," he said again. "Okay." Zhao Rushi nodded. She was already ready. After Wu Zong finished speaking, he went to paint. Zhao Rushi walked around and found that everyone's paintings were fine. So she went into the house. She learned Chinese painting from her master. which required a large table and a wide variety of paints. So she didn't paint with everyone else, but had a special room. She picked up the brush and painted for a while, then saw Kong Shirlin walk in. His face was very bad. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Rushi stopped writing and looked at her master with worry in her eyes. "Did the Jia family's affairs cause you trouble?" Kong Shirlin shook his head. "No trouble. Just a little disgusting." Chapter 330 Come to Apologize. Zhao Rushi was puzzled and was about to ask again when she saw Qi Feng hurriedly coming in from outside and reported, "Miss, Lord Zhongqin brought his son to apologize to you. It's this matter." Kong Shirlin's face was full of disgust. "The father and son went to me first and shamelessly asked me to forgive them. I ignored them and went out directly here. And they followed me and said they wanted to apologize to you." Knowing Jia Juanza's terrible reputation, and thinking about what Jia Juanza said to his little apprentice, even though Jia Songlin lost his official position and was demoted because of this matter, Kong Shirlin was still very angry and felt sick when he saw Jia Juanza. Zhao Rushi especially understood her master's feelings, but she felt that the matter could not be handled in this way. The Jia family had fallen to this point. If the master and apprentice did not give up, the sympathy they had received in this incident would disappear, and instead, they would be replaced by a bad reputation. She herself did not care, but she had a family. She did not want her master's reputation to be affected by her. Not to mention that her master had the entire Kong family behind him. But the old man had a stubborn temper and had been willful all his life. If she asked her master to take care of Jia Songlin and his son for her, she really could not open her mouth. Just when he was in a dilemma, Wu Zong came in. He said to Kong Shirlin, "Master, I know you feel dirty even looking at them, but you have to think about my junior sister." Why did Jia Juanza say those words without restraint? It's not because he is stupid, but because he looks down on my junior sister. Sweeping Marquis' mansion has fallen into decline, and my junior sister is a little girl who grew up in the countryside. Even if she was wronged, she would only hide and cry, and dare not confront them. So he was so outspoken and dared to say anything. Now they have lost their positions and been demoted, and they hate the little junior sister in their hearts. But they still don't take her seriously. They come here to apologize, just to show off to the emperor and the people in the capital. If you ignore them, they will hate the little junior sister even more, and will definitely frame her in secret. The emperor and those people in the capital will think that we are unreasonable and too much. You are a man of high moral character, and no one dares to say anything to you. But they have a lot of complaints about the little junior sister. Maybe it will also affect the painting class next door. When Kong Shirlin heard that his little apprentice's safety and reputation would be implicated, he couldn't be willful. He waved his hand with a dark face. Okay. Okay. Then go out and play a play with them. Zhao Rushi hurried forward and pulled his sleeve. Apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master. I caused trouble, and you were wronged." Kong Shirlin patted her head. "What did you do wrong? Whether it was Go Wu or the conflict yesterday, it was the fault of the Jia family. What does it have to do with you? If you know that someone is bullying the people, and you are afraid to save them, and you dare not talk back when others insult you, I will not accept such a disciple. Girl, remember? We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either." Zhao Rushi felt guilty, but she didn't think she was wrong. Hearing her master's words, she felt so warm in her heart that she pulled Kong Shirlin's sleeve and said, "Master, you're so kind." Kong Shirlin was finally in a better mood after being flattered by his little apprentice. He said, Let's go out." When the master and apprentice went out, they saw Jia Songlin standing awkwardly in the yard with his servants, and Jia Juanza was lying on a stretcher, carried by the servants. No one in the painting academy paid any attention to them. Seeing Kong Shirlin and Zhao Rushi coming out, Jia Songlin rushed forward as if he had seen a savior, and the Jia family servants followed closely behind carrying Jia Juanza. Jia Songlin bowed deeply to Kong Shirlin and called him Mr. Kumu. He also bowed to Zhao Rushi. Miss Zhao Wu. Then he waved his hand, and the servants helped Jia Juanza down from the stretcher and let him lie on the ground. Last night, Jia Songlin knew that he would not be able to explain to Kong Shirlin and the Jinan Palace if he didn't beat his son. So he was very ruthless when he beat Jia Juanza. And Jia Juanza was seriously injured. He almost screamed in pain after being lifted and released like this. But knowing that this matter could not be lost, he endured it, and beads of sweat soon oozed out of his forehead. Kong Sherlin and Zhao Rushi looked at this scene without any expression on their faces. My son humiliated and offended Miss Zhao Wu yesterday. I brought him here today to apologize to Miss Zhao Wu. I also asked Miss Zhao Wu to forgive him for losing my job and being demoted for this matter. Jia Songlin was smart this time. He knew that if he spoke to Kong Sherlin, not only would he not be forgiven, but with Kong Sherlin's temper, he would definitely scold them both. He simply turned to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi was the real culprit in this matter. The girl was thin-skinned, and she could forgive them with just a few nice words. As long as Zhao Rushi forgave them, Kong Sherlin would not say anything. Zhao Rushi had pinched herself hard when she followed her master out of the house. Now she thought of how sad her aunt was when she heard the news of her and Xiaoku's death, and her tears came down. At this moment, she held a handkerchief, lowered her head, and cried pulling Kong Sherlin's sleeve and said, Master, does everyone in the capital know that I have been humiliated? How can I face people in the future? Whoa! Under the influence of her master and senior brothers, her acting skills have made great progress. Because she was in grief, her crying was particularly contagious, and she infected all the emotional painters in the courtyard. Kong Sherlin didn't know whether he was infected by her or because of his own cultivation as an actor. When Zhao Rushi cried, his eyes were red. He sighed, for people like us who have no power and influence, what else can we do except endure? Jia Songlin, the people in the painting academy, others have been dismissed and demoted. And you are still lamenting that you have no power. Is life already so difficult? Jia Juanze lay on the ground, pulling the nails in his fists tightly and stabbing them into his palms. Didn't he just say a few harsh words? Who doesn't quarrel like this? Why did his family suffer so badly in the hands of this woman? Did she cast some kind of magic? Even so, she still refused to let the Jia family go. What deep hatred does she have with the Jia family? He wanted to yell at his father, "Don't beg her. Let's go." But when the words came to his lips, he remembered his father's many instructions on the way, and he still endured it with all his strength. But the ferocious expression on his face was still seen by Wuzong. Wuzong sneered and pointed at Jia Juanze and said, "Look, this was very sudden." When everyone subconsciously looked at Jia Juanze's expression had not been retracted in time, and the ferocious expression was reflected in everyone's eyes. Kong Sherlin immediately became angry. Chapter 331. Get out. Is this how you apologize? How much do you hate my apprentice? It was you who forced the craftsman into a corner. My apprentice was kind-hearted and helped you to eliminate the evil. But you insulted and threatened me. Now you have ruined my apprentice's reputation. You are doing evil and deserve to die. The emperor has punished you for your mistakes. But you don't say you will reflect on yourself. And you dare to hate me? I don't accept this apology. Get out. Jia Songlin hated his son so much that he kept explaining to Kong Sherlin, No. He is in pain. He was beaten with a stick, and it hurts so much that he looks like this. We are not hating him or complaining. We are here to apologize sincerely. No need. As long as you are true to your conscience and are not afraid of going to hell after death. That's enough. Kong Sherlin didn't want to talk to them anymore. Come on. Kick them out. Everyone who came to paint brought at least 2 followers and guards. When Kong Sherlin shouted, more than 20 servants came forward immediately. The dark crowd scared Jia's father and son. Seeing that Kong Sherlin had turned around and went back to the house, Zhao Rushi and Wuzong followed him in. This apology ended in failure, and the Jia family father and son had to leave the house in disgrace. Master, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with such a person. Zhao Rushi was afraid that the old man would get angry and hurt himself. So she hurried to comfort him. She took out the painting she had just finished and showed it to him. Master, look at the new painting method I created by combining the painting method you taught me with my own painting method. She has basically mastered the painting method taught by Kong Sherlin, and she only needs time to improve slowly. Originally, she didn't want to be too anxious. When she was more experienced in using the pen and ink, and reached a certain level in all aspects, it would be better to create a new painting method. First, it would not appear impetuous. And second, it would be possible to draw better paintings in one fell swoop. But when the Jia family incident happened, everyone was worried about her safety. She herself didn't like this feeling of being on edge all the time. So she planned to create a new painting method in advance and earn enough points to buy agility pills as soon as possible, relying on her 14-year-old old age and her fear of hardship and fatigue. She could not practice martial arts by herself, and could only rely on the pills produced by the system. The existence of the system itself is unscientific, and I think things like agility pills are also black technology. Fortunately, she has been practicing this combination of Chinese and Western painting methods during this period, and she is not timid when painting a picture. When Kong Shilin heard that Zhao Rushi had created a new painting method, his eyebrows were raised, and he wanted to curse. How can you be so impetuous to want to fly before you have learned to walk? However, the young apprentice usually behaved too well, so the old man managed to hold back his temper at the critical moment, and planned to wait until he saw the young apprentice's new painting method before scolding him, so that it would seem reasonable. But after seeing Zhao Rushi's small half of the painting clearly, Kong Shilin was stunned. This? How did you think of painting like this? He raised his head and looked at Zhao Rushi, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. An expert can tell whether there is a work or not with just one hand. Although Zhao Rushi only painted a small half of the painting, Kong Shilin could tell at a glance that the painting style was completely different from Chinese painting and sketching. It wasn't long before the young apprentice created a new school. This talent, wow, is beyond words. With such an apprentice, Kong Shilin suddenly felt that his life was complete. Compared with others, his own paintings were not much different in terms of painting methods. It's just that he is more talented than others, and his paintings are more lively, more vivid, and have his own style and flavor. Although the three apprentices he accepted were also talented and had their own characteristics, such as Gong Cheng's flowers and birds, and Wu Zong's characters were more vivid and vivid. But in fact, their painting methods were the same as his, and they were still the same and could not break out of the rut. But Zhao Rushi's painting method is like sketching, a new painting method that truly creates a new school of painting. It is a new painting method that combines traditional painting methods with her sketching. The most rare thing is that she has just started to try, and this style is fully displayed. Good. 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 Kong Shilin seemed to have forgotten that he was about to scold someone just now, and he praised his little apprentice without stopping. You are the first person in hundreds of years to create two painting methods like this. Shi Wei, you have such a talent for painting. Why worry about not making money? I think you can give up those silver shops and imperial examinations. Just concentrate on painting. How can this be possible? Zhao Rushi hurriedly said nonsense in a serious manner. Master, although one can do one thing to the extreme with one's heart and soul, if you don't have a broad vision, rich life experience, and inspiration from all kinds of life and peddlers, the road to painting will become narrower and narrower. People say that art comes from life and is higher than life. Only by coming from life and going to life can you draw shocking paintings. I am still so young, and instead of experiencing life, I close myself off. Sooner or later, the little painting spirit I have shown will be extinguished and exhausted. Art comes from life, but is higher than life? Kong Shilin pondered this sentence slowly, and suddenly slapped the table. Good. This sentence is well said. Outside the house, everyone watched Kong Shilin go into the house angrily. They were already worried, and suddenly heard a loud shout in the house, and they were immediately startled. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Do you want to go in and take a look? Then they looked outside the courtyard. Why hasn't Gong Chun come yet? Gong Chun was not seen at the gate of the courtyard. But after a while, everyone saw Kong Shilin and Wu Zong coming out of the house. Looking at the expressions of the two people, they were actually in high spirits, with smiles on their eyebrows and eyes, which made everyone feel strange. Mr. Kumu, are you okay? One of them asked. It's okay. It's okay. Kong Shilin waved his hands cheerfully, and then felt something was wrong. Something's wrong? You don't know? Shi Wei has created a new way of painting. Ha ha ha. The disciple is better than the master. Although Zhao Rushi originally created a new painting method called sketching, this painting method has nothing to do with Kong Shilin. Sometimes, he feels a little guilty when talking about it, thinking that he did not give his apprentice any benefits, but benefited from his apprentice. So during this period of time, he forced Zhao Rushi to learn painting from him. But now, he speaks with confidence. The young apprentice completely combined the painting techniques he taught with sketching, and then created a new painting method. It is most appropriate to describe it as the disciple surpasses the master. New painting method? Everyone was shocked. Those who come to learn painting are all obsessed with painting, good at studying painting techniques, and willing to accept new things. Those who stick to the rules will never lower themselves to learn sketching from Zhao Rushi. When they heard about the new painting method, everyone was like a cat smelling fish. And they were itching to learn. Chapter 332 New Painting Method. Sun Song was still young, and he could not help but be curious. He asked, Mr. Kumu, can we appreciate the painting that Jiwei Jisher painted with a new painting method? Kong Sherlin waved his hand. Don't worry. She was interrupted by Jia's father and son when she was halfway through. I asked her to finish the painting, and I will show it to you when the time comes. The young apprentice created a new painting method, so it was natural that it had to be technically certified. These people in the courtyard were the best certifiers. If she didn't take it out, someone would see the painting and learn from it, and then take it out and show it to everyone. The thief would suddenly become the pioneer. Wouldn't that be a big loss? Everyone stopped urging after hearing what Kong Sherlin said. But they couldn't focus on their own paintings anymore, and their eyes always looked at the room where Zhao Rushi was painting. Kong Sherlin, who was impatient, couldn't paint anymore, and walked around in the yard with his hands behind his back. Wu Zong had been in shock and self-doubt since he saw the new painting method of the little apprentice sister. Now that he saw that the master had disturbed everyone's peace, he couldn't stand it anymore. So he pulled him to the kitchen in the back to drink tea and eat snacks. Before leaving, she was still worried, and repeatedly told Wu to stay here and call them as soon as Zhao Rushi came out, as everyone was eagerly waiting. Zhao Rushi finally finished the painting an hour later. She didn't know that her master had told others about her new painting method, nor did she know that everyone was still waiting in the yard. After finishing the painting, signing and stamping it, she admired it for a while and felt that although it was not perfect, it was generally okay. At least it wouldn't make her master hit her head. So she jumped out of the door shaking her hands, ready to listen to the master's praise again. Jiwei Lei Master is out, someone shouted, and everyone put down their charcoal pencils and gathered around, scaring Zhao Rushi. What? What happened? Zhao Rushi took a quick look and found that the master and senior brother were not there, and felt a little flustered. What happened? No. No. Sun Song quickly shook his hand. Mr. Kumu said that you created a new painting method, and we want to see it. Yes. Yes. Jiwei Lei Master. Can we see the painting you just drew? Others also asked. Zhao Rushi was relieved and asked, Where is my master? Her painting naturally had to be shown to the master first. I'm coming. Wu Zong's voice sounded at the gate of the courtyard. Everyone turned around and saw Kong Sherlin walking over briskly. His pace was faster than Wu Zong's. Zhao Rushi called Kong Sherlin sweetly, Master. Kong Sherlin pretended to be indifferent and said him, walked over, and asked with a serious face, Have you finished the painting? The painting is finished. Zhao Rushi said hurriedly. Master, please teach me. Kong Sherlin walked straight into the house, and everyone hurriedly made way for him. When Kong Sherlin and his 3 disciples entered, they also rushed in and followed him in. Fortunately, when Kong Sherlin rebuilt this courtyard, he intended to use it as a painting studio, so the rooms were built very spaciously. This room used as a studio is 70 to 80 square meters, and there is no screen in the middle, just to create an open visual effect. Now that more than 10 people came in together, the room did not feel crowded at all. The drawing table was very large and was placed near the window. Everyone followed Kong Sherlin and saw the painting unfolded on the table. They held their breath for a moment. Even Kong Sherlin and Wu Zong, who had already seen half of the painting. Zhao Rushi was painting a landscape painting. Kong Sherlin was famous for his landscape paintings. His landscape paintings were themed on solitary peaks towering into the clouds and the mist lingering in the mountains. His style was like him, solitary and cold, with a fairy spirit that no one else could paint. As his apprentice, it was normal for Zhao Rushi to start learning landscape painting first. However, the style of her painting was very different from that of Kong Sherlin's. At first glance, the whole painting gave people a majestic feeling, as if you were standing on the top of a mountain, looking down, roaring rivers, tall and majestic peaks, endless plains, and lush forests, all in sight, making people feel heroic and excited in their hearts, and they wanted to roar loudly to express their feelings. How did you draw this? Mr. Zhou Wabai asked urgently. If the painting was of an emperor sitting on the throne, or a general leading a huge army, it would not be surprising to draw such a painting. They have great ambitions, and their hearts are filled with the country. under the circumstances of surging passion, as long as there is painting skills. It is not surprising to draw such a painting. But Zhao Rushi is only a 14-year-old girl, and what she has seen and heard in her life is ordinary. She paints a flower or a grass, or a small scene, which is in line with her vision and mind. Zhou Wenbai really couldn't think of how she could draw such a picture. Zhao Rushi touched her nose and looked at Zhou Wenbai innocently with a pair of clear eyes. If you want to draw, just draw it like this. Besides, I use the combination of painting and sketching techniques taught by my master. What do you mean? Lao Vo, do you think this painting is not drawn by my apprentice? Did she use other people's paintings to make up the number? Kong Shilin shouted. Ah. No. No. Zhou Wenbai realized that his question would be misunderstood, and waved his hands quickly. I can't believe that this painting was drawn by Ji Wei Jisher. Ah. Not really. The old man found that no matter what he said, he didn't believe Zhao Rushi and suspected that the painting was not from her hand. He was so anxious that he was sweating. He looked at others for help, but others didn't care about him at all. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the painting, completely immersed in it, carefully studying and researching Zhao Rushi's new painting method. Qin Zhongqiu and Lu Junyu also discussed in a low voice. Did you see it? What painting method was used? The whole painting looks so majestic because it is very three-dimensional, and it fully presents the momentum of the peak. I can't tell what the painting method is, but look here. Lu Junyu pointed to a place in the painting. Just use a large amount of ink to splash it, and the momentum of the sharp peak is immediately expressed. Zhou Wenbai immediately put aside the arguments and misunderstandings, and hurriedly moved forward to see clearly where Lu Junyu just pointed. Sun Song is the youngest in the painting class, and he is a great-grandson and grandson. He is very respectful to everyone. But at this moment, he was so obsessed with the painting that he completely forgot about the order of seniority, and directly pushed Zhou Wenbai's body with his hand. Mr. Zhou, you are blocking me. Seeing that everyone had completely ignored themselves, even his senior brother Wuzong, who was always the most rational and sober, was also immersed in it. Zhao Rushi quietly left the crowd. Chapter 333, Founding a School. Zhou Wenbai's doubts just now are not without reason. It's just that she traveled all over the world in her previous life. She has seen many famous rivers and mountains not only in China, but also in foreign countries. Even if she couldn't see them in person, she had seen other people's photography and paintings. If she had to compare, she could say that her vision and knowledge were much better than the oldest Kong Shilin and Zhou Wenbai present. These young and old men from noble families, staying in this ancient time with extremely inconvenient transportation, did not have the hobbies, courage and spirit of daring to take risks and endure hardships like Su Xiaka. So they could only wander around the capital and go to Jiangnan at most. In addition, there have been generations of painters who have explored and studied the combination of traditional Chinese painting and Western painting. Su Beihong, Jiang Zhahe, Li Karen, etc. are all masters who have integrated the two painting methods. As a designer, she is also half an art person. She and her painter friends have seen countless paintings of these schools in museums and exhibitions. They have seen the original works of these famous painters, as well as the works of later painters influenced by them. A friend she made when she was a graduate student was a disciple of Master Li Karen, and his teacher was a landscape painter. Zhao Rushi has a wide range of interests. She even learned Chinese painting from her friends for a month. She would paint a picture whenever she was interested in her work and study. Although she is not an expert in this area, she still has a basic foundation. She is also standing on the shoulders of giants, because she wanted to get points for painting. When she was learning Professor Kong Shilin's painting method, she was always thinking about combining what her master taught her with what she learned in her previous life and what she realized. According to the system, this is how she can get points for painting. For example, in this painting, in order to let the system confirm that it was her original painting method, she boldly integrated the block surface and rubbing effect of the prints she liked before, using the earthy yellow or sky blue background of the color prints to highlight the beauty of the outline of the mountains, highlight the general trend, and create a sense of simplicity and simplicity. She originally practiced these painting methods in parts and never painted them in the whole painting. During this period of time, she studied with Kong Shilin, and she became more mature in overall grasp and the use of ink and brush. So she made a bold attempt. Unexpectedly, the effect was very satisfactory to her. From the examinations of the 4 books and 5 classics every 10 days, She also had a general understanding of the scoring criteria of the system points. The higher the level of the competition you participate in, or the higher the level of the person who certifies your results, the greater the influence and the more points you get. So although she made a temporary decision to paint this picture today, she had planned it for a long time. She had already planned to show her new painting method at the end of the training class, when the students in the painting class were most present. At that time, her painting skills were more sophisticated, and she had a better grasp of it. Now the situation has changed, so she had to bring it out in advance, except for Gong Chung and Xiao Ruodong. All the other students have arrived. It's a good painting. A good painting, Kong Shilin murmured after a long while. The others nodded in agreement. Zhao Rushi's painting is completely different from theirs, not only in terms of perspective and three-dimensionality, but also in the use of ink and brush. They are all freehand or fine brushwork. And when painting, even if it is freehand, it is full of meticulousness and care. But Zhao Rushi's style is simply rough and bold, with thick brush and ink, large areas of splashed ink, broken ink, and accumulated ink, supplemented by the use of both center and side brushes, lines and surfaces. The three-dimensional sense and the rough texture of the peaks are immediately revealed, making the peaks more majestic and strange, with solid bones, vicissitudes of life, and the majestic momentum is fully highlighted. In addition to the unique use of ink, this painting is also different from the traditional painting method in three-dimensional perspective. It uses the three-dimensional perspective method they learned in sketching. The mountains, rivers, and trees are very three-dimensional, giving people a very real feeling. For example, she used rough and bold brush strokes to highlight dots, lines, and surfaces in the black ink mass, with large block contrasts, a certain sense of mass and a certain sense of backlight, which made the blending of color and ink in the distance like layers of clouds flowing, and the horizontally spread mountains became more and more rich and magnificent. All these painting methods are very different from the existing painting techniques of Dajin. It can be said that it is a new way and unique. Kong Shilin turned his head to look at Zhao Rushi, his eyes full of satisfaction and admiration. I have such a disciple. What else can I ask for? Zhao Rushi glanced at Wu Zong and scratched her cheek embarrassedly. Master, I'm still far from it. This painting still has many flaws and places where it is not done well. Her painting looked good at first glance. At least the majestic momentum she wanted to express was painted out. But don't look closely. If you look closely, you will find many small failures in the brushwork, and the proportions in one place are not well grasped. Kong Shilin waved his hand. The immaturity of the brushwork can be changed with more practice. But this kind of creative painting method is not something that everyone can do, let alone other things. Just look at your master. I have been exploring painting skills all my life, but I can never break through the rut. Zhou Wenba nodded in agreement. That's right. That's right. At this time, he seemed to remember the topic just now, and wanted to explain again. Mr. Kumu, I just wanted to. Okay. Kong Shilin waved his hand and interrupted the unnecessary words. No need to explain. I understand what you mean. He glanced at everyone and said proudly and arrogantly, although we have also learned Jiwei's sketching, it will take a long time to combine the two. Otherwise the painting will be a mess. Nowadays, who else can combine the two and even create something new on this basis? Except for me, the little apprentice who has mastered both and has amazing talent? Everyone nodded. Zhao Rushi has been learning painting from Kong Shilin for some time, and Kong Shilin has praised the little apprentice for his intelligence and talent. They had also seen Zhao Rushi's paintings using Kong Shilin's painting method, and could see that although she had only learned painting for a short time, she had made rapid progress. Her talent for painting was known to everyone, and everyone felt inferior to her. Among the people present, except for Sun Song, Wu Zong and Xiao Ruodong, the others were all over 40 years old. When people reach middle age, what they have learned is solidified. It is possible for them to learn a new painting method, such as sketching. But to combine the two, it is really not as simple as it sounds. Young people like Sun Song have not yet mastered either the existing traditional painting skills or the sketching taught by Zhao Rushi, let alone combining the two. Only Zhao Jiwei, and only Zhao Jiwei, can do it. She can create sketches at a young age. Zhao Rushi, blushing. This magical painting method, after she learned traditional painting from Mr. Kumu, it is natural to combine the two, isn't it? Chapter 334 2000 points. Fang Jingye of the Imperial College stroked his beard and said sincerely, Master Jiwei is very talented. At the young age of 14, he created 2 painting methods, subverted the concept of painting, founded a school, and became a master of his generation. It can be said that there is no one before him, and I believe there will be no one after him. Today, I can learn sketching from Master Jiwei and witness the birth of another new painting method with my own eyes. It is my honor. As he said this, he bowed deeply to Zhao Rushi. Mr. Fang, what are you doing? Please stand up quickly. Zhao Rushi quickly dodged and stepped forward to help him up. You can praise her if you want, but don't bow to her. She is too young to bear it. Isn't it embarrassing for her? Kong Sherlin said. The raised beard showed that he was very proud. Humph. Don't think he didn't hear Fang Jingye's envy and jealousy. As a painting teacher in the Imperial College, Fang Jingye also had students all over the world. Because he was close to the water, he got the moon first, and almost all the talented children were accepted as his disciples. Although the old man Fang Jingye didn't dare to accept 72 disciples like a saint, he had more than a dozen disciples, and more than 20 or 30 outer disciples. He warned Fang Jingye that he would not be able to digest too much, and told him that the more disciples he had, the better. But Fang Jingye couldn't help but accept the talented child. Do you know your mistake now? He didn't accept any disciples for 20 years. But when he accepted a little disciple, he could beat all 30 or 40 inner and outer disciples of Fang Jingye. Fang Jingye, the old man, has learned a good lesson. Fang Jingye's flattery and Kong Sherlin's words may have triggered a switch, and everyone present began to praise Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi was caught off guard by a wave of praise, and even she, who claimed to be as thick-skinned as a city wall, could not resist it. She was about to find a reason to retreat when she heard the system announce, "Congratulations to the host. Wisdom value plus 2,000. She almost screamed out loud, and quickly covered her mouth with her hands to prevent her mouth from stretching to the back of her head, which would be bad if everyone saw and misunderstood. 2,000 points. It's a big win. She knows her points. She was only 500 or 600 points short. If she didn't have these 2,000 points, she could earn enough by working hard for 10 days. Now that these 2,000 points have arrived, not only are the points for buying agility pills instantly enough, but there are also more than 1,000 points. It's so cool. The system was also dizzy with these 2,000 points. It took a long time to calm down before it started shouting in Zhao Rushi's mind, "Ah! So many points. So many points. So good. So good." Along with its shouting, there were also somersaults and fireworks. Kong Sherlin himself was not a person who liked to listen to flattery. Usually, when someone flattered him, he would not only not be liked by him, but he would think that the other person was a flatterer, which greatly reduced his impression of the person. But now that everyone was praising his beloved little apprentice, he felt that these words were really beautiful, and he would never get tired of listening to them. So he just sat aside and watched with a smile. But as he watched, he found something wrong. Originally, the little apprentice was blushing and modestly saying no. No. Not great. Not great. But now her eyes were dull and motionless. Kong Sherlin hurriedly said loudly, "Okay. She is just a little girl. She can't stand such flattery. Everyone, please stop saying these things." He then pulled Zhao Rushi again. "Girl, are you okay?" "No." Zhao Rushi was immediately brought back to her senses by Kong Sherlin's loud call. She bowed deeply to everyone. "Thank you for your praise. I am ashamed to accept it. There are still many immature parts in Jiwei's painting. If you have any suggestions, please give me some advice." What can everyone give advice? Even if Zhao Rushi's painting is not perfect, she must know it very well, and just need to practice more. Besides, she has a master and senior brothers. So how can they give advice? In fact, they saw many new painting methods in this painting, and wanted to ask Zhao Rushi for advice. But thinking that this is her unique painting skill, you can't learn it without becoming her master. So although everyone was eager to do it, they all tactfully did not ask. And after a few more words, they all left. Only Zhao Rushi, Kong Sherlin, and Wu Zong were left in the room. "Girl, you should practice hard and try to hone your skills to be more mature. When you paint a flawless painting, I, the master, will invite some painting lovers to come and see it. Although these painters are not short of money, some of them are even too proud to sell their paintings. But the value of a person and his status in the painting world still have to be reflected by the price of the painting. Like Xiao Rushi. She created a new painting method, but never sold her paintings, and even refused to let others see them. Then no matter how good and unique her paintings were, she would not get the corresponding fame and status. When she first took out her sketch, Kong Sherlin took it and publicized it everywhere, which was also because he loved her talent and wanted to make her famous. Later, she got official certification from the emperor and the Dali temple. Kong Sherlin took her as his apprentice by chance and opened a painting training class. He felt that his apprentice's popularity was good enough, and it would be bad if it was not good enough. So he did not let her take the painting business. Gong Chung started to ask Xiao Rushi to paint a portrait of the old man in the family, and Kong Sherlin suppressed this matter. If Xiao Rushi painted a portrait of the old man in the Gong family, and if the painting was good, other people would rush to ask Xiao Rushi to paint portraits of the old man in their homes. Xiao Rushi would not be able to refuse others if she agreed to one, so she would have to run around. At that time, she would not only have no time to learn painting and teach others to paint, but also cause some unnecessary troubles. You have to know that the door of a wealthy family is not so easy to enter, and there are a lot of dirty things inside. Who knows what will happen if a woman goes to such a place alone? Even if she brings a maid, it won't help. The Swaping Marquis mansion has fallen into decline, and Kong Sherlin has no title or official position after all, so some people may not believe him. If you meet someone like Jia Juanze, who is confused and thinks Xiao Rushi is easy to bully, and makes a few moves and teases her, you can only swallow your anger for the sake of your reputation, and it's useless to suffer the loss. Wouldn't it be so frustrating? But now Xiao Rushi's new way of painting is different. She can definitely sell her paintings like famous painters, like Kong Sherlin and Zhou Wenbo, the first painting of the founder of the new painting school. Once such a gimmick is released, there is no need to worry that these people will not flock to it. Nor will there be any worry that it will not be sold at a high price. As soon as Kong Sherlin said this, Xiao Rushi understood what her master meant. In fact, even if Kong Sherlin did not allow her to do so, she would find ways to hype her paintings. Nothing can beat the word hype. Didn't the tulips in medieval Europe and the orchids in China in the last century become popular in this way? Chapter 335 Don't upgrade yet. She didn't know that her master was worried that someone would ask her to paint a portrait, and that he was worried about her and blocked the matter. If she knew, she would tell her master not to worry, as long as she spread the word that black and white paintings are unlucky. Even if she offered to paint for someone and paid for it, others would beat her out with a big stick. It's hard to succeed, but it's not easy to fail. Yeah. She nodded vigorously. There are still many flaws in my painting. I need to practice hard, and there are many aspects that need to be improved. At this point, she sighed hard. There is not enough time. She is busy like a dog every day. She has to go to school, practice calligraphy, practice painting skills, and open a painting class. In 2 days, the training class next door will also be opened. There are a lot of things to worry about in the 3 workshops. It is really too hard for her. But she didn't dare to say this in front of her master. Otherwise her master would persuade her to put other things aside and concentrate on painting. Kong Sherlin and Wu Zong stayed behind because they were worried that she would lose her way when she was praised by everyone at such a young age. And their hearts suddenly swelled. I planned to give her a warning, seeing that she knew her shortcomings very clearly, and her face was still gloomy. The two of them felt relieved. And then Wu Zong suddenly wanted to laugh for no reason. Alas, Master finally accepted a disciple. I thought I would have the opportunity to guide the younger generation. But who knew that the junior sister would suddenly establish a school? Compared to you, your senior brother is nothing. Life is so difficult. He began to play the victim in front of his master and junior sister. But the comfort he imagined did not come. Instead, he was slapped on the head by his master. You know you are a loser. But you still don't work hard? Even if you don't have talent, you can always get something if you think more. Don't you understand the principle that the early bird catches the worm? Wu Zong, looking at the constipated expression of her senior brother, Xiao Rushi couldn't help laughing. Wu Zong immediately glared at her, seeing him being scolded by the master. He didn't come to rescue him. Is there any brother-sister relationship left? Threatened by his death eyes, Xiao Rushi quickly said, Okay. Master, it's getting late. Let's go back. Being interrupted by the father and son of the Jia family, he painted another picture. The afternoon passed in a flash. And now it was time for the painting academy to finish school. Kong Sherlin looked at the sky and saw that it was indeed late. So he had to put away his long speech. He stood up and was about to let the two go home when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. The three turned around and saw Xiao Ruodong standing at the door. I heard that Xiaoxi created a new way of painting? Xiao Ruodong asked a little embarrassedly. In the past, she didn't come to the academy when she had classes. She would go back to the manor directly after class. But during this period, she liked the atmosphere of the academy, even if she didn't have time to paint. It was good to see other people's paintings or listen to everyone's discussion of sketching experience. So she ran here after class. But as soon as she entered the door, she heard everyone discussing Zhao Rushi's paintings enthusiastically. She knew that Zhao Rushi had created a new painting method. She didn't care whether she would disturb the conversation between the master and the apprentice, and rushed in to take a look. Sister Ruodong, come in quickly. Zhao Rushi stood up and waved at her. Seeing Xiao Ruodong coming in, she said, Thank you, Sister Ruodong, for helping me with the Jia family's affairs. When you go back, I will thank the princess for her help. I will come to thank you when I am free. The Jia family's affairs are still the focus of everyone's discussion. And she is also the focus of attention. She didn't want to go to the Jinan Palace, so as not to cause gossip to the Jinan Palace, so she planned to go there in 2 days. Xiao Ruotong ignored her words. She was completely attracted by the painting that Zhao Rushi had not put away yet. Nani Yin followed Xiao Ruotong and quickly said, Miss Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. But my daughter will definitely send someone to tell the princess about Miss Xiao's gratitude. Zhao Rushi smiled at Nani Yun. Thank you. Okay. You guys chat. Let's go pack up and go back to Beijing together later, Kong Sherlin said. He said this not only to express his concern about Zhao Rushi going alone, but also to remind Xiao Ruodong not to waste too much time. It's not safe for Zhao Rushi to go back too late. It doesn't matter whether Xiao Ruodong understands his implication or not, as long as her wise old Nani understands it. Sure enough, Xiao Ruodong didn't stay in the room for long before Nani Yin pulled her to say goodbye. Zhao Rushi quickly packed up the painting and got on the carriage with her master and senior brothers. It was only then that she had time to take a good look at her system screen. Sure enough, her screen showed that she now had more than 1,600 points. System. What will happen if I take the agility pill? Zhao Rushi asked in her heart. The system has been waiting for this moment for a long time. If Zhao Rushi had not taught it how to be a person, no, how to be a system, it would have started to yell just now. Now it can wait for Zhao Rushi to finish dealing with things, and then appear when talking to it. It must be said that the effect of being beaten by society is very obvious. When it heard Zhao Rushi calling the system, it said with extreme excitement, no reaction. After you finish eating, you will only feel that you are as light as a swallow and move quickly. Reaction ability will also be enhanced. Zhao Rushi knew that she had to take the initiative in all negotiations, and the system that was eager for her to spend points at this moment should be very easy to fool. She asked again, after I bought the agility pill, what changes have occurred in your shopping malls? 20,000 points can allow me to repair some obstacles. As for what will happen after the repair, I don't know, the system said. Zhao Rushi suddenly became alert. Are you going to use all the 20,000 points to repair it? Don't you save some points to buy more? I'm telling you, after I buy the agility pills, I'm going to buy the power pills. If you don't have the ability to buy more, I can't spend the points I earned, and you'll be stuck in a dead end. The system suddenly became nervous. Yes, I almost forgot. Luckily you reminded me. Zhao Rushi. Although the mentally retarded system is easy to fool, it's easy to fail at critical moments. After the repair, this guy won't become so cunning that it's hard to fool. Right? Zhao Rushi's eyes rolled and she asked, I wonder what you have for sale at the place where you buy goods. If the price is not expensive, and it is particularly suitable for me, you can just buy it and put it on display. I tell you, reselling is the most profitable. Haven't you seen that the merchants selling things on the street are always richer than the craftsmen who make things? The system seemed to be thinking. And the most important thing in doing business is the word live. You need to make the funds flow. Keep buying. And keep selling. This is a virtuous cycle. You use the points to upgrade. And you don't have points to buy goods, which becomes a dead cycle. And your business is killed. The system thinks what she said makes sense, and says gratefully, Thank you for reminding the host. I know. Chapter 336 Very Agile. Host. Buy agility pills quickly. And get points so I can go buy more. It urged. I want power pills. Power pills must be bought. And you can handle the rest. But there is a principle when you buy goods. That is, I need them. Otherwise, if you buy some beauty pills, beautiful voice pills and the like, I won't buy them. And your goods will be piled up here and can't be sold. After all, I am your only buyer. If you can't sell it, the cost of your purchase will be wasted. Then, the system became more nervous after hearing what Zhao Rushi said. What should we do? Or you can tell me what you want. This. Zhao Rushi thought about it seriously and shook his head. Why do I feel like I don't need anything? That won't work. You have to tell me what you want so that I can buy it for you. The system was so anxious that it was about to cry. So, when you go to buy the powerful pills, take a look at what they have. Tell me the names one by one. And tell me the selling prices. I need something that is not expensive and can be afforded. You can bring it back. This way, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell it after you bring it in. Yes. Let's do it. The system nodded happily. Host. Then you should buy agility pills quickly. It urged again. Zhao Rushi glanced at Qi Feng and Yinjiang opposite. The maid is still here. Let's talk about it when we get back. The system had to suppress its eagerness. After finally returning to the Bow's mansion, Zhao Rushi used the excuse of changing clothes to return to Ziyuan first, and went into the bedroom alone. Then asked, how to do it? Just click on that icon. The system could not wait to display the light screen in front of Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi did not hesitate to reach out and lightly clicked on the icon of agility pill on the light screen. The light screen flashed a few times, and Zhao Rushi's points were directly deducted by 20,000. Then a pill slowly appeared out of thin air. Fortunately, it did not appear very fast, and Zhao Rushi caught it in the air with his hand. Zhao Rushi was speechless. Can't you just use a box or something to package it? What if I don't catch it, and it falls to the ground? The system pretended to be dead and said nothing. Is it free to buy a box? As for this agility pill, because Zhao Rushi bargained so hard, it didn't earn any points. How could it be willing to spend points to buy a box? Zhao Rushi didn't have time to pursue this matter. She carefully examined the pill in her hand and found that it was a brown thing that looked like a chocolate candy. She put the pill in front of her nose and smelled it. But she didn't smell anything, thinking that the system didn't dare to kill her with the drug. They were bound together. If she died, the system would disappear as well. So she put the pill into her mouth without hesitation. Well, it tasted good, a little sweet, and melted in her mouth. It melted just like Xu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Only a little sweetness, and nothing else. Zhao Rushi smacked her lips and carefully felt the changes in her body. It seems that there is no change. System. This is not a fake product. Right? She asked seriously. System. System products must be high quality. It shouted this slogan righteously, but it was panicking in its heart. It had never eaten it, so it didn't know. Is it really ineffective? No way. If it is really a fake product, then it's business. Woo. It wants to cry. Zhao Rushi thought about it, jumped, and found that her body was very light. If she jumped rope, she could probably jump hundreds or thousands of times without dying. Haha. It works. The system also discovered the changes in Zhao Rushi's body, and was ecstatic, and couldn't help making various celebratory sounds. It's okay, as long as it works. Zhao Rushi was worried that the old lady and Zhu would be worried. So she quickly changed her clothes and went to eat in front. Qi Feng and Yinjiang followed her for a day, and went to rest after returning to the mansion. Yuan Mama and Itsue followed her. Then the two found that their girl walked very fast today. So fast that they had to jog to keep up. They thought that maybe the girl was hungry and wanted to eat quickly. The two did not say anything, but just tried to keep up. After all, Yuan Mama was old, and although she was a servant, she had never done any physical work, so she could not run after following for a while. She panted and said, Miss, I really can't keep up with you, and I will let you fall behind. Zhao Rushi realized that not only Madame Yuan was like this, but also Lian Itsue was panting. She was thinking about something just now, and didn't notice the abnormality of the two people behind her. She thought about it, and found that she was just walking normally, not speeding up her pace. And her breathing was normal at this time. And her heartbeat didn't show any signs of acceleration. Ha ha ha. It's the agility pill. It's the effect of the agility pill. The system jumped up happily in the brain. It was happier than Zhao Rushi that the pills sold were effective. The after-sales service was quite good. I was afraid that my grandmother and parents would be anxious. So I walked faster. Zhao Rushi apologized. You two can rest here. We are just ahead. I will go first, she said, and went straight into Rongshi Hall. Did the Jia family cause you trouble? Zhu asked her as soon as they met. Zhao Rushi didn't want to worry the elders. So she evaded the question. No. They went to the painting academy to apologize, and were scolded by my master. After hearing this, Zhu was finally relieved. Mother, have you found the loom I asked you to find for me? Zhao Rushi asked Zhu. Yes. I asked someone to move it into the back room of your courtyard. Madame Yuan, who finally came in at this moment, just happened to hear this and immediately interrupted. Yes. Young lady, you were in a hurry to come here, and I didn't have time to report this to you. She had planned to tell him on the way. But Zhao Rushi walked too fast, and she used all her strength to catch up with Zhao Rushi, and had no energy to talk to Zhao Rushi at all. Zhao Rushi was immediately happy. I'll go take a look after dinner. What are you looking for this for? The old lady asked curiously. Isn't my second brother in the Ministry of Industry? I heard him mention that the current looms don't work well. So I want to think about it and improve it, Zhao Rushi said. With Xiaoling Yan as a ready-made designer, she actually doesn't need to figure it out herself. If you don't understand the principle of the loom, you need to spend a lot of time and energy to figure it out and improve it. What she lacked most now was time and energy. So she planned to win without doing anything. But if she wanted to build something like this, she had to pretend. Right? That's why she asked Zhu to find a loom for her and pretend to study it. After dinner, Zhao Jingtai went with her to Ziyuan, where he painted by himself, while Zhao Rushi went to study the loom. Chapter 337. Please correct your attitude. Zhao Rushi thought that no matter how fast Xiaoling Yan was, it would take 3 to 5 days to give her the blueprint. Unexpectedly, she received a letter from Qi Feng the next day when she got out of school at noon. She opened the envelope and found a stack of blueprints inside. She had studied the loom last night and knew at first glance that it was a blueprint for the loom. This guy is really fast. Zhao Rushi was very satisfied with Xiaoling Yan's speed. She wrote a letter back to Xiaoling Yan and asked Qi Feng to deliver it to that courtyard. She went to the courtyard where the accountants lived and began to train them. After half an hour, everyone was asked to find an account to practice. And Qi Feng, who had delivered the letter, stayed here to teach them. Zhao Rushi went to the painted courtyard next door. Qi Feng had been with Zhao Rushi for a while. She was very kind, capable, and loyal. Zhao Rushi wanted to make the best use of her talents. She didn't want her to be just a maid, but to train her to be a skilled person. Therefore, after returning to the Beau's mansion every evening, she would teach Qi Feng in addition to teaching Zhao Jingtai, and let her learn Arabic numerals and accounting skills. She wanted to train Qi Feng to be her chief financial officer. Originally, these 6 accountants could be handed over to Qi Feng for training. But Zhao Rushi wanted to win people's hearts and cultivate their loyalty to her. So she couldn't leave everything to others. Spending 2 or 3 days, half an hour every day to train these people, was not difficult for her. But she could gain the recognition and admiration of the accountants. Zhao Rushi felt that it was worth it. When she arrived at the art academy, she was about to walk around and guide everyone. But Kong Sherlin drove her into the house. Go practice your painting. We don't need you to take care of us here. We have learned almost everything. Just practice more. We will ask you if you have any questions. Others also echoed in agreement. Master, I will walk around first, and I will go in if there is no problem. Zhao Rushi touched her nose. Kong Sherlin had to let her go. Zhao Rushi walked around the painting academy, gave everyone some pointers, and then ran to Wuzong to whisper a few words before entering the house. Spreading out a piece of paper, she began to grind ink, thinking about the layout of the painting while grinding ink. After grinding the ink, she picked up the brush and started to paint. She painted the same size as yesterday. She wanted to see how many points she could get by painting in this way. She liked to paint in one go. When she finished a painting and put down the brush, she found that her neck was sore and her legs were numb from standing. She looked at the sky outside, and it was evening again. It was time for everyone in the painting academy to go home. She looked down at her painting and was about to ask the system why she didn't see the points broadcast. when she heard the system's emotionless broadcast voice. Congratulations, host. Wisdom value plus 80. Zhao Rushi paused while rubbing her neck and asked the system, only 80. 80 points seemed like a lot. She only got 8 points for each piece of calligraphy she was practicing now. But she had just spent almost an hour and a half painting this picture. If she practiced calligraphy for an hour and a half without stopping, she could get 80 points. This was a bit far from her expectations. The system was also disappointed. But it pretended to be calm. Host, Mr. Ming Song is a master of calligraphy. You only earned 100 points for writing like that. 80 points is not a small amount. Zhao Rushi rolled her eyes. Mr. Ming Song only needs more than 10 minutes to write 30 characters. And it takes me 3 hours to paint a picture. Can they be compared? As she was talking, she heard a knock on the door. She turned around and saw that it was Kong Sherlin. Master. She smiled at the door. Just come in if you want to. Why knock? Isn't it because I'm afraid of disturbing you? Kong Sherlin has come here 2 or 3 times. He knocked on the door just now because he saw that Zhao Rushi stopped painting. He walked in with his hands behind his back and stood in front of the table, looking at Zhao Rushi's painting. After a long while, he nodded and said, Good. Very good. It's improved compared to yesterday. Zhao Rushi smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment. Master. She also felt that this painting was better than yesterday. The brushwork was more sophisticated, and there were not many mistakes. She was also quite satisfied with her progress. If you don't have enough time in the future, you don't have to paint such a large painting. Now you are mainly familiar with various painting methods, so you can paint some small paintings. But if you have time, you should still paint big. Painting big can train your ability to control the whole painting. Zhao Rushi nodded. Okay. Master didn't say anything. She also planned to practice small paintings. She wanted to see how many points the system would give her for painting small-sized paintings. Master, is my painting done? Everyone wants to see it. Wu Zong walked in. Zhao Rushi was surprised. Aren't you leaving yet? Hey, everyone is waiting to see your painting, Wu Zong said. Zhao Rushi had to let them in. Everyone looked at the painting and praised Zhao Rushi. And then they dispersed. After getting on the carriage, Zhao Rushi said to the system, Don't you collect praise points? In my previous life, I read novels and saw that other people's systems collected praise points. The system has no entity. Otherwise it would definitely roll its eyes at Zhao Rushi. Host, this is a wisdom system that will lead you to a happy life. Not a rainbow fart system. Please correct your attitude. Zhao Rushi added, partial disability. Commonly known as a mentally retarded system. System. Hey, police uncle. I want to complain to the host for using ginseng rooster on this system. After returning home, Zhao Rushi hurried back to Xia Zuyuan after dinner, letting Zhao Jintai paint by himself, while she went into the house and painted a small-sized painting. Congratulations to the host. Wisdom value plus 60. Hearing this announcement, Zhao Rushi looked at the clepsydra. It only took her 2/4 of an hour to paint this painting. Looking at the painting again, probably because her mind was not calm enough. This painting was not well painted, and there were several places that were not perfect. After comparing them, she knew the answer. It seems that it is still cost-effective to paint small paintings. Host, please correct your attitude. This system is to encourage you to work hard to improve in all aspects of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, not to let you calculate how to earn more points. Zhao Rushi. The silly system suddenly became the dean of teaching, and the string in Zhao Rushi's heart tightened. System. Are you still the system I know? Are you not traveled through time? Zhao Rushi asked. Or, you have upgraded? As she said, she quickly opened the light curtain. The icon of the agility pill has now become the power pill. But the price is a little higher than before, at 23,000 points. This is the product she urged the system to buy last night. The system made this price after much effort, saying that it originally saw the host as poor, so the agility pill was only selling at a loss. The power pill can no longer be sold at a low price. Zhao Rushi now earns points easily, and is willing to be a little more indulgent. So she agreed to this price. Chapter 338, Using the enemy's trick against him. Since the goods have been received, the system must have no points to upgrade. Then, there is only one possibility left. That is, being transported across time. The system was probably stunned by Zhao Rushi's imagination. It was silent for a while before saying faintly, Alas! I wish I had been transported across time. This host is so difficult to lead. I am very tired. Xiao Lingyan stayed in the Ministry of Industry after the court session. When Zhao Rushi returned to the capital, Xiao Lingyan had just returned to the villa. Master. The gray-clothed man who was delivering a letter to Baining saw him, and quickly stepped out. Did you deliver the letter? Are you getting a reply? Xiao Lingyan asked. Yes. I got a reply. The gray-clothed man took out a letter, and handed it to Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingyan opened the letter, and saw the contents. He couldn't help but pat the armrest. Great. This is a great idea. He burned the letter, stood up, and went to the Tingtao pavilion next door. Xiao Lingpu had just returned from the government office. When he saw his brother, he smiled and said, If you don't come, I will send someone to call you. Since Xiao Lingyan entered the government office, the two brothers have been very busy, and have almost no time to meet. So if there is no special matter, they usually have dinner here before returning to the palace. They can also communicate while eating. Xiao Lingyan waved. Don't worry about eating. I have something to say to you. Since Xiao Lingyan came back from Jiangnan and became more mature, Xiao Lingpu no longer treats him as a child. Seeing his brother's serious face, he knew that what he wanted to say was very important. So he stood up and said, Let's go. Let's take a walk. The two brothers went out of the courtyard and headed for the pond, leaving all their followers on the shore. They walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake from the winding bridge. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was built in the middle of the pond, surrounded by water, to prevent someone from hiding here and eavesdropping. There were no flowers or trees planted around the pavilion, and it was all built with bluestone slabs. Sitting in the pavilion, the inside and outside of the pavilion were clearly visible. It was a meeting place specially built by Xiao Lingpu. The two talked for a long time inside, and Xiao Lingpu called his men over and gave a few instructions, saying, Just pass the news to the people around the third prince, and don't worry about anything else. Yes. After his men left, Xiao Lingpu stood up. Okay. Let's eat. With the character of the third brother, he will definitely connect these things. The prince is bound to bear this crime. He patted Xiao Lingyan's shoulder with satisfaction. Fifth brother. I didn't expect you to be so resourceful. When Jia Songlin's incident happened, those people were all looking for who was in charge. Although Censor Pan has nothing to do with us, as long as there is a connection, it will always be found by those who are interested. Now that the target has been directly transferred to the prince, we are relieved. Xiao Lingyan smiled bitterly. This plan was not his idea. He pretended to be modest and said, I also sent people to investigate and found out that Zhao Yuanquan was Miss Zhao Wu's uncle. So this plan had an opportunity. If the second brother knew about Zhao Yuanquan, he could also come up with this idea. The two brothers flattered each other and returned to the front yard to eat. That night, someone around the third prince Xiao Lingheng reported to him, Sir, I suspect that the prince did it. Ever since Jia Songlin was dismissed, Xiao Lingheng asked people to investigate this matter, wanting to know who was behind it. He always felt that things would not be so simple. But after checking, it seemed to be coincidences, and the matter was very simple. But the simpler and more coincidental it was, the more Xiao Lingheng doubted the authenticity of the matter. But after checking for a long time, he could not find anyone behind the scenes, as if the matter was really so simple. Hearing the report from his subordinates, he was refreshed and asked, Why do you say that? There is a man named Zhao Yuanquan beside the prince, who is Miss Zhao Wu's uncle. He separated from the Swaping Earl some time ago and tried every means to enter the Zhanzhe mansion. Recently, he has done several errands for the prince and is highly valued by the prince. He is capable and highly valued by the prince, so he should be promoted. But the strange thing is that he is still staying where he is, and the prince has no intention of promoting him. Xiao Lingheng frowned. He should have been promoted, but he was not promoted. Could it be that he was worried that the promotion would attract the attention of these people, and it would be difficult to use Miss Zhao Wu as a chess piece? Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. The prince wanted to take over the imperial guards, and thought Jia Songlin was a hindrance, or suspected that Jia Songlin was a subordinate of several princes. So after learning about Jia Juanzi and Ge Wu, he deliberately asked Zhao Wu to recruit Ge Wu through Zhao Yuanquan. As long as you check Jia Juanzi's character, you will know that with his bad temper, he will definitely not tolerate this. And as long as he goes to find fault with Zhao Wu, Kong Shilin, who protects his shortcomings, will definitely jump out. The emperor has always respected his cousin, and it seems not impossible to remove a fourth-rank general of the Imperial Guards to make his cousin happy. Thus, the prince's goal was achieved. Look, this matter is linked to each other. So seamless. It is completely a well-designed trap. It seems that this matter must have been done by the prince. Xiao Linghing's face gradually darkened. Touching his chin and thinking for a while, he ordered, tomorrow morning, have someone impeach the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He knew that this Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the prince's man. He had sent people to investigate him in the past few years, and had a lot of evidence against him. It was just that they had been at peace before, and Xiao Linghing did not want to offend the prince for no reason. So he did not touch this person. The prince was the heir to the throne, and there were many ministers supporting him. He was also the oldest and had been in the court for many years. So he was not someone he could afford to offend. But since someone dared to set a trap for him, if he did not fight back, the prince and several princes would think he was incompetent. It was time to show his fist. So the next morning, before Zhao Rushi got up, the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was impeached by the censor at the morning court. After all, Xiao Linghing had been watching this man for several years and had collected all the evidence. He just didn't move. If he did, he would definitely have to step down. So after Jia Songlin, a fourth-rank general, was dismissed from his post, the third-rank official, the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, was also removed from his post. After the court, the prince roared in the East Palace. Why? Why was he impeached suddenly? Are they mad dogs? They bite anyone they catch. Investigate. Investigate it for me. As soon as the prince investigated, Xiao Lingpu and Xiao Lingyan immediately let people spread the news. So when Zhao Rushi finished his class at the academy and went to train the accountants, the prince got the news. Your Highness, it is said that it was because of Zhao Yuanquan. Because Zhao Yuanquan is an official of the Zhanshi Mansion. He has been on 2 missions during this period, and you value him. But you did not promote him. And the one who clashed with Jia Juanzi this time was Zhao Yuanquan's niece Zhao Rushi. So some people think that the Jia family incident was a trap set by you. Today you are here to take revenge on us. Chapter 339 Beating with a Stick. Zhao Yuanquan? The prince was stunned. And then he remembered this person. Zhao Yuanquan hated the old lady, and Zhao Yuanquan deeply, because of the separation of the family. When he entered the Zhanshi Mansion, he did not mention that he was from the Swaping Earl Mansion. Of course, even if he did not mention it, everyone knew his identity. But Zhao Yuanquan had no power, and only the title of Earl. The people in the Zhanshi Mansion did not take him seriously. Not to mention Zhao Yuanquan, his illegitimate brother. Later, Zhao Yuanquan was able to do his job well, and made his mark, which attracted everyone's attention. But everyone focused on his own ability, and did not regard him as a noble son. Although Jia Songlin was dismissed and demoted yesterday due to the conflict between Zhao Rushi and Jia Juanzi, the attention of the dignitaries in the court was only on Jia Songlin himself, the speculation about his master behind him, and the fight for his vacant position. And they did not pay much attention to the 2 children who acted as fuses. Therefore, the prince and his staff did not connect Zhao Rushi and Zhao Yuanquan. Now that he knew that he had been framed for no reason because of the relationship between the uncle and nephew, and had lost a third-rank official for nothing, the prince was almost furious. Give him 30 strokes of the cane and tell him to get out, he said. If someone hadn't been watching and was afraid that this would be used as a handle to impeach him, he would have wanted to kill Zhao Yuanquan. Yes, the eunuch Fu Gongong, who had always helped the prince handle affairs, agreed and left. In the room, the person who reported the matter continued. In addition, this matter was done by the third prince. That Jia Songlin is the third prince's man. The third prince? Okay. The prince gritted his teeth. Let's wait and see. Zhao Yuanquan had shown his face in front of the prince during this period, and thought he would be promoted. But who knew that there was no movement? And his boss was still dissatisfied with him. He also had some resentment towards the prince in his heart. But he buried it in his heart, and dared not show it. The struggles of the previous dynasty were not something he, who could not even get close to the prince, could know. When the people around the prince came to arrest him, he was still copying information in the room. What are you doing? Seeing 2 guards approach him, they dragged him out by the arm without saying anything. And the action was extremely rough. Zhao Yuanquan felt bad and struggled desperately. I am an official of the Zhanshi Mansion, a rank official of the court. You can't do this to me. The guards turned a deaf ear to his shouts. When he was taken outside by the guards, Zhao Yuanquan saw the eunuch named Fu Gonggong standing beside the prince. His boss Li Bo was nodding and bowing to Fu Gonggong, and his attitude was very flattering. Zhao Yuanquan was disappointed when he saw this. Some time ago, because he became popular, Li Bo, who had no liking for him, began to treat him with disdain. Zhao Yuanquan also knew that in order to climb up, Li Bo flattered Fu Gong, who was beside the prince, from time to time and gave him generous gifts, hoping that he would say a few good words for him in front of the prince. It can be said that the two of them were in the same group. Was he framed by Li Bo? Seeing the guards pressing him on the bench, and two men holding boards next to him, it was obvious that they were going to punish him with the board. Zhao Yuanquan became more and more panicked and shouted, Fu Gong, did I do something wrong? When executing a criminal in the court, the criminal must be informed of his crime. Right? Please make it known publicly. Eunuch Fu glanced over here. He had no personal grudge against Zhao Yuanquan. No matter how capable Zhao Yuanquan was, he could not threaten his position as a eunuch. It was just that he was loyal to the crown prince. The crown prince lost a general because of Zhao Yuanquan. In addition, Li Bo, who had always been filial to him, kept saying bad things about Zhao Yuanquan. Eunuch Fu had no good feelings towards Zhao Yuanquan and did not want to say a word to him. Besides, the fight between the crown prince and the emperor and the princes in the court was not something they could talk about. He made a beat gesture to the guards. The guards understood and immediately picked up the sticks and started beating them. Eunuch Fu. Eunuch Fu. Zhao Yuanquan didn't know if today would be the day of his death. He didn't care at all and shouted loudly, Eunuch Fu. I am the younger brother of Sweeping Earl Zhao Yuanquan, Miss Zhao Wu, who worshipped Mr. Ku Mu as her teacher and created a painting skill, and was ordered by the emperor to teach the officials of the Dali Temple to paint. Is my niece. Please forgive me for my brother and niece. Usually he hated the people in the first house the most. But now the father and daughter, who were the most outstanding in the first house, became his support. If it was really Li Bo who framed him, Eunuch Fu should have forgiven him after hearing the words of Mr. Ku Mu. When Eunuch Fu heard that Zhao Yuanquan was not knowing the consequences and brought up his troublesome niece, he stopped talking to Li Bo and walked over. He looked at Zhao Yuanquan and sneered, so that you know that you are in this situation today, thanks to your capable niece. And you can't blame the crown prince. Your highness has done you and your nephew a great disservice. It is also the prince's mercy. Otherwise, he would have killed you. He waved his hand. Beat him. Beat him hard. Don't worry about anything else except leaving him a breath. The guards heard this and became more fierce. Officials working in the government office can bring a long-term servant with them. Any errands or news reporting can be done by the long-term servant. Zhao Yuanquan naturally brought a long-term servant with him. Although the long-term servants cannot enter the room where they work, they will stay in a room at the back so that their masters can find them when they have something to do. Sometimes they can also help their masters to inquire about each other's information. Zhao Yuanquan's long servant Ah Qi had already run out of the house when he heard his master's call. He was a smart man, only a few years younger than Zhao Yuanquan, and had experienced a lot. Hearing what Eunuch Fu said, he knew that his master was going to be in trouble today. So he ran out and found an official named Zhao Wen who introduced Zhao Yuanquan to the Zhanshe mansion and told him about the matter. As he said this, he stuffed a purse into Zhao Wen's pocket, knelt down and kowtowed, saying, Please, Lord Zhao, save my master. Because Zhao Wen had the same surname and had been suppressed by his stepmother, and Zhao Yuanquan was willing to flatter him. The two had always had a good relationship. Later, when Zhao Yuanquan split up his family, he offered him a large sum of money to help him find a job, and he agreed without hesitation. His official position was not low, and Zhao Yuanquan didn't know what was going on above, but he had heard about it vaguely. Hearing that it was Eunuch Fu who brought people to beat him, he guessed that it was the prince's intention. So how could he dare to help Zhao Yuanquan to intercede? Besides, he was the one who introduced Zhao Yuanquan, and he himself couldn't get rid of the responsibility. And he was afraid that others would remember this. If he went to help Zhao Yuanquan to intercede, wouldn't he be courting death? Chapter 340. What is the reason? It's not that I won't help. I myself will be implicated by your master. Zhao Wen waved his hand at Ah Qi like chasing away mosquitoes, stood up, and hurried out. He had to find his own connections. If someone dug up the past and dragged this matter onto him, He would not end up well. Achi had no choice but to leave the Zhantir mansion, find the driver and another servant, and let the driver pay someone to run errands to invite the doctor, and then drive the car to wait at the door. He and the servant paid to buy door panels and bedding from a nearby store, and then returned to the government office. Eunuch Fu inside didn't want to hear Zhao Yuanquan's howling, so he asked someone to stuff his mouth with a rag. Actually, there was no need to stuff it, because the 30 boards had been beaten almost enough, and Zhao Yuanquan had already fainted. Achi walked in with the door panel, and just happened to hear Eunuch Fu telling the guards, "Throw him out." He immediately went forward with the servant carrying the door panel, lifted up the unconscious Zhao Yuanquan, let him lie on the door panel, covered him with a quilt, and ran out after lifting him up. Hey, this follower is quite clever. When Fu Gongong saw Qi's series of actions, he couldn't help laughing. Achi ran faster when he heard the sharp laughter. When the group returned to the third room of the Zhao family, the whole third room was in chaos. When Zhao San's wife Su saw her husband being carried back and turned into a living dead, she was immediately confused and rushed to him and started crying. "Don't touch him. Don't touch him." The old doctor quickly signaled the Nani and the maid to stop her. "If you rush at him, he will be more seriously injured." He asked the servants to carry Zhao Yuanquan into the house, cut open his clothes with scissors, cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and took his pulse, and then came out to prescribe a prescription. "Doctor, how is my master?" the housekeeper of the third room asked hurriedly. The doctor sighed. "The internal and external injuries are quite serious. I have applied gold wound medicine to him and prescribed a prescription for boiling. Your master has a good body. He should be fine if he takes good care of himself." Su Shi couldn't stop crying when she heard that it was so serious. She sobbed and asked, "Then when will he wake up?" "It depends on the situation. If he doesn't have a fever, he should wake up tonight." The housekeeper thought it was unreliable, took the prescription and paid the consultation fee, and sent the doctor away, saying to Su Shi, "Madam, do you think you should ask Dr. Shi to come and see? Dr. Shi is the doctor of Swaping Marquis' mansion and still lives there." The family had been separated, and given Zhao Yuanquan's personality, he wanted to stay away from the old lady and Zhao Yuanquan and not have anything to do with them. If he was sober, he would definitely not want to use the doctor of Swaping Marquis' mansion again. But Dr. Shi's medical skills were good, so it was better to hire him than to hire those unknown doctors from outside. The housekeeper felt that this was not the time to act on impulse. As for the imperial physician, Zhao Yuanquan could not afford it given his rank. After hearing this, Achi hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Madam, I suggest that you invite another doctor. The master was beaten because of Miss Xiao Wu from the first wife. If we invite Dr. Shi, I don't know if he will be dedicated. If he is not dedicated, the master will be in danger." Su and the housekeeper asked hurriedly, "What's going on?" Achi shook his head. "I just heard from Eunuch Fu who punished the master, and I don't know the details. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's save Zhao Yuanquan first." Su played weak before the family split, but she was a strong-willed person in her own family. She immediately ordered, "Aki, first take the prescription and boil the medicine for the master to take. Housekeeper, go to Rongqingtang to invite a doctor, no matter how much it costs. Invite the best doctor in their clinic. Rongqingtang is a famous clinic in the capital. But in the past, when the master of Swaping Marquis' mansion was sick, it was Dr. Shi who saw the doctor, and he had never invited the doctors of Rongqingtang. I don't know how good they are, and whether they are easy to invite. Now I can only give it a try." Everyone agreed and went their separate ways. When Duke Suigwa was alive, he favored Zhao Yuanquan the most. When he was young, he invited famous teachers to teach him to read and practice martial arts. Later, Duke Suigwa died, and Zhao Yuanquan was suppressed by the old lady and could not seek a military position. But he did not fall behind in martial arts. In addition, Zhao Yuanquan is only 27 or 28 years old now, in the prime of his life, and in very good health. Therefore, he was given medicine, and he woke up not long after being examined by the doctor of Rongqing Hall. "Prepare a generous gift, and let Achi go to Zhao Wen's house to inquire about the reason." Zhao Yuanquan gave the order in a weak voice. He would not be at peace until he died if he did not clarify the matter. And he also wanted to know whether he could return to the Zhantir mansion after his injury was healed. "Yes." Su wiped away her tears. took the nani to prepare a generous gift, and asked Aki to go to Zhao Wen's house. Zhao Wen was greedy for money, and Zhao Yuankun was generous, which was a very important reason for the two of them to be good friends. He was afraid of being seen in the government office during the day, so he drove Aki away directly. When he heard the servants come to report that Aki came to the door, he knew that he must be here to inquire about the reason, and brought a heavy gift. So he let him in. Do you know that Zhongqing Earl Jia Songlin was dismissed from office and demoted? The cause of the incident was a dispute between Miss Xiao Wu and Jia Juanza. Because of the relationship between Miss Xiao Wu and your master, a prince suspected that it was the prince who did it, and directly pulled down a third-rank official under the prince. The prince was very angry, so he beat your master with a stick and told him to get out. You can't do this job in the Zhanshi mansion anymore. Zhao Wen sighed and said, because of this, I was also implicated. Some even suspected that I was a spy, and that I had arranged for your master to enter the Zhanshi mansion to frame the prince. I am not sure whether I can keep my position. Aki was shocked when he heard this. He really didn't expect that his master, a small official, who was busy in the Zhanshi mansion all day, could be directly involved in the fights among the princes in the court and become an innocent victim. Now it seems that the prince is kind enough to save the master's life. Thank you, Lord Zhao, for telling me. When my master recovers from his illness, I will definitely come to thank you in person. No need. Zhao Wen waved his hand. Don't worry about me. Just stay at home and take care of your health. Don't come to my house again. I wanted to help you, but I almost lost my life. Let's live our own lives. He was in danger today. In the officialdom, you are either above or below me. How can you not be envied? Even if you are kind and don't offend anyone, there are still people who covet the position under your butt and want to pull him down and take it themselves. So after Zhao Yuankun was beaten, someone immediately talked about his affairs. Fortunately, Zhao Wen went to various places to make arrangements as soon as he got the news. Moreover, his father was originally an old man around the prince and had some friendship with eunuch Fu. There were many old people in the Zhanshi mansion who watched him grow up. His background was very clean, so he escaped. Now that he could let Achi in, he was already considering the fact that Zhao Yuankun gave him a lot of money. Now that he had made things clear, he immediately served tea to see the guest off.